In order to prove that I am not mentally ill, I tried to outsmart the doctor and surprisingly mentioned the famous Rosenhan experiment during our conversation. I thought I could use this to persuade the doctor, but I found out that this experiment does not exist in this world. This not only made the doctor more wary of me, but also made it even more difficult for me to prove my recovery. However, in this difficult situation, I also met a fellow patient named David Haller. I began to suspect that his identity is not simple. I found that the name David is particularly common in Western society, and the surname Haller is also not rare, so there are many people with the same name. However, there's probably only one person named David Charles Haller who was a schizophrenic patient receiving treatment at the Clockwork Psychiatric Hospital, and that is the one. He is the son of Professor X. However, Professor X is still unaware that he has this son, and David probably doesn't know who his biological father is either. The terrifying aspect of David is not his background, but rather his uncontrollable terrifying powers. His title comes from a story in the Bible, as he has over 1,000 sub-personalities in his mind, similar to someone possessed by many evil spirits, which is why he is called the One. Most of these sub-personalities are quite strange and possess different abilities, including some with massive destructive power, making him a level 5 mutant, even higher than Magneto and Professor X. Of course, that was during his peak. Right now, his condition is not as severe, and he doesn't have that many sub-personalities, so he is still some distance from being a level 5 mutant. However, he still resembles a bomb that could explode at any moment. After all, if he gets stimulated, his condition could worsen, and he could go on a rampage in an instant, which ordinary people would be powerless to resist. When I realized that my fellow patient David was very likely the one, I froze, cursing under my breath. Being transported into the body of a mental patient was one thing, but sharing a hospital with this ticking time bomb was another. How was I supposed to deal with this? David looked normal now, but once he switched to a sub-personality during an episode, killing would be as easy as chopping vegetables. I certainly didn't want to become a victim. Originally, after leaving Dr. Beth, I had planned to stay at the hospital for a while, but now I just wanted to curse myself for being too impulsive yesterday. Just as I was pondering what to do, golden text suddenly appeared in my mind, reminding me that I had encountered the One and gained 100 exploration points, also activating the infinite personality system. The exploration points can be converted into a universal point exchange function for the system, and I could learn more details through the newbie guide. This was like a cheat code. Being transported into another world really needed a system, but I didn't expect this system to only activate under specific circumstances. I was a bit confused about the infinite personality system, as I had never seen this type in the system novels I read before. At that moment, David approached me, startling me. I explained that I had zoned out and used the excuse of feeling dizzy to want to return to my room. David didn't suspect anything and let me go back to rest. Back in my room, I followed the prompt to silently think about newbie guide, and soon the basic information of the infinite personality system appeared in my mind, giving me a rough understanding of it. Through the newbie guide, I initially summarized some basic information about the infinite personality system. This system doesn't have superintelligence and doesn't issue tasks, it only provides rewards under specific circumstances. For example, when I encountered David, a plot character, I automatically gained 100 exploration points. However, the newbie guide didn't specify what other specific situations could yield rewards, so it seems I'll have to explore that myself. The main function mentioned in the newbie guide is to exchange universal points for different levels of character cards. These cards can randomly generate sub-personalities based on plot characters from other worlds. In theory, these sub-personalities can replicate the abilities of the original characters, but I am not yet clear on any limitations. Moreover, the higher the level of the character card I exchange, the more powerful the sub-personality will be. However, this is not absolute. A sub-personality activated from a lower level card might not necessarily be weaker than one from a higher level card, but the probability is lower. Currently, I can see character cards of 3 levels: bronze, silver, and gold. Bronze character card requires 100 universal points, silver character card requires 1000 universal points, and gold character card requires 10,000 universal points. The newbie guide also introduced some minor functions, but their names were nonsensical, and I didn't have time to explore them, so I set them aside for now. I thought to myself, right now, my 100 exploration points can be converted into 100 universal points, which is only enough to exchange for 1 bronze character card. After reviewing the newbie guide, I realized that my options were limited. Staying in a psychiatric hospital, with no way to explore what other specific situations could yield rewards and very few opportunities to meet other plot characters, made it very difficult to gain more universal points. I analyzed that since encountering plot characters grants rewards, interacting with them more, such as defeating or killing them, might also yield rewards. Logically, that seems quite possible. However, I currently have no way to explore this. Firstly, I'm not a murderer and can't kill without a psychological burden. Secondly, the only plot character I can currently interact with is David. I certainly didn't dare to experiment with David. He is like a ticking time bomb, and even if no one provokes him, he could explode. If he was further stimulated, he might just blow up. So, I decided not to dwell on it and immediately converted my 100 exploration points into universal points, exchanging for a bronze character card. After the exchange, a panel similar to a game inventory appeared in my mind, with the first slot displaying an antique bronze card, which was the bronze character card I just redeemed. I focused my attention on the card, and a system prompt appeared. Would you like to activate the bronze character card immediately? Yes/no. Without hesitation, I selected yes. Then, the system prompted, activating bronze character card. Bronze sub-personality, Crocodile Kuro, activation successful. Prototype background, Crocodile Kuro, from the world of One Piece, former captain of the Black Cat pirate crew, known for his cunning but also possesses formidable skills, with a bounty of 16 million berries. Seeing that it was Kuro, I was taken aback for a moment, then smiled, feeling very satisfied with the result. Although I still didn't understand the differences between the three levels of sub-personalities, according to the newbie guide, the level of the sub-personality is based on the strength of the character prototype. I could activate a sub-personality based on Kuro because his usual combat strength is at the bronze level, but his cunning doesn't count as part of that. Kuro is known for his intelligence and is a top strategist in the world of One Piece. If it weren't for his average strength, he might have made a name for himself at sea. So, successfully activating a character card for the first time, especially one whose intelligence surpasses its strength, was quite a stroke of luck. After clarifying the situation, I followed the guidance of the newbie guide and, with a thought, switched to the Kuro sub-personality. In an instant, my gaze changed. Where I was once steady and competent, I now appeared lazy with a hint of madness. A new world? I wonder which is more interesting compared to the East Blue. I instinctively pushed up my nose with the back of my wrist, only to realize I wasn't wearing glasses. I paused for a moment, then shook my head and chuckled. After casually surveying the room, I continued to talk to myself. This environment is really oppressive. Staying here too long would drive anyone mad, even if they're not sick. Should I just break out? It doesn't seem too difficult. Alright, I wouldn't actually kill anyone, it's just a thought. What, heading back already? Can't I have a bit more fresh air? This is really terrible. As I complained, my gaze returned to its steady state. I raised my arms and looked at the body I had regained control over, having gained a preliminary understanding of the sub-personality switch. During the switch, while I would temporarily lose control of my body, my consciousness would still remain inside, preventing me from fainting. My vision and hearing would be unaffected, allowing me to understand the external situation. In the meantime, I could also communicate with the sub-personality and switch back at any time. Although I don't share memories with the sub-personality, I can still unilaterally perceive its thoughts. This is somewhat similar to the divine strike technique in Chinese mythology, except that the entities summoned are not gods but rather prominent figures from various worlds. I pondered, and my thoughts began to diverge again. Kuro has ordinary combat strength in the One Piece world and is even less noteworthy in the Marvel world. But compared to street-level heroes and villains, he shouldn't be too inferior. As long as he doesn't act recklessly, he should be able to handle general situations. I just didn't know if there were any limitations to switching sub-personalities. The Marvel world is a high magic world, but for ordinary people, it's safer than the One Piece world. Having a sub-personality like Kuro gives me a certain sense of security, of course, provided I don't encounter the unstable David. After confirming the conditions for switching sub-personalities, I realized there was still a crucial question, whether there were restrictions on the switching state. I'll conduct further tests next, I resolved, once again activating the sub-personality switching mode. The triangular wing building in Washington is extremely mysterious to most people. It is a military-restricted area that ordinary people can hardly approach. In fact, it is the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., not under the jurisdiction of the North American military. Both the North American government and military must report in advance before coming here, but SHIELD has a good relationship with the North American government. After all, the World Security Council, which oversees SHIELD, consists of representatives from multiple major powers and mainstream countries, with North America holding a significant position within it. At this moment, in the director's office on the top floor of the triangular wing building, Nick Fury frowned and asked, "Are you sure who did it?" Level 8 Agent Coulson replied, "We can't be completely sure yet, but it is highly suspected to be the Tide organization." Deputy Director Hill exclaimed, "Isn't that the civilian hacker organization?" Coulson nodded, confirming that this organization has been dedicated to exposing the secrets of various governments. But recently they have been focusing their efforts on SHIELD, which is inconsistent with their usual style. Fury asked if he suspected a hidden hand behind this, and Coulson indicated that the possibility was quite high, as the Tide organization's actions could increase their exposure risk, suggesting someone might have commissioned them to breach the database. Fury then asked Hill for her opinion, and she said it was similar to Coulson's judgment. Fury nodded and continued to ask Coulson what data might be leaked. Coulson mentioned that the information had been transmitted to his terminal. After checking, Fury assigned the task of tracking the Tide organization to Coulson, allowing him to mobilize personnel as needed and report back promptly once they were found. After Coulson left, Hill asked Fury if he dismissed him because there was a situation. Fury awkwardly cleared his throat and replied seriously that he suspected the other party's target was the Tahiti project. Hill was surprised, recalling that he had deleted the content of that project. Fury stated that while the content of the plan was deleted, traces such as personnel movement records and budget flows could not be concealed. Though there was no concrete evidence, based on his experience and intuition, he believed the other party was targeting the Tahiti project. Hill expressed her agreement but stopped short of saying anything further. I was indeed worried about that matter, so I naturally understood Hill's meaning. The Tahiti project was essentially a secret plan by SHIELD to utilize an accidental acquisition of a Kree corpse. Initially, I assigned Coulson to oversee this project, and it progressed smoothly at first. It successfully extracted the GH-325 liquid from the Kree corpse, a substance that could revive dying individuals. However, the treatment inflicted immense pain on the recipients, and Coulson suggested halting the project, which I agreed to. It wasn't until Coulson was severely injured by Loki during the Chitauri invasion, leaving him on the brink of death, that I decided to restart the Tahiti project to save him. But even then, Coulson couldn't withstand the pain of the treatment, suffering a mental breakdown. To help him return to normal, we hypnotized him, sealing away painful memories and implanting false memories of a vacation in Tahiti. After that, I decisively halted the project, deleted the records, and issued a gag order. Most of the staff involved in the project chose to undergo hypnosis to seal their memories, with only a few retaining knowledge of it. Thus, very few people were aware of the Tahiti project, and even Coulson, the original overseer, had no recollection of it. I dismissed Coulson earlier because I felt it might be unfair to choose to revive him. If it weren't for my unwillingness to watch him die, this project might have remained buried. Now that the plan had leaked, it only indicated that there were problems within SHIELD. Hill didn't say this outright, as the topic was heavy. She asked what I planned to do, and after some contemplation, I replied that since we couldn't determine the cause of the leak for now, we should put that aside. The priority was to ensure that the Tahiti project wouldn't be uncovered again. Hill asked how we should do that. I analyzed that regardless of who the mastermind was, the leaked data might have reached their hands. They could potentially use it to find relevant personnel and take them down one by one. The actual participants in the project were few, with most undergoing memory sealing hypnosis. Those who hadn't were mostly working at headquarters, making it difficult for the other party to act, except for one person, Dr. Raymond. He was fully responsible for the psychological treatment and post-hypnosis work of the Tahiti project. Hill raised a question, saying he was currently undergoing treatment. I helplessly expressed that if there hadn't been a data leak, I wouldn't want to disturb him in his vulnerable state. But now the situation was critical, and it was dangerous for him to remain outside. I hoped Hill would bring him back, and if he needed further treatment, I would arrange for someone to help him at headquarters. Hill readily agreed. I expressed my gratitude to Hill, as it wasn't appropriate for the deputy director to be sent out on a mission. However, the person executing this task had to be someone in the know. Sending others could complicate matters. There might be an insider among those who were aware. With uncertainty about who the traitor might be, I could only trust Hill. Although Hill often disagreed with me, such as her strong opposition to the Avengers initiative that I supported, believing that superheroes needed constraints while I held the opposite view. This was merely a difference in ideology. I believed she wouldn't harm S.H.I.E.L.D.'s interests. She was the deputy director parachuted in by the World Security Council, in a sense there to supervise me. After the Chitauri incident, the council wanted to replace me, but Hill stood by my side. So I trusted her, otherwise, I would have to take matters into my own hands. But as the director, I was under constant scrutiny, and taking action personally would be too obvious, leading me to ultimately rely on Hill. I sent Hill Dr. Raymond's information and told her to make decisions on other matters as she saw fit. Hill checked her special watch and gave me an OK sign. She then mentioned the name Clockwork Psychiatric Hospital. Taking a deep breath, I suddenly collapsed onto the bed, feeling sore all over. As I had expected, switching sub-personalities was not without its limitations. After various tests, I had figured out the limits of the sub-personality state. Firstly, the duration of the sub-personality state is related to physical energy consumption. The more intense the consumption, the shorter the duration. For example, during combat, the energy expenditure is high, and the sub-personality state lasts at most 10 to 15 minutes before I need to rest. If I sit still, I could maintain the state for several hours with ease. However, I didn't have the time to test the maximum duration while being completely motionless. Although Kuro was willing to help with the tests, I had no plans for that at the moment. Confirming the relationship between duration and energy consumption was sufficient. Additionally, during the testing, I discovered the system's function of equipment manifestation. I speculated it could materialize equipment related to the sub-personality prototype, but it would cost universal points and likely have a time limit. However, I currently had no spare universal points, so I would have to wait until later to try it out. At that moment, my stomach growled. I glanced at the electronic clock on the wall and realized that I had missed dinner due to the testing. It was already dark outside. Forget it, I'll just go to sleep, I decided, feeling the soreness as I shifted slightly. I concluded that it was fine to skip a meal, I could eat tomorrow. The next morning, I woke up naturally. The soreness had disappeared, but my hunger was even more intense. Checking the time, it was around 6:40, the hospital cafeteria should be opening soon. I quickly freshened up and headed straight for the cafeteria. After I chose my food and sat down, David came over with his breakfast and greeted me. "Good morning, Raymond." "You too," I replied. Seeing David made my heart tighten, but I managed to hide my nervousness. David smiled and asked, "Did you sleep well last night?" I shrugged and answered, "Of course, I slept for over 10 hours, it would be hard not to feel good." He noted that I hadn't eaten dinner and guessed that I was still waking up, so he didn't want to disturb me. I explained that I was tired yesterday and fell back asleep after waking up to find it dark outside. David seemed to understand and asked if my poor mental state and pale complexion yesterday were due to not resting well. I held back my urge to tease him and casually said that I felt much better today after a good sleep. David sighed with relief, mentioning that he thought I had taken new medication yesterday. I could see that he cared about me, but I didn't want to linger on that topic, so I shifted the conversation by asking if he had considered applying for discharge. David replied helplessly that it was difficult to get out. If I couldn't manage it, he had no confidence in getting out by himself. I shook my head and said that my inability to leave was due to external factors, which didn't mean he couldn't. I suggested that after breakfast, I could help him simulate a test, and if he passed my test, he would likely pass the hospital's assessment as well. Hearing that, David's expression brightened. He knew I was a psychology expert before I fell ill, even more so than the hospital's doctors. He had thought of this before but felt embarrassed to bring it up. He was overjoyed that I had taken the initiative to help him and repeatedly thanked me. I smiled and said it was a small matter, after all, we were in this together. Seeing David so excited made me a bit shy, as my willingness to help had my own little agenda behind it. Getting discharged through normal means in the short term was almost impossible for me. After the Chinese private detective and the Rosenhan experiment, Dr. Beth wouldn't believe I was back to normal and wouldn't let me go. Plus, while switching to Kuro's sub-personality to escape the hospital might be simple, I didn't want to carry the label of an escaped mental patient. In this era of advanced surveillance and facial recognition, along with organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D., I feared that slipping away would attract unnecessary attention. After thinking it over, I felt it was unwise to act rashly, but spending all day around David, this world-ending level mental patient, made me a bit anxious. So, I decided to shift my perspective. Since I couldn't get out in the short term, I would find a way to help David leave. After all, according to the original timeline, he would eventually leave the hospital. I would just be hastening the process. I thought that if the plan could succeed, it would be killing two birds with one stone. Not only would it address my own safety concerns, but it would also validate my hypothesis. Could changing the trajectory of a plot character yield system rewards? Even though getting David out of the hospital early wouldn't change his fate of being entangled with the rival mutant organizations, the Third Force and Summer Island, both of which had been targeting him for years, I knew how formidable David was. Those two organizations were no match for him. Any attempts to take advantage of him would be self-destructive. I wasn't worried at all about David. He was the most dangerous entity himself. Not to mention those two second-rate organizations, even the X-Men and the Brotherhood of Mutants might struggle to deal with him. Once I made up my mind, David and I finished breakfast and headed to the hospital's rest hall. David found an empty table to sit down, while I asked a nurse for paper and colored pens, preparing to conduct the simulated test for him. The memories of psychological testing from the original owner surfaced as I decided to help David get discharged early, so I felt confident about it. I settled into a comfortable position and told David, who was looking down, that we were ready to begin. Just as my words fell, several lines of golden text appeared in my mind. I was puzzled as I hadn't started changing David's fate yet. Could there already be a reward? Upon closer inspection, I discovered that was not the case. The system informed me that I had encountered the A-rank villain Amoral Farouk, and my exploration points had increased. The name sounded somewhat unfamiliar, but realizing that there was no one else around except David and correlating the system's evaluation of him as an A-rank villain, I quickly connected the dots. He was Shadow King, a former nemesis of Professor X, a powerful mutant whose lifeform had transformed into a psychic entity. Although Professor X had defeated him before, he had deceived the professor and even parasitized him, later transferring to David, consistently influencing him from the shadows, attempting to breach his psychological defenses and take his place. Once a level 4 mutant, he was well aware of David's terrifying potential. David didn't know about the Shadow King's existence yet. He would only discover it after collaborating with the Summer Island organization, leading to a protracted confrontation. But I knew the Shadow King's background and objectives, and in my focus on the benefits of the plan, I had completely forgotten about him. Damn, I was careless. My eyelids twitched. Had I considered the Shadow King more thoroughly, I might have even abandoned this plan. After all, facing the Shadow King was far more dangerous than interacting with David. Although David was a level 5 mutant, he hadn't reached his peak yet. Even if he went berserk, the damage would be limited. But the Shadow King could confront Professor X directly, and even now, David, in his current state, might not be able to defeat him, especially since the Shadow King was unnaturally calm. If given a choice, I would rather face an enraged David than have a confrontation with the Shadow King. But now that I was in this situation, I had no way out. From the system prompt, it seemed the Shadow King had temporarily taken control of David's body. There's nothing I can do. I can only respond as things unfold. Realizing that the David in front of me was not the original David, I had to brace myself to deal with the situation. Switching to Kuro's sub-personality wouldn't help. Kuro lacked combat ability and the capacity to deal with a psychic opponent, and his erratic personality made me hesitant to let him handle the Shadow King. Fortunately, the Shadow King preferred not to kill indiscriminately and was accustomed to manipulating others' emotions to break down opponents. As long as I didn't provoke him, there shouldn't be any conflict. Can we start? The David looked up, revealing a strange smile. I silently scoffed at this. No wonder David couldn't get discharged. The obvious abnormality in his demeanor would be clear to any doctor. Understanding the Shadow King's motives, I realized that Beth and the others wouldn't know. They would likely think David was still shifting sub-personalities and hadn't improved. In this situation, there was no way David could be discharged. Yes, we can start, I replied, picking up the pen and responding nonchalantly. Regardless of my inner criticisms, I had no intention of revealing my knowledge. If the Shadow King wanted to play, I would play along, as long as he didn't turn hostile right now. 20 minutes later, I set down my pen and concluded the test. The David across from me still wore that eerie smile and asked if he had recovered. I couldn't help but scoff internally, thinking how boring the Shadow King was for cooperating with me during the test without displaying any extreme behavior. I had hoped he might act out so I could end the test early. As expected, even without being a professional psychologist, it was clear that the current David was off. The logic and correctness of the test questions were not the main focus. A psychologist wouldn't rely solely on test questions to evaluate someone's mental state, otherwise, Dr. Beth wouldn't have stopped me. I shook my head and told him he couldn't pass the test. The words David said were full of feigned disappointment, but his face showed no sign of regret, clearly indifferent to the outcome. He continued to stare at me, asking if there was any possibility of recovery. I casually replied that I couldn't say for sure. Who could predict such things? If I could, would I still be locked up here? David nodded and smiled, thanking me for the trouble. He added that he hoped he wouldn't find out about his existence, and as he spoke, his eyes flickered with a yellow glow. Alarm bells rang in my mind as I realized his intent, but I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me, and my vision became blurry. At that moment, the system alerted me that I was under a psychic pollution attack from Amoral, with a low level of contamination, and asked if I wanted to spend 10 universal points to erase it. Did I even need to think about it? I immediately decided to spend the 10 universal points from the 50 exploration points I had just earned, and the dizziness faded away. Once I regained my clarity, I felt a wave of fear wash over me. The Shadow King had seen through my act, which prompted him to use his ability to influence my mind. I realized I had made a mistake by pretending not to notice the changes in David. It was too obvious. As a psychology expert, it was unrealistic for me not to pick up on it. Fortunately, the Shadow King couldn't guess that I knew his identity. He likely thought I was mistaking him for David's sub-personality and that I was playing dumb to avoid provoking him. Otherwise, the psychic pollution attack wouldn't have been so mild. This left me feeling quite frustrated. If I hadn't just gained those exploration points, I might have fallen into his trap. If the Shadow King had succeeded, he would likely have made me forget what had just happened or kept my subconscious quiet. I silently vowed to regain control of the situation, but my expression remained calm. My brief encounter with the Shadow King made me realize the harsh reality of this world for the first time. Previously, interactions with hospital staff and David gave me a sense of superiority. After all, I had the God's eye view, knowing many things and the fates of many people, often viewing them as NPCs. However, the Shadow King brought me back to reality, nearly causing me to suffer despite the information imbalance. Thankfully, I had the system. It made me understand that clinging to that sense of superiority would eventually lead to trouble. In that sense, I had to thank the Shadow King for waking me up. At that moment, David suddenly stirred, looking bewildered as he asked himself how he had fallen asleep here. He then asked if I wanted to go to the library with him. I shook my head and said I wanted to rest. He didn't mind and waved goodbye as he left. Watching his retreating figure, I muttered to myself. He clearly had no recollection of the Shadow King using his body for the test earlier, not even remembering that I had offered to help him test in the cafeteria, something he had been so excited about. This showed that the Shadow King had influenced his memory again. This wasn't the first time. The Shadow King had been parasitizing him for 30 years and had done this kind of thing many times, such as fabricating a large yellow dog that only David could see, subtly influencing him to become more extreme and erratic. "Humph, you twisted old dog, I'll make sure to take care of you one day." My first direct encounter with the Shadow King nearly cost me, but thankfully, I managed to navigate through it safely. For the time being, the Shadow King likely wouldn't appear again. After all, if he could forcibly take control of David's body at any time, there would have been no need for him to lurk for 30 years while subtly influencing David. It was clear he didn't want David to discover him. Once David became wary, it would be much harder for the Shadow King to breach David's psychological defenses. Moreover, confronting David directly would be a gamble, and the Shadow King wouldn't be confident he could win against a level 5 mutant. Even if David's potential hadn't been fully unleashed, not just anyone could easily take over his body, otherwise, the Shadow King wouldn't have stayed hidden for so long. So, I wasn't worried about him showing up frequently. This encounter wasn't entirely without gain, though. The Shadow King had knocked some sense into me, helping me shed my unwarranted superiority complex, and I gained 50 exploration points. After spending 10 points, I still had 40 left, which was a pleasant surprise. However, my plan to help David leave was undoubtedly dashed. With the Shadow King watching, David wouldn't pass the recovery test. It was likely that even Dr. Beth and the other attending physicians had been tampered with by the Shadow King and wouldn't allow David to leave. Am I really going to end up in a scenario like One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest? I rubbed my forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Having a David who could snap at any moment was enough to make me want to escape the hospital, and now with the Shadow King aiming to cause trouble, I was filled with anxiety, like trying to sleep next to a grenade. knowing it might not explode easily, but still feeling on edge. Forcing my way out of the hospital was a last resort, but staying here didn't seem like a good option either. If there's truly no other way, then I'll have to do it. I resolved to give myself a few days to think of a better plan. If I couldn't come up with anything, I'd slip away. Being labeled an escaped mental patient would be better than sitting next to a ticking time bomb. With that decision made, I spent the entire morning racking my brain for a win-win solution, but unfortunately, I drew a blank. David seemed to have completely forgotten about the earlier incident. I didn't see him again until lunchtime in the cafeteria. During our chat, he didn't mention the test at all. When I subtly probed, it was clear he had no recollection of what happened earlier in the cafeteria, so I decided not to ask further. Even if I wanted to help David, there was now nothing I could do. If I recklessly told him about the Shadow King, I might cause some trouble for the Shadow King, but it could backfire, leading him to correct David's memory while making me a target. Being watched by a level 4 mutant who could give even Professor X a run for his money would be deadly for me. I wasn't foolish enough to risk that. For now, I had to play dumb. After all, according to the original timeline, the Shadow King hadn't managed to do anything significant to David. With the involvement of the Summer Island organization, the Shadow King would eventually be exposed, and I wouldn't need to meddle. As for the earlier setback, I believed I would get my chance to make it right eventually, so there was no need to rush. After lunch, I was about to head back to my room for a nap when a nurse stopped me. The nurse politely informed me that there was a friend outside who wanted to see me and conveyed their message. If I wanted to change my living situation, they might be able to help. I was taken aback and pointed to myself, asking if they were looking for me. The nurse confirmed, and my surprise deepened. It wasn't strange for the original owner to have friends visiting, but the message she relayed felt odd. Wasn't it implying they could help me leave the hospital? Moreover, the lack of a name raised red flags. It seemed likely that the person outside wasn't actually a friend of the original owner and that something was off. After a moment of thought, I decided to meet this friend. Regardless of their intentions, whether they could help me leave the hospital or not, it wouldn't hurt to see them. Even if they were a con artist, there was no loss in meeting. So, I smiled and asked the nurse to take me to them. The nurse led the way, and before long, we arrived at the visitation room. In North America, the visitation rooms in psychiatric hospitals were somewhat similar to those in prisons, featuring small rooms equipped with cameras and monitoring personnel. However, the hospital wasn't as strict as a prison. Both parties could communicate face to face, and staff typically wouldn't eavesdrop on our conversations, mainly to prevent patients from harming their visitors or from visitors bringing in prohibited items. After all, most items in psychiatric hospitals were custom-made to avoid causing harm during a patient's breakdown, ensuring that dangerous external items were eliminated. As I stepped into the room, I saw a black and white mixed-race woman in a form-fitting floral dress sitting at the visitation table, flipping through a newspaper. The moment I laid eyes on her, I noticed the floral dress and black and white mixed-race features, and a name flashed through my mind, Lena. Could it be Little Flower classmate? At that moment, a system prompt arrived, confirming her identity as the C-rank villain Lena, which increased my exploration points and allowed me to convert them into universal points for the system function. It was indeed her. Even without the system's prompt, I could have guessed, as the combination of floral dress plus black and white mixed race was too easy to associate. Even though the plot characters in this world looked different from the actors I had seen on TV in my past life, it didn't hinder my judgment. Upon clarifying Lena's identity, I was puzzled as to why she had come to see me. I knew her background, but this should be our first meeting. There were no memories of her in the original owner's recollections. As a member of the Hydra organization, why was she looking for me, a mad psychology expert, in a psychiatric hospital? I thought for a while, but I was at a loss. However, this did pique my curiosity and made me look forward to what was to come. Lena noticed me and stood up to greet me. She must have seen my photo. I gestured for her to sit down and asked if we had met before, to which she admitted we hadn't. I directly inquired about her purpose for coming, and she stated that she wanted to make a deal with me. She asked the staff member nearby to leave the room. After some hesitation, the staff complied and reminded us not to talk for too long, to which Lena responded with a playful kiss gesture. I admired Lena's skill in dealing with men. She mentioned that it's not easy for women to make their way, and they should learn to leverage their advantages. I returned to the topic of the deal and asked what it entailed. She first asked if I wanted to prove my recovery and get discharged. I suspected she had done some investigating on me, but she claimed it was out of concern. I pressed further, asking why she was concerned about a madman like me. She explained that she had a request of me, and if we reached an agreement, I could leave the hospital openly and even receive a considerable reward, ensuring my family's peace of mind. I was astonished. She promised to help me get out first and that I could give her what she wanted after receiving the payment. I couldn't help but be intrigued and asked her what she wanted. She lowered her voice and said she wanted all the information regarding the Tahiti project. Hearing that name, a flood of memories from the original owner surged into my mind, the most intense recollection since I had crossed over. The memories surrounding the Tahiti project, S.H.I.E.L.D., Coulson, the Kree Corps, and Director Egghead flooded into my mind like a tidal wave, leaving me momentarily at a loss for how to respond. I was originally part of S.H.I.E.L.D.? I was taken aback. After confirming Lena's identity, I had many speculations about her intentions, but I hadn't expected this. From the sudden influx of memories, it appeared that I had been secretly inducted into S.H.I.E.L.D., personally invited by the director himself. The invitation was ostensibly to serve as a guest professor at the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, but in reality, I had been brought in to assist Coulson with the development of the Tahiti project, a fact known to very few within S.H.I.E.L.D. Additionally, these memories also clarified the mystery I had been pondering: why the original owner, a psychology expert, had gone mad. Schizophrenia is often linked to one's upbringing, similar to David's condition stemming from his childhood. The original owner's sudden breakdown wasn't due to childhood trauma, but rather likely a significant psychological trigger. However, previous merged memories contained no fragments that could explain such a mental collapse. It wasn't until Lena mentioned the Tahiti project that this part of my memory surfaced. It turned out that he was responsible for the psychological treatment and hypnosis associated with the Tahiti project. While he helped resolve the psychological issues of team members, he ultimately couldn't manage his own and went insane, a true case of physician, heal thyself. So that's how it is. After digesting these memories, I understood the cause and effect, and it was no longer a mystery why Lena had come to visit me. If I were the original owner, I might have been curious about Lena's background, but I knew who was behind her. Lena had long served a mysterious figure known only by the codename The Watcher, unaware that The Watcher was actually John Garrett, an 8th-level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., a mole planted by Hydra. She was merely an outer member of Hydra. The Tahiti project was a target Hydra wanted to penetrate but had no means to do so. Hydra had planted numerous moles within S.H.I.E.L.D., former director Alexander Pierce was one of theirs, and about 1/3 of mid to high-level agents were also moles. However, no one had participated in the Tahiti project, so they could only find ways to dig into it. Hydra was curious about how Coulson had been revived, believing that the Tahiti project might hold some resurrection technology, which was crucial for them. But Fury had long been prepared. After the project was sealed, he erased all related content from the database, making it impossible to find relevant information online. Therefore, they could only seek out those who had been involved in the project, particularly those who had been fully engaged throughout, to uncover the truth. No wonder Lena had come to find me. From the fragments of memory, I understood the Tahiti project thoroughly, including its core details. Based on my deductions, I wasn't the first target Hydra had found. If they had grasped the project's core, they wouldn't have sent Lena to seek me out. After piecing everything together, I looked at Lena with a touch of pity. Lena noticed the change in my expression and furrowed her brow, asking what I meant. I didn't answer directly. Instead, I questioned her. Since she knew the Tahiti project was significant, did she truly believe I would become a traitor for the promises she made? I pointed out that even if I took the money, I might not have a life to spend it. Lena assured me that she could guarantee my safety. I scoffed and interrupted her, betting that she didn't even know who wanted the information. Lena, feeling my disdain, looked annoyed and opened her mouth to retort, but stopped short as she realized I was right. She truly didn't know who the Watcher was, whether it was an individual or an organization. She was merely a pawn for the Watcher. Does he know? Lena looked at me with an incredulous expression. No, that's impossible. The thought crossed my mind but was quickly dismissed. After all, it was simply hard to believe. Before coming here, I had reviewed Raymond's information and knew he was absorbed into S.H.I.E.L.D. due to the Tahiti project as just a technical talent. I had thoroughly investigated him and was well aware of his background, confirming that he had no connections and was not a significant figure within S.H.I.E.L.D. How could someone like him, a victim caught up in the extraordinary world, possibly know anything about the Watcher? I didn't believe it. He must be trying to con me. Ms. Lena? Raymond reminded me with a half-smile. I snapped back to reality, calmed my emotions, and continued, Dr. Raymond, if I were you, I would certainly accept this deal. You don't understand who you're dealing with.
Oh? Are you threatening me? Raymond raised an eyebrow. Just a friendly reminder.
I regained my composure and smiled lightly. As a weak woman, I obviously can't do anything to you, but I can't guarantee what my people might do if they learn you're not cooperating.
You're implying that if we don't make a deal, I might end up dead?
I can't say for sure, but I suggest you consider it. They may not want your life, but living might be worse.
Are you done? Once you're done, please leave.
I'm off to the hospital gym for a stroll, we can chat another time.
Raymond said as he stood up, preparing to leave. Dr. Raymond, are you sure you want to make this mistake?
I also got to my feet, urgency in my tone.
Not seeing you out. Raymond didn't even look back, waving his hand dismissively as he walked away.
You! I exclaimed, exasperated. This was the first time I had been toyed with like this, and by a man at that. I had been chosen by the Watcher because I excelled in dealing with people, particularly men, making them compliant.
So, tasks involving deals and persuasion were usually assigned to me.
After investigating Raymond, I thought this mission was practically guaranteed to succeed. After all, he was an academic type, hardly a match for someone like me. Yet, the outcome had been the opposite. He had dominated me throughout our exchange, leaving me completely passive.
Could he be gay? The thought made me even angrier. Just then, the staff member I had dismissed earlier walked in, smiling as he asked, "So, did you two finish chatting already?"
I had no energy to indulge him. I huffed and turned away, leaving the staff member confused, not understanding what he had done wrong.
Exiting the visitation room, I didn't actually head to the gym. That was just a pretense to appease Lena.
I strolled down the corridor, contemplating the next situation. The director deleted the Tahiti project data. Hydra must be eager to dig deeper and will likely target those involved in the project. Compared to the director and Coulson, I'm a soft target.
If they come knocking, they won't just give up because I refuse to cooperate. From what Lena implied, are they planning to play hardball?
That would work perfectly in my favor. I had intentionally provoked Lena. Once I unraveled the situation, I made that decision to push Hydra to come at me aggressively. I believed Fury wouldn't neglect me. If something stirred here, he would definitely notice and find a way to get me out, which would solve my dilemma.
Compared to David and the Shadow King, Hydra didn't seem like much.
While Kuro's sub-personality couldn't handle David and the Shadow King, dealing with ordinary Hydra agents would be a piece of cake. Even the super soldiers from the Centipede organization wouldn't pose a problem. That's why I hadn't taken Hydra seriously from the start. If Hydra were to replace S.H.I.E.L.D., I might be concerned, given their access to weapons of mass destruction, but for now, they were not a threat. I refused to agree to the deal to leave with Hydra because it was a dangerous game to play. Doing so would not only offend S.H.I.E.L.D., but it wouldn't guarantee a good outcome with Hydra either. I could easily get double-crossed. Hydra was a mix of fish and dragons. I couldn't be sure someone wouldn't take offense at my potential windfall and decide to take me out. While I wasn't afraid of being double-crossed and could retaliate, that would put me in a position of enmity with both sides, which wasn't the ending I wanted.
After weighing the pros and cons, I decided to provoke Lena and tear the FA.
Now, all I had to do was wait for Hydra's people to come knocking. I was unaware that Fury had already dispatched Deputy Director Hill to personally escort me back to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters.
If I had known, I probably wouldn't have bothered provoking Lena.
However, this approach posed little risk for me. On the other side, after Lena left the Clockwork Mental Hospital, she contacted her superior, Addison, the head of the Centipede organization. Lena did not have the authority to contact the Watcher directly. Commands and matters were relayed through Addison. Although Addison was in prison, he could easily communicate with the outside world, which was why Lena believed the Watcher had a powerful background. After all, not many people in North America could treat a prison like their backyard. After reporting the situation, Addison asked, dissatisfied, "What? He refused?" "Yes, and he seems not too concerned about my threats," Lena added in a low voice.
Addison speculated, could it be he's really gone mad?
"I've heard that staying in a mental hospital for too long can make a normal person abnormal, let alone someone who's already sick." Lena replied, "I can't guarantee that, but from our conversation, I feel he's mostly normal."
"Then why isn't he afraid of death? That doesn't make sense. Is someone secretly protecting him?" Addison paused for a moment. "Wait, I need to consult the Watcher."
"Yes," Lena responded. A few minutes later, the phone rang again. Addison said, "The Watcher said that no one from S.H.I.E.L.D. is likely protecting him."
He's probably just trying to scare you or really has some issues. What's next? You wait for now.
I'll send someone to extract him from the hospital.
You can personally interrogate him then. I don't believe he can stay tough. Got it, Lena replied.
After hanging up, Lena felt a lingering unease. Although the watcher believed I was either bluffing or mentally unstable, remembering my smile and the way I had knocked on the table in the hospital made her feel that things were not so straightforward.
I hope I'm just overthinking this. After dinner, the night grew darker.
The patients at the Clockwork Mental Hospital returned to their rooms one by one, and soon the sky had completely darkened.
On the southeast side of the hospital, a fully armed team of 20 to 30 quietly infiltrated. They expertly disabled surveillance equipment, ensuring everything looked normal from the monitoring room.
Judging by their skills and equipment, they were seasoned special operations personnel. This kind of force could easily breach not only a mental hospital but even a heavily guarded prison. Once inside, the leader used a wireless earpiece to direct the operation. Team A, go to the monitoring room and control the situation.
Team B, flank from the rear to prevent anyone from coming in.
Team C, follow me for a frontal assault. We'll capture the target in 3 minutes. Team D, provide external support and watch for surprises. Remember, avoid killing if possible, make as little noise as you can.
Understood? Received. Let's begin the operation, the leader waved his hand.
Quickly, the team split into 4 groups. The leader's Team C launched a frontal assault with 8 members, clearly well prepared to capture me. Even with SHIELD personnel protecting me, they were confident they could get their hands on me.
Meanwhile, in the northwest direction of the hospital, Hill and the Chinese female agent Melinda May stealthily infiltrated.
May, codenamed Knight, was a seasoned 7th level agent. Fury had not restricted the number of personnel Hill could bring. Considering the sensitivity of the Tahiti project, she only brought May. Both May and Coulson were trusted by Fury, and in terms of trust, May might be even more reliable because she was straightforward and not manipulative. However, this also meant she could only serve as a muscle rather than a leader, which is why Fury was cultivating Coulson as his successor. Hill chose May not only because she was aware of the Tahiti project but also because May had outstanding combat abilities. In SHIELD, higher-level agents generally had more combat experience and overall combat capability, but it wasn't absolute.
May was an example. She was tougher than most 8th-level agents and one of SHIELD's top fighters. Even Black Widow was a 7th-level agent with combat skills on par with May's.
Although Hill was a 9th-level agent with higher authority, her overall combat capability might not surpass May's, so bringing her along was a precaution. After surveying the area with her infrared binoculars, May turned to Hill with a serious expression and said, "This doesn't look good.
It seems like there are other groups also invading the hospital."
Other groups? Hill paused, then her expression changed rapidly.
Damn it, they're moving so fast. What should we do now? May awaited instructions.
There's no choice, we have to charge in.
We can't let them take Dr. Raymond.
Hill said decisively, and without hesitating, she headed toward the hospital's residential area, with May quickly following suit. After returning alone from the library, I wandered aimlessly down the corridor on the south side of the hospital, muttering to myself.
Why do I always feel like something is off? What exactly is wrong?
I alternated pulling at my hair, hoping to stimulate my mind into grasping that elusive inspiration. All day long, I felt something was off, yet I couldn't pinpoint what it was, and that feeling was immensely uncomfortable.
Who's there? Show yourself.
Just as I was contemplating the source of my unease, I sensed someone watching me from the shadows and abruptly turned to look. My reaction startled the members of Team B, who had been waiting to ambush me as I walked by. According to the leader's orders, Team B was supposed to encircle me quietly, but upon arrival, they found me, a supposed patient, talking to myself and tugging at my hair. There were 5 of them, fully armed. While they weren't afraid of me, a mental patient, the leader had instructed them not to kill unless absolutely necessary. They feared that if they revealed themselves too soon, I might scream and expose their operation, so the team leader decided to wait for me to walk past before taking action. Dressed in black tactical gear, they blended into the night and should have gone unnoticed, however, I had sensed them. The leader of Team B, a black man, wore a confused expression. One of his teammates gestured to ask, "What should we do?" The leader thought for a moment and responded with a stay-put gesture. He didn't believe I had truly noticed them, thinking I must just be acting crazy and imitating movie lines. But he didn't know that I hadn't lost my mind, I had genuinely noticed them. I was a level 5 mutant, and even if my powers were not fully developed, my mental acuity was far beyond that of an average person.
How could I not sense someone watching me?
No matter how well they hid, it was useless against me, as I didn't rely solely on my eyes to detect them. If you don't come out soon, I might just start yelling for help, I called out, fixing my gaze on the direction of Team B. This time, Team B was certain I had discovered them, since if I hadn't, I wouldn't have been staring at them so intently and insisting they reveal themselves.
A mental breakdown wouldn't make someone cling to their suspicions like this. How is this possible?
The leader's eyes nearly bulged out of his head as he struggled to comprehend how we had been exposed.
Another team member asked, "What should we do?"
The leader whispered, "Don't go out yet, I'll handle this." With that, the leader holstered his weapon, removed his mask, and walked out with his hands raised in a gesture of surrender, wearing a friendly smile as he explained that he was a new security guard who had gotten lost.
Gotcha.
The leader of Team B breathed a sigh of relief, but he didn't expect his hand to freeze mid-air. I stretched lazily, rolled my neck, and spoke in a relaxed tone. It's been a while since I got to stretch my legs.
I really should thank you for this. I'm Jack Wayne, an adventurer. Nice to meet you. With that, I extended my right hand for a handshake.
At that moment, the leader could only move his eyes, his body was out of his control, and he couldn't shake hands at all.
Oh, right, I forgot you can't move. My bad.
I scratched my head and waved my hand, allowing him to regain control. As soon as he regained movement, he instinctively reached for his sidearm, but it shot up into the air, hovering and aiming at his head.
No, no, no. That won't do.
I share a body with this guy, I can't let you mess around, I said slowly. Hearing this, the leader realized I was a patient with schizophrenia who also possessed superpowers. A feeling of dread washed over him. Sure enough, my smile vanished, and my gaze turned cold as I said, "Since you gave me the chance to come out for some air, I might as well grant you a swift death." With a suppressed shot from a silenced handgun, the leader of Team B collapsed. At the same time, the 4 other teammates not far away were shot by their own firearms. They had sensed something was off, but as I controlled their leader, they couldn't move and had to wait helplessly for death. Watching the fallen men, I frowned and muttered to myself, "That old man is really getting out of hand, interfering with the main personality so frequently. I need to think of a way to prevent him from succeeding, otherwise, there won't be a future for us. But just by myself, I can't take him on. I need to gather Cindy and Birmingham and a few others for hope. However, before that, I should enjoy the outside world while I can."
Yep, that's a pleasant decision.
I led Team C to the area of the hospital where Raymond was staying. Just then, one of the team members reported urgently, "Boss, Team B suddenly lost contact with all 5 members."
Lost contact suddenly?
My expression shifted. I knew this likely meant that something had happened to Team B.
But what kind of situation could cause 5 fully armed soldiers to be unable to call for help? The thought made me reconsider my confidence.
Before coming here, I had assumed that even if S.H.I.E.L.D. sent someone to protect Dr. Raymond, they would just be ordinary agents. With over 20 of us, all of whom had combat experience, I thought we could handle an equal number of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents without trouble.
The mission should have been a sure thing. But Team B's sudden loss of contact caught me off guard. Now, it seemed I had little choice but to press on. Retreating without understanding the enemy would certainly lead to blame from the higher-ups. We can't back down. I made a firm decision in my mind. I said in a low voice, "Have Team D immediately head to the area Team B was responsible for and see what's going on. Also, lift the no-kill order." Lifting the order meant we could fire at will. I had come to realize the severity of the situation and could no longer execute the mission as I had planned. Team D probably won't be able to reach them either, they're under attack as well, the team member replied. Do we know who the attackers are? I asked quickly.
Unclear, they seem to be engaged in a firefight.
Tell them to hold their ground.
We'll move immediately, I gritted my teeth, deciding to capture the target first. Team B was likely in grave danger, and even if Team D managed to hold off the attack, they wouldn't escape unscathed. Sacrifices were inevitable. If I failed to capture the target, I would certainly face consequences upon returning. I had no choice but to forge ahead.
What is that? Suddenly, one of my subordinates gasped, drawing my attention. Following his gaze, I saw someone emerge from the courtyard a few meters away.
In the moonlight and under the street lamps, I could see he was dressed in a black suit, wearing elegant round glasses, with a square bandage on his left cheek. Most strikingly, he wore claw-like gloves with blades about half a meter long protruding from each fingertip.
Who are you? Stand right there and don't move.
I raised my gun, aiming at him.
TSK, aren't you guys here to catch me? Why are you getting all nervous now that I'm literally right in front of you?
The man pushed up his glasses with his wrist, chuckling lightly.
You're Raymond? I asked incredulously.
Upon closer inspection, his attire was quite different from the photos I had seen of Dr. Raymond, but his facial features matched. Unless Raymond had a twin brother, this person was likely the target. But why was he dressed like that? My heart raced with unease. As a mid-level operative in the Centipede organization, I was aware that there were superhumans in the world, like the Avengers.
The super soldiers we were developing could be considered superhumans to some extent.
The way this person was dressed made me wonder if the target we were trying to capture was also a superhuman. That thought sent a chill down my spine.
Seeing that I hadn't moved to shoot, the Raymond controlled by Kuro's sub-personality expressed disappointment, saying, "Why aren't you taking action?
I've been waiting for you guys for a long time. You useless fools, if you don't act soon, I'll make the first move."
With that, he began to walk toward us. "Don't come any closer. Stop right there, or I will shoot," I shouted sternly.
Useless is as useless does.
If you're going to fight, just fight. Why waste time talking? Raymond said lazily. Forget it, I'm tired of waiting. I'll go first then. Bang!
I actually pulled the trigger, but I aimed for his lower leg. The silencer muffled the sound, but it still startled my subordinates, who didn't understand my impulsive action. They were unaware of the world of superhumans and found Raymond strange. Considering he was a mental patient, they didn't think too much of it. Instead, they thought my readiness and shooting were abnormal. If I accidentally killed the target, our mission would be in vain.
"Look, he's gone,"
one of the team members exclaimed. The others quickly noticed something was off. The target had just been speaking, and now he had vanished as if he had never been there.
What happened? Where did he go?
He was just there.
How did he disappear so suddenly? Could it be a ghost?
I've heard hospitals are full of restless spirits. The team members voiced their various opinions on the bizarre scene, all feeling a chill down their spines. Only I knew this wasn't a supernatural event. The target was indeed a superhuman.
Everyone, focus. The opponent is like a super soldier.
I called out quietly, pulling their attention back and explaining in terms they could understand. In the Centipede organization, not everyone understands the affairs of the superpower world. At least those at the middle management level or above have a detailed understanding. The leader, in order to make his subordinates recognize the severity of the situation, used super soldiers as an example, and his subordinates indeed became alert.
However, in the face of absolute power, this alertness was of no use.
With a thud, a sound of flesh being cut came. One subordinate covered his neck, his eyes wide open, as his throat was slit, blood gushing out. When the leader noticed, there was no sign of Raymond at all. Raymond was like a ghost, elusive and undetectable. Before the leader could regain his composure, there was movement from the other side. Turning back, another subordinate had his throat cut as well, and again no one saw the process or heard any sound, as if their necks had split open on their own. If they hadn't seen Raymond earlier, they would have thought it was a supernatural event. Now they knew it was Raymond killing them.
"Bastard, come out."
The leader's eyes turned red, and he couldn't care less about alarming others in the hospital because if this continued, they would all die. Alarming others might give them a chance at survival.
Suddenly, Raymond's voice echoed in the leader's ear, right behind him. "You've brought everyone over. Doesn't that mean you're forcing me to take you out early? I originally wanted to play with you a bit longer, just to catch my breath. Now I'll have to speed things up." The leader turned around but saw no sign of Raymond. Immediately after, Raymond shouted, "Spoon." A second later, 6 people, including the leader, fell to the ground. 2 small trees nearby were severed, and the surrounding walls had new knife marks, which was the signature move of the Klaus subpersonality, Spoon, combined with the indiscriminate attack of Silent Step. Silent Step was as fast as the shave in the Navy 6 styles, yet silent, suitable for assassination, which was why the members of Group C were completely oblivious before. Indeed, I still can't control the specific targets of my attacks. This is quite a headache. Raymond held his forehead, seeming to have a bit of a headache. Hearing someone approaching, he vanished in a flash. Not long after, David in a patient gown arrived and saw the fallen members of Group C. There are actually a few here?
He quickly walked over to observe the corpses, then looked around and pondered. 2 with slit throats, the other 6 seemed to have been hacked to death by multiple knives, dying in an instant, something an ordinary person couldn't do.
Interesting. Could there be other mutants in the hospital?
But he didn't think for long before dismissing it, shaking his head. "Never mind, it has nothing to do with me, I won't meddle, or I might involve the main personality." After saying that, he continued his stroll. Not far along, he suddenly turned to look at the second floor but saw nothing. An illusion? He frowned and then shook his head, continuing on. In fact, on the other side of the second floor, Raymond, who had reverted back to the main personality by deactivating the equipment manifestation, was also pondering about him. Raymond observed David through the visual perception of the Klaus subpersonality and concluded that he was neither David nor the Shadow King. He should be another subpersonality. He felt relieved that it wasn't the Shadow King, otherwise, he would definitely be discovered. From what he said, he encountered these people's companions elsewhere. It seems they must have run into David, triggering a subpersonality. Raymond roughly guessed the situation. However, this was temporarily unrelated to him, he was purely curious. I wonder how long it will take for Director Egg to receive this signal. Raymond contemplated, deciding to return to his room first, as he didn't want to expose himself to this matter. The Klaus subpersonality was his trump card. I held my gun and scanned the surroundings cautiously, asking May, who was examining the bodies on the ground, "What's the situation?" May calmly analyzed, "There's nothing identifiable, the weapons are standard issue. Their dental sockets are filled with poison, they're all death soldiers. The two I left alive have also committed suicide." "Did you take photos?" "I did, but I don't think they'll be of much use. The other side is likely aware of facial recognition technology." You make a valid point." I nodded and waved my hand, "But this isn't the time for that, Dr. Raymond is still in danger. Let's go." With that, we headed to the south yard of the hospital. May immediately spotted the 5 bodies of Group B lying on the ground, her pupils narrowing. I was also filled with uncertainty, they look like they're from the same group as those outside. What's going on? We had exchanged fire with the outside group and emerged victorious. Based on our experience, those people were all soldiers who had seen battle. If it weren't for our status as top agents and having an advantage in weaponry, we couldn't have defeated them in just a few minutes. Given the attire of the 5 on the ground, they were part of the same group, but why had they died here? Could a third party have invaded the hospital and clashed with them? We never considered that it could be the hospital's defense forces. Ordinary security guards with guns would be a joke against this group. Without waiting for my order, May ran towards the bodies to investigate. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. Not understanding the situation could lead to grave mistakes, and saving Raymond required a methodical approach. As May reached the bodies, her gun remained aimed, confident in dealing with any feigned dead attackers. However, these people all had a bullet right in the forehead, they were as dead as could be. May quickly determined the cause of death, but her expression grew increasingly serious. I noticed the change. What did you find? It looks like they all committed suicide using their own guns, a bullet right to the forehead, instant death. May said solemnly. Suicide? I understood why May had that expression, it was too bizarre. Their target was Raymond, so why would they commit suicide? But I knew that May wouldn't make a judgment until she was sure. It seemed these individuals indeed had taken their own lives. In our line of work, we were no strangers to the inexplicable. Special incident? I thought of a possibility. There's a significant chance. May clearly had come to the same conclusion. I pondered various possibilities, but there wasn't enough time to explore them all, so I had to set them aside for now. Let's hope it's unrelated to this incident. Let's go. We set off again towards the area where Raymond was staying. Soon, we arrived at the downstairs yard and discovered another row of bodies, clearly part of the same group as before. May expertly began another investigation. This time, although the conclusion wasn't suicide, the results were still unsettling. Were they all killed instantly by cold weapons? I found it hard to believe. Fully armed professional soldiers being killed by cold weapons seemed like something out of a Bollywood blockbuster. Only 6 were hacked to death, the other 2 had their throats slit. One had fired a shot, but the others didn't even get a chance to shoot, May corrected. But this didn't put my mind at ease. No matter how many had died, it indicated that there could be a terrifying superpowered being in the hospital. After seeing the 5 suicides, I was no longer just suspicious, I was almost certain. As the deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D., I had a far greater understanding of the superpower world than the Centipede organization. I knew that there were many superpowered individuals in the world, with mutants being the most common. There could be mutants around us that we didn't even know about. Most mutants wouldn't be discovered unless they used their abilities, only those like Beast, who had significant physical transformations, couldn't hide their identities. S.H.I.E.L.D. had dealt with many special incidents and frequently encountered mutants, so it was hard not to draw connections to that now. Let's head upstairs to save him. We can discuss this matter after we get Dr. Raymond back to headquarters. After pondering, I decided that saving him was the priority, and everything else could wait. After all, this unknown superpowered individual had killed the invaders. They shouldn't be considered our hypothetical enemy. We reached the outside of Raymond's room on the second floor, and I knocked on the door tentatively. Who? A male voice came from inside. Hearing that voice, both May and I sighed in relief. It was the voice of the doctor we were trying to save. As soon as I entered the room, the sudden knocking at the door left me bewildered. Could it be David following me? My expression darkened. If it was him knocking, it meant I had been discovered earlier. If I had known, I wouldn't have been so curious. Curiosity killed the cat. I felt a bit bitter inside. But not opening the door would make me seem guilty, so I had no choice but to steel myself and ask, "Who is it?" To my surprise, a female voice outside spoke in clumsy Mandarin, lowering her tone. "Dr. Raymond, it's me, Agent May." Agent May? Hearing that name, numerous memories about the original body and her interactions flooded my mind. So it's her, the legendary S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, Melinda May? Connecting those memories, I associated that name with the Asian female agent I knew. In the original timeline, Coulson was going to form a special team soon, and Agent May was one of the main members. When Raina visited earlier, I saw the original body interacting with S.H.I.E.L.D., and Agent May was among them. The original's father was Chinese and had a good relationship with Agent May, probably because they were both from the same hometown. Realizing it wasn't David but rather the old acquaintance Agent May, I sighed in relief and felt a bit surprised. The director from S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived incredibly quickly. I had just made a bit of noise, and the bodies probably weren't even cold yet, and Agent May was already here? With confusion, I walked to the door and opened it, only to find not just Agent May but another familiar face. Miss Hill? I instinctively called out her name, instantly processing my memories of Hill. I must say, this deputy director made quite an impression on me. I'd seen many beautiful women in my previous life, but she still left me in awe. Hill didn't notice my expression and immediately explained, "Dr. Raymond, you are in danger here. Staying could put your life at risk. We have been ordered by Director Fury to bring you back to headquarters." I understand. I nodded decisively and then thought of something to ask. "So we can leave directly? Will there be any issues with the hospital?" Hill interrupted me, "Don't worry, we'll handle things here." "Alright, then I'll trouble you." I responded politely. "We should go now, we can talk on the way," May reminded from the side. "Dr. Raymond, please follow us." Hill nodded and led the way. Half an hour later, the three of us boarded a small combat aircraft from S.H.I.E.L.D., which is typically reserved for high-ranking agents on missions. For May and Hill, this was no big deal. They could easily summon a custom Airbus, but a small combat aircraft was more suitable for a rescue mission. After the plane took off, Hill and May relaxed a bit. May hesitated and asked, "Dr. Raymond, how have you been doing lately?" I smiled. "You want to ask how my health is, right?" "No wonder you're a psychology expert, nothing escapes you," May admitted candidly. "Actually, I'm almost fully recovered now. I've been undergoing rehabilitation tests recently. If you had come a few days later, you probably wouldn't have found me," I boasted nonchalantly. If Dr. Beth were here, she would definitely feel ashamed for idolizing someone like me, but fortunately, the two in front of me were unaware of the truth, and no one called me out. Hearing that I was basically recovered, the two didn't suspect anything. May sighed in relief. "That's good to hear. To be honest, ever since you had your incident, we've felt quite guilty. If you hadn't accepted our invitation back then, you wouldn't have." May didn't continue, fearing it would bring up bad memories and trigger me. In fact, she was overthinking it. Watching the scenes from the Tahiti project felt like looking at slides, and I didn't have much emotional response. Moreover, my nerves were much tougher than the original bodies. Even if we switched places, I wouldn't go crazy. "Let the past be the past, May, you don't need to blame yourself. That was the path I chose. I don't blame anyone," I reassured her. "It's great that you managed to come through it," she said. "Alright, let's not talk about this anymore." I shook my head with a smile and changed the subject. "How has that guy Coulson been doing lately? Is he recovering well?" "He's been doing pretty well, he's almost back to normal," May replied. "It's good that he's alright. It makes the suffering we went through worthwhile, even if it can't be fully promoted," at least it wasn't entirely meaningless. At that moment, Hill, who was piloting the plane, interjected, "Dr. Raymond, because of what happened last time, Coulson now completely forgets about the Tahiti project and doesn't recognize you. If you see him again, don't mention anything related to the Tahiti project, or it might trigger his bad memories." "I completely understand, don't worry," I said with a slight smile, indicating my understanding. I was well aware of Coulson's current situation, and I suddenly asked a question just to shift the topic, not wanting to get entangled with May over past matters. While I had a general understanding of the original body's experiences, discussing them in detail could easily reveal inconsistencies. Although mental illness could serve as a shield, I didn't want to be seen as a madman all the time. It was better to talk less about the past. At that moment, Hill suddenly asked me, "Dr. Raymond, you mentioned you were in danger earlier, but you didn't seem very surprised. Did you sense something?" Finally, we were getting to the main point. I had been waiting for her to say that. Hearing Hill ask this made me feel reassured because my calm reaction at that time was intentional. I wanted them to notice something was off. Otherwise, how could I have made such a rookie mistake? They hadn't brought up this topic during the journey, and I thought my efforts were in vain, but thankfully Hill didn't disappoint me. I pondered for a moment before responding, "Well, regarding that, it's true that even if you hadn't come today, I would have contacted you soon. Previously, a woman named Raina came to see me." Hill's expression changed slightly. "Can you tell me the details?" I shrugged. "She came to make a deal. She said that if I provided her with all the intelligence on the Tahiti project, she would get me out of the hospital and promised a substantial reward that would set me and my family for life." Hill speculated, "You rejected her?" "Of course," I replied as if it were obvious. "I witnessed the rise and ceiling of the Tahiti project and know how inhumane it is. If this research fell into the wrong hands, it would lead to tragedy. How could I trade with an unidentified woman? It's simply out of the question." Hill quickly pressed, "Did she mention any important information? For example, who she represents or what forces are behind her?" I was a bit surprised and glanced at Hill. "Are you investigating her too?" Hill shook her head. "No, this is the first time I've heard that name. A couple of days ago, SHALD's database was hacked, and some data that might be related to the Tahiti project was lost. We suspect it was the Tide organization behind it. However, we believe that there's a mastermind pulling the strings behind the Tide organization, and their likely target is the Tahiti project. Director Fury guessed that you might be the next target, so he sent me to protect you. I suspect that the woman wanting to trade with you might be connected to the mastermind. Even if she's not a direct subordinate, she could be an employee." Hill explained the general situation to me, and I finally understood why they had shown up at this time. Everything was interconnected. The mastermind Hill spoke of was undoubtedly Hydra or one of its fronts, like the Centipede organization that Raina belonged to. Hydra had infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D., and the former directors were all their people. They could have accessed the database directly, but fearing that Fury might notice, they hired the Tide organization to attack the database and steal the relevant data. After obtaining the data, they came to try and coerce me. They were simply overconfident, not expecting me to refuse, which led to the invasion of the hospital. Of course, I had also fanned the flames and intensified the conflict, but Hydra certainly wouldn't let me off easily. I couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Director Fury. Director Fury is indeed someone Hydra fears. His reactions are truly swift. If I hadn't angered Raina, Hydra might not have acted so quickly. If that were the case, Hill and the others would have definitely come to retrieve me, and Hydra would have been one step behind. If I didn't understand the intelligence of this world, I probably wouldn't have been able to judge the other party's intentions as quickly as Fury. With that old fox Fury around, Hydra indeed wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Seeing that Hill was waiting for my response, I gathered my thoughts and said, "She was very cautious. She didn't mention anyone, only saying that there are powerful forces behind her, which is likely the mastermind you mentioned. Because I rejected her, she angrily threatened me, and I had a premonition that I would be attacked." "Now I understand," Hill said, realizing that Raina hadn't disclosed any useful information. She appeared a bit disappointed. However, being able to safely rescue me meant that this mission was a success. I inquired, "I thought I saw bodies in the hospital's backyard." May chimed in, "Yes, they sent people over, your premonition was correct." I switched to performance mode, feigning surprise. "You two took care of them?" "I really appreciate it." Hill shook her head, "No, not entirely us. I'm not sure about the specifics, I'll tell you once I find out more. By the way, could you help sketch that woman when we get back? I'll see if we can find anything." Hill knew that it was likely futile, just like they hadn't found any useful intelligence from those death soldiers, but it was better to be prepared.
I readily agreed, no problem, leave it to me.
With things reaching this point, I hoped that I could enjoy a period of peace ahead. Late at night, I was at the Hilton Hotel on Park Avenue in Midtown Manhattan. I had just finished showering and lay down. I hadn't watched the movie for long when I received a phone call. The caller ID showed an unknown number, but I knew it had to be Addison. This temporary number was known only to him. As soon as I answered, Addison's somewhat grim voice came through. "You'd better go travel for a while, don't stay in North America."
What happened?
I sensed something was off from his words. I sent a team to the Clockwork Psychiatric Hospital, and they might have walked into an ambush. Not one of them came back. It's just unbelievable. Addison's anger was palpable, his tone on the verge of exploding. How could this happen? I was shocked. I knew Addison's capabilities.
The people he sent for missions were the best of the best. Who could take them all out? I want to know why too. Shit. Addison gritted his teeth.
The team he sent was a third of his current operational strength.
If they all perished, many plans would be disrupted, which was the last thing he wanted. Could it be S.H.I.E.L.D. who did it? I asked cautiously. I can't say for certain, so I want you to lay low for now.
If it was indeed S.H.I.E.L.D., they might have learned about you from Dr. Raymont, and you could become a target.
I understand. Make sure to keep in touch regularly, and don't come back until I tell you to. Got it.
The call ended, and I momentarily forgot to hang up, coming back to my senses half a minute later.
Could it be him?
A mixed-race face emerged in my mind, the one that had first left me at a loss.
For some reason, I couldn't shake the feeling that this incident was related to him.
Logically, a psychology expert shouldn't be able to deal with a fully armed squad, but I had this intuition, women's intuition. Since I had no evidence, I didn't mention this thought to Addison. He would just think I was losing my mind. Why did the all-seeing eye manage to maintain the upper hand against S.H.I.E.L.D. for so long, only to run into trouble this time? I was filled with doubt, the first time I questioned the capabilities of the all-seeing eye. I had always thought of him as a big shot in the superpower world, with influence everywhere, and that S.H.I.E.L.D. had been infiltrated. But this time, it seemed he had faltered. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Unable to sort through my thoughts, I decided to put it aside for now and focus on retreating. The small combat aircraft carrying Raymond and the others didn't head directly to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters but instead flew to an area near the Triskelion, where S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy was located. In a mansion west of S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, Director Fury was already waiting. Raymond followed Hill and the others off the plane, and only Fury, looking like a pirate captain with one eye, enthusiastically stepped forward to embrace him. "Welcome back, Dr. Raymond." "It's been a while," Director Raymond smiled. From the memories of the original body, I knew they had a good relationship. Fury had personally invited the original body and persuaded him to secretly join the Tahiti project, later even making him a guest professor at S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, which fostered a solid friendship. "I'm really sorry for not visiting sooner, I hope you understand. My identity is sensitive, and coming over rashly could cause you trouble," Fury said apologetically. "I completely understand, there's no need to explain among friends." Raymond shook his head and smiled casually.
Hill interrupted. "You two, let's head inside and talk?"
"Right, Hill's right, I got a bit carried away," Fury said, slapping his forehead and laughing, and they walked into the mansion. As soon as they entered, May went to grind coffee, while the three of them sat on the couch in the living room chatting. Hill had already reported the situation at the Clockwork Psychiatric Hospital to Fury through a secure channel on the plane, so he had a general understanding and didn't need a detailed introduction. As soon as they sat down, Fury asked with concern, "I heard from Hill that your health is much better, Doctor?" Raymond nodded. "I'm recovering well, I generally won't have any more episodes." "That's good to hear. I even told Hill that if you hadn't improved, we'd get you a doctor to look after you." Raymond chuckled. "No need for that, I'm the best doctor for myself." "I believe you, otherwise, I wouldn't have asked for your help back in the day." "Alright, enough flattery, let's get down to business. What do you think about this situation? Hill mentioned your speculations, is there any progress?" "Not easy to discuss," Fury sighed with a wry smile. "S.H.I.E.L.D. is too vast. Even if I have my suspicions, I can't act recklessly for fear of causing internal panic. If that happens, the council will definitely want to replace me. You know they don't like me. Figuring this out is tough." "Very tough. Extremely tough," Fury exclaimed repeatedly. "You're suggesting using the Tahiti project as bait to lure them into a trap?" Fury shook his head and replied, I actually considered this method before, but the feasibility is quite low. They must be aware that the doctor has been brought back by us and can likely guess that we've figured out their target. In this situation, any actions I take regarding the Tahiti project will definitely put them on guard, and they won't easily fall for it."
Raymond chuckled in disbelief and said, "So what if they are on guard?" Fury didn't quite understand Raymond's point.
"When I was a child, I read historical novels my father collected, and one strategist's words left a deep impression on me. He said that strategies can be divided into two types. One is a conspiracy, often relying on surprise. The other is an overt strategy, where even if the enemy knows you've set a trap, they still have to jump into it." Raymond smiled lightly and continued, "A conspiracy uses information asymmetry to catch the enemy off guard, while an overt strategy utilizes some desire of the enemy to set a public trap. As long as you hold something the enemy desires, they will inevitably jump into your trap. It's clear that the intelligence on the Tahiti project is something they desperately want, so even if they suspect you've set a trap, they will still end up falling for it. As for whether we can capture them, that depends on your skill in setting up the trap, Director." Fury pondered for a moment and grasped the logic Raymond was conveying. "Doctor, it seems your health has truly recovered."
Fury raised an eyebrow and said half-jokingly.
Clearly, he had accepted Raymond's perspective. As the saying goes, even the wisest can make mistakes. Fury had briefly fallen into a mental blind spot, instinctively thinking that if the Tahiti project were used as bait, the mastermind would certainly notice.
He never underestimated the intelligence of his enemies.
However, Raymond's reminder made him realize that the key was not whether the opponent could perceive it, but whether he could set a trap that would successfully expose the mastermind. He hadn't figured out how to set that trap yet, but with this new line of thought, given his cunning, it wouldn't be long before he devised a feasible plan. It was just a matter of time.
"If we can catch the mastermind, I owe you one." Fury laughed heartily.
At that moment, May happened to walk in with a tray carrying several cups of coffee. Hearing Fury's words, she couldn't help but interject, "You owe more than just one favor to the doctor, sir." With such a blunt reminder from May, Fury suddenly remembered that when he invited Raymond to join the Tahiti project, he had said something similar. The previous favor had yet to be repaid, and now there was another one. The debts were piling up. Thinking of this, he could only smile awkwardly to mask his embarrassment. Raymond, smiling, came to his rescue. "Director, you were just in a mental blind spot. Even without my reminder, you'd have thought of it after a while."
"Let's not mention favors anymore."
"Then I won't hold back," Fury said seriously. "Before we find the mastermind, you may need to stay at headquarters for a while, Doctor. At least here, they won't dare to openly make trouble for you, and we can ensure your safety." "Stay at headquarters?"
Raymond frowned slightly.
This was quite different from what he had initially thought. He had intended to leave the hospital openly with S.H.I.E.L.D., but if he was made to stay at headquarters, it would be no different from remaining in the hospital.
Wasn't it just moving from one cage to another?
Of course, S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters would be much freer than the hospital, but it still didn't satisfy him. Hill, who had been sitting quietly listening to their conversation, seemed to notice Raymond's discontent and suddenly proposed a suggestion. "Doctor, you've been in the hospital for so long, you probably don't want to live that idle life anymore.
Why not let the doctor go to S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy?"
"S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy?"
Both Fury and Raymond turned to Hill at the same time.
"The doctor is a guest professor at S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. His disappearance was known only to a small circle of people, so returning now wouldn't raise any suspicion," Hill explained. "Moreover, if the doctor stays at headquarters, many people will find it odd, and it might lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. So I think it would be a good idea for the doctor to live at S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy for a while, occasionally giving lectures to students. After all, the academy has strong defensive capabilities."
After Hill's suggestion, Fury nodded in agreement. "Hill makes a good point. What do you think, Doctor?"
"Comparatively, I personally lean towards Miss Hill's suggestion," Raymond contemplated.
"All right, then it's settled.
I'll make a call to the academy," Fury decided. Although this decision wasn't entirely satisfactory for Raymond, it was undoubtedly much better than being stuck at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. He could use this opportunity to experiment with how to gain more system rewards. After all, when he encountered Hill and May in the hospital, the system rated them as an A-level hero and a B-level hero, respectively, rewarding him with 50 exploration points and 30 exploration points. To be honest, he was a bit surprised at that time. Because the evaluations of David and the Shadow King he encountered earlier were traceable. For example, David was rated as an S-level anti-hero,
while the Shadow King was rated as an A-level villain. He speculated that they were likely rated based on their mutant levels. The former was a level 5 mutant, while the latter was a level 4 mutant, perfectly positioned as one high and one low. This evaluation method was something Raymond could understand. Including later, Reyna received a C-level villain rating, which didn't surprise him either. Even though Reyna awakened her bloodline abilities through the Inhuman's obelisk, her power was equivalent to an ordinary mutant and couldn't compare to the Shadow King or David. However, the system's ratings for Hill and May made Raymond feel surprised for the first time. To his knowledge, neither of them would become superpowered beings in the future. There was no such thing as potential for power. Yet the system rated Hill the same as the Shadow King, both as A-level, which contradicted Raymond's previous assumptions. May's B-level rating was similarly surprising. He had been considering that there might be an issue with his previous assumptions about the system's evaluation model. And if the system's ratings for Hill and May only left him feeling puzzled, then when he got off the plane and met Fury, the system's evaluation completely overturned his previous assumptions. Because the system rated Fury as an SS-level hero. What does SS-level actually mean? It's terrifying to even imagine. David, as a level 5 mutant, received only an S-level rating from the system, but the evaluation for Director Fury was an SS level, granting Raymond a whopping 300 exploration points in one go. This further solidified Raymond's thoughts that the system's evaluation of plot characters was definitely not based solely on power or potential. There must be other criteria at play. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why Fury and Hill had such high ratings. As for what these other criteria might be, Raymond had some guesses, but due to the lack of examples, he couldn't confirm anything and would have to wait for more evidence. Now that I have the chance to go to SHIELD Academy, maybe I can figure out the system's reward rules and find ways to gain more rewards, Raymond silently calculated. If he had a few more sub-personalities around him, he would definitely feel more secure. Even if there were disagreements with SHIELD, he could leave whenever he wanted. There was no rush to leave right now. He had just arrived and needed some time to adjust. Teaching at SHIELD Academy? That doesn't sound so boring after all. Accepting this arrangement, Raymond, for some reason, suddenly felt a sense of anticipation for his upcoming life. After arranging the next steps for Raymond, Director Fury took his leave. It was already late at night, and Raymond had just been discharged, making it an unsuitable time for reminiscing. Hill and May stayed with Raymond in the mansion, preparing to leave after settling him in. This mansion was one of SHIELD's properties, usually used to host VIPs, so high-ranking members like Hill and May could temporarily use it as well. Upon returning to his assigned room, Raymond didn't immediately sleep but instead checked his recent gains. Earlier, to avoid raising suspicions with Hill and the others, he hadn't closely examined the system's prompts during the trip from the hospital to the mansion and after meeting Fury. Now, he finally had the chance to do so. System, display my current information, Raymond silently thought. In the next moment, his information panel appeared in his mind. Host, Raymond. Strength, 0.9, Agility, 0.8, Physique, 0.9, Spirit, 1.7. Exploration points, 420. Subpersonality, Clever Clow. This can be considered a sudden windfall, right? Seeing the exploration points surge to 420, a feeling of satisfaction welled up in Raymond, one that was hard to put into words. It felt like suddenly seeing a newly added digit in his bank account after completing a major project in his previous life. Previously, after redeeming the Clow subpersonality and encountering the Shadow King and Reyna, he had gained a total of 60 exploration points. However, due to testing in battles, he had used the Equipment Manifestation ability twice, costing him 20 exploration points. The rule for Equipment Manifestation was that each manifestation required a tenth of the universal points corresponding to the level of the character card. The manifested equipment would disappear when he switched back to the primary personality. The Clow subpersonality was a bronze-level subpersonality, with a corresponding cost of 100 universal points, meaning a tenth of that was 10 universal points. Thus, his two manifestations cost him 20 universal points. The exchange rate for exploration points to universal points was 1-to-1, so after the two manifestations, he had only 40 exploration points left. Adding that to the 50 points from Hill, 30 points from May, and the terrifying 300 points from Fury, it totaled exactly 420 exploration points. This was enough for Raymond to redeem 4 bronze character cards at once, with some points left over. Thinking about how he could have several more trump cards made Raymond excited. Even though it was already late at night, how could he possibly sleep?
System, redeem 2 bronze character cards. After a moment of thought, he decided to start by redeeming 2 bronze level character cards to see what they were like.
Would you like to activate the bronze character card immediately? Yes/no. Yes. Raymond thought confidently. Activating bronze character card.
Bronze subpersonality Deadshot Floyd Lawton, activation successful. Prototype background, Deadshot Floyd Lawton, from the DC Universe, a main member of the Suicide Squad, skilled in hand-to-hand combat and various firearms, possessing a super talent for hitting targets with deadly accuracy. Even without looking, he can hit his target, and can even make bullets curve after being fired.
Activating bronze character card.
Silver subpersonality, the world's greatest assassin, Tao Bai Bai, activation successful. Prototype background, the world's greatest assassin, Tao Bai Bai, from the Dragon Ball universe, the brother of the founder of the Crane School, Master Roshi, can turn any part of his body into a weapon, capable of killing even with his tongue, and has astonishing strength. If the previous experience of activating a subpersonality helped Raymond maintain a basic calm when seeing the first activated subpersonality prototype as DC's top marksman, he completely lost his composure when he saw the second activated subpersonality.
Damn, Tao Bai Bai?
Originally, seeing the second, bronze, character card activate into a silver-level subpersonality made him extremely delighted. According to the system's beginner's guide, the chance of activating a subpersonality of a higher level was very low, even lower than the odds of getting another bottle when buying a uniform iced tea. So far, he had only redeemed 3 bronze character cards, and unexpectedly one of them had activated into a silver-level subpersonality. His luck was off the charts. But when he saw that this silver-level subpersonality was Tao Bai Bai, he was instantly hit with a feeling of nausea. Because Tao Bai Bai was simply too disgusting and too perverse. Why must he kill with his tongue? The key was that he was a man. When Raymond had seen that scene before, he thought that this guy was utterly deranged and beyond redemption. He never expected that one day he would be linked to this pervert in such a manner. From Raymond's previous observations of the Klaus subpersonality, he wasn't sure if the subpersonality was completely equivalent to their prototypes, but at least their power, habits, and basic memories were the same. It was like how the Klaus subpersonality would subconsciously adjust an imaginary pair of glasses on his nose even though there were none there. He would still have that habit. Raymond had absolute switching rights over his subpersonalities, and since they shared the same body, they wouldn't intentionally harm his interests. However, when the subpersonality was in control of the body, he couldn't fully restrain its every action. Even though he could perceive the subpersonality's thoughts, some things were beyond his control. For example, if he switched to the Tao Bai Bai subpersonality, and that guy suddenly decided to kill someone with his tongue in the heat of battle, he might not have time to stop it. The mere thought of possibly licking an opponent to death in the future made Raymond shudder. This really gives me an unexpected surprise, Raymond thought as he saw Tao Bai Bai, the third subpersonality, emerging in his mind. To be honest, he wasn't particularly fond of the slightly perverse Tao Bai Bai, but he had to admit that this guy's strength was indeed terrifying, capable of killing with just a flick of a flower petal. Although Tao Bai Bai's combat power seemed somewhat insignificant after the Scions arrived on Earth, it depended on who you compared him to. Before the main storyline of Dragon Ball ventured into space, Tao Bai Bai was essentially one of the top martial artists on Earth, with very few people stronger than him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have deserved the title of the world's greatest assassin. Despite his lesser stature in the mid to late stages of Dragon Ball, on Earth, he was seen as superhuman by ordinary people. He could throw a stone pillar thousands of kilometers away, moving faster than a typical commercial airplane. This level of power was significantly greater than Klaus, and if placed in the One Piece world, he would at least be at the level of a warlord of the sea, undoubtedly deserving of a silver-level rating. Raymond had previously speculated about the gap between bronze-level and silver-level subpersonalities. Comparing Tao Bai Bai to Klaus, he could only say that the difference was much larger than he had anticipated. Initially, he used Klaus, the bronze-level subpersonality, as a reference, thinking that a silver-level subpersonality would at most be equivalent to an ordinary Navy Rear Admiral or Vice Admiral in the One Piece world. But now it seemed he had underestimated the gap between these two ranks. Raymond didn't actually expect to activate a subpersonality with overwhelming combat power, as he knew that probability was extremely low. He initially thought it would be great to activate 2 subpersonalities that emphasized different combat styles from Klaus. The Deadshot subpersonality fit his expectations well.
Deadshot's melee abilities were indeed quite average, on par with top special forces. In a direct hand-to-hand fight with Clow would easily defeat him. However, there was a reason why the system rated Deadshot as a bronze-level subpersonality. His real strength lay in his astonishing talent with firearms. Describing him as one with the gun couldn't be more appropriate. Hitting targets with perfect accuracy was just the basic operation for him. On top of that, he could even hit targets with his eyes closed and make bullets curve mid-flight to bypass obstacles. With this incredible talent, he firmly held the title of the world's greatest marksman in the DC universe. Indeed, in a close-range duel, Clow could easily kill Deadshot. But if Deadshot was given a powerful enough sniper rifle and enough distance, he could take down 10 Clows without breaking a sweat. Raymond had previously felt that Clow's abilities were too limited. If faced with a hail of bullets, Clow's silent step would likely be ineffective. Having a subpersonality like Deadshot, who was proficient with all kinds of firearms, would undoubtedly be a great help to Raymond. Even if the third subpersonality hadn't activated as a silver-level subpersonality, activating Deadshot would have been a satisfactory gain for Raymond. He wouldn't mind if the third subpersonality turned out to be less useful. However, in comparison to Tao Bai Bai, Deadshot's emergence seems somewhat overshadowed. "It seems I don't need to exchange for bronze-level character cards for the time being," Raymond murmured to himself after comparing the differences between the newly activated subpersonalities. If he had previously decided to continue activating new bronze-level subpersonalities to compensate for Clow's shortcomings, there was clearly no need for that at the moment. Honestly, being able to activate a silver-level subpersonality from 3 bronze character cards already felt somewhat surreal to him. With the remaining exploration points, he could still redeem 2 more bronze character cards, but he didn't think he could activate another silver-level subpersonality from them. He didn't consider himself particularly unlucky, but he certainly wasn't one of those extremely lucky individuals. He knew this much about himself. If he only activated new bronze-level subpersonalities, it wouldn't mean much to him now, especially after acquiring the silver-level Tao Bai Bai. So, he decided to save his remaining exploration points for the day when he had enough to redeem a silver character card and continue activating. At this stage, these 3 subpersonalities were already enough for him to feel secure. Well then, according to the old routine, I should test them out first. Having resolved not to continue redeeming character cards for now, Raymond decided to take a small trial run to see if switching to the newly activated subpersonalities felt the same as switching to Clow. 5 minutes later, Raymond lay on the bed, panting heavily. At that moment, words filled his mind. What just happened? When he switched to the Deadshot subpersonality, everything felt normal, and he noticed that moving around felt significantly less burdensome than when switching to Clow. Even in battle, there likely wouldn't be much difference. After all, Deadshot primarily fought through assassination and ambush tactics, which didn't expend much physical energy. However, since Raymond didn't have any firearms at hand, he couldn't further test how incredible Deadshot's marksmanship truly was. After getting somewhat familiar with the sensation of switching to the Deadshot subpersonality, he switched back and prepared to test the Tao Bai Bai subpersonality. However, that's where the problem arose. As soon as he switched to the Tao Bai Bai subpersonality, without even engaging in intense physical activity, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Sensing something was off, Raymond immediately switched back. Upon returning to his original state, he instantly felt that hollow sensation as if his body had been drained. In that state, he didn't even want to stand for long, he just wanted to collapse into bed and sleep. However, he forced himself to suppress the urge to sleep and quickly activated the beginner's guide feature in his mind, wanting to figure out what had just occurred. He remembered seeing detailed descriptions about the duration of switching subpersonalities in the beginner's guide, but at the time, he was too busy thinking about how to get discharged quickly to pay much attention. While testing his combat abilities after switching to the Clow subpersonality, he had summarized that the duration for switching subpersonalities was inversely proportional to the physical or energy consumption of the subpersonality state. But now it seemed that the rule he had come up with wasn't complete. What the hell? There's actually such an operation? After much effort, Raymond finally found the relevant introduction about the duration of switching subpersonality states in the beginner's guide. He patiently spent some time reading through it, only to suddenly let out an expletive. This was indeed quite frustrating. According to the introduction in the beginner's guide, the rule he had previously speculated was not entirely wrong.
The duration that a subpersonality state could last was indeed inversely proportional to the physical or energy consumption of that state, meaning the greater the consumption, the shorter the duration. But that was only one of the factors affecting the duration of a subpersonality state, not the whole picture. In fact, there was a more critical factor influencing the duration: the host's overall value. So, what was the overall value? In simple terms, it was a final value derived from the weighted average of the 4 stats in Raymont's profile: strength, agility, physique, and spirit. Although the introduction did not specify the exact weighting proportions, one thing was certain: the higher these 4 stats collectively were, the higher the resulting overall value would be. Raymont understood this overall value was somewhat similar in nature to comprehensive combat power. All 4 stats were clearly important factors affecting personal combat strength. Even if the overall value was not entirely equivalent to comprehensive combat power, it was at least a closely related concept. If understood this way, then the rule outlined in the beginner's guide could be interpreted as: the higher his overall combat power, the longer he could maintain the subpersonality state. At the same time, the higher the strength level of the switched subpersonality, the shorter the duration would be. Based on his current overall value, if he switched to the Klaus subpersonality, he could maintain high-intensity combat for over 10 minutes at most, after which he wouldn't be able to sustain it and would automatically switch back. If he switched to the Deadshot subpersonality, it might last even longer than Klaus, because Deadshot's strength level was technically lower than Klaus. However, for the Tao Bai Bai subpersonality, due to its significantly higher strength level compared to both Deadshot and Klaus, even if he didn't engage in high-intensity combat after switching, he could only maintain that state for a few minutes at best. After that, it would feel like his body had been drained. If he continued to fight, that time would inevitably shorten, perhaps down to a minute, or even just a few seconds. Clearly, for the Tao Bai Bai subpersonality, the amount of physical and energy consumption was no longer the key factor. Even if he just stood there, breathing, with his current overall value, he could only maintain that state for a few minutes, at most not exceeding 10 minutes. Once he started to move, that time would quickly diminish. To extend the duration of the Tao Bai Bai subpersonality or even use it for combat, the only way was to find ways to increase his overall value. This was a problem he needed to solve. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be the Tao Bai Bai subpersonality facing this issue in the future. If he activated other silver-level subpersonalities or even potentially a gold-level subpersonality in the future, he might find himself unable to even breathe for a few seconds before turning into a lifeless sack of bones. If that happened, no matter how many exploration points he accumulated or how many character cards he redeemed, what would be the use? Damn it, this broken system should have given me a heads up. How could there be such a bizarre operation? Raymont cursed inwardly, mentally giving the system a middle finger. However, despite his internal complaints, he knew he couldn't entirely blame the system. The system had indeed prompted him before, indicating that if he had any questions, he could refer to the beginner's guide for answers. But since he hadn't had a moment of true downtime since arriving in this world, and given that the beginner's guide content was indeed lengthy and tedious, he had skimmed over much of it. Moreover, there were many subcategories, and clicking on them led to even more lengthy details that he hadn't had time to examine one by one. This resulted in his incomplete understanding of the duration of subpersonality states. He believed that there were probably many important pieces of information in the beginner's guide that he hadn't had the chance to check, such as methods for increasing his overall value and so on. He had already seen the subcategory introduction related to overall value while browsing the duration of subpersonalities, he just hadn't had time to open and read it. I can't hold on any longer, I'll continue looking tomorrow. Originally, he planned to keep browsing the beginner's guide for detailed information on overall value, but he quickly realized his eyelids were starting to droop, and a strong wave of drowsiness washed over him. After the battle in the hospital, the long journey with Hill to Washington, combined with the immense exhaustion from switching to the Tao Bai Bai subpersonality, he was utterly fatigued and ready to sleep. Before long, after deciding to go to bed, he sank into a deep sleep within just a few seconds. This clearly indicated how exhausted and weary he truly was. The next morning, after having breakfast with Hill, May left for S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. In fact, May hadn't been in frontline combat for quite a while. Although she, like Black Widow, was a legendary agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., she had been left with psychological scars from the battle that made her famous and had yet to recover from it. Now, she was just one of the many administrative personnel in S.H.I.E.L.D. If Hill hadn't had trouble finding suitable help and hadn't gone to ask her, she would have been sitting in some office at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, typing away at her keyboard. After May left,
Hill personally brought Raymond to SHIELD Academy.
They were received by the director of the academy, Annie Weaver, who was also one of the vice principals in charge of personnel arrangements at the academy. Agent Hill, Dr. Raymond, long time no see. Seeing Raymond and the others from a distance, Director Weaver warmly greeted them, suggesting this wasn't their first meeting. Raymond had memories of the director from both the original body and his previous life. If he remembered correctly, the two genius scientists that Coulson would soon recruit for his special team were indeed the proud students of this very director. The original body recognized her because, after being recruited by Fury, he had indeed guest lectured at SHIELD Academy a few times, and it was Director Weaver who had received him at that time.
It's indeed been a while, Ms. Weaver. I didn't expect you to come personally to greet us, Raymond said with a smile.
I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you again, Agent Weaver, Hill also said politely. The history of the SHIELD Academy, to be precise, predates the establishment of SHIELD. During the years of World War II, the SHIELD Academy was initially affiliated with one of the predecessors of SHIELD, the Strategic Scientific Reserve, SSR, even though it did not yet bear the name it has today. However, one key aspect has never changed: it has always been continuously nurturing the most outstanding military talent, injecting vigor into its parent organization.
Nowadays, most students graduating from here will naturally enter SHIELD.
Only a very few will make other choices, such as continuing to stay at the academy as teachers or joining other organizations and departments that have good relations with SHIELD.
However, these decisions must be approved by the academy.
Because the SHIELD Academy has always been tuition-free, all its funding is exclusively provided by SHIELD. To enroll here, one must sign a very strict contract with the academy, which clearly stipulates that any employment choices after graduation must be approved and agreed upon by the academy. If the contract is violated, the SHIELD Academy has the right to hold the individual accountable. There were those who once questioned this clause of the SHIELD Academy, arguing that it was too domineering. But the SHIELD Academy relies on SHIELD, an international semi-official organization backed by various countries.
Even if this is indeed an unscrupulous clause, who would dare to easily offend it?
Just like the SHIELD agency, it would be quite something if it didn't actively oppress others. Ordinary people, unless they are completely out of their minds, would not confront it over such matters.
A few minutes later, Weaver led Hill and Raymond into her office. Would you like a cup of coffee or tea?
As soon as she sat down, Weaver asked the two. Coffee, I guess. Raymond shrugged slightly. Here in North America, what is typically referred to as tea is actually English black tea, and compared to that, he is more accustomed to the taste of coffee. Just a glass of water for me, please, Hill replied with a smile.
Emily, please prepare 2 cups of coffee and a glass of water. Thank you. Weaver pressed the phone on her desk and instructed her assistant outside the office.
Sure, came the assistant's quick response from the other end.
Weaver then turned the topic back to the main point, looking at the two.
Originally, Director Fury planned for Principal Dugan to personally welcome you both after contacting the academy, but he is currently in Europe and happens to be dealing with some situations that prevent him from coming, so he asked me to express his apologies to you both. Principal Dugan is too polite. He is a role model for all of us agents to learn from. If he really came to welcome us, we might feel rather uneasy, Hill said with a smile. At this moment, Raymond simply nodded with a smile, not immediately joining the conversation, as he was quickly sorting through the memories of the original owner of his body regarding Weaver and Hill and the Principal Dugan they were currently mentioning. In the original owner's memories, he had only met Principal Dugan once, when he was awarded the title of visiting professor at the SHIELD Academy last time. It is worth mentioning that the SHIELD Academy has a total of 4 major departments: the Department of Science, the Department of Operations, the Department of Communications, and the Department of Espionage. Weaver is the Dean of the Department of Science and is also the only dean among the 4 major departments who holds the position of vice principal. Above her is, of course, the Principal Dugan she just mentioned. The original owner did not know much about Principal Dugan, only that he was a deeply experienced old agent and that he had only met him once. However, Raymond gleaned a very important piece of information from the original owner's memories: the name of Principal Dugan, Dum Dum Dugan. The original owner was unaware of this person's background, but Raymond knew very well. He was one of the founders of SHIELD, one of the most seasoned agents, tracing back to the Strategic Scientific Reserve during World War II, and had fought alongside Captain America and Agent Carter. If Black Widow and others had some legendary aura about them, then Principal Dugan could completely be considered a living legend. No wonder Hill said that Principal Dugan is an object that all SHIELD agents need to learn from. that statement is indeed not an exaggeration. After figuring out Principal Dugan's identity, Raymond pondered silently in his heart. At this moment, Weaver happened to turn her gaze toward him. From what Director Fury said on the phone, Dr. Raymond, are you planning to officially join the Academy this time? That's right, I'll need your assistance going forward, Ms. Weaver, Raymond responded with a nod. Regarding the formal employment matter, Director Egghead had already spoken to him on the phone early this morning, informing him of the narrative with the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy to avoid discrepancies in statements between the two sides. Naturally, Director Egghead would not disclose the truth to the Academy, as the Tahiti project is a confidential matter even within S.H.I.E.L.D., let alone for the Academy. Perhaps Director Egghead would privately communicate with the legendary Principal Dugan to explain the real situation, but aside from that, even Weaver, who was present, might not be aware of the truth. Raymond didn't mind this, he just needed to nod in agreement. Upon hearing Raymond confirm this situation, Weaver said happily, "That's wonderful. Actually, I had the idea of having Dr. Raymond join the Academy earlier. I didn't expect it to come true, with you, Dr. Raymond, a big shot in the field of psychology joining us. Our S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy can finally stand tall in the field of psychology. If you continue to praise me like this, Ms. Weaver, I might really become overly proud," Raymond joked. "I'm just stating a fact," Weaver said with a slight smile and then continued, "I can have the enrollment procedures handled shortly. You just need to sign your name, Dr. Raymond. It's very simple," but, seeing Weaver hesitating, Raymond directly said, "If there's anything you need to say, Ms. Weaver, feel free to ask, it's okay." Weaver nodded in response, organizing her thoughts before continuing, "It's like this, since you were a visiting professor at the Academy before, you could teach at any of the departments. But now that you are officially joining, you must choose one department to be stationed in. I wonder if Dr. Raymond plans to come to our Department of Science or the neighboring Department of Communications? Of course, as the Dean of the Department of Science, I warmly welcome you, Dr. Raymond, to our Department of Science, but I can't say too much, for fear that those guys will say I'm secretly poaching talent by taking advantage of my position." To go to the Department of Science or the Department of Communications? Upon hearing Weaver's question, Raymond slightly squinted his eyes, not giving an immediate answer. Previously, no one had mentioned to Raymond that he would need to make such a choice. Whether it was Director Fury or Hill, they were clearly unaware that there was such a question in the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy's onboarding process. Even the memories of the original body contained no information about this aspect. It could be said that Weaver's question had caught Raymond off guard. However, he didn't hesitate for long. After a moment's thought, he had already made his decision. "I'm sorry, Ms. Weaver, but I'm not interested in either of those two divisions." Raymond provided his answer. Weaver seemed taken aback by this response, her brow furrowing slightly. "Are you planning to go to the espionage division?" Indeed, psychology could play a significant role there, but the academic atmosphere is rather weak, and I personally wouldn't recommend it. No, Ms. Weaver, you misunderstand. I just said I don't want to go to the Academy of Sciences or the Communications Academy, but I didn't say I want to go to the espionage division, Raymond hurriedly interjected before she could finish. "Then, do you mean, you want to go to the Combat Academy?" Weaver looked utterly astonished. It wasn't just her, even Hill, who had been quietly observing, was surprised by Raymond's sudden decision. She looked at him with a hint of confusion. Weaver was unaware of Raymond's previous situation, thinking he had just been away for a while and had recently returned. This was also the reason Director Fury had arranged for Raymond's sudden disappearance. Others hadn't delved into it further. However, Hill knew that Raymond's disappearance had nothing to do with traveling abroad but was due to him suffering from schizophrenia and being secretly sent to the Clockwork Psychiatric Hospital for treatment. Since meeting with her after leaving the hospital, Raymond had behaved completely normally. Coupled with the fact that Raymond was a psychology expert and claimed to be mostly recovered, Hill had no reason to suspect otherwise. Moreover, it wasn't just her who thought this way, both Director Fury and May seemed to share the same opinion. In this context, she presumed that Raymond had recovered. However, now that he suddenly made such an illogical action, she couldn't help but wonder if he was having another episode. Otherwise, why would he want to go to the Combat Academy? Hill herself hadn't graduated from S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, she had been assigned to S.H.I.E.L.D. midway by the World Security Council, making her an outsider. But as S.H.I.E.L.D.'s deputy director, she had some understanding of S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. Among the 4 divisions of S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, the Academy of Sciences was meant to cultivate tech talents, and the scientists in S.H.I.E.L.D. were typically graduates from that division. The Communications Academy trained personnel for intelligence roles, with most of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence staff graduating from there. These two divisions could essentially be seen as the administrative divisions of S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. On the other hand, the Espionage Division and Combat Academy, as their names imply, were combat-oriented divisions. The Espionage Division primarily focused on training spies. While the Combat Academy also offered relevant courses, it was almost entirely overshadowed by the Espionage Division in terms of specialization in espionage. As for the Combat Academy, its purpose was clear: it was a place for training fighters. In S.H.I.E.L.D., a significant portion of the field agents with strong overall combat power graduated from the Combat Academy, including May herself. From Weaver's perspective, a psychology expert like Raymond, who had some academic standing, should typically choose the Academy of Sciences or the Communications Academy, which had a stronger academic atmosphere. Even if he chose the Espionage Division, while she wouldn't recommend it, it wouldn't seem too strange. After all, psychology was one of the required courses in the Espionage Division. To become an excellent spy, not only did one need outstanding acting skills and adaptability, but understanding human nature was also crucial. To some extent, the demand for psychology in the Espionage Division was even higher than in the two administrative divisions. But the Combat Academy had no relation to psychology at all. One could easily see that a division focused on training fighters had no use for learning psychology. The subjects they needed to study were numerous, including but not limited to close combat, firearms operation, physical training, wilderness survival, and driving various types of vehicles. Among these required courses, there was simply no psychology. Perhaps some students in the Combat Academy might take psychology as an elective due to personal interest, but such individuals were undoubtedly few and far between. As the saying goes, each profession has its specialties. Unless one is truly a genius, it would be impossible to learn everything. Because of this, Weaver had never considered that Raymond would choose the Combat Academy. Even Hill, who knew little about S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, found Raymond's decision hard to believe and even began to question whether he was having another episode. It was easy to imagine how astonished Weaver was at that moment. However, Raymond anticipated both Weaver's and Hill's reactions to his decision. He smiled calmly and said, "Ms. Weaver, you need not be so surprised. I have my reasons for making this decision." "I'd love to hear them." Weaver gestured for him to continue. "If I recall correctly, students from the 4 divisions of S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy can take elective courses from other divisions, right?" Raymond slightly raised his head and asked Weaver. "Indeed," Weaver nodded. "So, choosing to reside in the Combat Academy shouldn't affect other division students from taking my courses, correct?" Raymond continued to question. "While that's true, Dr. Raymond, you should know that most students in the Combat Academy won't be interested in your courses," Weaver said sincerely. "Although there is some overlap between the 4 divisions, cross-division electives can be quite troublesome and time-consuming. Of course, I believe that if you really do join the Combat Academy, many students from other divisions will come to take your courses, but I truly don't understand the significance of this choice. To be frank, I don't think it's a wise decision. I don't mean to offend, but I hope you can reconsider." As Weaver spoke, she shot a glance at Hill, seeking her help to persuade Raymond. "Doctor, could you step outside with me for a moment? I have some questions I'd like to ask you." As expected by Weaver, Hill quietly inquired in Raymond's ear. "Of course," Raymond replied casually, shrugging his shoulders to indicate there was no problem. Hill then cast a questioning glance at Weaver, who understood Hill's intent and had no objections. Before long, the two arrived in the corridor outside the office. Before Hill could speak, Raymond smiled and asked first, "Miss Hill, do you think my illness isn't fully cured yet?" Raymond's straightforward opening caught Hill a bit off guard. She had intended to ask Raymond about his current condition in a more indirect way, but since Raymond had brought it up directly, she decided to stop beating around the bush. "I just think that what Agent Weaver said earlier makes a lot of sense. Your choices are indeed a bit hard to grasp, Doctor." "So, you do think my illness isn't well yet?" Raymond did not explain directly again, but chose to confront her straightforwardly once more. Hill felt somewhat embarrassed by Raymond's question. How should she respond? Deep down, she did believe that, but saying it outright might hurt someone's feelings, and Raymond's question left her unsure of how to respond. While Hill was struggling to organize her words, Raymond continued, "Well, how should I put it? Strictly speaking, you can't say you were completely wrong. My illness indeed can't be said to be fully cured." "What?" Hill almost thought she misheard him, her eyes wide open. "But you clearly said before."
Raymond shook his head, smiling as he said, "If I remember correctly, my exact words were 'I'm almost recovered,' and I don't think I ever said I was completely cured, did I?" Hill reflected for a moment, and it seemed Raymond was indeed right. Earlier on the plane, he had said he was almost recovered.
However, throughout their conversation, she and May felt that Raymond was behaving quite normally. Additionally, Raymond's words made them subconsciously think that he had basically recovered. That's why Hill reported to Director Fury that Raymond was fine, and Fury had no doubts because he also felt that Raymond was completely normal during their interactions. It's important to note that when the original Dr. Raymond had just gone insane, his primary persona would often speak incoherently and appear disoriented, making it difficult to see a normal state. Perhaps later, during his time at the Clockwork Asylum, his primary persona had improved, but occasional abnormal behaviors still occurred. Now, of course, Raymond did not have these issues, so it was only natural that Fury and Hill would not notice any problems.
However, Raymond's statement obviously carried a hint of sophistry.
Under normal circumstances, people would interpret "I'm almost recovered" as meaning there are basically no issues, who would interpret it as actually, "I'm still not well." Although it wasn't impossible to say this, it certainly played with words. In reality, Raymond was indeed playing a word game. When he said "I'm almost recovered," he meant that he had basically recovered. However, just as Weaver asked him to choose a department to join, he suddenly recalled a very serious issue: his level of expertise in psychology was quite limited. Although he had absorbed many memories belonging to the original body, most of it was still too shallow to digest thoroughly. This level of memory absorption was akin to hastily viewing slides.
In casual conversation, he might not reveal any issues, but if he were to teach, many problems would undoubtedly surface.
If he were given a few more months to properly digest the original body's memories in psychology, perhaps there wouldn't be such issues. But from the time he crossed into this world until now, it had only been 3 or 4 days. He hadn't even finished the system introduction, let alone had time to digest those memories specifically. Realizing this problem, Raymond quickly thought of a remedy. Since he couldn't teach psychology for the time being, why not switch to another subject? Let's not forget, his Deadpool persona is a top-notch assassin, mercenary, and firearms master, capable of handling any weapon with ease and well-versed in various modern combat methods. Even legendary female agents like Black Widow and May would be at a considerable gap compared to his Deadpool persona. If he switched to the Deadpool persona and taught at the operations department, it would be a piece of cake, or even considered overqualified. The only problem was how he would explain his suddenly acquired abilities. Thus, he came up with a not-so-perfect but feasible plan, disguising himself as a mutant. Upon careful consideration, this plan had a high feasibility. Even on Earth in his previous life, there were many phenomena that couldn't be explained scientifically, let alone in a world where numerous extraordinary beings existed. If he could convince others that his suddenly emerging personas were also extraordinary phenomena, just like the Inhumans, it would undoubtedly save him a lot of trouble in the future. People often try to analyze things they don't understand, but once there's an acceptable explanation, they won't delve deeper. Even if some incomprehensible phenomena appeared, they would use that same explanation to rationalize it. If he could pose as a mutant and make everyone believe his abilities were a result of conjuring several different virtual personalities, most of which were vividly realistic, all problems would be resolved. Right now was an excellent opportunity to put this setting out there and test the waters. Seeing Hill looking somewhat speechless from his wordplay, Raymond continued, "I know, Miss Hill, that you think my explanation is a bit far-fetched, but I've actually hesitated about this for a long time, unsure whether I should tell you. Because once I say it, it means my life might never be peaceful again." Hill detected a trace of something unusual. "If I tell you that I was stimulated by the last incident, activating some special abilities within me, would you believe it?" Raymond said slowly. "Mutant?" Hill looked at Raymond in shock. "What mutant?" Raymond began his performance. "It's truly a dilemma, I can't go on without acting this way. After all, the original body has no knowledge of mutants. Even though the original body was specifically invited by Director Egghead to participate in the Tahiti project and, in name, had joined S.H.I.E.L.D. and held the title of visiting professor at the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, he knew very little about S.H.I.E.L.D. and the world of superpowers. At the very least, the concept of mutants completely did not exist in the original body's memories. So, even though Raymond's description of awakening special abilities after being stimulated is almost equivalent to how most mutants awaken their powers, he still had to pretend to know nothing.
Otherwise, this act wouldn't be able to continue.
Seeing Raymond's confused expression, Hill thoughtfully said, "Doctor, you should know that there are superpowered individuals in this world. They live among ordinary people, but they possess abilities far beyond what an average person can imagine, just like how superheroes appear to ordinary people."
Like the Avengers? Raymond asked.
Exactly, just like those Avengers, Hill nodded and continued, "Mutants are the largest group among superpowered individuals. The situation you described earlier is precisely what most mutants experience when they awaken their abilities."
Miss Hill, are you implying that I am one of those so-called mutants? Raymond pointed to himself.
"I can't say for sure, but if you truly awaken some kind of ability after being stimulated by the last incident, then it is indeed very likely that you are a mutant."
Wait.
At this point, Hill suddenly seemed to remember something, her face filled with shock as she looked at Raymond.
So, does that mean you were the one who killed those two groups of intruders at the hospital?
Hill had not originally connected this incident to Raymond at all. She suspected that there was an unknown superpowered individual in the Clockwork Asylum who couldn't stand the intruders invading the hospital and thus eliminated them all. But upon hearing Raymond say he awakened abilities due to stimulation and suspected he was a mutant, she immediately linked these two events together.
Two groups of intruders? Raymond was slightly taken aback.
After deciding to pretend to be a mutant, he had already anticipated that Hill might connect the hospital incident to him.
However, he only dealt with one group of intruders. Where did the second group come from?
Hill continued, "When May and I arrived, we had already taken out one group of intruders outside the hospital. But when we entered the hospital, we found that two groups of intruders had already been killed. The first group seemed to have committed suicide en masse, all shot dead. The second group appeared to have been brutally hacked to death in an instant." Hearing this, Raymond furrowed his brow slightly, as he had picked up on the problem.
Undoubtedly, the second group of intruders must have been killed by his alter ego, Claw.
But he had no connection to the first group's deaths. He currently did not possess the ability to control others to commit suicide, so clearly, someone else was involved.
Is it him?
Raymond's mind suddenly recalled the David from last night, who almost discovered him but wasn't Shadow King. He had speculated back then that David was likely one of the many alter egos, and it definitely wasn't the primary persona he knew. He recalled that David mentioned he encountered another group of intruders elsewhere, but Raymond wasn't clear on what happened to those people. However, combining what Hill said, he quickly pieced together the events. Those people must have encountered the primary persona, David, and attempted to harm him, thus triggering one of the alter egos to take them out.
Controlling suicide? What kind of ability is that? Is it psychic powers? Or telekinetic control? For a moment, Raymond couldn't be sure of David's ability and could only speculate wildly. Seeing Raymond lost in thought, Hill pressed, "Isn't it you?"
"It is me, and it isn't me," Raymond first affirmed, then negated.
"What do you mean?"
"What you mentioned about the second group of intruders, they could indeed have died by my hand, or more accurately, by the hand of one of my alter egos, but I had nothing to do with the first group's deaths," Raymond pondered, speaking carefully.
He chose not to take the blame for David nor explain what that ability was. "So you're saying that besides you, there was actually another superpowered individual in the hospital last night?"
Hill rubbed her forehead, feeling a headache coming on, as this matter was clearly much more complex than she had anticipated.
"I'm not sure about that,"
Raymond shook his head. He had no intention of taking the blame for David, but he also didn't want to reveal everything.
"By the way, what exactly is your ability? And you said the second group of intruders died at the hands of one of your alter egos, what's that all about?" Hill asked again. "My ability is my multiple personalities. I don't even know how to name this ability.
If I had to say, it's like my alter egos are real individuals with various different identities and professions. Some are martial arts masters, some are private detectives, and there are special forces, etc., etc. They possess a lot of knowledge I had never encountered before, but it feels very real." Raymond explained thoughtfully, "Sometimes, they suddenly emerge, like that night when I was facing possible life-threatening danger. It was the martial arts master persona that came out and helped me deal with those intruders."
"Then how do you know that he only killed one group of them?" Hill asked in confusion.
As far as she knew, multiple personalities typically do not share memories. This means that when one personality is in control of the body, the others are completely unaware of what that personality did unless that personality actively communicates with the others. Thus, she found it strange that Raymond could be so certain that the alter ego only killed one group of intruders. Raymond was, of course, aware of this and had prepared for it, explaining, "This is probably an effect of my ability. Even when my alter ego is in control of the body, I can still roughly sense the external situation, so I know very well what he has done."
"I see," Hill nodded, indicating her understanding. Seeing Hill's reaction, Raymond knew that his explanation had succeeded halfway.
He had intentionally described his abilities as having different occupational alter egos, framing them as stereotypical professions like martial arts masters, private detectives, and special forces.
This was a half-truth revelation.
Such mixed information is often the hardest to detect, which was part of his strategy when he decided to masquerade as a mutant. For him at this stage, this level of disclosure was undoubtedly more beneficial than harmful. The benefits were obvious. First, it eliminated the potential risks associated with the Clockwork Asylum. By ambiguously revealing that he had abilities and that those abilities were multiple personalities, even if Director Egghead sent someone to inquire about his condition, there would be no risk of being exposed. After all, he hadn't recovered, so there was no chance of a slip-up. Additionally, once Hill and the others discovered that other intruders had been killed in the hospital, they would likely send someone back for further investigation, and it was difficult to say they wouldn't uncover some clues.
Although Raymond felt he hadn't left any traces, it was wise to be cautious.
By selectively disclosing information now, he was preemptively eliminating a potential risk.
On the other hand, this also allowed him to logically explain any abnormal actions he might take later.
For example, if he switched to the Deadpool persona for teaching, it wouldn't raise any suspicions.
Of course, there were drawbacks as well.
For instance, he wasn't a true mutant, and if he were to undergo a specific test for the X gene, that would surely be discovered. But the issue was that he had never claimed to be a mutant, it was purely Hill's assumption that he might be one. Even if it were later discovered that he wasn't a mutant, that blame couldn't be placed on him. Furthermore, there were many types of superpowered groups in this world, and mutants were simply the most commonly thought of due to their numbers. There were several other superpowered groups similar to mutants, such as the Inhumans created by the Kree or those like Spider-Man and the Hulk, who experienced genetic mutations due to external stimuli. These were just the more well-known examples, the unknown ones were innumerable. No one could guarantee they knew all the superpowered groups on Earth, and S.H.I.E.L.D. certainly couldn't either. So, Raymond wasn't particularly worried about that. Even if the day came when he was exposed, Director Egghead wouldn't doubt him, a victim who went mad because of the Tahiti project, over such a trivial misunderstanding. "I still don't quite understand one thing." After digesting this sudden shocking news, Hill hesitated before speaking again. "Please, go ahead," Raymond urged her to continue. "Even if you can have your Special Forces alter ego teach at the operations department, it's still going to be much more troublesome than if you personally taught psychology, right?"
Hill pondered and asked. "If someone else asked me this question, I might find a casual excuse to brush it off, but since you're one of us, I won't hide it from you."
At this point, Raymond's expression grew somewhat heavy. "The reason I made this choice is actually quite simple. I want to distance myself from psychology, as far as possible.
Unless absolutely necessary, I never want to involve myself in that field again, and I hope you can understand, Miss Hill."
Raymond didn't directly answer Hill's question, he was merely expressing his unwillingness to engage with psychology anymore. However, given his experiences and the heavy expression on his face, Hill automatically filled in the gaps with her imagination. In her view, Raymond must have developed a psychological scar because of the Tahiti project, leading to his aversion to his work, which was why he did not want to touch on these matters again.
He would even rather expose his still unresolved condition and the accidental awakening of suspected mutant powers than return to the field of psychology.
This clearly indicated the depth of his distaste for psychology. Thinking of this, Hill earnestly said, "Thank you for your trust, Doctor. I understand how you feel, and please rest assured, I promise that besides reporting this to Director Fury, I won't tell anyone else without your consent."
"Thank you so much, Miss Hill."
Raymond looked visibly relieved. However, deep down, he didn't take Hill's assurance to heart. He could cast this persona and didn't fear being discovered. Even if it got out, it wouldn't matter.
"We should be the ones thanking you, Doctor, as this is something we owe you."
Hill shook her head. "I will also find a way to help explain things to Agent Weaver, so don't worry."
Seeing Hill so understanding, Raymond decided to stop his performance. At this stage, the issues he faced could clearly be resolved adequately.
There was no need to continue the act, sometimes, less is more. By evening, Hill returned alone to the Triskelion, heading straight to the director's office on the top floor. Fury was handling some affairs when he saw Hill return. He laughed heartily and stood up to welcome her.
You've really worked hard this time, Hill. I owe you one. You should repay Dr. Raymond first, Hill replied, not in a joking mood. Fury immediately noticed her unusual expression and asked, what happened? Did something go wrong with the arrangements at the academy?
Not exactly, Hill shook her head and then recounted her conversation with Raymond.
Mutant? After hearing Hill's retelling, Fury's expression grew serious.
It was clear that this answer was beyond his expectations. He had initially thought that Hill would be solemn, maybe that the Academy's arrangements for Raymond were inappropriate and thus caused Hill's displeasure, but he hadn't anticipated this twist. I'm not sure if he is a mutant, but the Doctor's experience closely resembles the typical process most mutants go through when awakening their powers, triggered by some sort of stimulus.
It does sound quite similar, Fury pondered. How do you plan to handle this? Hill asked.
I hope this matter can be put to rest, he replied.
You
should understand the attitudes of various governments towards mutants. Their situation isn't optimistic. Some radical factions are even secretly hunting them down, Fury said with a grave expression. Our role at S.H.I.E.L.D. has always been to mediate between the world of superpowers and ordinary people. We can choose not to lean towards either side, but we cannot control the radical factions' attitudes towards mutants, nor is it appropriate for us to intervene in these conflicts.
What we can do is strive to reduce the likelihood of further conflict between both sides and encourage them to coexist peacefully.
Fury placed his hands on the table, his expression darkening. But the Doctor shouldn't be caught up in these complicated matters. He was specifically invited by me.
He is not like us. We chose this path many years ago. No matter how difficult the road ahead may be, it is ultimately our choice. However, the Doctor has never made such a choice. I don't want to explore whether he is a mutant or not, whether he is or isn't. Regardless, I don't want anyone to label him as one. That's my stance. As Fury spoke, his one remaining eye fixed intently on Hill's eyes, and he asked seriously, Agent Hill, do you think my approach is appropriate? Unknowingly, Fury's address to Hill had changed from simply Hill to Agent Hill. While it was just an added prefix, the implications carried a significant weight. Clap. Clap. Clap.
Perfect. Hill suddenly broke into a smile and applauded. Fury, who had been serious all along, burst into a hearty laugh.
Ha ha ha, let's stop talking about heavy topics.
I heard there's a great new sushi place on Rose Avenue, let's go, it's on me. Raymond had no idea how Hill communicated with Weaver. However, after their discussion, Weaver readily agreed to his position at the operations department and granted him a great deal of autonomy. She even boasted to Raymond that as long as his requests weren't too outrageous, the Academy would do its utmost to accommodate him. That said, Raymond was not someone who lacked discretion. He was already satisfied that Hill had helped him resolve a major issue and had no intention of making excessive demands of the Academy. After accompanying Weaver to arrange for him a high-standard faculty apartment at the Academy, Hill left first to return to headquarters to report on her work. And at last, Raymond had his first home in this world.
Phew!
After sending off Weaver and Hill, Raymond jumped up and lay back on the bed, stretching his long body and letting out a deep sigh, finally relaxing. Reflecting on the events of the past few days, he felt that they were 100 times more exciting than his previous life as a private detective. Although he had teetered on the edge of danger multiple times during these days, he felt no fear when looking back. Instead, he felt an indescribable thrill and excitement. Deep down, he was not someone who was content to stick to the status quo and follow the rules. Otherwise, after completing his military service in his past life, he wouldn't have given up the stable job arranged for him by his old commander to open a private detective agency instead. Of course, in his previous life in Huagua, private detectives were considered a gray area profession, so on the surface, he had actually established a small information consulting company. But to be honest, after entering this line of work, he realized that it was vastly different from his previous expectations. Most of the cases he received were related to emotional matters. Landing a case involving a family inheritance dispute was considered a stroke of luck, and genuinely exciting cases were few and far between. However, regardless of the nature of those big cases, the thrill they brought him paled in comparison to what he had experienced in the last few days. From the unpredictably explosive bomb David to the intense confrontations between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, and then to that perverted old dog, the Shadow King, who was obsessed with manipulating minds and almost drove him to madness. One event after another felt like he was on a roller coaster ride. Still, his nerves had been strung tight for several days, and he felt somewhat fatigued. Only now could he truly take a break, not just physically, but also deeply relaxing from within. He could finally allow himself to be like a real salted fish, emptying his mind completely and closing his eyes for a while. Half an hour later, Raymond, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them with a look of resignation. "It seems I'm just not cut out to be a salted fish." He lay there, trying to clear his mind and get some proper rest, but his thoughts became even more active than before, swirling like a tide that he couldn't stop. Among the many thoughts, one term was particularly frequent: comprehensive value. Yes, that comprehensive value that determined the maximum duration of his alter ego's state. Last night, he had been too exhausted to keep his eyes open and had no time to check the detailed introduction of comprehensive value in the beginner's guide, so he had to go to sleep instead. When he woke up this morning, the first thing he did was read the detailed introduction about comprehensive value. After finishing it, he realized that many seemingly inconspicuous functions he had overlooked in the system actually included ways to increase his comprehensive value. Previously, aside from discovering that the system could use universal points to exchange for character cards, he had only focused on the equipment manifestation function because its name indicated a close relationship with the combat capability of his alter ego. However, besides this function, there was also a little function called immersive experience that he hadn't had the chance to explore and understand in depth. The name of this function sounded somewhat mysterious. If he hadn't checked the introduction in the beginner's guide, he wouldn't have been able to guess its purpose just by his own assumptions. However, now that he knew of its existence, he only had a rough understanding of what it meant. To grasp the actual experience this function provided, he needed to try it out personally. So, let me see what this is all about. System, activate the immersive experience function. Raymond silently thought in his mind. The next moment, a system text prompt appeared in his mind. Immersive experience function has been activated. Please select a scene. Select the scene when Claw first learned basic combat. Claw is a bronze-level alter ego. Activating immersive experience once will consume 10 universal points. Would you like to activate it now? Yes/no. Activate immediately. Raymond decisively chose yes. Whoosh. As soon as he made this decision, he was enveloped in an endless darkness, and soon, he could see nothing at all. After a while, as a sudden feeling of falling hit him, the light returned to his vision. Where is this? When he saw the surroundings, he was stunned. He realized that he was no longer in the faculty apartment Weaver had arranged for him but on a swaying, somewhat dilapidated large ship. The salty and fishy smell in the air told him that the ship was likely sailing on the sea. Hey, Claw. What are you dawdling around for? Hurry up and come here. A sudden angry shout broke into Raymond's thoughts, pulling his attention away instantly. When he looked toward the source of the voice, he found it was a one-eyed, bald man wearing an eye patch, much like Director Egghead. The only difference was that this person obviously looked Asian and was speaking in Japanese. Raymond himself didn't know Japanese, nor did the original body he had replaced. Yet, for some reason, when this bald man spoke, he could understand everything clearly. Moreover, although the bald man was calling out to Claw, Raymond knew he was referring to him. Have I turned into Claw now? Having had the previous experience of body switching and suffering for it, a possibility quickly emerged in his mind. He hurried over to a nearby water bucket, yanked off the lid, and peered inside. Sure enough, what lay before him was a 15 or 16-year-old boy. Upon closer inspection, it was evidently the youthful Claw. He had a boyish face, without the iconic round glasses perched on his nose, and even the spot where scars should have been was perfectly intact. Is this what they call immersive experience? Raymond was stunned by this vivid scene before him. Had he not clearly remembered that he had just spent 10 universal points to activate this scene, he might have thought he had traveled through time again. Undoubtedly, everything he was seeing and feeling was a scene simulated by the system, depicting Claw's experiences during his youth. What are you doing over there? Are you itching for a beating? The bald man, seeing Claw acting as if he hadn't heard him, grew furious and pulled out a whip from his waist, swinging it directly at Raymond. Crack! Accompanied by a sharp crack of the whip, Raymond let out a pained howl. System! I'm going to get you for this. This blow made Raymond feel tears welling up. It hurt so much. The pain was truly excruciating. He never expected that a virtual scene, similar to those he had seen in novels from his previous life, would come with real pain sensations. In virtual games, at least there is an option to set the pain percentage, but this scene provided him with no such opportunity. It was 100% real pain right from the start.
Damn, this is too unfair.
As Raymond raged internally at this deceptive system, a prompt from the system echoed in his mind. You can choose to exit this scene early.
Would you like to exit? Yes/no.
Seeing the bald man preparing to whip him again with a ferocious expression, Raymond didn't hesitate to choose yes.
Are you kidding me?
If he didn't leave now, he would be whipped to the brink of life and death.
He wasn't a masochist and had no interest in being mistreated with a whip. When else could he leave if not now?
Whoosh! The moment Raymond decided to exit the scene, everything around him seemed to pause, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Even the second whip the bald man was about to swing was frozen in midair, just 5 centimeters from Raymond, ready to strike.
Suddenly,
the scenery before him began to crack like shattered glass, gradually fading away, enveloping Raymond in darkness once again. Following that, the familiar feeling of falling hit him. After what felt like an eternity, Raymond suddenly opened his eyes and realized he hadn't moved at all. He was still lying on the soft bed in the faculty apartment, staring up at the ceiling. He quickly sat up and instinctively glanced at the spot where he had been whipped, only to remember that he wasn't in the same body as before, so there would be no lasting effect. Yet, the vivid pain still lingered in his memory. A virtual scene restoration, with 100% real pain sensation, and that bald man looked perfectly normal, unlike those dumb NPCs in games who can be hit without consequence. As he recalled the scene, Raymond began to analyze it calmly. It seems that immersive experience means creating a scene that one of my alter egos has previously experienced, allowing me to temporarily become him at that time and interact normally with the characters within that scene, or receive their guidance.
However, I wonder if I can apply anything I genuinely learn in there back in reality.
Raymond stroked his chin, pondering the specific details of the immersive experience function. Additionally, he realized he had forgotten to keep track of the time, making it impossible to determine whether the time spent in the virtual scene matched real-world time.
Let's do it again, this time I can't be careless.
Raymond took out his phone, placed it beside him, and prepared to press the timer button before starting again to compare the time discrepancies. After exchanging for 2 bronze character cards at once, he had 220 exploration points left, having spent 10 points earlier, leaving him with 210 points. Fortunately, activating a bronze-level alter ego's virtual scene only required 10 universal points, so even if he failed a few times, he could still absorb the losses. If it were a silver-level alter ego's virtual scene, that would cost 100 points per activation, which he definitely couldn't afford to waste. Once again lying back down, placing his phone beside him, and pressing the timer button, Raymond activated the previous scene. Whoosh! The familiar scene appeared once more, endless darkness, the sudden feeling of falling, followed by the swaying, dilapidated ship, the salty air, and that familiar bald one-eyed man.
Claw! What are you dawdling around for? Hurry up and come over here. As expected, the familiar angry shout echoed again.
Just as I thought, each activation feels like entering a game instance. Even if the same scene is activated twice, everything resets and starts over again. Watching the familiar scene, this time Raymond was no longer shocked. Instead, he found it very intriguing.
Now, let's follow the storyline. He quietly resolved. Stand firm. Don't wobble an inch.
The rough voice of the one-eyed bald man thundered in Raymond's ears, making his head buzz. This time, however, he didn't challenge the bald man. Instead, he obediently followed his orders, squatting in a horse stance on the 2 wooden barrels, remaining perfectly still. After all, he spent universal points to learn Claw's fighting techniques from this bald man, not to engage in a battle of wills with a virtual character.
Coming to this realization, all his previous displeasure evaporated.
He certainly didn't want to endure another whip punishment or waste 10 universal points for no reason.
Listen up, kid. Always remember, your footing is crucial when you're on the sea.
The bald man, with his hands behind his back, instructed Raymond in a booming voice. The ship will sway with the rolling waves. If you lose your balance during a fight, it means you've already lost half your life, and your enemy won't pass up such a golden opportunity. So, the first thing I'm going to teach you is how to maintain your balance.
In a moment, I'll kick the wooden barrel underneath you when you're unprepared.
You must neither stand up nor fall down. If you make any movement to stand, it's 1 whip. If you fall, it's the same. A sinister smile flickered in the bald man's eyes. Upon hearing this, a chill crept into Raymond's heart. He had experienced a whip from the bald man during his last visit, and the memory of that pain was still fresh in his mind. He knew exactly how agonizing it was. His first instinct was to consider giving up right then. However, if he did, he would have wasted 20 universal points in total. More importantly, his plan to increase his comprehensive value would be interrupted. With that in mind, he gritted his teeth and decided to stay. Just as he struggled internally about whether to give up, perhaps sensing his distraction, the bald man kicked the barrel beneath him like lightning, causing it to shake violently. Caught off guard, Raymond lost his balance and crashed to the deck. Crack! Along with the sound of the whip, Raymond let out a pained scream. Get up! Stand back on it! Do it again! The bald man coldly commanded, pointing at the barrel. Raymond gritted his teeth against the pain, got back up, and righted the fallen barrel, then climbed back onto it, resuming his horse stance. Ding! When Raymond pressed the timer button on his phone, he was shocked to see that only 3 seconds had passed. Including the time it took to press the timer and the moment of daze when waking from the virtual scene, those 3 seconds felt like a fleeting moment. However, he had spent at least 4 to 5 hours in that virtual scene, during which he had endured over a dozen whips from the bald man before finally grasping the true trick of standing firm. From that point on, no matter how the bald man kicked the barrel, as long as it wasn't completely knocked over, he could maintain his balance on it without easily falling. It's clear that I was in there for 4 to 5 hours, yet it only felt like an instant outside. Does that mean no matter how long I stay in there, time in the real world only passes like a brief moment? Looking at the timer results on his phone, Raymond pondered. He had retreated from the virtual scene partly because after enduring a dozen lashes, his entire body was on fire with pain, which was indeed hard to bear. But if he really wanted to, he could have held out for a while longer. However, due to the uncertainty of the time-flow ratio between the inside and outside worlds, he was worried that if he stayed in there for several hours, it might mean several hours had passed outside as well, which would be inappropriate. What if someone came looking for him, thinking something had happened? But now it seemed his worries were unnecessary. Even if the time-flow ratio wasn't as he had imagined, meaning that no matter how long he stayed inside, it would still only feel like a fleeting moment outside, it was certainly exaggerated. He didn't need to fret about that. Having clarified the crucial issue of time-flow ratios, Raymond quickly shifted his focus to another important point. What impact would learning in the virtual scene have on the real world? System, display my current data. As Raymond contemplated this, a prompt from the system sounded in his mind. Host, Raymond. Strength, 0.9, Agility, 0.9, Constitution, 0.9, Spirit, 1.7. Ability, Claws Fighting Technique, 1%. Exploration Points, 200. Alter Egos, Cunning Claw, Deadshot Floyd, The Greatest Assassin, Tao Bye Bye. It actually works. Seeing his data panel, an uncontrollable excitement surged within Raymond. Compared to the last time he checked his data, besides the decrease in exploration points and the increased number of alter egos, there were 2 notable changes. The first change was his agility value. He clearly remembered that during the last check, both his strength and constitution were 0.9, while his spirit was 1.7, far exceeding the other values. Only his agility was the lowest at 0.8. But this time, his agility had also increased by 0.1, reaching 0.9, just like his strength and constitution. During this time, other than entering the virtual scene, he hadn't done any additional training, yet his agility had inexplicably increased. This was certainly not a coincidence. He understood that this change was definitely brought about by the immersive experience function. Moreover, there was another strong piece of evidence. A new ability section had appeared in his data, clearly stating Claw's fighting technique. Although it was noted that he had only mastered 1%, this was enough to prove that his training in the virtual scene had been effective, allowing him to translate what he gained there directly into the real world. Just in 4 to 5 hours, mastering only 1% of Claw's fighting technique resulted in a 0.1 increase in my agility. It seems those dozen lashes were not for nothing, Raymond mused to himself. He also realized that the reason he could see results in such a short time was largely due to the original body's poor foundation. It was like a couch potato suddenly deciding to lose weight, even the slightest bit of exercise would yield visible results. However, this effect clearly wouldn't last indefinitely and would soon plateau. His current situation was likely similar. Apart from his spirit, which was far above average, the other 3 values hadn't even reached the average value of 1 for a healthy adult, highlighting just how weak his foundation was. However, my plateau shouldn't come so soon. As long as I can fully master Claw's fighting technique, it will undoubtedly lead to significant improvements in my various attributes. Raymond felt a surge of excitement, thinking, now is the perfect time to keep pushing forward and seize the moment. With this thought, he reset the timer on his phone to 0, preparing to start timing again. This time, he planned to stay in the virtual scene for a longer duration, as he needed to further confirm the time-flow ratio between the inside and outside worlds. In the Operations Institute of S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, inside the director's office. "Agent Weaver, you can't be joking with me," said a middle-aged man, robust like a polar bear. This man is Russian, named Leonid, and he is also the current director of the Operations Institute. Unlike Weaver, the director of the Academy of Sciences, Leonid has not always worked at S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. 10 years ago, he was one of the high-ranking field agents in S.H.I.E.L.D. known for his formidable combat skills, nicknamed White Bear, and his fame was on par with May, who was codenamed Knight. But like May, he could no longer execute missions with a normal mindset for certain reasons, so he chose to step back and became a teacher at S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. It was only 2 years ago, after the previous director stepped down, that he took over the position of director. In fact, not just him, all previous directors of the Operations Institute were well-known field agents in S.H.I.E.L.D. Without such credentials, it would be difficult to gain respect. Because in the field of espionage, mere training is far from enough. Without the baptism of blood and fire, one will always just be armchair strategizing. Similarly, the Spy School and Communications Institute are the same, whether teachers or directors, the vast majority have worked in S.H.I.E.L.D., with only a very few exceptions. Perhaps only the situation at the Academy of Sciences is different. Scientists do not need combat experience, they can conduct research anywhere. So many teachers in the Academy of Sciences choose to stay after graduating from here. "Agent Leonid, I didn't come here to joke with you. For this matter, Director Fury has already communicated with me several times, so please respect my work." Seeing Leonid's ghostly expression, Weaver had to bring up Director Fury to strengthen her position. "Agent Weaver, it's not a matter of whether I respect your work, but rather you all are making a joke out of the Operations Institute." Leonid stood his ground, visibly unhappy. "Have you all collectively lost your minds? What does the Operations Institute need to learn about psychology? You misunderstood. Although Dr. Raymond is a psychology expert, he chose to come to your Operations Institute not to teach a psychology class." Weaver shook her head and said, "What does he want to do then?" "He wants to teach a comprehensive operations course." Bang! Leonid suddenly slammed the desk and shouted angrily, "Comprehensive operations course? What joke is this? Do you really think of our Operations Institute as a playground? Agent Leonid, this is an order, not a negotiation with you." "To hell with the order, I don't agree with this matter." Leonid's face turned red with anger. "I want to report to Senior Dugan. I don't believe he would sit idly by while you all ruin the course he established." "Then you might be disappointed, Agent Leonid." "I have already reported this matter to Principal Dugan and received his approval," Weaver said with a smile. "That's impossible," Leonid instinctively retorted. But he quickly realized that it was meaningless for Weaver to lie to him about this. Although Principal Dugan was in Europe, contacting him was just a phone call away. If it were a lie, it would be exposed in an instant. Weaver couldn't possibly make such a basic error. This meant that Weaver must have really reported to Principal Dugan and received his consent. An order from Director Fury, and even Principal Dugan agreed. This matter was basically set in stone, and even he, as the director, could not stop it. Understanding this, Leonid's expression turned ashen. Knock, knock, knock. Just when the atmosphere became somewhat awkward, a sudden knocking sound came from the door. "Come in," Leonid said with a hint of irritation. What he didn't expect was that the person who entered was the very subject of the debate between him and Weaver Raymond. He knew Raymond, having seen him a couple of times when Raymond served as a visiting professor at the academy, so he was not a stranger. Weaver was clearly surprised as well. "Dr. Raymond? What brings you here?" "I was originally going to your office, Ms. Weaver, to discuss something, but upon arrival, I found you weren't there. Your assistant told me you were here, so I came directly," Raymond said with a smile. "I didn't expect to overhear you two arguing. If I heard correctly, are you two arguing about me?" Faced with Raymond, the main subject, Leonid, who had been agitated just moments ago, felt a bit awkward, but staying true to his principles, he still forced himself to explain. "Dr. Raymond, please don't misunderstand, I have nothing against you, and I admire your achievements in psychology, but the standards for the Comprehensive Operations course are very high. Even our ordinary teachers at the Operations Institute cannot meet the requirements to teach this course." "I am well aware of that," Raymond nodded, acknowledging. The so-called Comprehensive Operations course is actually a unique course at the Operations Institute, which, in principle, students from the 4 major divisions can apply for, but it is usually only open to true elite students from those divisions. To enroll in this course, one must receive a recommendation from any one of the directors of the 4 major divisions.
Just this one requirement is enough to eliminate 99% of applicants.
Because if one is not outstanding in a certain division, they will never receive a recommendation. On the other hand, corresponding to the strict selection process is the powerful faculty. Those qualified to teach this course are all top agents proficient in various combat methods. Each of them not only possesses immense combat power but must also be able to apply their skills across different areas. Leonid had previously served as a teacher for the Comprehensive Operations course, so he understood just how strict the requirements for teachers were. Now, counting himself, there were only 2 people at the Operations Institute qualified to teach this course. He had just been promoted to director, and under normal circumstances, he no longer handled teaching, so currently, there was only 1 Comprehensive Operations course at the Operations Institute. Because of this, the Comprehensive Operations course has always been in high demand. Among the vast number of students at Shield Academy, there are actually quite a few elite students with enrollment qualifications, but in the end, only a small portion can be selected through applications. As the director of the Operations Institute, Leonid naturally hoped that more teachers could teach this course. But the standards were there. If no one met them, he couldn't help it. He couldn't lower the standards just to allow more people to teach this course. Such self-deception would only tarnish the reputation of the Operations Institute.
As for Raymond?
To be honest, he not only felt that Raymond was not qualified to teach the Comprehensive Operations course, but he didn't even think Raymond could teach any course at the Operations Institute.
Raymond was well aware of Leonid's thoughts.
As expected, in Leonid's mind, his current image must be that of a fool who, relying on some powerful backing, shamelessly forces S.H.I.E.L.D. to comply with his whims. However, Raymond was not angered by this. Instead, he maintained a smile and asked, "Director Leonid, do you disagree with me coming to the Operations Institute to teach the Comprehensive Operations course because I seem like a frail scholar and you think I lack the ability to teach this course?" "I never said that," Leonid replied reluctantly. Yet, anyone could see from his demeanor that this was exactly what he meant.
Raymond was not blind and certainly could see that. But he didn't mind and continued smiling, saying, "I've heard that you, Director Leonid, used to teach this course, right?"
"That's correct."
Leonid did not understand the purpose of Raymond asking this question now.
"Then how about this? Let's have a competition," Raymond said with a grin, looking at him. "You can decide the competition items. Anything related to the Comprehensive Operations course is fair game.
You choose 3 items, and we'll compete." Leonid did not expect Raymond to suddenly propose this. He was momentarily taken aback. "What's wrong? Are you afraid, Director Leonid?"
Raymond looked at him with a smile that was not quite a smile.
"Afraid? Leonid sneered twice, clearly dismissing the idea and retorting, "If we determine a winner, how will we judge it?"
"For the 3 competitions, if I lose any one of them, then I'll be considered the loser," Raymond said lightly.
"If I lose, I will voluntarily give up my position at the Operations Institute and won't trouble you anymore. But if I win?"
"If you win, I will fully support whatever you want to do in the future, and I won't obstruct you at all,"
Leonid declared firmly.
"And we won't stick to just losing one item to count as a loss. Let's make it a best 2 out of 3, that would be fair."
"Are you sure?"
"Of course." "Great, then I'll trouble Ms. Weaver to help witness this,"
Raymond said while looking at Weaver.
"I have no objections," Leonid shrugged. Seeing both men looking at her, Weaver nodded in agreement. She originally wanted to stop Raymond, because from an objective perspective, he actually had no need to engage in such a wager with Leonid. This matter had the decision from Director Fury and Principal Dugan. Even if Leonid was the director of the Operations Institute, he had no right to obstruct Raymond's arrival. No matter how dissatisfied Leonid was, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly in this matter. But since this wager was proposed by Raymond and both parties had no objections, if she were to intervene now, it would only create unnecessary trouble for herself. So she hesitated for a moment before agreeing.
"Let's set the time for this afternoon, then."
"Director Leonid, please prepare the competition venue, and I'll discuss some matters with Ms. Weaver. You can notify her when you are ready," Raymond said with a smile.
"No problem,"
Leonid agreed readily. Preparing the competition venue was something that, as the director of the Operations Institute, he could easily arrange with a word to his subordinates. he didn't need to handle it personally. Then, see you later, Director Leonid Raymond waved his hand.
See you this afternoon.
Weaver also stood up to bid farewell to Leonid. Watching the two leave, Leonid sneered twice, then picked up the telephone on his desk to begin issuing orders. Clearly, he recognized that Raymond had just been intentionally provoking him, but he didn't mind at all, as he didn't believe Raymond had any chance of winning. If it were a certain active high-ranking field agent from S.H.I.E.L.D. challenging him, he might have some concerns about possibly losing. After all, he had been in a secondary position for 10 years, although he had not stopped exercising during these years. His comprehensive combat abilities were certainly not what they were at their peak. But Raymond was merely a scholarly figure, and he had never heard of him having any remarkable achievements in combat. Even if he was an expert in psychology, that was a completely different matter from comprehensive operations. If he were afraid of such a challenge, then he might as well not be the director anymore and just go home to sleep. Raymond came to find Weaver primarily to ask for her help in purchasing some daily necessities, including but not limited to clothing, a laptop, a new phone, and a number, among other things. The outfit he was currently wearing was a standard work uniform that Hill and the others had found for him from the previous lodge. Apart from that, he didn't even have a change of underwear. The phone was also a random brand that they had helped him acquire, and aside from making calls and sending texts, it was difficult to access the internet, which was very frustrating for him. Previously, he had either been focusing on exchanging character cards, activating secondary personalities, or exploring the immersive function, so he hadn't really paid attention to these matters. It wasn't until he had a basic understanding of the effects of immersive and had some time to rest that he suddenly realized he had no basic living supplies after leaving the hospital. That feeling was both awkward and uncomfortable. As a 21st century human, a phone and a computer are indispensable items in daily life, let alone daily necessities like underwear. So he immediately sought out Weaver, hoping she could help him procure these items. Of course, before that, there was another very important matter, which was to have Weaver take him to reapply for a bank card belonging to the original owner of the body. The original owner, being a prominent figure in the field of psychology, held positions and titles in many schools and companies. Coupled with some speaking fees and manuscript payments, his net worth was at least in the 7 figures. Converted to RMB, it was even more than the wealth he had when he started his business in his past life. Moreover, this was due to the original owner not being particularly keen on making money. If he had been more focused on earning, his wealth would have multiplied several times over. Raymond wanted to purchase daily necessities and had no intention of having Weaver spend this money for him. In fact, he had not anticipated that he would come to ask Weaver for some help and would just happen to overhear the argument between Weaver and Director Leonid of the Operations Institute. The reason for the argument was precisely because of him. He understood that he didn't need to step in. After all, no matter how much Leonid opposed it, Director Fury would definitely have a way to resolve this matter. But considering that he would be stationed at the academy for a while, he didn't want to face a superior who harbored strong dissatisfaction toward him every day, so he decided to step up and seize this opportunity to win Leonid over completely. It's also a good chance to let Deadshot's secondary personality stretch its legs and to see his skills. Raymond thought to himself as he sat in the passenger seat of Weaver's car, preparing to go reapply for the bank card. The director of the Operations Institute, the former Level 7 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. nicknamed White Bear, Leonid, was set to engage in 3 competitions with a new teacher from the academy regarding the contents of the Comprehensive Operations course. Once this news spread, it quickly circulated throughout the Operations Institute, even reaching many people in the other 3 divisions, who began to inquire about what was happening. S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy has always aimed to cultivate exceptional talents. The students who enter here are already elites among elites. As a result, the overall atmosphere of the academy has always been quite serious, with few outrageous incidents occurring. Therefore, whenever a special event happens, it ignites everyone's gossiping spirit, from the directors down to the newly enrolled students, without exception. When Weaver drove back to the academy with Raymond, who had just finished purchasing his new gear, she immediately received a call from the director of the Spy Institute, inquiring about the details of the situation. Upon hearing that the call was about this matter, Weaver's tone instantly turned less friendly. "Don't ask me, I don't know. If you want to find out, go ask Leonid yourself. Don't be so heartless, Agent Weaver. My people told me you were in the office at the time. You must know the inside story, right?" The director of the Spy Institute showed no signs of backing down. "Your people? You have spies in the Operations Institute?" Weaver raised an eyebrow slightly. "What can I call them but spies? I'm just training their infiltration skills. This is part of our curriculum at the Spy Institute, he corrected her with righteous indignation.
Them? Weaver did not follow the director's line of reasoning but instead keenly picked up on another key piece of information from his words. Ahem, if you don't want to share, that's fine, we'll find out soon enough.
The Spy Institute director realized that Weaver had no intention of revealing any information and stopped pressing her. Sitting in the passenger seat, Raymond was adjusting his new phone. Seeing Weaver hang up the call with an unhappy expression and combining it with what she had said during the call, Raymond guessed what was going on and asked with a smile, "The news has already spread?"
That Leonid is really going too far,
Weaver said, somewhat annoyed. She knew without thinking that the reason this matter had spread so quickly was that someone had leaked the information, and it might even have been stirred up from behind the scenes.
Who could that person possibly be? Director Leonid is afraid that if I lose, I won't admit it.
After a moment's thought, Raymond guessed Leonid's intention and smiled. Leonid must be worried that even if he lost, Raymond wouldn't leave quietly but would continue to apply pressure through Director Fury and Principal Dugan to stay at the academy. Now that the news had spread, it was equivalent to cutting off his retreat with the pressure of public opinion. I was originally thinking of giving him some face, he dug this pit for himself, so he can't blame me for being rude, Raymond shook his head, smiling.
In fact, he didn't mind Leonid's attitude at all.
After activating Deadshot's secondary personality and the Toro's secondary personality, and understanding the effects of Immersive, he was no longer concerned about whether to continue staying at S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. If he wanted to leave now, he could do so at any time and live comfortably anywhere. Staying at the academy was just because he wanted to rest for a while, avoid running around, and familiarize himself with this world, seeing how it differed from the various versions of the Marvel Universe he was familiar with. During this time, he could also further explore the operations of the system, which was quite beneficial. As for being a teacher at S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, it was merely a novel experience for him, he could do it or not, completely following his own mood.
Leonid's intense reaction would not cause him any trouble, rather, it made things more interesting.
Weaver, however, was unaware of these thoughts.
From her perspective, Leonid's behavior was somewhat excessive.
Dr. Raymond, with Leonid acting this way, you can choose to suspend the competition. I will report this matter to Principal Dugan, it won't affect your position, Weaver comforted him.
No need, thank you for your kindness, Ms. Weaver.
However, I actually find Director Leonid's actions quite to my liking. I'm even more looking forward to the upcoming competitions, Raymond replied with a smile.
Raymond's reaction left Weaver somewhat astonished.
But recalling what Hill had told her earlier, she decided not to say more and to proceed according to his wishes, hoping it wouldn't end up too embarrassing. The competition venue arranged by Leonid was a multifunctional outdoor base that the students of the Operations Institute usually used for training. When Raymond arrived there with Weaver, it was already packed with spectators. Numerous small drones hovered above the base, capturing the situation from all angles, leaving no area unrecorded. Seeing this scene, Weaver's dissatisfaction grew, but since Raymond didn't say anything, she felt it would be inappropriate for her to interfere. When Leonid saw Raymond and Weaver arrive, he was the first to speak. I'm so sorry, I don't know which of my subordinates leaked the information. By the time I wanted to stop it, it was already too late. After this matter is over, I will definitely investigate thoroughly to find out the culprit. Leonid spoke with righteous indignation, as if he truly believed his words.
But how could Raymond and Weaver not see through his pretense?
This was clearly a case of the thief shouting to catch the thief.
Is that so?
Then let me send someone to help you investigate. I guarantee we can find out exactly what happened in the shortest time, Weaver replied in a nonchalant manner. There's no need to trouble Agent Weaver, we at the Operations Institute can handle it ourselves, Leonid declined politely.
However, his reaction was enough to indicate the truth.
But without solid evidence, even as the vice principal, Weaver couldn't embarrass Leonid, the director of the Operations Institute, in front of so many people, as it would tarnish S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy's reputation.
Alright, let's stop discussing these irrelevant matters, Raymond interrupted their conversation.
What we're competing in and how we will compete, Director Leonid, just tell us directly.
The sooner we start, the sooner we can finish.
Doctor is right, Leonid nodded repeatedly. Seeing that Raymond did not continue to dwell on the issue of the leaked information, he felt a secret relief and quickly introduced the 3 competition items he had carefully selected.
The Comprehensive Operations course is a unique course at our Operations Institute, designed personally by Principal Dugan over 30 years ago, establishing the teaching direction and standards for the course.
After more than 30 years of development and continuous improvement, the content of this course is also kept up to date, always in line with the trends of the times and technology.
Leonid began to give Raymond a brief overview of the comprehensive operations course.
Some of the content was already known to Raymond, but there were also aspects he was unaware of. So, even though Leonid did not directly get to the point, Raymond did not interrupt and quietly listened. Compared to ordinary training and courses, the most significant feature of the comprehensive operations course is its comprehensiveness. It is no exaggeration to say that this course almost encompasses the essence of all 4 major divisions. Those who pass this course have the opportunity to be directly promoted to level 5 agents upon graduating from S.H.I.E.L.D. Leonid introduced with pride, not only because this course was unique to the Operations Institute but also because he had once served as a teacher for the comprehensive operations course.
Raymond listened quietly, not interrupting him.
Leonid seemed to realize he was talking too much and cleared his throat, returning to the main topic. Considering the uniqueness of the comprehensive operations course, I didn't select a single competition item like shooting or fighting, as that would be meaningless even if there were a clear winner. So, I specifically designed a few segments that require comprehensive operational abilities as the contents of the 3 competitions. Doctor, you can see if you are satisfied with them. If you have any different opinions, we can further modify and adjust them until both parties are satisfied. As he spoke, Leonid began detailing the competition content. The competition items he designed were not complicated. The first 2 competitions were almost identical, the only difference was the switching of offensive and defensive roles, but they tested comprehensive operational abilities thoroughly, as any shortcoming could lead to failure. Specifically, in the first 2 rounds, both would enter a weapons room used for assembling firearms. The room was filled with many gun parts, haphazardly piled together. The key was that these parts did not have only one correct assembly method, they came from various firearms, and how many complete guns could be assembled was unknown, plus there were many distractions. Both of them would have only 2 minutes to identify and assemble the parts before they had to head to the main battlefield. The layout of the main battlefield was simple, a high ground that was easy to defend but hard to attack, with obstacles for cover. In the first round, Leonid would defend the high ground while Raymond would attack. In the second round, the roles would be reversed. Each side would have half an hour to attack. If the attacker succeeded in capturing the position, they would win. If they failed, they would lose. Additionally, there were many auxiliary high-tech devices around the high ground, most of which were unique to S.H.I.E.L.D., and both could use them flexibly. Of course, the weapons and equipment they would use were loaded with training rounds meant for students. Even if hit, they wouldn't be fatal. However, both would wear specially designed training suits that could recognize damage. As soon as one was hit or attacked by the other, the suit would automatically calculate the extent of the damage. Once the damage value reached a critical threshold, the person would be declared dead and unable to continue resisting. As for the third competition, it was also quite simple. It would be a comprehensive mission to rescue hostages. They would each carry out the rescue and then determine the winner based on combined scores and penalties.
I have no objections, let's start right away.
Raymond agreed without hesitation after hearing the introduction.
If you're not satisfied, that's fine.
If you have a different idea, we can. Leonid had originally prepared to modify the competition content, but halfway through, he realized Raymond had not objected.
He looked at Raymond in surprise. You agree? This design is very reasonable. Why would I disagree? Raymond shrugged. Okay then, I'll have them finish preparing the venue. Let's change into the training suits, and then we can get started.
Seeing Raymond agree so readily, Leonid felt a strange sensation rising within him, as it was somewhat different from his previous expectations. However, it was too late for him to think too much about it, so he decisively set the start time. 10 minutes later, they both changed into their training suits. When Leonid saw Raymond again, for some reason, he felt that Raymond was somewhat different from before. Especially Raymond's eyes, which suddenly made him feel a slight sense of unease.
There's something wrong, something definitely feels off. His intuition told him that something was amiss.
This was the instinct he had developed over many years as a field agent. Many missions had been survived thanks to this intuition, finding a way out in dire situations. Now, seeing Raymond again, his instincts warned him that there was something peculiar about this situation. But no matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't figure out where the issue lay. If Raymond could hear his inner thoughts, he would surely exclaim that a man's intuition could indeed be so sharp. Because at that moment, Raymond was being controlled by Deadshot's secondary personality. S.H.I.E.L.D.? Is that department like the Eye of Heaven in this world? The Deadshot personality silently mused while observing Leonid, who was frowning across from him.
It seems a bit different. Well, okay. But even if they're not exactly the same, there are similarities, right? Truly, these rigid types are just nauseating.
The look in Deadshot's eyes as he gazed at Leonid revealed a hint of disdain. In the DC world, he had been controlled by the Eye of Heaven for a long time through implanted explosive chips and had even formed the infamous X-Team with other mind-controlled teammates. The role of the Eye of Heaven in the DC world, in some respects, was quite similar to the role of S.H.I.E.L.D. in this world, with the only difference being that the former completely obeyed the North American government of the DC world, while the latter, although constrained by the World Security Council, did not have a completely subordinate relationship. His deep hatred for the Eye of Heaven also led to a distaste for S.H.I.E.L.D. At this moment, Leonid temporarily equated to the detested Eye of Heaven in his eyes, even though Leonid had no idea what the Eye of Heaven was, but that didn't affect his animosity towards him.
Leonid completely failed to understand what was going on with Raymond.
Seeing Raymond suddenly looking at him with a gaze of disgust and disdain left him feeling baffled.
But he still stepped forward to ask, "Can we start, Doctor?"
However, Raymond ignored him and simply made a throat-slitting gesture towards him, the meaning clear.
This action from Raymond completely enraged Leonid.
He was not a patient person and could not tolerate such humiliation. With a cold snort, he returned Raymond a throat-slitting gesture in kind. After sending Raymond to the outdoor base, Weaver followed the staff from the Operations Institute to the central control tower. Here, they could clearly watch the entire competition through the surveillance equipment. However, when Weaver arrived, her two old friends were already there. The first was Claude, the director of the Spy Institute, with whom she had previously discussed this matter over the phone. He was a middle-aged white man in his 50s, dressed in a sharp gray suit, with classic gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, and he leaned on a peachwood cane, looking every bit like a gentleman from a fashion magazine cover. Accompanying Claude was an Asian man who looked somewhat frail, wearing square black-framed glasses. He was well-maintained, making it hard to determine his exact age. His name was Vincent, and he was the director of the Communications Institute. With that, among the directors of the four major divisions, only Leonid, who was personally participating in the competition, was absent. Claude, with his sharp eyes, was the first to spot Weaver and greeted her enthusiastically. "Agent Weaver, why are you only just arriving?
We've been waiting for you for a long time. You're probably waiting for my intel, right?" Weaver rolled her eyes, a bit annoyed.
"Good afternoon, Agent Weaver," Vincent greeted her quite gentlemanly. From the attire, Claude seemed more of a gentleman, but in behavior, he was quite the opposite.
"I thought only this guy Claude was so nosy. I didn't expect you, Agent Vincent, to be here as well." Weaver's attitude towards Vincent was noticeably more polite than towards Claude. However, the degree of politeness was often inversely proportional to the degree of familiarity. It was clear that Weaver had a closer relationship with Claude, which was why he was so informal. Vincent smiled slightly and said, "If it were just about Agent Leonid, I might not be too interested, but regarding Dr. Raymond, I can't help but pay attention. Agent Weaver, you should know that I've had the idea of recruiting Dr. Raymond to our Communications Institute for quite some time, but I didn't expect." Weaver nodded in understanding.
Perhaps because Raymond had some Chinese heritage, he had a good relationship with Vincent when he served as a visiting professor at the academy. If Raymond were to choose based on connections, he should indeed go to the Communications Institute.
"Agent Weaver, since it's come to this, are you still planning to keep it a secret? Why did Leonid and Dr. Raymond agree to this competition?"
"Just share a little bit," Claude pressed. Hearing this, Weaver hesitated for a moment, feeling that it was unnecessary to keep it secret at this point, as they would soon know the truth anyway. So, she briefly summarized the situation.
"What? The comprehensive operations course?"
Claude, realizing what had happened, was taken aback and exclaimed, "No wonder Leonid reacted so strongly.
If it were me, I would probably be hopping mad too."
Vincent's focus, however, was different.
He slightly furrowed his brow and asked thoughtfully, "Agent Weaver, are you saying Principal Dugan had already agreed to this matter beforehand?"
"Exactly," Weaver nodded.
"Now I understand," Vincent contemplated. "It seems Agent Leonid is going to suffer this time." Claude looked at Vincent in confusion, even touching his forehead as if checking for a fever. "Agent Vincent, are you okay? Did you catch a cold or something?"
"Enough with the nonsense, it's about to start." Weaver suddenly noticed that the central screen in the control tower had already displayed two split screens showing Raymond and Leonid, both now in their training combat suits.
The loudspeakers at the outdoor base began a countdown. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1, start.
The moment the command start echoed from the speakers, Leonid suddenly sprang into action.
He dashed toward his weapons room like a cheetah.
In just 6 or 7 seconds, he covered the 50-meter distance and reached the weapons room, while his split screen switched to the indoor view of the weapons room. The screen showed a countdown timer. Both had to reach the weapons room from their starting point within 2 minutes, identify and assemble firearms within that time limit, and then leave the weapons room. If they didn't leave after 2 minutes, the door would lock, and they would be directly deemed to have failed the trial. This was also the reason why Leonid ran so fast.
However, in stark contrast, the other split screen showing Raymond was casually walking toward his weapons room, showing no sense of urgency whatsoever.
In just 50 meters, he took nearly half a minute to arrive, as if he were leisurely strolling. Seeing Leonid on the left split screen rapidly rummaging through a pile of parts and already selecting a few, clearly finding his bearings, while Raymond on the right had just walked into the weapons room, Claude couldn't help but be taken aback.
Is Dr. Raymond giving up on himself?
Not only him, but even Vincent, who had just said that Leonid might suffer, began to doubt his previous judgment.
Weaver's expression also showed some confusion, unsure of what to think.
As a minute of the countdown passed, Leonid on the left split screen appeared to have finished selecting parts and began to quickly assemble the components he had chosen. In contrast, on the right, Raymond maintained his leisurely pace, unhurriedly picking parts from the pile, looking as if he was casually shopping in a supermarket, showing no sense of urgency.
When the timer hit 1 minute and 20 seconds, Leonid had already completed his assembly. He had assembled a reconnaissance rifle, and many people watching the competition through the split screen recognized the weapon. Stair Scout Sniper Rifle, commonly known as the Bird Sniper, which is a more portable version of a sniper rifle. Although its power and range were far inferior to that of a typical sniper rifle, its lightness made it very suitable for scenarios of fixed-point defense against a small number of enemies. Claude and Vincent, both high-ranking agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., immediately recognized the gun. Even Weaver, who was not a field agent, recognized it.
To find the most suitable gun in such a short time, that guy Leonid, Weaver, having recognized the firearm, couldn't help but start worrying about Raymond. Dr. Raymond seems to have selected his parts as well and is starting to assemble, Claude reminded.
At his reminder, Weaver shifted her gaze to the right. A Desert Eagle?
At the same time, she heard Vincent's slightly odd voice nearby. The Desert Eagle, known as the Sand Eagle, is a firearm that is nearly synonymous with gun ownership in North America, where legal gun possession is allowed. Its fame skyrockets due to its frequent appearances in Hollywood blockbusters, making it an iconic choice among gun enthusiasts who aspire to own this well-known handgun.
Undeniably, the Desert Eagle has achieved peak power levels in the handgun category.
When discussing powerful handguns, many people's minds immediately conjure the image of the Desert Eagle.
However, its practical value is far less comparable to its notoriety.
The reason is simple: while it boasts great power, the recoil is equally terrifying, and its weight far exceeds that of standard handguns, making it difficult for an average person to handle. Perhaps only specific groups of individuals can truly master it. However, this wasn't the reason for Vincent's unusual tone. While the Desert Eagle is indeed challenging for the average person, it isn't a significant problem for most agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Even if Raymond could handle the Desert Eagle, Vincent wouldn't be surprised.
The issue lies in the fact that the current competition setting is a fixed-point offense and defense scenario, and handguns are typically only suitable for urban combat or close-quarters engagements, making them ill-suited for the current situation. For Raymond to assemble a Desert Eagle at this moment seemed absurd.
Am I really overthinking this? Vincent muttered to himself.
In the weapons room, Raymond, having just assembled the Desert Eagle, moved his lips slightly. Though he made almost no sound, it was evident he was talking to himself.
Don't worry, how could I possibly be defeated by someone as conventional as that guy? An accident?
No, there's no such thing as an accident when there's an absolute difference in strength. Raymond displayed a confident smile as he picked up bullets from a nearby shelf. As he left the weapons room, the countdown timer showed 1 minute and 57 seconds, just 3 seconds away from the door locking automatically. On the other side, Leonid had already left his weapons room and arrived at the high ground. Fully prepared, Leonid wasted no time and quickly began to explore the high-tech equipment in the area, finding suitable gadgets at the fastest pace. By the time Raymond entered the battlefield, Leonid was already well prepared, waiting for Raymond to show up. He was filled with confidence. As soon as Raymond dared to peek out, there would be no chance for him to launch an attack, and he wouldn't need to remain on the defensive.
Offense is the best defense. If he could take down Raymond, then the first defensive task would be a success.
Crouching behind a cover, Leonid observed his surroundings through a small device, smirking to himself, "I don't know where you're getting your confidence to think you can compete with me, but the outcome is already." Suddenly, a tremendous force from an unknown source slammed him down, followed by a metallic collision sound that instantly made his head spin.
What on earth just happened?
This sudden situation left Leonid completely bewildered. Before he could grasp what was going on, the base's loudspeakers suddenly announced in a mechanized voice, "Agent Leonid has been eliminated. In the first match, Dr. Raymond is victorious."
I've been eliminated? Hearing the announcement, Leonid was utterly shocked. What just happened? He hadn't even seen a shadow. How could he have been eliminated?
Leonid was unaware that not only was he confused, but the audience watching the competition through the two split screens was equally baffled. The crowd of students and teachers outside the outdoor base erupted in chaos. Even the three directors in the control tower were left in shock.
What just happened? Weaver looked to Claude, hoping he could provide clarity.
As a civilian staff member, she wasn't very knowledgeable about combat, so when she realized she couldn't comprehend the situation, her first reaction was to ask Claude. Claude, the director of the Spy Institute, while not as famous as Leonid, was also a high-ranking agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., so he should have a comparable perspective.
That's why Weaver asked him first.
To Weaver's surprise, Claude was just as clueless as she was, wearing a puzzled expression. After shaking his head, he turned to Vincent beside him. "Did you understand?" Vincent furrowed his brow, deep in thought.
After a moment, he suddenly sprang into action. He quickly walked over to the control console.
"Hello, Director." The personnel operating the control console were all from the Communications Institute and greeted their director promptly. Vincent, however, had no time for pleasantries. He nodded and waved them aside. He then swiftly began to manipulate the console, and as he did, the central screen changed to a side-angle shot. The footage quickly began to replay, displaying a red virtual arc line that originated from Raymond's position, culminating behind the obstacle at Leonid's high ground. "Is that how it was?" Vincent's eyes lit up, and he slid his hands again, changing the screen to show Raymond's location from the side, and replaying until just a few seconds before Leonid was declared dead. "This should be the moment." Look, Vincent pointed to the screen, signaling Claude and the others to observe closely.
Claude focused intently on the screen, watching Raymond.
Suddenly, he saw Raymond, who had been staring at the high ground, casually swing his arm that held the gun. Immediately after, the mechanical announcement from the loudspeakers echoed in the footage.
"Oh my God, that move was actually a shot? Leonid was shot in the head by that single bullet!" Claude exclaimed in shock.
"Surely, that must be it." Vincent also looked astonished. From the various angles of footage, it was clear that this shot should not have been able to hit Leonid, who was hiding behind an obstacle on the high ground. Both the angle and direction made it seem impossible to hit him. Furthermore, since they were using training rounds, there was no possibility of a wall penetration kill. A direct hit was required to trigger a kill designation. To hit Leonid from that angle, unless the bullet could curve, it was impossible.
But how could that be?
At this moment, a mysterious silence enveloped the central control tower. Everyone present, even Weaver, who was not a combat personnel, had undergone professional military training and had a certain understanding of these matters. It was rare to find anyone completely clueless. Thus, when they saw the footage Vincent pulled up, they quickly grasped the situation.
However, it was precisely this understanding that made them feel even more incredulous.
No matter how they thought about it, they could not comprehend how Raymond had managed to hit Leonid, who was behind an obstacle, and even score a headshot. It was simply too bizarre. The distance between them was not particularly far, but it certainly wasn't close either, at least 200 to 300 meters, which exceeded the normal effective range for a handgun. At such a distance, the bullet could easily deviate from its trajectory. Under these conditions, even if any one of them stood there and shot at Leonid without any obstacles, they might not hit him, let alone shoot through an obstacle to land a headshot.
Faced with this incomprehensible situation, they could only choose to remain silent.
"Let's keep watching." Vincent switched the screen back to the split view but remained at the control panel. If Vincent and the others, who could access the replay footage, couldn't figure out what had just happened, it was even less likely for Leonid, who was in the middle of the action, to understand. The only thing he could think of was the sudden force that had come from above him. After that force struck, the announcement of his death echoed over the loudspeakers, and he was directly declared to have failed the first match, which was enough to explain the situation.
I was shot in the head? Leonid's face was filled with confusion.
He didn't know where Raymond had shot from or where he was, but he couldn't make sense of how he could have been shot in the head from his position. However, there was no time for him to delve into this problem because the second match was about to begin.
This time, the roles of offense and defense would be reversed.
This time, I absolutely cannot be careless, I must win. Leonid silently motivated himself. He truly had no way out. Although Raymond had said that losing just one match would mean failure, Leonid had insisted on changing the rules to best 2 out of 3. This meant that if he lost the second match, it would count as a loss, even if he won the third match, making it meaningless. Before long, under the staff's arrangement, the two switched sides. Once the weapons room was reset, the second competition officially began. As the audience observed both sides' conditions through the split screens, they found that the situation was still the same as in the first match. Leonid dashed toward the weapons room at full speed and began selecting the necessary equipment. Meanwhile, Raymond continued to progress at a leisurely pace, as if he were taking a stroll, showing no sense of urgency whatsoever. However, unlike the first match, no one thought he was giving up this time. A person who pretends to be powerful without the strength to back it up is a fool, while someone with real strength is truly impressive. Raymond had successfully showcased his abilities in the first match. Although no one had yet figured out how he had killed Leonid from behind an obstacle, the facts spoke for themselves, and the results were undeniable. Soon enough, Leonid assembled the firearm he had chosen just as quickly as in the first match. This time, he didn't select the bird sniper, instead, he assembled a submachine gun. The characteristics of the bird sniper made it suitable only for fixed-point defense, not for offense and assault. Since Leonid was now on the offensive side, he needed to make some changes in his selection. On the other hand, it was easy to see that Raymond's choice remained the same as in the first match. He leisurely assembled a Desert Eagle once again and left the weapons room right on time. Dr. Raymond can't really only recognize this one gun, can he? In the control tower, seeing Raymond assembling the Desert Eagle again, Claude's expression became somewhat peculiar.
Vincent shot him a glance. Have you figured out how Agent Leonid died in the first match?
Claude was instantly rendered speechless by Vincent's comment.
He understood what Vincent meant. If he couldn't even comprehend the other's attack method, what right did he have to question whether someone only recognized one gun?
Yet he had no retort, as he had thought long and hard without any clues. Feeling a bit embarrassed by Vincent's remark, he hastily tried to change the subject, looking toward the central screen and saying, I wonder if Leonid can turn the tide this time. Look, he's already quietly approaching the high ground. If he can close the distance, the firepower of the submachine gun will far exceed that of a handgun.
Agent Leonid has been eliminated. In the second match, Dr. Raymond is victorious. The announcement from the loudspeakers suddenly interrupted Claude's unfinished sentence. The entire central control tower fell into complete silence. What just happened again?
Clearly, everyone had been intently watching the two split screens, and it appeared Leonid's preparations were much more thorough as he was gradually closing in. Meanwhile, Raymond looked like he was on a leisurely outing. After reaching the high ground, he simply observed the terrain and then relaxed. He neither hurriedly manipulated the high-tech equipment on the high ground like Leonid in the first match nor acted decisively and aggressively like Leonid in the second match.
So how had he suddenly won this match again?
At this moment, the shock and bewilderment were not only felt by the flustered Claude. Everyone watching the match was enveloped in a deathly silence. Vincent remained silent, just like before, and once again began pulling up footage from half a minute ago at the control panel. This time, he split the central screen into 4 angles, each capturing Raymond from different perspectives. Sure enough, when the footage began to replay, they noticed that Raymond, just like in the first match, seemingly casually swung his arm that held the gun.
Immediately after, the announcement of Leonid's elimination echoed through the loudspeakers.
2 kills, and the situation was strikingly identical. No one doubted it was merely coincidence anymore, as such a coincidence could not happen consecutively in such a short period. This meant that the man they had originally thought was reckless for challenging Leonid, Dr. Raymond, was indeed a hidden master. Just based on these 2 shots, even among the top agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., it would be rare to find anyone who could match him.
Agent Weaver, did you know about Dr. Raymond's abilities all along and were just waiting to see us make fools of ourselves? Claude looked at Weaver with a wry smile. If I say I don't know, would you believe me?
Weaver appeared equally shocked, her reaction no less composed than Claude's. According to the original arrangement, no matter the outcome of the competition, all 3 matches must be completed. However, Leonid was defeated consecutively twice, each time without any understanding of what happened, leaving him in no mood to continue competing. Thus, he decisively called off the competition. Although this made him lose face, he felt that if he continued, the situation could only get worse. 10 minutes later, both sides of the competition had changed back into casual clothes and gathered at the control tower.
Raymond, who had reverted to his main persona, smiled and asked Leonid, "Director Leonid, can I finally open a comprehensive combat course now?"
"I mentioned before that as long as you can win against me, I will fully support your endeavors in the future and will never go back on my word." Leonid waved his hand, indicating that Raymond need not worry. While Raymond was conversing with Leonid, the other 3 branch directors, including Weaver, also approached. Upon seeing Raymond, Vincent immediately exclaimed in Chinese, "Raymond, you really opened my eyes this time." Raymond also noticed everyone and quickly recalled memories of the Asian man before him and the somewhat unfamiliar middle-aged gentleman next to Weaver. So it turns out they are the directors of the Communications Institute and the Espionage Institute. Recalling their identities, Raymond responded with a smile in Chinese, "Long time no see, Vincent."
"You remember long time no see?
You suddenly disappeared for so long without a word, and I thought you forgot about your old friend." Vincent pretended to be angry. "I'm really sorry, I did think about contacting you, but where I was, it wasn't easy to reach out to the outside world." Raymond casually made an excuse. In fact, this couldn't be considered a lie, as it was indeed very difficult to communicate with the outside world in a psychiatric hospital.
"I see. Well, since it wasn't intentional, just treat me to a drink sometime, and I'll forgive you," Vincent joked.
"Deal," Raymond readily agreed.
As the two were chatting happily, Claude suddenly interrupted, "Gentlemen, there are people here who don't understand Chinese. Can we have a little gentlemanly decorum? Are you that afraid people won't notice you?" Vincent rolled his eyes. Vincent was quite familiar with Claude, so he could joke freely, but Raymond clearly wasn't that close to him yet, so he just smiled and greeted, "Good afternoon, Director Claude." "Dr. Raymond, you finally made it. Quickly tell us what happened just now. How did you hit Leonid?" Claude eagerly asked.
It was clear that this question piqued his curiosity so much that he forgot basic etiquette. In fact, it wasn't just him, both Vincent and Weaver were similarly intrigued, and even Leonid, who had just lost the match, perked up when he heard Claude's question.
"Want to know?" Raymond looked around at everyone.
The directors nodded repeatedly. He cleared his throat and then spoke in a mysterious tone, "Have you heard of gun kata?"
"Gun kata?"
Everyone exchanged glances, all feeling quite unfamiliar with the term. Legend has it that during World War II, there was a sharpshooter from China who single-handedly killed thousands of Japanese invaders. Raymond began to introduce in a profound tone, this sharpshooter was so formidable because he created a miraculous shooting technique.
He named it gun kata.
The most remarkable part of gun kata is that it allows bullets to curve.
"Bullets can curve?"
Claude and Leonid exclaimed simultaneously. Although Vincent and Weaver didn't react as strongly, they too looked at Raymond with disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. In fact, during the replay of the footage, they had speculated that it was nearly impossible for Raymond to hit Leonid from that angle, unless the bullets truly curved. But that thought had only flashed through their minds and was quickly discarded, as it was simply too unreasonable. How could bullets possibly curve?
Newton's coffin would be overturned. But they never expected that Raymond's final answer would indeed be this quickly forgotten speculation.
"That's right, bullets can curve," Raymond said confidently. "At the moment the bullet leaves the barrel, by rapidly shaking the wrist, you can change the bullet's direction in mid-air. This is the essence of gun kata. My long absence was spent in China, learning this legendary gun kata from an extraordinary person, and I returned to North America after mastering it."
"I see." Claude and Leonid's eyes sparkled with excitement.
Both of them had been high-ranking field agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., which meant they were agents skilled in combat, and suddenly hearing about such a magical shooting technique was thrilling. Especially Leonid, who began to fantasize about whether he would have the chance to learn the wonders of gun kata from Raymond. Perhaps he could learn a bit himself. However, Weaver hesitated and said, "Applying a rotating force to a moving object can indeed lead to a change in trajectory. This phenomenon occurs in many ball sports, and it's a result of the Bernoulli principle."
"But with a bullet's speed, how could shaking the wrist change its direction? That's just unscientific."
"Agent Weaver, you're being too rigid. The facts are right in front of you, yet you refuse to believe and insist on adhering to those principles.
Don't you know that existence itself is rational?
Before Raymond could respond, Claude jumped in to rebut. Dr. Raymond said this is a magical shooting technique from China.
If it could be so easily understood by you, how could it be called magical?
Claude had seemingly become a devoted follower of gun kata and started to refute.
Well said.
Leonid, who had just lost to Raymond, looked even more excited than Claude. How could the magical gun kata be explained by those ridiculous theories?
There are countless things in this world that cannot be explained by science. Haven't we seen enough of that? After listening to both of them, Weaver couldn't help but start to waver.
Because what Leonid said made some sense. They were all from S.H.I.E.L.D., and being mid-level agents, they had naturally witnessed many things related to the extraordinary world. Many extraordinary events indeed cannot be explained by science at this stage, which is an undeniable fact.
I have to admit that Leonid and Claude's reactions exceeded Raymond's expectations.
The term gun kata was something he had just made up off the top of his head. Although his alter ego, Deadshot, did possess a supernatural shooting technique that could make bullets curve, it certainly wasn't something achieved by merely shaking the wrist.
However, with Claude and the others pressing him so hard, he couldn't just stay silent, could he?
So, he came up with some amusing little stories to deflect the questioning. Whether they believed him or not was no longer his concern. What surprised Raymond was that Leonid would actually defend the so-called gun kata.
He could somewhat understand it, as Leonid had lost to him in this regard and would certainly not deny the technique that defeated him. For the sake of pride, he had to help Raymond boast about it a bit. But Claude's strong support for gun kata truly caught Raymond off guard. When I get back, I will immediately arrange the internal announcement and promotional matters for your comprehensive combat course, Doctor. It should be ready before the next semester starts, Leonid said again at this point. Then I'll trouble you with that. Not a trouble at all.
At this moment, Leonid's attitude toward Raymond was like night and day compared to the reluctant politeness he had shown in Raymond's office earlier.
Having someone like Dr. Raymond as a secret weapon in the Combat Institute makes him happy. How could it be a hassle?
Claude's tone seemed to carry a hint of jealousy. However, with his sophistication, he wouldn't let all his emotions show on his face. This jealousy was more of a deliberate act. Raymond was not a naive rookie, so he wouldn't let himself feel too pleased by this.
He just smiled and said nothing more.
Because the semester was currently ongoing, even if Raymond wanted to open a course, it wouldn't be decided today and start tomorrow. He would have to wait until the next semester began, which was still over a month away. A month is neither too long nor too short. For Raymond, who had only been in this world for less than a week, a month already felt like a significant amount of time. During this period, he could sort out some matters. The first thing was about the original body's network of relationships in this world, such as family and friends. After all, his arrival had taken over someone else's identity, and he would continue to live in that identity in the future. These were things he had to face. Even just for the sake of feeling justified, he couldn't completely sever ties with the original body's past. Moreover, he didn't actually feel that negative about it. In his previous life, he was an orphan who had left the orphanage shortly after and joined the military, eventually opening his own office after retiring.
Having family was a completely new experience for him. Richmond, Virginia. Ding dong. The doorbell rang.
Clarice, go open the door and see who's there.
Okay, Mom.
Thud 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 thud. With the sound of quick footsteps, the front door was open just a crack, with the security chain still in place.
At that moment, a quirky Asian girl appeared in the door crack.
When she saw the person outside, she was stunned.
Aren't you going to let me in, little Cleary?
The mixed-race man outside said with a gentle smile. Needless to say, the man ringing the doorbell was Raymond. After settling the course arrangement at the academy, there was temporarily no need for him to appear. After all, Leonid was responsible for the course scheduling and enrollment. He had directly come here based on the memories of the original body. Through those memories, he learned that the original body's father was named Fong Mo, with the English name Edward, who was a detective at the local police station and the only Chinese detective in Richmond. His mother, Roland Aiden, was a local white woman and a prosecutor. The union between them was initially looked down upon by Raymond's maternal grandfather's family because, at that time, Fong Mo was just an ordinary policeman, while Roland was a top graduate from an Ivy League law school.
From every angle, Roland's prospects were far better than Fong Mo's.
Although parents in North America generally do not interfere much in their children's marriages, it does not mean they completely do not care. At least, there would still be significant differences in their subjective attitudes. From Raymond's grandfather's perspective, his daughter should have better options. he must have been deceived by Fong Mo's sweet talk to decide to marry a small-time policeman with no future.
In addition, Fong Mo's stubborn personality meant he would not back down, which kept the relationship between them and Raymond's grandfather's family tense during the initial years of their marriage.
It wasn't until Raymond was born that the relationship gradually eased. It is worth mentioning that Raymond's last name is not Lei, it's just his English name. His Chinese name is actually Fong Mingxian, and his registered name is Raymond Fong. At this moment, the Asian girl opening the door for him was his sister, Clarice. However, Clarice was not the biological daughter of Fong Mo and his wife, she was an orphan they adopted after Raymond went to college.
Given Fong Mo and his wife's professions, adopting children was not a difficult matter. Clarice? Who's there? Why is it so quiet?
Just as Clarice was stunned by seeing Raymond outside the door, Roland, who was preparing dinner inside, thought something was wrong and rushed to the door. Clarice snapped back to reality at this moment, looking excitedly at Roland and saying, "It's brother who's back."
Brother? Roland paused for a moment. Clearly, she hadn't yet realized who Clarice was referring to.
Seeing this, Clarice quickly closed the door, unlatched the security chain, and opened the door wide again to let Roland see Raymond outside. Similarly, Raymond also saw the distinguished middle-aged woman in the hallway. "Mom," the unfamiliar word slipped out, as if it were a natural instinct.
Clatter!
Standing in the hallway, Roland, holding a wooden spatula, was frozen in place the moment she saw Raymond, not moving an inch, and the spatula in her hand unknowingly fell to the floor. In the living room, Raymond explained the general situation to Roland, omitting some key information. The original body had mentioned some things about S.H.I.E.L.D. to Fong Mo and his wife before, but he didn't disclose any specific details, only referring to it vaguely as a special department. Both Fong Mo and his wife were public servants, so they understood that such special departments, which could not be clearly mentioned, had strict confidentiality agreements. Consequently, they did not press further to avoid causing trouble for their son. It wasn't until the original body fell ill and was secretly sent to New York for treatment that Director Fury personally visited to inform Fong Mo and his wife that their son was injured during a mission and was being sent to a secret place for recovery and might not be back for a long time.
Initially, Fong Mo and his wife didn't believe it and thought Director Fury was deceiving them.
However, given the resources and influence Fury possessed, proving that he was not a liar was an easy task.
Ultimately, Fong Mo and his wife had to accept this reality.
As a strong woman, Roland had secretly cried countless times over this matter, while Fong Mo often smoked silently in the yard alone, without saying a word. Even Clarice, who was initially kept in the dark, gradually sensed that something was off.
After her persistent questioning, she finally learned the truth from Fong Mo and his wife.
It's important to note that although they weren't biological siblings, the original body cared for Clarice more deeply than many biological brothers cared for their sisters. Thus, when Clarice learned the truth, she was also troubled for a long time. In the end, the three of them reached a tacit understanding to deliberately avoid the topic to spare each other any pain. This was also why, when Clarice saw Raymond and exclaimed, "Brother's back,"
Roland did not immediately react. Just coming back is good, just coming back is good.
Looking at her son reappearing before her, Roland, a powerful woman in the courtroom, couldn't help but shed tears. Next to her, Clarice was also crying continuously, which made Raymond feel quite awkward. He could only keep handing them tissues and clumsily trying to comfort them. Raymond knew very well that he had never had such an experience in his previous life. Perhaps sensing Raymond's discomfort, Roland quickly regained control of her emotions to avoid embarrassing her son, but her face was filled with worry as she asked, "What department are you working for that would cause you, a psychology expert, to have mental issues?" "Mom, you said before that you wouldn't ask me about this," Raymond replied with a wry smile.
"I didn't ask before to avoid affecting you, but now that such a big thing has happened, do you still want to hide it from us?" Roland's tone was very firm this time, showing no signs of backing down.
Okay, then when Dad comes back, I'll explain everything to you both," Raymond said with a helpless shrug. He could tell that his adoptive mother was determined to get to the bottom of the truth, and he estimated that his stubborn adoptive father would be even more insistent. In this situation, if he insisted on keeping it a secret, it would undoubtedly make things very awkward. Moreover, he was not the original body, and deep down, he felt that there was no need to hide S.H.I.E.L.D's little secret. It was just a secret. What could be so serious? After all, many years ahead in this world would not remain peaceful, and the world of superhumans would eventually be revealed to the public, so there was nothing to hide.
Hearing Raymond say this, Roland finally seemed satisfied.
She had already called Fong Mo to tell him to come back as soon as possible, and he should now be on his way. In the director's office at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters.
Come, Fury, let me introduce you.
The former director Pierce, who acted as a bridge between the council and S.H.I.E.L.D., walked into the office with a slightly overweight middle-aged man.
No need for introductions, we've met twice before. You're Colonel Strucker, right?
Director Fury stood up from behind his desk and shook hands with the slightly overweight middle-aged man. Clearly, he was not unfamiliar with the man before him. Previously, while discussing various governments' attitudes toward mutants with Hill, he had mentioned that many radical factions in different countries had never abandoned their plans to hunt mutants and were secretly conducting related operations. And the Colonel Strucker from the North American military was a typical representative of these radicals. The Sentinel Special Operations he controlled was a secret department established with the tacit approval of some hawkish bigwigs in the North American military. Although there was no public record of the Sentinel Special Operations in the North American military, and they could never admit that this department belonged to the military, it was clear to anyone that Strucker, as the person in charge, was an active-duty U.S. Army colonel. For someone like Director Fury, who had access to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence network, this was not a secret at all.
It seems the last time we met was 2 years ago, right?
The slightly overweight middle-aged man, Colonel Strucker, asked with a smile.
Probably, I can't quite remember, Director Fury replied non-committally before changing the subject.
Colonel, you must be a busy man, what brings you here?
Colonel Strucker did not immediately answer the question but glanced at Pierce beside him.
Seeing this, Pierce appropriately said, "You two chat, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave." Director Fury did not stop him but nodded and watched Pierce leave.
Once Pierce had exited the office, Director Fury said, "Can we talk now? The name Clockwork Psychiatric Hospital shouldn't be unfamiliar to you, Director Fury?"
Colonel Strucker said, his gaze fixed intently on Fury's eyes, as if trying to read something from his expression.
However, who was Director Fury? How could he easily reveal any clues through his expression?
Nonetheless, since Colonel Strucker had come to S.H.I.E.L.D. to find him and specifically mentioned this name, Director Fury certainly did not think it was a coincidence. Combining this with the series of events that had occurred earlier, Director Fury had roughly guessed why Colonel Strucker had come to see him. "Colonel, just say what you need to say, there's no need to beat around the bush," Director Fury said thoughtfully. "All right, then I'll be straightforward," Colonel Strucker said seriously. "My intelligence network has discovered that mutants have appeared in that hospital and have killed quite a few people. But when my people arrived to investigate the leads, they found that the bodies had already been disposed of."
"And then?"
"After further investigation, they discovered that the people who handled the bodies were likely agents of your S.H.I.E.L.D., so I'm here to ask you, Director Fury, if you have any relevant leads to provide me." As Colonel Strucker said this, he still wore a smile on his face. "Of course, I won't let you help me for free. If S.H.I.E.L.D. ever needs assistance from my special operations, I will do my best to help." "Then allow me to thank you in advance, Colonel," Director Egghead said with a slight smile, the corners of his mouth lifting. It's only right, Colonel Strucker responded with a smile, although it seemed somewhat forced at that moment.
"However, even if I wanted to help, I fear I would be powerless to do so." The smile that had just appeared on Colonel Strucker's face instantly froze, and he asked stiffly, "What do you mean by that?"
"It means that I am completely unaware of this matter," Director Egghead shrugged lightly, an innocent expression on his face. "I can guarantee on my character that I have never dispatched anyone to the hospital you mentioned, so if you're here to ask me, it seems you've come to the wrong person."
"Are you implying that my people are deceiving me?" A hint of displeasure crept into Colonel Strucker's tone.
"I didn't say that," Director Egghead quickly waved his hand, eager to clarify. "Given the current situation, there are only two possibilities."
"What two possibilities?"
"The first possibility is that your people made a mistake, and this matter has nothing to do with S.H.I.E.L.D. The second possibility is that your people did not make a mistake, and this matter indeed involves S.H.I.E.L.D., but I am unaware of it. That would be quite serious, as it would mean there is a problem within S.H.I.E.L.D. At this point, Director Egghead's expression became serious, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Rest assured, if that's the case, I will conduct a thorough investigation to root out the mastermind and give you an explanation." Upon hearing this, Colonel Strucker inhaled deeply, then stared intently at Director Egghead, gritting his teeth as he said, "So should I thank you for that, Director?" "No need to be polite, it's what I should do," Director Egghead waved his hand, signaling him not to take it to heart.
"Then I will await your good news." With a blank expression, Colonel Strucker turned and walked toward the door. Take care, I won't see you out, Director Egghead waved at his back. As Colonel Strucker left, Pierce walked in from outside, curiosity written all over his face. What did you talk about with Colonel Strucker? He seemed a bit upset when he left. Nothing, just a small misunderstanding, Director Egghead said nonchalantly.
Pierce, looking slightly worried, said, regardless of whether it's a small misunderstanding, I must remind you that while Strucker isn't a big figure, he has the North American military behind him.
To some extent, he can indirectly influence the attitudes of the North American Council. Offending him won't do you any good, Fury. I'm well aware of that. I said it was just a small misunderstanding, what more can I do?
All right, I hope it won't have any negative effects, Pierce sighed helplessly.
After chatting for a while, Pierce left the office.
Director Egghead watched Pierce leave, a slight frown on his face as he pondered something. On the other side, when adoptive father Fong Mo returned home, Raymont, according to his previous agreement with Roland, candidly shared some general information about S.H.I.E.L.D. with them. He essentially revealed everything the original body knew about S.H.I.E.L.D., except for details about the Tahiti project. After listening, Fong Mo and his wife remained silent for a long time, seemingly lost in thought. Even little Clarice was shocked, feeling as though she were watching a thrilling Hollywood blockbuster. I always thought that the Strategic Homeland Defense, Attack, and Logistics Agency was just a normal subdepartment under the Department of Homeland Security.
I had no idea it was like this. Fong Mo felt his worldview being strongly challenged.
The Strategic Homeland Defense, Attack, and Logistics Agency he referred to was, of course, the full name of S.H.I.E.L.D. This long and convoluted name was likely concocted by someone with serious obsessive-compulsive tendencies to make S.H.I.E.L.D.'s name sound more formal and official. As a detective in Richmond, a city close to Washington, D.C., Fong Mo had previously dealt with S.H.I.E.L.D. However, when S.H.I.E.L.D. was out in the field on missions, they would usually introduce themselves with that long, cumbersome name. When local police heard this name, their usual response was to report to their superiors, who would further escalate it until a high-ranking official who understood S.H.I.E.L.D.'s inner workings issued orders for cooperation. As for the origins of this mysterious department, most people wouldn't pay much attention, and upon hearing this name, their first reaction would often be to associate it with the Department of Homeland Security. At this moment, as Raymond uncovered this mystery, it triggered some memories for Fong Mo. So, the reason those strange cases were taken over by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents is that they all involved superhumans, right? Fong Mo asked for clarification. Raymond gently shook his head, it's not 100% certainty. Sometimes, cases that seem to be special events might not be, but in most situations, that is indeed the case.
I see. Fong Mo nodded thoughtfully. Roland, seeing Fong Mo's concern over what she deemed an irrelevant issue, felt discontent and shot him a glare before asking, aren't those people always fighting and dealing with dangerous individuals? What use would they have for you, a scholar?
I've already told you, Mom, I'm just joining their academy, my main role is to educate students.
What happened last time was just an accident. Accident? How come you never encountered such accidents before joining them? Roland was not satisfied with this explanation.
Raymond looked helplessly at his adoptive father, his eyes pleading for assistance. Seeing this, Fong Mo stepped in, Roland, this is his job, we shouldn't interfere too much.
Upon hearing this, Roland became even angrier. Job? Is a job more important than life? Fong Mo patiently responded, do you remember that your father asked me to quit because he thought my job was too risky? What did you say back then?
At this, Roland was momentarily speechless. Because back then, her role was just like the one she was currently playing, and with her eloquence as a well-known lawyer, she had successfully persuaded her father.
In terms of rhetoric, Fong Mo and Raymond combined might not be a match for her as a professional lawyer.
But Fong Mo cleverly used her own words against her, putting Roland in an awkward position. However, trying to reason with a woman was clearly futile. Realizing that her words were untenable, Roland stood up abruptly and declared, no matter what, it's still my fault.
Are you satisfied now?
After saying this, she didn't wait for Raymond or Fong Mo to respond and stormed back to her room. Watching Roland's retreating figure, Raymond felt a bit helpless. He had dealt with many different types of women, but he had never interacted with moms, the most unreasonable beings in the world, and at this moment, he felt completely at a loss. Don't worry, just let her calm down, Fong Mo gently shook his head, signaling Raymond not to worry too much, and he also shot a glance at Clarice, suggesting she go comfort Roland.
Clarice immediately understood and ran into the room to console Roland.
Raymond could tell that his adoptive father, Fong Mo, was not a particularly eloquent person. If it came to speech, he would likely be far outclassed by his adoptive mother, Roland.
However, according to the original body's memories, Fong Mo was truly the head of the family, and this was not without reason. Sure enough, the day after he returned home, Fong Mo successfully settled Roland down.
This made Raymond feel a degree of admiration for his adoptive father, and he was also curious about what method he had used to achieve this. However, despite Fong Mo successfully resolving one major issue for Raymond, Roland soon launched her second attack. The next morning, as the family sat down for breakfast, Roland suddenly said, "Son, I think it's time for you to consider finding a partner."
"Why are you suddenly bringing this up?" Raymond was somewhat puzzled, unable to keep up with his adoptive mother's train of thought. "Because I think you need someone to take care of you. I'm over 30 years old, I'm not 13 anymore, I don't need someone to take care of me." "You do realize you're over 30? Then stop talking nonsense and just tell me if you're going to find someone."
Seeing his adoptive mother starting her usual routine again, Raymond looked at Fong Mo, hoping he would help him out. However, this time his tactics seemed to have failed. Fong Mo merely kept his head down, focused on battling the food on his plate, showing no intention of looking up. Seeing Fong Mo's demeanor, Raymond realized he had been betrayed and that the couple must have discussed this plan the night before to corner him. With Fong Mo having defected, Raymond had no choice but to pull out his trump card, saying, "I just recovered from being sick, can I have some time to rest?"
"If you keep this up, Mom, I might just go back home."
When Roland heard Raymond mention his illness, the well-prepared remarks she had ready were instantly swallowed back. There was nothing more important than her son's health, everything else could be put aside for now. When Raymond mentioned going back home, he was referring to the apartment the original body had purchased in Washington, D.C. The original body had spent most of its time living there and only occasionally returned to Richmond during holidays. Given how close Richmond was to Washington, D.C., it was quite convenient to come back. Raymond intended to stay until the next semester started at the Shield Academy and did not plan to return so soon. However, using this as leverage against his adoptive mother proved effective. Noticing that Roland was temporarily dropping the subject, Raymond quickly stood up, pulling Clarice in as a shield, saying, "I'm taking Clarice to school, we can talk later."
"I'm off."
Clarice, who had been sipping her milk, was pulled away in confusion.
This left Roland, fuming, and Fong Mo, still staring blankly at his plate. "Brother, is this your new car?" Clarice asked cheerfully as she settled into the vehicle Raymond had borrowed. "I borrowed it from a colleague," Raymond replied casually while backing out of the garage. The original body did have its own vehicle, but it was still parked in the apartment's underground garage. He didn't have time to go back, so he simply took a random official vehicle from the academy. As S.H.I.E.L.D.'s standard issue, this car had bulletproof and waterproof features, far surpassing typical models on the market. Once on the main road, Raymond asked, "Has anything happened at home while I was away?"
Clarice thought for a moment and replied, "Well, aside from Dad and Mom occasionally being down because they miss you, nothing else has happened."
"And you?" "I miss you too."
"Who asked you that?" "I meant to ask how you've been lately."
Clarice hesitated for a moment before shaking her head.
"I'm doing well, Mom said my grades are even better than yours were back then."
In Raymond's view, Clarice's response indicated there was something off.
Whether as a private detective in his past life or as a psychology expert in this one, he was seasoned in reading people.
Clarice's little girl act seemed quite juvenile in front of him. "Are you hiding something from me? Are you dating someone or getting into fights?" Raymond probed further. "Really not."
At this point, Clarice realized her act wasn't effective against Raymond, the psychology expert brother, so she quickly changed tactics and resorted to being cute. This time, Raymond found himself unable to resist and soon lost the battle. Before long, he dropped the little girl off outside the school. Just before getting out of the car, he asked, "Should I pick you up after school?"
"No need. A classmate is having a birthday party today, so I'm going straight there after school. I've already asked Mom for the day off,"
Clarice said, and before she finished speaking, she dashed off.
Watching her retreating figure, Raymond furrowed his brow, thinking, has she started getting involved in something?
He certainly wouldn't probe Clarice without reason. It was completely normal for a young girl to have a secret, especially since she was already in high school. In North America, dating at this age wasn't considered early, it was quite common.
However, he still tried to test the waters a bit.
Even the choice to pull Clarice in as a shield and offer to drive her to school was a well-considered move aimed at gauging her. The reason he did this was simple. The moment he first saw Clarice, he received a prompt from the system.
Ding dong.
You have encountered B-level hero Clarice Fong, exploration value plus 30. You can convert exploration value into system universal points for various functions. When Raymond saw this notification, he was puzzled. He was just visiting home, so how could he encounter a plot character? Clarice was the original body's sister, and while he had already learned about this part of her memory, there was no recollection of her being related to superhumans. This sudden situation caught him off guard. However, he was quickly overwhelmed by his adoptive mother Roland's tearful assault and didn't have time to consider what exactly this adoptive sister's background was. She was even a B-level hero? It wasn't until that evening that he suddenly remembered Clarice's true identity. If he were to mention the name Clarice on Earth in his previous life, very few people would know who she was. But if he brought up her other name, many would definitely recognize it.
Blink, Clarice Fong.
When it came to Blink, the version that the public was most familiar with was undoubtedly the portrayal by an actress in the X-Men, Days of Future Past universe.
The second version would be the Asian girl from the Gifted universe.
However, regardless of which version of Blink you look at, her main ability is roughly the same. She can open portals, or more specifically, she can create spatial doors at any location to teleport and transfer. In contrast, the abilities of Blink depicted in films and television shows were clearly toned down. She had become more of a supporting healer character. Raymond wasn't sure which version his adoptive sister preferred, as there were simply too many parallel universes in Marvel, and from his current observations, the world he found himself in was not any known Marvel universe.
At most, it had some similarities.
However, judging solely by the name Clarice Fong and the fact that she was still a high school student, it was evident that his adoptive sister leaned more towards the Blink from the Gifted universe. Despite their differing origins, they shared many similarities overall. Following this line of reasoning, it was highly likely that this girl would soon make contact with the mutant underground and might have already established a connection.
Raymond's earlier probing had been to see if she had anything to hide.
He hadn't expected to uncover a potential issue.
Am I overthinking it, or is it just as I suspected?
Looks like I have to play the stalker for a bit, Raymond resolved, deciding to quietly follow Clarice after school to see what was going on. If it turned out that she had indeed made contact with this unreliable organization, he, as her older brother, would have to play the bad guy and find a way to cut off her ties with them. While the Mutant Underground was a seed organization chosen by Professor X and could be seen as a little brother or successor to the X-Men, it paled in comparison to the X-Men themselves. Even the X-Men had not been able to stir up much trouble or solve the conflict between mutants and regular humans. What use could an organization that was dozens of streets inferior to the X-Men serve? In reality, upon reflection, Raymond wasn't overly concerned about Clarice's safety. With her abilities, unless she was extremely unlucky, her safety could be ensured. Even in the extreme situations of the Gifted universe, that version of Blink had managed to escape danger multiple times, which said a lot. However, the problem was that in that universe, Blink's parents had gotten into trouble because she joined the Mutant Underground, ultimately leading to their deaths. True, the situation in this world was different from that universe, and with his presence, theoretically, even if Clarice encountered similar trouble, Fong Mo and his wife would be safe. But as the saying goes, better safe than sorry. He couldn't be there 365 days a year, 24 hours a day. Who knew if one day he would come home to find his family had encountered misfortune? By then, even if he killed the perpetrator's entire family, it would be too late. In short, from his perspective, the Mutant Underground could essentially be equated with trouble, a classic example of an organization that fails more often than it succeeds. Getting too close to such an organization would definitely do more harm than good. Of course, these were merely Raymond's speculations based on the situation in the Gifted universe. Perhaps the Mutant Underground didn't even exist in this world. Ding ding ding. As the school bell rang, students eager to leave rushed out of the classroom like the wind. Most of them were boys hurrying off to play, while the girls were more leisurely organizing their backpacks. Clarice was no exception. Just then, a voice suddenly called out from behind her, "Clarice, a new Chinese restaurant opened near the school. Aaron and I are planning to go try it.
Do you want to join?"
"Come with us, Clarice," another girl chimed in. Clarice, who seemed to be deep in thought, was momentarily startled when her name was called. She quickly realized it was her best friends, Michelle and Aaron.
No, I have some things to do later."
"You guys go ahead," she replied. Seeing this, Michelle furrowed her brows slightly but said nothing more, just responding, "All right, we'll go."
If it's good, we'll bring you along tomorrow. Okay, Clarice nodded quickly. Michelle didn't say anything further and left with Aaron. What's wrong, Michelle?
You look a bit off. Aaron noticed Michelle's unusual expression once they had walked a bit away from the classroom and asked with concern.
I'm fine, it's Clarice who's a bit off, Michelle hesitated slightly before saying. Clarice? What's wrong with her? Her reaction just now was clearly odd. She's definitely hiding something. Hiding something from you is pretty normal, right? Don't you hide things from her?
Aaron replied with a playful smile.
That's not what I mean. Michelle shook her head.
I know that having little secrets is normal, but Clarice's reaction was definitely more than just a little secret.
Are you overthinking it? From what I know of her, I'm definitely not overreacting.
She's been acting a bit strange lately. I'm worried she might be in some trouble and doesn't dare to tell anyone.
Since you're so concerned, why don't we investigate a bit? Aaron suggested. Investigate? Michelle was momentarily taken aback. Yeah, we can always go to the new restaurant later. Why not play detectives this once? Aaron proposed excitedly.
For girls their age, the profession of a detective was shrouded in mystery and excitement, making the idea of trying it out very appealing to them.
You mean to follow Clarice? That seems a bit wrong, Michelle hesitated. What's wrong with that? You care about her too. If it's all in your head, she won't even notice we followed her.
But if she really is in trouble and just feels embarrassed to speak up, she should appreciate our concern and not mind the details.
Michelle, already feeling uneasy, was swayed by Aaron's words. After a brief discussion, the two of them ran to a nearby hallway corner to hide, secretly watching the direction of Clarice's classroom door.
Before long, Clarice came out of the classroom with her backpack.
She's out, hide.
Aaron spotted Clarice first and whispered. The two quickly crouched down, carefully peeking like thieves. It wasn't until Clarice walked out of the school gate that they quickly followed, keeping a good distance so that even if she turned around suddenly, she wouldn't notice them right away. Thus, they trailed behind Clarice from a distance. After leaving the school for a while, Clarice suddenly stopped by the roadside, looked around, and then took out her phone to make a call, seemingly unaware of the eyes watching her.
It looks like she's waiting for someone. Could it be that someone is picking her up? Aaron speculated.
That's possible. Oh no, if someone really is picking her up, we might lose her, Michelle realized suddenly after Aaron's reminder and quickly took out her phone.
Who are you calling? Aaron asked.
I'm not calling anyone, I'm hurrying to call an Uber, just in case, Michelle replied as she opened the ride-hailing app on her phone. A few minutes later, the car Michelle requested arrived, while Clarice remained standing in place, waiting. The two of them quickly slipped into the car. The driver was a white-collar man who, upon seeing that the passengers were two female high school students, couldn't help but smile and asked, "Are you two lovely ladies headed to Parisian Park?" He casually mentioned the destination that Michelle had set in the app. Hold on, don't drive yet, let's see where she's going, Michelle pointed at Clarice in the distance.
The driver, hearing this, became alert and said, "What are you planning?"
I must state up front that I don't do illegal things.
Don't jump to conclusions. She's our friend, Aaron said irritably from the side. And look at us, we're both in school uniforms. We don't look like we're up to anything illegal. The driver thought about it and realized that she had a point, but he still hesitated and asked, if she's your friend, why not just go over and call her? Why follow her? Michelle initially didn't want to explain too much, but seeing the driver's attitude, she knew she needed to clarify to get his cooperation. So she explained, she's been acting a bit off lately, and we're worried she might be threatened by someone bad, but she won't tell us. So we just want to check on her. If it's just a misunderstanding, we'll leave right away. If there is something wrong, we can help her. Only then did the driver ease his doubts and say, all right, I'll wait with you for a bit. Just then, a gray van slowly came to a stop in front of Clarice. The side door opened from the inside, and Clarice skillfully jumped in. After the door closed again, the van started to drive away. Are you sure she's being threatened? The scene made the driver look at Michelle and Aaron with some skepticism. If we were sure, we would have called the police already. Now drive, we can't lose her. Aaron said impatiently. Though the driver still had some doubts, he pressed the gas and followed. In the van, Clarice, having gotten in, was happily chatting with a girl in the back seat who had long dark green hair. They both looked in good spirits. The driver was a burly young man with short hair, and sitting in the passenger seat was a young woman with burgundy long hair. They appeared to be around the same age.
Lorna, hold on for a second, my eyes are bothering me a bit, so I need to take out my contacts. Clarice suddenly said in the middle of her conversation with the dark-haired girl. Should I pull over? The short-haired driver asked, glancing back.
No need, thanks, John.
Clarice skillfully removed her contacts, revealing her emerald green eyes, then placed them in a small case.
John, the driver, was his full name, John Plasta, codenamed Thunderbird.
He was a mutant with enhanced perception, super speed, and super strength. The woman in the passenger seat was his girlfriend, Sophia Simonson, codenamed Dreamweaver, a mutant capable of altering other people's memories. The girl with dark green hair sitting next to Clarice was named Lorna Dane, codenamed Polaris. Her abilities were similar to those of the mutant known as the Kingpin of the mutant underworld, but her current development was still limited and couldn't be compared to the Kingpin. Of course, she certainly couldn't compete with her half-siblings in terms of fame, but she had perfectly inherited the Kingpin's abilities and could be seen as a second generation of him. If Raymond were in the car, he would likely feel that his suspicions were confirmed.
Because John and Lorna would later become leaders of the mutant underground, along with another mutant named Marcos, codenamed Eclipse.
However, given Lorna's current age, she probably had just joined this organization recently and had not yet become a leader, and Marcos might not have even been recruited yet. Hold on tight. Just as Clarice removed her contacts and prepared to continue chatting, John suddenly reminded them from the driver's seat. Before they could ask what was happening, the van suddenly veered sharply to the right under John's control.
What's going on, John?
Lorna, sitting in the back seat, asked, feeling a bit unsettled from the jolt.
When I looked back just now, I noticed a car was following us from a distance.
I wanted to test it, John replied while checking the rearview mirror.
What's the situation now? Sure enough, it's still following us, John continued. Do you need me to take action? Lorna asked.
No, if you use your powers, it would make too much noise. Those agents from the Special Operations Division have a nose for trouble and will definitely track us down. John shook his head.
Then what should we do now? Clarice asked, feeling a bit anxious. I need to confirm if that car is really following us.
If it is, we'll find somewhere to stop and see who it is.
John contemplated. At this point, he turned to Clarice and asked, Is your ability stable lately?
Yeah.
Clarice nodded vigorously. As long as I stay calm, I should be fine.
John continued, if, we need to stop soon and find out that the car behind us is from the Special Operations Division. How far do you think your ability can get us out of there? Clarice thought for a moment and quietly replied, I haven't tried a large-scale transfer, but from a few small-scale transfers, I could at least get us out a dozen kilometers quickly.
That's enough.
After a brief moment of thought, John came up with a strategy to deal with the situation. Creak, with a sharp turn, the white-collar man suddenly slammed on the brakes.
Ow!
Michelle and Aaron, sitting in the back seat, were caught off guard and slammed into the front seat's backrest, letting out a painful gasp.
What are you stopping for all of a sudden, old man?
Aaron rubbed her head, looking quite displeased.
It seems your friend might have noticed you.
The white-collar man looked at the two girls in the back seat with a helpless expression, shrugging as if to say it wasn't his fault. Michelle and Aaron then realized what was happening in front of them. They exchanged glances, realizing they had never considered the possibility of being discovered. After all, if Clarice noticed them, they would undoubtedly find themselves in an awkward position, even though their intentions were good. But seeing the van that had suddenly appeared blocking the path, they could only inwardly lament that their fears had come true. In the next moment, they saw a man and a woman get out from the front seats of the van. The man shouted towards them, friends in the car, come down and chat. Hearing his call, they knew they couldn't avoid this, so they gritted their teeth and got out of the car. As soon as they stepped out, Aaron questioned, Who are you? What have you done to Clarice? Michelle quickly pulled Aaron back, signaling her to stay calm, but Aaron ignored her.
The couple that got out of the van was John, codenamed Thunderbird, and Sonia, codenamed Dreamweaver.
They had been ready for anything, but when they saw two high school girls in uniform stepping out of the car, they realized it could be a misunderstanding. It was only when Aaron started questioning that they became more convinced it was indeed a misunderstanding.
Are you Clarice's classmates?
Sonia asked, puzzled.
Aaron instinctively nodded, but quickly thought it was odd. She was the one questioning them, so why were they asking her? You still haven't answered my question. Aaron said, her tone laced with dissatisfaction, threatening, I warn you not to mess around, the man in the car behind us is on the phone, and if you dare to act up, he will call the police. In her eyes, John didn't look like a good person at all.
Just seeing the many scars on his exposed arms made her wary. However, before John and Sonia could respond, the side door of the van opened suddenly, and Clarice, having put her contacts back in, rushed out, looking surprised to see Michelle and Aaron.
Michelle, Aaron? Why did you follow me? I noticed you've been acting a bit off lately, and I was worried you might be in trouble, so I talked to Aaron and decided to come check on you, Michelle said somewhat sheepishly. Upon hearing this, Clarice understood what was going on. She didn't blame her friends for following her, instead, she felt touched. Thank you, but I'm fine.
Aaron, however, still looked doubtful.
Are you really okay? Did they threaten you into saying that?
Don't be afraid, we're here, and they wouldn't dare do anything to you.
You can tell the truth. Aaron, you misunderstood, they're all my friends, really. Watch out.
Lorna's warning suddenly interrupted Clarice's words. At the same time, Lorna also stepped out of the van, raising one hand into the air, pointing it in the direction behind Michelle and Aaron. Thanks to Lorna's alert, everyone turned to look in that direction. They saw the white-collar man from the car had also gotten out, holding a silenced handgun and aiming it at them.
But that wasn't the most shocking part.
The real shock was the bullet suspended in midair. This. Michelle and Aaron were stunned by the scene, completely at a loss as to why the previously timid Uber driver had suddenly drawn a silenced handgun, and they couldn't comprehend why the bullet was floating motionless in the air. Aaron, Clarice was equally shocked. She never expected that coming with her two friends would lead to an encounter with a dangerous individual, and judging by the man's action of drawing a gun, it was clear he meant no good.
If Lorna hadn't acted so quickly, one of them might have been hit already. He was just an Uber driver we called to follow you, we don't know him at all. Michelle quickly explained.
She's not lying, Sonia chimed in suddenly. Hearing Sonia's words, both Clarice and John and Lorna immediately chose to believe her, as Sonia had the ability to discern when people were lying.
John? Clarice looked at John, bewildered. John raised his hand to signal Clarice to stay calm while keeping a close eye on the white-collar man, asking, "Are you with Special Operations?" At this point, the white-collar man had lost any semblance of timidity, a smirk forming on his lips as he focused on Lorna, saying, "What a familiar ability. Little girl, are you interested in switching sides? Answer my question," John said, feeling annoyed at being ignored. "Young people these days have such big tempers. Talking to me like that is quite bothersome. I was planning to give you a swift end, but now I can only change my mind." Upon hearing this, John's expression changed dramatically, and he immediately instructed Lorna, "Do it." Without hesitation, Lorna clenched her fist. Whoosh, with her movement, the bullet suspended in midair suddenly shot toward the white-collar man. Clang! A sharp collision sound echoed, but the white-collar man did not fall. However, his entire form suddenly changed, transforming into a completely transparent humanoid crystal sculpture. Not good, he's a mutant. John's expression changed wildly at the sight. Sonia and the others also looked tense, completely unprepared for this situation. Originally, they thought the white-collar man was just a special operations agent, and with their combined abilities, they shouldn't face significant danger unless surrounded by many agents. But they hadn't expected that the white-collar man was also a mutant, and it seemed his abilities were quite impressive, as he could transform to deflect bullets. Aaron and Michelle were completely stunned, staring at the incredible scene before them, beginning to question if they were dreaming. Just a while ago, the white-collar man had seemed like a timid Uber driver, and now he had pulled out a gun and instantaneously transformed into a humanoid crystal sculpture? What in the world was happening? It looks like she's waiting for someone, could it be that someone is picking her up? Aaron speculated. That's possible. Oh no, if someone really is picking her up, we might lose her, Michelle realized suddenly after Aaron's reminder and quickly took out her phone. Who are you calling? Aaron asked. I'm not calling anyone, I'm hurrying to call an Uber, just in case, Michelle replied as she opened the ride-hailing app on her phone. A few minutes later, the car Michelle requested arrived, while Clarice remained standing in place, waiting. The two of them quickly slipped into the car. The driver was a white-collar man who, upon seeing that the passengers were two female high school students, couldn't help but smile and asked, "Are you two lovely ladies headed to Parisian Park?" He casually mentioned the destination that Michelle had set in the app. Hold on, don't drive yet, let's see where she's going, Michelle pointed at Clarice in the distance. The driver, hearing this, became alert and said, "What are you planning?" I must state up front that I don't do illegal things. Don't jump to conclusions, She's our friend, Aaron said irritably from the side. And look at us, we're both in school uniforms. We don't look like we're up to anything illegal. The driver thought about it and realized that she had a point, but he still hesitated and asked, if she's your friend, why not just go over and call her? Why follow her? Michelle initially didn't want to explain too much, but seeing the driver's attitude, she knew she needed to clarify to get his cooperation. So she explained, she's been acting a bit off lately, and we're worried she might be threatened by someone bad, but she won't tell us. So we just want to check on her. If it's just a misunderstanding, we'll leave right away. If there is something wrong, we can help her. Only then did the driver ease his doubts and say, alright, I'll wait with you for a bit. Just then, a gray van slowly came to a stop in front of Clarice. The side door opened from the inside, and Clarice skillfully jumped in. After the door closed again, the van started to drive away. Are you sure she's being threatened? The scene made the driver look at Michelle and Aaron with some skepticism. If we were sure, we would have called the police already. Now drive, we can't lose her. Aaron said impatiently. Though the driver still had some doubts, he pressed the gas and followed. In the van, Clarice, having gotten in, was happily chatting with a girl in the back seat who had long dark green hair. They both looked in good spirits. The driver was a burly young man with short hair, and sitting in the passenger seat was a young woman with burgundy long hair. They appeared to be around the same age. Lorna, hold on for a second, my eyes are bothering me a bit, so I need to take out my contacts. Clarice suddenly said in the middle of her conversation with the dark-haired girl. Should I pull over? The short-haired driver asked, glancing back. No need, thanks, John. Clarice skillfully removed her contacts, revealing her emerald green eyes, then placed them in a small case. John, the driver, was his full name, John Plasta, codenamed Thunderbird. He was a mutant with enhanced perception, super speed, and super strength. The woman in the passenger seat was his girlfriend, Sophia Simonson, codenamed Dreamweaver, a mutant capable of altering other people's memories. The girl with dark green hair sitting next to Clarice was named Lorna Dane, codenamed Polaris. Her abilities were similar to those of the mutant known as the Kingpin of the mutant underworld, but her current development was still limited and couldn't be compared to the Kingpin. Of course, she certainly couldn't compete with her half-siblings in terms of fame, but she had perfectly inherited the Kingpin's abilities and could be seen as a second generation of him. If Raymond were in the car, he would likely feel that his suspicions were confirmed. Because John and Lorna would later become leaders of the mutant underground, along with another mutant named Marcos, codenamed Eclipse. However, given Lorna's current age, she probably had just joined this organization recently and had not yet become a leader, and Marcos might not have even been recruited yet. Hold on tight. Just as Clarice removed her contacts and prepared to continue chatting, John suddenly reminded them from the driver's seat. Before they could ask what was happening, the van suddenly veered sharply to the right under John's control. What's going on, John? Lorna, sitting in the back seat, asked, feeling a bit unsettled from the jolt. When I looked back just now, I noticed a car was following us from a distance. I wanted to test it, John replied while checking the rearview mirror. What's the situation now? Sure enough, it's still following us, John continued. Do you need me to take action? Lorna asked. No, if you use your powers, it would make too much noise. Those agents from the Special Operations Division have a nose for trouble and will definitely track us down. John shook his head. Then what should we do now? Clarice asked, feeling a bit anxious. I need to confirm if that car is really following us. If it is, we'll find somewhere to stop and see who it is. John contemplated. At this point, he turned to Clarice and asked, is your ability stable lately? Yeah. Clarice nodded vigorously. As long as I stay calm, I should be fine. John continued, if we need to stop soon and find out that the car behind us is from the Special Operations Division, how far do you think your ability can get us out of there? Clarice thought for a moment and quietly replied, I haven't tried a large-scale transfer, but from a few small-scale transfers, I could at least get us out a dozen kilometers quickly. That's enough. After a brief moment of thought, John came up with a strategy to deal with the situation. Creak, with a sharp turn, the white-collar man suddenly slammed on the brakes. Ow! Michelle and Aaron, sitting in the back seat, were caught off guard and slammed into the front seat's backrest, letting out a painful gasp. What are you stopping for all of a sudden, old man? Aaron rubbed her head, looking quite displeased. It seems your friend might have noticed you. The white-collar man looked at the two girls in the back seat with a helpless expression, shrugging as if to say it wasn't his fault. Michelle and Aaron then realized what was happening in front of them.
They exchanged glances, realizing they had never considered the possibility of being discovered. After all, if Clarice noticed them, they would undoubtedly find themselves in an awkward position, even though their intentions were good. But seeing the van that had suddenly appeared blocking the path, they could only inwardly lament that their fears had come true. In the next moment, they saw a man and a woman get out from the front seats of the van. The man shouted towards them, "Friends in the car, come down and chat." Hearing his call, they knew they couldn't avoid this, so they gritted their teeth and got out of the car. As soon as they stepped out, Aaron questioned, "Who are you? What have you done to Clarice?" Michelle quickly pulled Aaron back, signaling her to stay calm, but Aaron ignored her. The couple that got out of the van was John, codenamed Thunderbird, and Sonia, codenamed Dreamweaver. They had been ready for anything, but when they saw two high school girls in uniforms stepping out of the car, they realized it could be a misunderstanding. It was only when Aaron started questioning that they became more convinced it was indeed a misunderstanding. "Are you Clarice's classmates?" Sonia asked, puzzled. Aaron instinctively nodded, but quickly thought it was odd. She was the one questioning them, so why were they asking her? "You still haven't answered my question," Aaron said, her tone laced with dissatisfaction, threatening. "I warn you not to mess around. The man in the car behind us is on the phone, and if you dare to act up, he will call the police." In her eyes, John didn't look like a good person at all. Just seeing the many scars on his exposed arms made her wary. However, before John and Sonia could respond, the side door of the van opened suddenly, and Clarice, having put her contacts back in, rushed out, looking surprised to see Michelle and Aaron. "Michelle, Aaron? Why did you follow me? I noticed you've been acting a bit off lately, and I was worried you might be in trouble, so I talked to Aaron and decided to come check on you," Michelle said somewhat sheepishly. Upon hearing this, Clarice understood what was going on. She didn't blame her friends for following her, instead, she felt touched. "Thank you, but I'm fine." Aaron, however, still looked doubtful. "Are you really okay? Did they threaten you into saying that?" "Don't be afraid, we're here, and they wouldn't dare do anything to you. You can tell the truth." "Aaron, you misunderstood, they're all my friends, really. Watch out." Lorna's warning suddenly interrupted Clarice's words. At the same time, Lorna also stepped out of the van, raising one hand into the air, pointing it in the direction behind Michelle and Aaron. Thanks to Lorna's alert, everyone turned to look in that direction. They saw the white-collar man from the car had also gotten out, holding a silenced handgun and aiming it at them. But that wasn't the most shocking part. The real shock was the bullet suspended in midair. This. Michelle and Aaron were stunned by the scene, completely at a loss as to why the previously timid Uber driver had suddenly drawn a silenced handgun, and they couldn't comprehend why the bullet was floating motionless in the air. Aaron, Clarice was equally shocked. She never expected that coming with her two friends would lead to an encounter with a dangerous individual, and judging by the man's action of drawing a gun, it was clear he meant no good. If Lorna hadn't acted so quickly, one of them might have been hit already. "He was just an Uber driver we called to follow you, we don't know him at all," Michelle quickly explained. "She's not lying," Sonia chimed in suddenly. Hearing Sonia's words, both Clarice and John and Lorna immediately chose to believe her, as Sonia had the ability to discern when people were lying. "John?" Clarice looked at John, bewildered. John raised his hand to signal Clarice to stay calm while keeping a close eye on the white-collar man, asking, "Are you with Special Operations?" At this point, the white-collar man had lost any semblance of timidity, a smirk forming on his lips as he focused on Lorna, saying, "What a familiar ability. Little girl, are you interested in switching sides? Answer my question," John said, feeling annoyed at being ignored. "Young people these days have such big tempers. Talking to me like that is quite bothersome. I was planning to give you a swift end, but now I can only change my mind." Upon hearing this, John's expression changed dramatically, and he immediately instructed Lorna, "Do it." Without hesitation, Lorna clenched her fist. Whoosh, with her movement, the bullet suspended in midair suddenly shot toward the white-collar man. Clang! A sharp collision sound echoed, but the white-collar man did not fall. However, his entire form suddenly changed, transforming into a completely transparent humanoid crystal sculpture. "Not good, he's a mutant." John's expression changed wildly at the sight. Sonia and the others also looked tense, completely unprepared for this situation. Originally, they thought the white-collar man was just a special operations agent, and with their combined abilities, they shouldn't face significant danger unless surrounded by many agents. But they hadn't expected that the white-collar man was also a mutant, and it seemed his abilities were quite impressive, as he could transform to deflect bullets. He. Aaron and Michelle were completely stunned, staring at the incredible scene before them, beginning to question if they were dreaming. Just a while ago, the white-collar man had seemed like a timid Uber driver, and now he had pulled out a gun and instantaneously transformed into a humanoid crystal sculpture? What in the world was happening? Clarice, what is going on? Why are they doing this? Michelle, who was being pulled along by Clarice and was out of breath, managed to ask in fragments. We don't have time for an explanation now. I'll tell you everything once we get out of here, Clarice quickly replied. Though Michelle and Aaron were still filled with fear, they chose to trust that Clarice wouldn't harm them and stopped asking questions, just tightly following her as they continued to run. Before long, they found themselves in what looked like an abandoned mining site, with several long-abandoned buildings scattered about. Sonia's eyes lit up at the sight of the buildings. Let's hurry and hide inside. Her idea was simple: find a place to take cover and wait for Clarice to calm down and be able to use her powers normally, at which point they could use a portal to escape. Otherwise, with their stamina, they wouldn't be able to run far. However, while Sonia's plan sounded good, reality was harsh. Just as she was about to lead the three girls into the buildings to hide, they suddenly heard the deafening roar of engines coming from all around. In the next moment, 7 or 8 SUVs surged out from the surrounding abandoned mining site, instantly surrounding the four of them. This sudden scene turned Sonia's face pale. Michelle and Aaron were so frightened they nearly cried, clutching at Clarice's hands, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Clarice was slightly better off than them, but she was also extremely tense, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. A group of men dressed like mercenaries swarmed out of the vehicles, aiming their weapons at the girls who were trapped in the middle. Faced with such a situation, even if Clarice's powers had been stable, there would be no time to escape with the others. These men were not to be trifled with, and they would not let them escape easily. Sonia had even less of a chance. Her ability was to alter memories, and it required close contact with the target when they were unguarded to be effective. Now surrounded by so many people, her powers were utterly useless and completely a liability. Listen up. Kneel down and put your hands on your heads. You have 10 seconds to comply. After that, we'll execute you on the spot. A man who appeared to be the leader stepped out of one of the vehicles and coldly announced. Upon hearing the words "execute on the spot," Michelle and Aaron were so frightened they collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. They were just ordinary high school girls and had never seen such a scene. Being threatened by a group of gunmen was terrifying enough, let alone the threat of death. Though Sonia and Clarice were slightly stronger, they were both sweating profusely. They exchanged glances, seeing the struggle in each other's eyes. At that moment, the threatening leader began to count down. 10, 9, 8. Suddenly, a sound like a watermelon exploding rang out, and the leader's head burst open, leaving only his body standing there, which fell backward due to the force of inertia. There's an ambush. Watch out. Be careful. Take cover. The experienced mercenaries immediately recognized the gravity of the situation upon seeing their leader's gruesome fate. They realized they had been ambushed and that someone was shooting at them from the shadows. Clarice and the others were equally terrified by this bloody scene, with Michelle and Aaron screaming and clutching their heads. However, the situation was far from over. As the mercenaries shouted "ambush" and "take cover," those who had shouted were swiftly shot in the head, dropping dead one after another. Shit, they're in the left building. Someone quickly deduced the direction the bullets were coming from based on the fallen bodies. But the moment his words left his mouth, his head exploded as well. Fuck. This brutal scene made the remaining mercenaries widen their eyes in shock, and they began to fire wildly at the left building. However, this frenzied gunfire did not improve their situation. Instead, more of their comrades were shot down. In less than 10 seconds, nearly half of the 30-plus mercenaries who had come down from the vehicles had been killed, leaving only a handful remaining. Retreat! If we don't leave now, we'll all be done for. Someone shouted. But it was too late for that. If they had collectively chosen to retreat from the beginning, they might have had a chance to escape, but now. Put. Like fireworks going off, their heads exploded one by one. It seemed every time the hidden shooter fired a shot, another mercenary's head exploded, not a single shot missing. A few seconds later, only 3 mercenaries were left standing, their heads still attached, but their limbs had been shot, collapsing to the ground like jelly. From their appearance, it was clear the hidden shooter had deliberately left them alive. This bloody and horrific scene left Clarice and the others pale with fear. While the hidden shooter had saved them, they had no idea who he was or what his intentions were, whether he was there to capture them like those mercenaries. Filled with anxiety, they watched as a mysterious figure dressed in red combat gear and wearing a silver full-face helmet emerged from the dilapidated building, slowly approaching them. The mysterious figure also carried a striking blood-red long gun, which seemed to match their combat outfit. They instinctively glanced behind the mysterious figure but saw no one else. Just one person? Sonia and Clarice exchanged incredulous glances. One person had managed to eliminate so many mercenaries in such a short time and did so with pinpoint accuracy? This made them feel a mixture of fear and awe towards this mysterious figure. As the mysterious figure drew closer, the sense of pressure became more intense, causing them to instinctively take a few steps back. But they dared not make any sudden movements, nor did they dare to flee. They had been unable to escape from the mercenaries earlier. Now, facing someone who could annihilate a whole squad of mercenaries in under half a minute, how could they possibly run away? However, fear was unavoidable, and they could only wait nervously as the mysterious figure approached. When the mysterious figure came within a few meters of them, he suddenly stopped, and a voice that sounded somewhat familiar to Clarice came from beneath the mask. "So this is what you call a friend's birthday party?" Sonia, Michelle, and the other two looked at each other in confusion, wondering what birthday party he was talking about. Only Clarice froze, disbelief etched on her face as she looked at the mysterious figure, stammering, You. As she stumbled over her words, the mysterious figure slowly reached up to remove the silver helmet. "Brother?" When Clarice saw the familiar face beneath the mask, she nearly doubted her own sanity. In fact, when the mysterious figure suddenly mentioned, "Is this what you call a friend's birthday party?" she had already begun to suspect. The birthday party was an excuse she had made up on the spot and had only mentioned it to two people, her mom, Roland, and her brother, Raymond, who had just returned home. Coupled with her deep familiarity with Raymond's voice, even though she didn't immediately recognize it due to her shock, she connected the dots once he mentioned the birthday party. It wasn't until he removed the helmet that she was completely sure she hadn't misheard. However, it was precisely because of this realization that she found it even harder to believe the scene before her. In Clarice's mind, her brother Raymond had always been her role model. He not only got into a prestigious university but was also a renowned expert in psychology. Whenever guests came to their home, they would praise Fong Mo and his wife for raising such an outstanding son, which made Clarice look up to Raymond as her benchmark, aspiring to be as impressive as he was when she grew up. But now, the Raymond before her was a mysterious gunman who had single-handedly taken out a fully armed squad of mercenaries in less than half a minute. This was a far cry from the image of a psychology expert she had in her mind. Was psychology supposed to teach this? Bang! Just as Clarice was still in shock, Raymond suddenly drew a handgun from his waist and fired a shot behind him without even looking. At that moment, Sonia and the others noticed that among the three captives, one was attempting to reach for a nearby gun, and in an instant, that hand was blown to pieces by Raymond's shot. "Stay here and don't move, best not to go near that side," Raymond instructed without exchanging pleasantries with Clarice, pointing toward the abandoned building before striding toward the three captives. As he approached them, he shot the captive who had been reaching for the gun, blowing his head off. Then, he put away the handgun, slung the red long gun over his shoulder, and lifted the two remaining captives, walking towards the dilapidated building. In no time, he disappeared from Clarice and the others' sight. Clarice had no idea that the person who had just spoken to her, although appearing to be Raymond, was actually the Raymond in the Deadshot alter ego state. Even the first sentence he spoke was deliberately made by Deadshot to avoid raising any alarms with Clarice. However, adhering to the principle of the more you say, the more mistakes you make, Deadshot refrained from engaging in lengthy conversations with Clarice and simply took the captives away for interrogation. For him, this was as routine as breathing. It wasn't until Raymond, carrying the two captives, had completely disappeared from their sight that Sonia finally let out a sigh of relief and turned to Clarice, asking, "Clarice, who was that just now?" "That's my brother. I think I mentioned him to you before, Sonia." Clarice, still lost in shock, responded slowly. "Your brother? Is he the one you mentioned, the psychology PhD?" Sonia's reaction mirrored Clarice's initial disbelief when she saw Raymond, her face filled with skepticism. Even Michelle and Aaron, who had been sitting on the ground, finally regained some strength and helped each other to stand, both exclaiming in surprise, "That's your brother?" Clearly, Clarice had previously mentioned her brother to her two friends. "Yes." Clarice nodded with a complex expression. She had been in despair, but unexpectedly, it was her brother who had come to save them, and in such a dramatic, almost 007-like manner.
That was so cool. Michelle's eyes sparkled with admiration. Does your brother have a girlfriend? Erin's focus was evidently more practical. As soon as she spoke, she met Michelle's competitive gaze, as if silently challenging, "Are you trying to compete with me?" But Erin showed no signs of backing down, returning the stare. "You two are really..." Clarisse couldn't help but smile despite the tension. She felt her two friends were much calmer than she was, while her heart was still racing from the panic of being surrounded by mercenaries moments ago. "What exactly is your brother's background? How can he be so powerful?" Sonia asked, not as starry-eyed as the two girls, her curiosity directed at who Raymond really was. However, she had initially intended to say ferocious, but realizing the person in question was Clarisse's brother, she opted for powerful instead. "I don't know how he became so powerful, and he probably doesn't know anything about my situation either. I never expected him to show up," Clarisse whispered. She certainly didn't tell the whole truth, omitting the details about S.H.I.E.L.D. that Raymond had mentioned the day before, as she wasn't sure how revealing that information might affect him. Sonia noticed that Clarisse wasn't being entirely truthful, as it was one of her abilities, but she didn't press further. Everyone had their own secrets, she had secrets that Clarisse didn't know about too. It was natural for friends not to be completely open, and she understood that. So she simply nodded and said, "Regardless, we owe this all to your brother. Otherwise, we would have really been captured. What do we do now?" Michelle and Erin exchanged glances, suddenly recalling that they were still not out of danger, and turned to Clarisse for answers. "My brother told us to stay here and wait, so let's hold on for a bit," Clarisse hesitated. "Ah." As soon as Clarisse finished speaking, a chilling wail came from the direction of the abandoned building, as if someone was undergoing inhumane torture. Given that Raymond had deliberately left a few captives and instructed them to stay put, they quickly guessed the reason for his instructions. Michelle and Erin weren't too concerned, they were still shaken from their earlier shock. But Sonia's expression changed slightly, showing a hint of sympathy. Even though these people had just attacked them, she couldn't bring herself to harm them. That didn't align with the mutant underground's way of operating. However, since Raymond was not one of them and had just saved them, she felt she had no standing to say anything. Inside the abandoned building, Raymond, who had switched back to his main personality and exited the state of equipment manifestation, was deep in thought, contemplating the current situation. His initial plan had been to quietly follow Clarisse after school to investigate whether she had indeed become involved with that troublesome mutant underground organization as he suspected. He never expected that his conjecture would prove true, and even more unexpectedly, he encountered the suddenly appearing white-collar man. While the white-collar man and John were exchanging heated words, Raymond had actually been lurking in the shadows, ready to step in and help at any moment. It was during that time that he received several notifications from the system. Among them, Lorna Dane, recognized as an A-level anti-hero known as Polaris, brought him 50 exploration points, John Plasta, the B-level hero Thunderbird, and Sonia Simonson, the C-level hero Dreamweaver, provided him with 30 and 10 exploration points, respectively. Seeing the three of them confirmed to Raymond that Clarisse had indeed made contact with the mutant underground organization, and John's actions further validated this. What surprised Raymond the most was the sudden appearance of the white-collar man. Through the system's notifications, Raymond quickly learned the man's identity, B-level villain Absorbing Man, Carl Creel, who also provided him with 30 exploration points. All four of them combined had given him a total of 120 exploration points, which was a pleasant surprise. However, at that moment, he was not focused on those points. Although 120 exploration points were a gain, they were far from being enough to elicit genuine excitement from him. What truly concerned him was the real situation surrounding the white-collar man who had targeted Clarisse. Raymond had some recollection of Absorbing Man Carl, who had the ability to transform his body into any material he touched. In various Marvel universes, his origin had different versions. In some, he was a magical creation of Loki, used as a humanoid weapon against Thor. In others, he was a mutant who awakened this special ability on his own. Just from the system's notifications, Raymond couldn't determine which version of Absorbing Man existed in this world. However, when Absorbing Man stated his intention to absorb Clarisse on behalf of a mutant organization, Raymond could almost conclude that this guy was indeed a mutant, he just didn't know which organization was backing him. After Clarisse and the others left, Raymond quietly followed and preemptively noticed that there were others tracking Clarisse and her friends.
In such a situation, even if Raymond switched to his alter ego, Claw, he wouldn't be able to ensure Clarice's safety while dealing with all the enemies. The Deadshot alter ego could handle it, but given that his overall stats should have improved, he could hold out longer now. However, the sheer power of Deadshot was too great, and Raymond didn't want to easily use his ace in the hole unless truly necessary. Thus, he opted for the most reliable Deadshot alter ego and the manifestation of the Deadshot suit. In the face of such a situation, especially with enemies in the light and himself in the dark, using the Deadshot alter ego was nearly foolproof. The choice proved to be correct. The Deadshot alter ego dispatched the enemies in under half a minute and left a few captives alive, which was a request Raymond had made. Otherwise, for the Deadshot alter ego, headshots were obviously much simpler. After interrogating the captives, Raymond finally learned about the organization behind Absorbing Man. He was not unfamiliar with it either, the Hellfire Club. This was a mutant organization that had been around since the 18th century, with a history that far exceeded that of the two largest current mutant organizations. The organization operated in a very unique manner, neither openly opposing governments like the Brotherhood of Mutants, effectively becoming an international terrorist organization, nor cooperating with the government like the X-Men to alleviate conflicts between mutants and regular humans. Its existence was quietly hidden within ordinary society. Before the advent of X-gene testing technology, the club's members were all elites from various countries, toying with ordinary people at will. Even the former Magneto had once joined this organization and had briefly become its leader. Even after the invention of X-gene testing technology, this organization's core interests remained unshaken, as they could simply retreat into the shadows and have their agents take the lead. These agents were not mutants and would pose no issues regardless of how they were tested. Now, how much power this organization still wielded was something only they knew among their core members. Compared to the Hellfire Club, John's mutant underground organization seemed like child's play, which explained why Absorbing Man was unconcerned when he heard John say that Clarice had joined them. The two sides were not even on the same level. What was there for him to care about? If both the Hellfire Club and the Brotherhood of Mutants exist in this world, what role does Magneto play in all of this? Could he be leading both organizations simultaneously? Raymond pondered thoughtfully. Since discovering that this world was not part of any Marvel Universe version he was familiar with, he had been less inclined to make subjective judgments. While many overarching elements were similar to what he knew, there were also many differences. If he truly believed he knew everything, he might not even realize how he would meet his end. However, based on the intelligence obtained from the Deadshot alter ego's interrogation, the Hellfire Club in this world should not differ greatly from what he understood. Aside from not being certain whether the leader was Magneto, the organizational structure was the same, with core members designated by chess piece names. There was one black king, one white king, one black queen, one white queen, 2 black knights, 2 black bishops, 2 white knights, 2 white bishops, for a total of 16 core members. The Absorbing Man, who led this operation, was one of the 2 black knights. This could be a bit troublesome. Realizing the background of Absorbing Man, Raymond couldn't help but frown, feeling a headache coming on. He initially thought that Clarice was merely entangled with the mutant underground organization, and if that were the case, it wouldn't be too difficult to cut off their connection. But now, with the involvement of the Hellfire Club, things had become much more complicated. Compared to the Hellfire Club, which boasts a history of over 200 years, the mutant underground organization could at best be regarded as an insignificant small group. Any core member from the Hellfire Club would possess the power to effortlessly obliterate this little organization. After all, based on the Hellfire Club's established methods of operation, its core members are not just powerful in combat, the influence they wield is what truly makes them formidable. At the height of its power, the Hellfire Club could even incite tensions between superpowers from the shadows, illustrating the vast extent of its influence. To the Hellfire Club, military departments like the Sentinel Special Operations, which pose a significant threat to the mutant underground organization, are no threat at all. For instance, in this incident, if it weren't for Raymond's sudden appearance, even if John and Lorna had managed to escape from Absorbing Man, Clarice and Sonya would undoubtedly have been captured. It's important to note that this was the outcome of the Hellfire Club only sending in Absorbing Man, a single core member. Furthermore, Absorbing Man's original intention was not to deal with the mutant underground organization, he merely wanted to absorb Clarice into the Hellfire Club. Had he planned to act against the mutant underground organization, he would have brought far more manpower, including some non-core mutant members from the club. In such a scenario, how could John, a sea-level mutant with ordinary combat capabilities, and Lorna, who hadn't fully developed her powers and only had a potential of level 4, hope to contend with them? Therefore, Raymond's assessment of the Mutant Underground organization was very objective. It was indeed a run-of-the-mill organization. Even with Lorna, the daughter of the Kingpin, joining, it couldn't change its nature.
The current Mutant Underground organization was far inferior to the third-rate mutant organizations, the Third and Summer Island, that were currently embroiled in conflict with David.
Raymond was confident in his ability to sever Clarice's ties with the Mutant Underground organization because its operational style was too weak, and he was Clarice's brother. With his persuasive abilities, it shouldn't be too difficult to convince John and the others to let her go. Even if he couldn't persuade them, his fists were much stronger than John and the others. If it came to that, he could always use his iron fist of love to talk some sense into them. However, the situation was entirely different when it came to the Hellfire Club. Absorbing Man's strength was certainly commendable, as evidenced by his history of battling numerous superheroes and managing to evade capture. Yet, his weaknesses were equally apparent. As long as one could grasp the method to counter him, even without activating his Deadpool alter ego, Raymond could still handle him. If he did activate that alter ego, taking down Absorbing Man would be a walk in the park. But the issue was that merely eliminating Absorbing Man wouldn't resolve the troubles Clarice was facing. It would only bring about greater complications. The Hellfire Club would not stand idly by while one of its core members was killed. They would undoubtedly send more and stronger core members to investigate the circumstances of Absorbing Man's death. Even if Raymond had the capability to keep killing, the Hellfire Club was not foolish. They wouldn't keep sending people to provide him with experience points. At that point, they might resort to some extreme measures. Not to mention, even if Raymond could switch to his Deadpool alter ego quickly, there was no way he could act freely if he summoned Deadpool here. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, Raymond didn't want to openly confront the Hellfire Club. As for the mercenaries he had taken down? To the Hellfire Club, they were mere insignificant pawns. Their deaths wouldn't warrant any major response, nor would it affect the overall situation. Of course, if it were Raymond, he wouldn't have gone on a killing spree like the Deadpool alter ego did. Forget it, let's get them out of here first and then think of a way. Unable to come up with a better plan for the moment, Raymond shook his head helplessly and walked towards the exit of the building. A few minutes later, Raymond drove the car to where Clarice and the others were waiting. Get in the car. Raymond rolled down the window and said to the four of them. Hello, Brother Raymond. I'm Michelle, Clarice's classmate, and this is Aaron. As soon as they got in the car, Michelle and Aaron both began to chit-chat, quickly bonding over their shared experience. When they realized they had the same intention, they exchanged competitive glances. In contrast to these two carefree girls, Clarice and Sonia were much quieter, remaining silent once they got in the car. Clarice felt embarrassed after being caught in a lie, while Sonia was still unsettled by the bloody scene they had just witnessed and was uncertain how to face Raymond. Hello there. Raymond smiled politely at the two girls before turning to Clarice in the passenger seat, saying, Aren't you going to explain what happened? Clarice hesitated and then glanced back at Sonia. Sitting in the middle of the back seat, Sonia immediately understood and quietly placed her hands on Michelle's and Aaron's heads. In an instant, both girls fell asleep, slumping against the back seat. Raymond knew this was likely one of Sonia's abilities, similar to Mantis from the Guardians of the Galaxy, though probably not as powerful. You're a mutant? Raymond glanced at Sonia through the rearview mirror. You know about mutants, brother. Clarice didn't seem too surprised. Earlier, when Raymond had mentioned S.H.I.E.L.D. at home, Clarice had already guessed that he might be aware of mutants' existence. However, Clarice was unsure how Raymond would react to the notion of mutants, which is why she had refrained from revealing her identity earlier. After all, based on the personal experiences of many of her mutant friends, even family members could hold negative attitudes toward mutants. Clarice wasn't certain how Raymond and the Fong couple would view this situation, so she had kept the truth hidden, not wanting to jeopardize her relationship with her family. But now it seemed that she could no longer keep it a secret and had to choose to come clean. Well, actually, I'm also a mutant. As she spoke, Clarice removed her contact lenses, revealing her eyes that had turned emerald green due to her awakened abilities. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Raymond continued driving, his expression remaining neutral. Clarice hesitated, not knowing how to respond. It was Sonia who stepped in to help her out. Mr. Raymond, since you know about mutants, you should also understand that many mutants face unfortunate fates, especially those whose appearances change after awakening. they endure too much unfair treatment.
Did I ask you to speak?
Raymond coldly interrupted Sonia, his tone devoid of warmth. He understood why Clarice chose to withhold information. He knew more about her situation than they did, and Sonia's interjection was unnecessary. His question was intended to teach Clarice a lesson, reminding her not to make assumptions in the future. Sonia was taken aback by Raymond's abrupt coldness. Her prepared words caught in her throat, leaving her in stunned silence.
Brother, how can you talk to Sister Sonia like that?
Clarice exclaimed, astonished to see Sonia silenced by Raymond's words. In her eyes, Raymond had always been the gentle and polite scholar, and this was the first time she witnessed such a harsh attitude from him.
How should I talk to her? Raymond shot back coldly. If I hadn't arrived in time, you would have been captured today. What's the point of being part of an organization that can't even protect its own members?
But Clarice felt defiant, but she couldn't find a proper rebuttal at the moment.
I don't want to engage in this meaningless argument.
I'll drop you off at a safe place and then handle some personal matters. When I return, if your explanation doesn't satisfy me, I will tell Mom and Dad, and let them discuss it with you.
No. Clarice panicked at the thought of Raymond telling Fong Mo and his wife.
She knew their tempers all too well, especially Mom Roland. If she learned that Clarice was involved in such matters, she would certainly impose restrictions, and Clarice would be unable to go anywhere but school.
I'll wait for your explanation. Raymond's tone was resolute, showing no signs of backing down.
10 minutes later, Raymond found a place to drop them off and then left alone. Clarice thought this matter was over, but Raymond couldn't let it go so easily. If he didn't handle it properly, more trouble could follow. However, he hadn't come up with a good plan yet, so he decided to activate his external assistance mode.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Lorna was using her powers to control both car doors, repeatedly slamming them into Absorbing Man, Carl, creating a spectacular scene. However, Carl stood his ground, showing no signs of moving, allowing Lorna to attack him as if he would lose the moment he stepped back. John was busy too, having somehow acquired a bag of short spears about a meter long.
While Lorna attacked Absorbing Man, he searched for opportunities to strike.
With his super strength, the spears he threw had more lethality than regular firearms, and he aimed for Carl's vital spots, his neck, eyes, and other sensitive areas. Despite this, neither Lorna's continuous attacks nor John's occasional fierce strikes had any effect on Carl. They seemed to merely tickle him. Carl appeared unbothered, letting them continue their futile attempts.
This seems off. After his sixth unsuccessful throw, John finally sensed something was amiss.
On the surface, it seemed they were taking the offensive, but after attacking for so long without causing any damage, it was clear that Carl's defenses far exceeded their destructive capabilities.
If that was the case, why was he just standing there taking their hits without retaliating? Was he merely toying with them? That seemed too boring. Wait. His target is, oh no. John suddenly realized that Carl's original target was Clarice. Connecting this with Carl's illogical behavior, he deduced a possibility. Finally figured it out, huh? But I assume they've already succeeded over there.
Absorbing Man Carl observed John's change in expression and guessed he had come to a realization. He estimated the time and believed that others had likely completed their mission of capturing Clarice. By staying back, he only intended to stall John and Lorna to allow the others to apprehend Clarice. He knew that with just himself and the few people he brought, it would be difficult to take down John and his team. If he had prepared adequately, he might have had a chance, but now that hope was slim. After all, his ability wasn't suited for capturing people. He couldn't keep up with John alone. So he refrained from attacking, fearing that it might scare John and Lorna away, jeopardizing the operation on the other side.
Let's go. John figured out the problem and immediately signaled Lorna to prepare for a retreat.
Carl made no effort to stop them. He understood that even if he wanted to, he might not be able to. There was no need to waste effort.
Watching the two leave, Carl chuckled to himself, what an interesting ability. Could it be related to that one?
Just this discovery makes my trip worthwhile. If I were you, I wouldn't be so self-satisfied. Just as Carl was reveling in his thoughts, a stranger's voice suddenly rang out. Knowing too much isn't always a good thing. Carl's expression changed slightly as he turned toward the source of the voice. He saw a light-skinned mixed-race man who had appeared not far behind him, arms crossed, leaning against the wall with a half-smile on his face. The earlier words had clearly come from him. Given that this person had quietly appeared at this moment, Carl didn't believe he was just an ordinary passerby.
And you are? Carl asked in a low voice. My name is Raymond.
This is probably the first time you've heard it, the light-skinned mixed-race man, who was actually Raymond controlled by the claw alter ego, said with a light chuckle. By the way, the girl you're trying to capture is my sister. Carl naturally had never heard of the name Raymond, but when he heard the latter's words about his sister, he immediately understood why Raymond had come looking for him. It was a classic case of the small one gets dealt with, then the older one comes in. Such scenarios were not uncommon in the extraordinary world, especially for those who had once been part of organizations. It was also quite common for siblings to both be mutants within a family, much like the famous Cyclops and Havoc brothers in mutant circles. Previously, Carl had not specifically investigated Clarice's family background, so he was unaware that she had a brother. However, he believed that such information, easily obtainable through simple investigation, was unlikely to be a lie. Mr. Raymond, are you here to back up your sister? Upon clarifying the other party's identity, Carl felt a bit more at ease. You really don't need to go this far, I only came to absorb her, and I mean no harm. Raymond spoke in a calm tone, but I don't want her to get involved in all this complicated mess too soon. As for future matters, I think she should decide for herself when she comes of age. Carl shook his head, saying, You're too late. No, not at all. Raymond smirked slightly, revealing a hint of malice. If you're talking about the fodder you sent to capture her, I've already taken care of them. What did you say? Carl's expression darkened abruptly. I had no choice, they were all armed and looked quite menacing. To prevent any rash actions, I had to send them on their way. Raymond shrugged nonchalantly. You probably don't realize who you're dealing with. Carl's tone became menacing. Isn't it the Hellfire Club? Raymond feigned surprise in response. You. Don't be so agitated. I just casually interrogated them before sending them off. Raymond said with a smile, and I learned that Mr. Carl is actually the famous Black Knight. Quite impressive. To think you would dare betray the club. Carl gritted his teeth. Well, you can't really blame them. Anyone who can withstand my interrogation shouldn't be too numerous in this world. I believe if it were you, Mr. Carl, the outcome wouldn't differ much. You killed my men and still dare to come before me, thinking you have me cornered? Just check your back, Raymond gestured with his chin. Check my back? Carl was puzzled as to why Raymond suddenly said that, but he didn't question it further. He reached back, curious about what Raymond was implying. As soon as his hand touched his back, he felt a paper note that had somehow stuck to him, darkening his expression immediately. However, that was not the end of it. When he pulled the note off and read the contents, his face darkened further. The note contained instructions on how to completely counter his abilities. The fact that Raymond could place this note on him without him noticing was enough to confirm that Raymond could easily use the method on the note to take him down. If John and Lorna had seen this note earlier, he might have been begging for mercy by now. Carl crumpled the note and tore it to pieces, then said in a low voice, Even if you think you've got me cornered, are you sure you can withstand the Hellfire Club's retaliation? If I weren't sure, would I be standing here chatting with you? Raymond scoffed. What do you want me to do? Carl was growing increasingly frustrated. Help me contact someone who can make decisions in your club. I want to speak with them directly. Raymond stated his request. What's the matter? Don't want to? Then I'll just kill you and wait for them to come find me. Wait. I agree. Carl quickly responded. He didn't genuinely believe Raymond would dare to kill him, especially since Raymond had already obtained some information about the Hellfire Club from his men. But he wasn't willing to gamble with his life. If he lost, there would be no chance for a comeback, and he didn't need to take that risk. So, after a brief struggle, he reverted to his original form and pulled out his phone to dial a number. Once the call connected, he communicated briefly with the person on the other end before handing the phone to Raymond. Raymond took the call, and he heard a somewhat gruff voice on the other end. I am the Black King. Just this simple introduction was enough for Raymond to confirm that he was indeed speaking with someone who could make decisions. According to the rules of the Hellfire Club, both the Black King and the White King were the club's highest leaders, with no distinction in rank. However, as the saying goes, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Most of the time, one of those positions was vacant, and both positions could only be filled if both parties agreed that the other was equally capable. But such scenarios were exceedingly rare. At that moment, even Raymond was unaware of who the current leaders of the Hellfire Club were. The Claw alter ego had no way of guessing either, as his understanding of the Hellfire Club came solely from Raymond. But he didn't need to know who they were, he only wanted a chance to negotiate.
Hello, I am Raymond.
Yes, I have already heard about the situation from Carl. What is your purpose? The unidentified Black King on the other end asked directly.
I am willing to join your club.
That's acceptable. Mr. Black King, don't be too quick to agree, I have some conditions.
Oh? I want a title.
That goes against the rules. The Black King on the other end said sternly, you can convince Carl not to pursue you for killing his people, proving your strength is sufficient for his recognition, but to become a core member of the club, you must make a significant contribution. I cannot promise you that directly. Mr. Black King, don't try to fool me with that talk. Rules are set by people and can be changed by people. I believe you have the authority to change the rules. Raymond said with a smirk. Why do you think I would break the club's rules for you? Because I have confidence in myself. Upon hearing this, there was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. A few seconds later, the Black King continued, I will personally come to Richmond tomorrow. After saying that, the call was abruptly disconnected. Raymond was not surprised by the situation before him and casually tossed his phone back to the absorber. Carl. What did Lord Black Emperor say? Carl asked cautiously. He said he would come to Richmond tomorrow, Raymond replied in a flat tone. Carl's face showed a hint of surprise. It seems Lord Black Emperor values you quite a bit, Mr. Raymond. Give me your contact information, I will reach out to you tomorrow. Raymond suddenly changed the subject, ignoring Carl's comment. And before I meet your Lord Black Emperor, I don't want my sister to be disturbed any further, or else. Of course, you can rest assured, there will definitely be no problem, Carl quickly agreed without much hesitation. No matter whether Raymond could persuade the Black Emperor to make an exception and directly allow him to become a core member, he had no need to offend someone who held his weaknesses over him for a mere absorption task. He had considered eliminating Raymond but ultimately restrained himself. He couldn't be sure who would win if he acted rashly. After all, Raymond held leverage over him, which was an undeniable fact. Furthermore, Raymond was not an ordinary person, and he didn't even know how powerful Raymond's abilities truly were. Acting recklessly in such a situation was akin to joking with his own life. Therefore, he ultimately decided to temporarily choose compromise. Then I'll take my leave, Raymond said and turned to leave. Wait a moment, Carl suddenly called out to him. What is it? Raymond stopped, turned to look at Carl, and a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. Are you trying to test whether I have the ability to take you out? No, Mr. Raymond, don't misunderstand. I just want to ask what you meant by knowing too much is not always a good thing earlier, Carl asked, his face full of confusion. Oh, you mean that? Raymond paused for a moment and then shook his head lightly. The reason is a bit complicated, I'll explain it to you when I have time later. In short, I can remind you that when it comes to matters involving big shots, sometimes being a little confused can actually prevent mistakes. Just as Carl was still pondering the deeper meaning of Raymond's words, he suddenly realized that Raymond had vanished, as if he had never been there. He didn't even notice how Raymond had left. This ability to appear and disappear made Carl feel a slight shock, and he secretly rejoiced that he hadn't completely fallen out with Raymond due to a moment of impulse. However, he wasn't particularly surprised by this, as he had already suspected it before. In contrast, Raymond's earlier reminder weighed more on his mind. When it comes to matters involving big shots, being a little confused won't hurt. Could she really be related to that person? Carl thought to himself, the image of the girl with long dark green hair flashing through his mind. After John and Lorna successfully shook off Carl and re-established contact with Sonia and the others, they were astonished to find that Sonia and the group had already escaped quite a distance. Once they regrouped, John first gave Sonia an enthusiastic hug to express his gratitude. Then he noticed that Clarice's two best friends were still unconscious and couldn't help but feel puzzled, pointing at the two who were passed out and asking, what happened to them? Sonia didn't hide anything and quickly recounted what had happened earlier to John. I didn't expect that guy to have a backup plan. Damn it, I was too careless. John's face showed regret when he learned that if Clarice's brother hadn't suddenly appeared to turn the tide, they would likely have been captured by the other side by now. This incident was clearly his dereliction of duty. Whether as the leader of the organization or as Sonia's boyfriend, he couldn't escape blame. Stop blaming yourself, everything is fine now, isn't it? Lorna comforted John from the side, while looking at her friend Clarice with curiosity in her eyes. Clary, didn't you tell me your brother is a psychologist? How did he suddenly become a secret agent? Clarice was at a loss for how to explain this situation.
Just then, her phone rang, and the caller was Raymond. After asking for their current location, he hung up. "Is that your brother?" Sonia looked at Clarice. "Yeah."
Clarice appeared a bit nervous because Raymond had said before leaving that he would need an explanation upon his return. If this explanation didn't satisfy him, he would inform the Fong couple about the incident. Clarice wasn't sure if she could convince Raymond, so she felt a bit anxious. A few minutes later, Raymond's car stopped in front of them, and he got out. Seeing the additional two people, Raymond had already seen them from a distance and naturally knew their identities. Especially Lorna, known as Miss Polaris in the mutant community. Even if he hadn't seen her before, it was easy to deduce her identity. Apart from her striking dark green hair, there was the keep your distance aura she exuded, clearly indicating her identity. "Brother," Clarice looked at Raymond timidly. Raymond responded softly, his expression revealing no joy or anger. At this moment, he had switched back from the persona of Chloe to his main personality. The reason for switching to Chloe earlier was mainly to see if there was a way to resolve Clarice's troubles without completely severing ties with the Hellfire Club. After informing Chloe of the general situation, Raymond quietly observed the development of events. Unexpectedly, Chloe's proposed solution was to infiltrate the enemy's ranks directly. It must be said that this decision indeed caught Raymond off guard. If it were him, he might have first thought of negotiating with Carl. But upon further reflection, Chloe's idea did seem like a good option. Although it appeared a bit radical at first glance, the chances of success were clearly much higher than negotiating. Negotiation had both success and failure as outcomes, and even if successful, the other party could still backtrack, leaving too many uncertain factors. However, if he could infiltrate the Hellfire Club and become a core member, then for the club, Clarice would effectively be one of their own, and naturally, there would be no future troubles. With this realization, Raymond did not stop Chloe from acting freely, allowing him to handle the situation. It was only after leaving Carl that he switched back to his main personality. "Hello, Mr. Raymond, I'm John," John greeted Raymond warmly upon seeing him. "You're their leader?" Raymond interrupted John's words with an indifferent expression. Yes." John didn't expect Raymond to be so cold, catching him off guard, but he continued, "Thank you very much, Mr. Raymond, for saving Sonia and the others. I really don't know how to repay you." "There's no need for thanks, just stay away from Clarice in the future," Raymond said flatly. "That's what I should do, what?" John realized halfway through his sentence what Raymond implied. "Mr. Raymond, what do you really mean by that?" John asked, his face full of confusion. "Just the literal meaning," Raymond replied calmly. "If you encounter a situation like today again, do you think you inexperienced guys can protect her? Or, if any one of them faces a similar trouble as today, what do you think your organization can do to help? To be honest, I really can't understand why she needs to associate with you all, a group of rookies who can barely protect themselves. Even if you stick together, you won't solve any substantial problems." "Bro! How can you say that?" Clarice exclaimed anxiously. "Shut up. I'll deal with you later." Raymond shot her a fierce glare. Clarice wilted under Raymond's glare. But while she shrank back, Lorna couldn't sit still and retorted, "This is clearly that guy's trick," and with Clary's powers suddenly becoming unstable, we were left passive. If we had been more vigilant, this situation wouldn't have happened. "Do you think so too?" Raymond looked at Clarice. Clarice didn't respond, but from her expression, it was clear she was probably thinking the same thing. Raymond shook his head gently and asked, "Have you heard of the Hellfire Club?" Upon hearing this name, both Clarice and Lorna looked bewildered, clearly hearing it for the first time, while Sonia frowned slightly, as if trying to recall something. Only John's expression changed dramatically. "It seems you know," Raymond said, staring at him. "I once heard an older mutant mention it. They say it's the oldest mutant organization in existence today, predating both the Brotherhood of Mutants and the X-Men by a long time," John said slowly. "So it's that organization." Sonia seemed to remember something and quickly reacted. "Mr. Raymond, are you saying that those people earlier were all from the Hellfire Club?" "Exactly," Raymond nodded slightly. Hearing Raymond's confirmation, John's heart sank. Unlike Lorna, who had awakened her powers for some time but only truly entered this circle after joining the underground mutant organization and thus didn't know much about mutants, John had been in this circle much longer than Lorna. He understood well how terrifying an organization like the Hellfire Club, recognized as the most mysterious and ancient mutant organization, could be.
The underground mutant organization he led probably wouldn't even rank among the third-rate groups. He was all too clear about the disparity between them. However, while John had realized the situation was dire, Lorna, who knew nothing about the Hellfire Club's background, remained defiant, saying, "What if it has a long history? That guy didn't seem that impressive, he's just a tough shell. I don't believe he's truly invincible." "He's certainly not invincible, no ability can be without flaws," Raymond said. "Then that's it. What do we have to be afraid of?" Lorna felt emboldened by Raymond agreeing with her viewpoint. "Little girl, you don't think that guy was the leader of the Hellfire Club, do you?" Raymond chuckled and shook his head. "Wasn't he?" Lorna was taken aback. "Theoretically, there should be 16 core members of the Hellfire Club. That guy was just one of them, and a relatively weak one at that." Raymond revealed the truth. This statement certainly made sense. Since the Hellfire Club was named after chess pieces, it naturally ranked its members according to chess rules. Carl, as the Black Knight, would likely rank at the bottom among the core members of the Hellfire Club. How is that possible? Lorna was stunned by this statement. Although she was very dissatisfied with that guy earlier, she had to admit that his abilities were indeed very powerful. Even facing both her and John alone, he could easily handle them. Keep in mind, she and John were the strongest forces in the underground mutant organization. While there were some other members with certain combat abilities, the gap between them and the two of them was vast. In other words, that guy could single-handedly take on the underground mutant organization. Yet, such a powerful mutant was merely one of the so-called 16 core members of the Hellfire Club, and a weaker one at that? How strong could the other core members be? If this was true, how terrifying could an organization with so many powerful mutants be? This unimaginable situation made Lorna feel a bit unreal. But when she looked at John, she found that he didn't refute Raymond. Instead, he seemed lost in thought with a serious expression. Seeing John's reaction, Lorna began to believe that what Raymond said might indeed be true. What she didn't know was that John wasn't entirely sure if what Raymond said was completely true either, as he didn't know about the 16 core members of the Hellfire Club. However, when Raymond mentioned these things, he felt no surprise at all. Because only such a powerful organization could explain why it could exist for hundreds of years. The history of mutants is undeniably a history of humiliation. Even now, during most times, the two major powers can only hide and seek or feign cooperation, having to live carefully. A mutant organization without sufficient strength could not possibly survive for hundreds of years, it would have been exterminated countless times already. However, John wasn't someone who would shy away from responsibility. He wouldn't be intimidated into not confronting them just because he knew they were the Hellfire Club, and even when Carl revealed his identity, he wouldn't abandon his companions. But facing Raymond's familial questioning at that moment, he couldn't deceive his own heart. "I admit, against the Hellfire Club, my strength is indeed insignificant, but no matter what, I will not abandon Clarice, because she is my companion," John said solemnly. "So will I." Lorna, who had returned to her senses from the shock, echoed. Although Sonia didn't speak, her face also bore a look of determination. Seeing the serious expressions on their faces, Raymond really wanted to tell them that the Hellfire Club was just recruiting, not here to kill them. Why were they all acting like they were ready to die? But he also felt that pouring cold water on them at this moment seemed a bit too harsh, it would be cruel to do so. With that thought, he still maintained a stern face and looked at Clarice, asking, "Are you sure you want to continue this reckless path with them?" "This is the last time I'll ask you this question, think carefully before you answer me." Clarice's expression was conflicted, but in the end, she still firmly nodded and said, "I've never made any important decisions in my life, so let me be willful just this once, please, bro. I hope you won't regret it." Raymond looked at her deeply. Then he said no more and turned to walk toward the car. Once in the car, he rolled down the window a little, looking at Clarice and said, "Come back early tonight, don't stay out too late. Also, don't worry about the Hellfire Club, just go have fun." As soon as he finished speaking, the car started up and sped away, leaving behind a group of people with puzzled expressions. Why did everyone come to the conclusion that there's no need to worry about the Hellfire Club? Based on Raymond's undeniable tone just now, they unanimously made such a judgment. Raymond had successfully resolved the troubles with the Hellfire Club. Only in this way could Raymond confidently say such things. If it were someone else making such a statement, they might think the person was boasting, but Raymond was Clarice's brother, he had no reason to deceive her regarding something so important about his sister.
This meant that Raymond had managed to establish relations with the Hellfire Club in that brief moment he was away, ensuring they would no longer disturb Clarice, even after the other side had already lost a number of personnel.
Just how much power would that require? They could hardly imagine it. Clary, you have to come clean. What exactly does your brother do?
As soon as Raymond left, Lorna immediately surrounded Clarice like an interrogator, turning into a curious child. Lorna's usual aloof demeanor was typically reserved for strangers, but in a familiar setting, she quickly transformed into a different version of herself, just like now.
Believe me, I'm just as surprised as you are.
Seeing Lorna and John staring at her intently, Clarice knew she had to say something, otherwise, her friends wouldn't let it go easily. Before, I only knew that my brother worked for a large organization that collaborates with various governments and primarily teaches, but I never expected him to be so capable.
A large organization that collaborates with various governments. It wouldn't be S.H.I.E.L.D., would it? John speculated.
Clarice hesitated. She hadn't planned on mentioning S.H.I.E.L.D. It wasn't that she didn't trust her friends, it was just that this matter involved her brother Raymond. Just as she hadn't mentioned her friends to Raymond, she didn't want to increase the number of people who knew about it, as more knowledge could lead to more variables. She didn't want to hurt anyone because of her own reasons. However, since John had already guessed it was S.H.I.E.L.D., she didn't want to lie further. Plus, with Sonia nearby, she couldn't possibly deceive her human lie detector, so there was no need to deceive herself. Thus, she nodded and said, I just found out about this too.
S.H.I.E.L.D.? What is that? How does it compare to the Sentinel Special Operations? Lorna asked, hearing the name for the first time and instinctively comparing it to the long-standing Sentinel Special Operations that hunted mutants. That's not even comparable, John shook his head and said.
The Sentinel Special Operations is just a secret department under the North American military, generally only operating within North America. Whereas S.H.I.E.L.D. is a global international organization, and even the North American government doesn't have direct jurisdiction over them. Although they aren't in a superior-subordinate relationship, the power disparity is very obvious.
That's terrifying, Lorna said, sticking out her tongue in surprise.
If the Sentinel Special Operations made them feel like they had to hide and live like rats, then S.H.I.E.L.D. was even more massive. It's no wonder if Clarice's brother has a high status in S.H.I.E.L.D., he could indeed make the Hellfire Club give him face. John felt he had guessed the truth of the matter. He didn't know the specifics about the Hellfire Club and S.H.I.E.L.D., just like an ant couldn't judge the strength of a husky and a Siberian tiger, he could not determine which was stronger.
The current underground mutant organization was like that tiny ant.
As for the Hellfire Club and S.H.I.E.L.D., he had no way of knowing who was the husky and who was the Siberian tiger. In any case, we owe this to Clarice's brother for his help, otherwise, things could have gotten troublesome. Clarice, remember to express our gratitude to him when you go home, John said with emotion. He could see that Raymond didn't have much goodwill toward them, so he didn't propose visiting to thank him directly, he only asked Clarice to convey their thanks.
I will, Clarice nodded. Host, Raymond. Strength, 2.4, Agility, 3.2, Constitution, 2.1, Spirit, 1.8. Ability, Clo Combat Technique. Exploration Value, 240. Subpersonas, Cunning Clo, Deadshot Floyd, the world's greatest assassin, Tao Bye Bye. Opportunities are everywhere.
Back at home, Raymond felt quite pleased to see his exploration value back over 200. Previously, due to multiple uses of immersive experience, and once again manifesting the Deadshot subpersona's gear during the rescue of Clarice, his exploration value had dropped to just over 100. This time, meeting those members of the underground mutant organization and the absorber Carl had provided him with a total of 120 exploration points, which was a pleasant surprise. However, he didn't feel bad about the exploration points he had used earlier, he had completely mastered the Clo Combat technique. It was hard to say how much his combat power had improved, but it was a fact that all aspects of his physical abilities had enhanced significantly. Even without switching to any sub-personas, his overall physical quality was definitely above that of ordinary agents. If he didn't use weapons and fought hand-to-hand, he could already defeat over 90% of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. This was the result of several uses of immersive experience, and only 2 or 3 days had passed since he discovered its effects. In fact, 2 or 3 days was already a generous estimate. He had finally confirmed that when using immersive experience, as long as his mind could handle it, no matter how long he stayed inside, only an instant would pass outside. If it weren't for this, he couldn't have mastered the Clo Combat technique in such a short time. When Chloe's sub-persona had appeared before, he had communicated with it, and according to Chloe, it had taken him over a year to initially grasp this combat technique.
My current physical abilities aren't much inferior to those of the Deadshot sub-persona, and while there remains a gap to Chloe's sub-persona, the Tao Bai Bai sub-persona is another matter.
However, compared to before, I've already become much stronger. Even if I switch to Tao Bai Bai's sub-persona, I should be able to last for a while in a fight. Moreover, switching to Chloe's and Deadshot's sub-personas no longer has any limitations. Even maintaining these two sub-personas in combat continuously won't lead to any collapse. Raymond gently stroked his chin, contemplating. While Chloe's decision was indeed to resolve Clarice's troubles, it also presents an opportunity. If I can infiltrate the Hellfire Club, not to mention the rest, at least I can gain a large amount of exploration value. For me, it seems like a guaranteed profit. For Raymond, there was essentially no difference between superheroes, villains, or anti-heroes like David and Lorna. They all could become targets for him to exploit. As long as he had the opportunity to interact with them, he could legitimately gain exploration value from them. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of trouble, especially trouble that might allow him to reap more exploration value. The more, the better. Just thinking about the possibility of encountering a fat sheep tomorrow made his mood exceptionally pleasant, and any earlier annoyance caused by Clarice joining the troublesome organization instantly vanished. It's worth noting that he ultimately didn't forcibly sever Clarice's ties with John and the others, not because he was genuinely moved by Clarice's inner monologue, but because when he saw the absorber Carl appear, he suddenly realized that Clarice, now awakened, could not remain a good girl forever, staying at home. Regardless of whether there was an underground mutant organization or the Hellfire Club, the world was always in turmoil beneath the surface, even if it seemed calm on the outside. He wanted to completely isolate Clarice from the extraordinary world, but unless he kept her locked at home, it was too challenging. Since it was difficult to prevent her involvement regardless, why should he play the villain? Allowing Clarice to remain in the underground mutant organization was at least not problematic on a larger scale. Moreover, even if something did go wrong, as in this case, it was mostly within his control. If she had joined a more extreme organization, the outcomes could be unpredictable. Thus, Raymond ultimately decided not to interfere in this matter. Speaking of which, I wonder who that Lord Black Emperor really is. Setting aside Clarice's situation for now, Raymond's attention naturally shifted to the meeting tomorrow. This time, he truly felt at a loss. Although the general outline of this world resembled several popular Marvel parallel universes he was familiar with, there were many differences in the details. Take the absorber Carl he had just met. In those popular Marvel parallel universes, he was either a magical lackey created by Loki specifically to deal with Thor or a member of the Inhumans captured by Hydra, loyally working for them. Yet, it seemed that in any parallel universe, he was neither a member of the Hellfire Club nor one of its core members. Just Carl alone was enough to prove that the Hellfire Club in this world was quite different from what he knew, and he couldn't extrapolate further information based on what he already knew. However, this sense of the unknown only made him more eager for tomorrow's meeting. Outside Richmond International Airport, a suit-clad Carl, resembling a white-collar worker, stood beside a trash can, casually holding a cigar and scrolling through his phone. Suddenly, he felt a tap on his shoulder, startling him. He quickly turned around to find a towering man over 2 meters tall, dressed in a white suit and as imposing as an iron tower. If the director of the Combat Institute, Leonid, were here, he might start to doubt whether his nickname was appropriate, as this man clearly looked more like a polar bear, at least in terms of size. Beside this burly man stood a graceful woman in a tight black leather skirt, who was smiling at Carl and said, "TSK TSK TSK. Carl, I heard you had a setback this time? Lady Betsy, what brings you here?" Upon seeing the graceful woman's appearance, Carl was taken aback. This woman was none other than the core member of the Hellfire Club known as the Black Queen, and she was also the nominal partner of the Black Emperor. The towering man was, of course, the Black Emperor. It's important to note that the actual relationship between the Black Emperor and the Black Queen, as well as the White Emperor and White Queen, is that of partners, not necessarily spouses. Although there have been many cases in the history of the Hellfire Club where partners ended up together, this is not a common occurrence. Thus, these two could be considered the big boss and the second-in-command of the Hellfire Club. Seeing both of them appear at the same time left Carl quite surprised. Previously, the Black Emperor had only mentioned he would come by. He hadn't expected the Black Queen, who rarely visited North America, to come along as well. "She happened to need to see me about something, and after hearing about your situation, she insisted on coming along to see for herself. the Black Emperor noticed Carl's astonishment and shrugged, explaining.
What, are you all not welcoming me?
The graceful woman pouted.
Of course not, Lady Betsy, it's my honor to have you here, Carl quickly denied.
As a core member of the Hellfire Club, even though Carl's status was far lower than those two, he didn't need to grovel. But women, especially those who hold grudges, could be the most troublesome to deal with, particularly a powerful woman like the Black Queen, whom he definitely didn't want to offend over something trivial.
Alright, enough of that. Let's find a place to grab something to eat. The food on the plane was terrible, and I didn't even have breakfast, the graceful woman suggested.
Sure, the Black Emperor nodded slightly. This way, my car is parked nearby. Carl, of course, had no objections and quickly led the way for the two. In the afternoon, when Raymond received Carl's call, he drove alone to a park on the outskirts of Richmond. He wasn't worried that Carl would pull any tricks. If the Hellfire Club couldn't maintain this level of credibility, they wouldn't have lasted until now. Moreover, he had no deep-seated hatred for the Hellfire Club. Even from a cost-benefit perspective, they wouldn't abandon this opportunity to turn enemies into friends. Unless the negotiation truly fell apart, that would be a different story. But even if things did go south, Raymond didn't think he should be concerned. He was already prepared to switch to the Tau by sub-persona and unleash a killing spree if things turned hostile.
3 people?
As Raymond arrived at the agreed location, he immediately spotted Carl's figure. He also noticed that Carl didn't just bring one person. In addition to the ridiculously burly man, there was also a graceful woman who appeared to be around 30 years old. At the same time, a notification sound echoed in his mind.
Ding!
You have encountered S-Class villain Kane Marco, exploration value plus 100.
Ding!
You have encountered A-Class villain Betsy Braddock, exploration value plus 50.
It's actually him.
Raymond's pupils constricted sharply upon seeing the system notification.
Kane Marco, codenamed Juggernaut, was Professor X's brother.
Although they were brothers, they were not blood-related. Professor X's mother remarried after a divorce, and Raymond's father became Professor X's stepfather, which made them siblings. Their relationship was extremely strained, to say the least. However, one thing was certain, Juggernaut's strength was on par with several renowned level 4 mutants, including Professor X himself.
In some Marvel universes, he had even become the second-in-command of the Brotherhood of Mutants, second only to Magneto.
It was unclear whether this version of him had ever joined the Brotherhood or how he became the Black Emperor of the Hellfire Club. But from a strength standpoint, he certainly qualified for the position of Black Emperor. However, Raymond had never connected this Juggernaut with the identity of the Black Emperor. He had even speculated that the Black Emperor might be Magneto himself. This was because, in his impression, Juggernaut had always come across as brawn over brains, while the Hellfire Club was often associated with terms like conspiracy and ambition. All the leaders he knew of who had held positions in that organization were cunning individuals.
Juggernaut's style of action did not align at all with the image of the Black Emperor.
But the facts were laid out before him, and he had no choice but to believe. As for the graceful woman appearing alongside Juggernaut, she also had quite the background, but Raymond was too astonished by the revelation that the Black Emperor was Juggernaut to notice her at first.
Once he regained his composure, he remembered her identity, Betsy Braddock, codenamed Psylocke.
She was a level 3 mutant with the ability to manifest psychic powers and perceive others' emotions. From an ability standpoint, she was akin to a stronger version of Sonya. Of course, compared to Juggernaut, her strength was far inferior.
This did not mean that a level 3 mutant would necessarily be defeated instantly by a level 4 mutant. For instance, a highly capable level 4 mutant like Professor X could be easily killed by an ordinary agent if they wore gear that blocked his telepathic control.
The same went for Magneto. If placed in an environment where he couldn't use his powers, he wouldn't be much different from an ordinary person, just slightly more resilient.
But in most cases, level 4 mutants hold an overwhelming advantage over level 3 mutants.
Moreover, Juggernaut himself was not a mutant, he merely had combat abilities comparable to those of a level 4 mutant, which led many to mistakenly think he was one. Perhaps due to his long-standing association with mutants, and the fact that he was Professor X's brother, the outside world defaulted him as a mutant. No one ever asked him to undergo a mutant test, as being a mutant was not typically regarded as a prestigious identity, and few would go so far as to impersonate one. Yet, Juggernaut was an exception. He never minded being seen as a mutant. However, despite Psylocke's abilities being far inferior to Juggernaut's, she had a powerful brother. Compared to her brother, she could easily outclass Juggernaut by hundreds of streets. That's right, she had brothers, and two of them. Her second brother was Brian Braddock, codenamed Captain Britain, a mage of significant power. Upon hearing this codename, many might reflexively compare him to the famous Captain America, but the truth was that their strengths were not on the same level. The caliber of their enemies was telling. Captain Britain's arch-nemesis was an exceedingly powerful level 5 mutant. Although Captain Britain ultimately failed to defeat him, this was telling enough. Their eldest brother was even more formidable, also a level 5 mutant, though he had some mental issues and was often quite mad. Of course, Raymond did not believe that the level 5 mutants in this world would be as overwhelmingly powerful as those in the comic book world, otherwise, the earth beneath them would have been destroyed countless times over. He estimated that the level 5 mutants in this world might be comparable to Apocalypse from the X-Men film universe, but far from the capability of easily rebooting the universe. Regardless, this family was indeed extraordinarily powerful. In terms of background, she was likely one of the most well-connected individuals on Earth. Few would dare to easily provoke her if they knew her background. Could she also be part of the Hellfire Club? Raymond began to ponder. Earlier, he had considered switching to the Tau by sub-persona and going on a killing spree if negotiations fell apart. Even if the Black Emperor was a powerful figure like Magneto, he might not come out unscathed in a fit of rage. For example, Juggernaut's characteristic was that the more he fought, the stronger he became. If he could be subdued from the start, he wouldn't have any chance for a counterattack. But suddenly having Psylocke appear. It would indeed be much easier to kill her than Juggernaut, at least 100 times easier, but the question was, who could guarantee that her two brothers wouldn't come looking for revenge after she was gone? Setting aside whether her mad elder brother would even know how to take revenge, just her second brother, Captain Britain, was enough to make anyone think twice. Raymond was no exception. This is troublesome. Raymond suddenly felt a headache coming on. Yet, despite the headache, since he was already here, he could only adapt to the situation. With a whoosh, Raymond parked the car beside the three and got out. I hope I'm not late? As soon as he got out of the car, Raymond smiled and spoke. Of course not, we still have 5 minutes until the agreed time. We just happened to be nearby, so we came over early. Carl, now back to his composure, smiled and introduced. Let me introduce you to this is Lord Black Emperor, whom you spoke with on the phone yesterday. Hello, Raymond said, looking at Juggernaut and nodding with a smile. Hello, Dr. Raymond. Juggernaut did not seem as simple-minded as he appeared. He politely extended his hand to shake Raymond's, wearing a smile on his face as well. Raymond keenly noticed Juggernaut's address, raising an eyebrow slightly. It seems you've done some research on me in advance? That's only natural, Juggernaut replied with a calm smile. I specifically made this trip to hope to recruit you, Dr. Raymond, but our club has been around for many years and surely won't randomly accept someone of unknown identity. Even as the Black Emperor, I wouldn't recklessly violate the club's rules. Has the Black Emperor conducted an in-depth investigation on me? Raymond asked expressionlessly. Hey, Dr. Raymond, your background is quite fascinating. Becoming an expert in psychology at such a young age and even being recruited by S.H.I.E.L.D., Juggernaut said, talking as if he were recounting treasured stories. After a brief pause, he continued, if I'm not mistaken, your powers likely awakened during your time at the Clockwork Asylum, right? Hearing Juggernaut say this, Raymond couldn't help but marvel at the Hellfire Club's intelligence system. He couldn't help but click his tongue and say, it seems the Black Emperor has quite a thorough understanding of me. You don't seem surprised? Juggernaut raised an eyebrow slightly. If you can't uncover such obvious details, then I really need to reconsider whether joining the Hellfire Club is a wise choice, Raymond said, shaking his head and smiling lightly. Humph, quite the attitude. Psylocke, who had been quiet, suddenly scoffed, clearly unimpressed. She thought Raymond was just putting on an act. In fact, it wasn't just her. Raymond could tell that even Carl and Juggernaut had similar attitudes, just not as blunt as Psylocke. And who is this lady? Raymond asked, turning to Carl. She is Lady Black. Carl simply introduced Psylocke's identity. He knew Raymond had already forced some basic information about the Hellfire Club out of those he had brought along, and he certainly wouldn't be ignorant of the meaning behind the title Black Queen. So it's Lady Black, huh? Raymond displayed a hint of surprise. He truly hadn't expected Psylocke to be Juggernaut's partner, let alone the current Black Queen of the Hellfire Club, especially since the two didn't appear to be in a romantic relationship. However, he thought to himself that since the Black Emperor and Black Queen didn't necessarily have to be a couple, he could let that go. Regardless of Psylocke's status within the club, Raymond couldn't allow her to question him like that. as it related to the smooth progress of the upcoming negotiations.
So, he directly countered, "Does Lady Black think I'm pretending not to care? Isn't that the case?" Psylocke had no intention of giving Raymond any face and laughed scornfully.
This young lady, with two powerful brothers, clearly wouldn't pamper Raymond, saying whatever came to mind without holding back. Seeing this, Juggernaut quickly intervened, "Dr. Raymond, don't take it to heart, she has always been like this. Even I often get teased by her, she's not targeting you."
Raymond understood Psylocke's identity and knew Juggernaut was likely speaking the truth.
If he had two brothers as formidable as Psylocke's, he might be even more brazen than she was. But he could also see that Juggernaut was using Psylocke's words to give him a little nudge. In Hwagwa, the ability to play good cop and bad cop is an essential skill, and if Raymond couldn't pick up on that, he would have truly wasted his years. Thus, he didn't respond to Juggernaut's comment but shifted the topic, asking, "Since the Black Emperor has conducted such a thorough investigation on me, I wonder if you found out how I left the Clockwork Asylum? Are you referring to the murder case that happened the day you left the hospital?" Juggernaut didn't understand why Raymond suddenly brought this up. He had indeed noticed this piece of information while gathering all important data about Raymond, but he didn't think much of it at the time, as the intelligence source indicated that it was handled by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, so he simply classified it as an internal conflict of S.H.I.E.L.D. and had no interest in delving deeper.
Exactly.
Seeing that Juggernaut was aware of the incident, Raymond didn't elaborate on the details and continued, "The people who were killed that day had originally come to cause me trouble, but in the end, they all ended up dead."
"Do you know how they died, Black Emperor? Did you kill them?" Juggernaut guessed.
"A third were killed by me, another third by the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents sent to retrieve me, and the last third by one of my fellow patients."
"What are you getting at?" Juggernaut's brow furrowed.
He didn't understand why Raymond would bring this up at this moment. He didn't care who killed those people since he didn't even know who they were, so he had no grounds for concern. But he also understood that Raymond wouldn't mention this for no reason, he just couldn't figure out the reasoning behind it. Raymond, however, continued to smile slowly, "Speaking of which, my fellow patient should have some connections with you, Black Emperor."
"Connections with me?"
"His name is David Haller, an adopted orphan, and I believe you're familiar with his biological father. His name is Charles Francis Xavier." As that name left Raymond's lips, Juggernaut's gaze shifted cold and fierce as he looked at Raymond. Psylocke and Carl's reactions, while not as extreme as Juggernaut's, also showed that their expressions had changed slightly. They certainly knew who the owner of that name was. Or to put it another way, anyone who had spent some time in the mutant community or had joined any mutant organization would have heard of Professor X's name. Moreover, as core members of the Hellfire Club, they knew very well that Juggernaut was Professor X's brother and that the relationship between these brothers was not particularly harmonious. However, they hadn't expected that this so-called rookie who had only recently become a mutant and seemed to hold a low status in S.H.I.E.L.D. would know so much. In the Hellfire Club, apart from core members knowing each other's true identities, other members rarely had a clear understanding of who the core members behind each title were. Thus, when meeting Raymond, they had never introduced themselves by name but had used their titles within the Hellfire Club. The fact that Raymond could say that meant he had a very good understanding of Juggernaut's identity and should also have some grasp of the relationship between Juggernaut and Professor X.
This exceeded their previous understanding of Raymond.
If they hadn't investigated him beforehand, they might not have been so surprised, but because they had, thinking they knew him inside out, it made everything seem even more unbelievable. This implied that their prior investigations had been ineffective, and the information they had gathered was merely what others wanted them to see. For those who had just questioned whether Raymond was putting on an act, this was undoubtedly a resounding slap in the face. "I despise being toyed with. If you cannot provide me with a satisfactory explanation, I can assure you, you will die a horrible death." Juggernaut's gaze was filled with murderous intent as he stared fiercely at Raymond.
"Explain? Why would I need to explain anything?"
Raymond met Juggernaut's murderous gaze without flinching, shaking his head with a light laugh.
"Do you really think that only you need to investigate someone's background when recruiting? I should also check out the details of the organization before deciding to join, right?" Logically speaking, Raymond's statement was sound. There were no rules stating that one couldn't do an investigation before joining an organization.
However, it was clear that this was not the answer Juggernaut wanted to hear. A person capable of making even the Hellfire Club's intelligence network falter could not possibly be just a newly awakened novice. There were only a handful of mutant organizations that could achieve that. Therefore, Juggernaut thought that Raymond was clearly sent by some old friend to mock him. You're digging your own grave. Juggernaut roared in a low voice, his face filled with rage, and his eyes turned crimson. Immediately, a layer of the same crimson light enveloped him, emitting an evil and deep aura. With one step, a large pit formed beneath him. In some respects, this was due to his inability to perfectly control his power, causing it to leak out, but it also demonstrated the terrifying nature of his strength at this moment.
Cain! Calm down, Black Emperor! Psylocke and Carl shouted simultaneously, trying to stop him as they saw Juggernaut act without hesitation. However, their reaction was a moment too slow. Juggernaut had already launched himself like a human cannonball toward Raymond. The collision was Juggernaut's most terrifying attack method. Given a certain distance, he could even break through a mountain. Seeing Juggernaut act so recklessly and directly unleash his most powerful attack without mercy, Carl and the others felt it was inappropriate but had already begun to mourn for Raymond. Juggernaut's abilities appeared simplistic in nature, and his combat style lacked flair, yet no one ever doubted his strength because he was indeed very powerful. Those who had once questioned him had long been beaten to pieces. Moreover, his abilities were not merely physical offense and defense. The crimson light surrounding him contained power that could not only protect him from all forms of negative influences and energy attacks but also grant him the capability to strike at any biological level. Even a psychic entity like the Shadow King, which was immune to physical attacks, would have to flee upon encountering him. Although Raymond presented himself as mysterious, even Carl, who had suffered at his hands, did not know what his abilities were. But even he did not believe that Raymond could gain an upper hand against Juggernaut. After all, this was Juggernaut. However, what happened next completely exceeded their expectations. Seeing Juggernaut act so recklessly, Raymond switched to the Tao Bai sub-persona without hesitation. Ah, finally, it's my turn to shine. Who shall I kill? Raymond suddenly laughed, hands on hips, looking like a fool. But he had only gotten halfway through his laughter, and the cannonball-like Juggernaut was already in front of him, about to collide. What's this? He didn't even have time to discern what the large mass coming toward him was and instinctively threw a punch. Boom! With a loud crash, Juggernaut flew back just as he had come, soaring over 100 meters before stopping and rolling on the ground several times. Ugh, that's tough. Raymond shook his fist in surprise, glancing at the large mass he had just punched away. To his astonishment, he felt a slight ache in his hand from the punch, something he had never experienced before. After all, he had never felt this way even after punching through a thick steel plate. However, his surprise didn't last long, as his attention quickly shifted to Psylocke and Carl, who were standing nearby. Are you here to ask for my autograph? Raymond tilted his head slightly. Psylocke and Carl, who had caught Raymond's attention, felt as if they were mice being stared at by a cat, freezing up and shaking their heads. Then you're here to ask me to kill someone? Raymond asked again, and they shook their heads in unison once more. Oh. Raymond withdrew his gaze and looked again in the direction Juggernaut had flown. Shall I kill him? He murmured to himself. No? Then why did you call me here? I'm only responsible for killing. Humph, don't speak to Lord Tao Bai in that commanding tone, even if you are. Wait, I was wrong. You are Lord, let me play a bit longer. Watching Raymond stand there, talking to himself like a madman, Psylocke and Carl couldn't help but think, has he lost his mind? They had read Raymond's files before and knew he had been sent to the Clockwork Asylum for treatment due to suspected schizophrenia for unknown reasons. Because of this information, they had reasonably inferred that he likely awakened his powers during that time, which aligned with the awakening process of many mutants. However, they had thought that since he had come out of the hospital, it meant he was cured. But now, seeing his demeanor, he looked anything but healed. He was clearly acting out. Mental illness isn't frightening. Powerful individuals with mental illness are what's truly terrifying. Didn't they just see Juggernaut get blasted away by his punch? While that level of attack wouldn't inflict any harm to Juggernaut, that didn't mean Psylocke and Carl could withstand it. Just that casual punch, if it landed on either of them, would be enough to deal serious damage. Carl would fare somewhat better, as his abilities were more resilient. Psylocke was not so fortunate, her strengths did not lie in defense. Moreover, if faced with other powerful mutants or superhumans who understood Psylocke's background, they would generally be too wary to do anything to her, as the consequences could be severe. But could one expect a madman to care about background and repercussions? Thus, at that moment, Psylocke felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. She wished she could post on the club's internal forum what to do when encountering a madman with terrifying powers. urgently waiting for replies.
Raymond ignored the sudden revealing of the delicious trait of the alternate persona Tao Bai Bai and switched back to his original state. He then turned his gaze towards Carl and Ling Dai beside him and calmly said, "You'd better calm him down. If this keeps going, I might find it hard to control myself. Believe me, you wouldn't want to see that kind of ending." Raymond's words were undoubtedly a threat directed at Ling Dai and Carl, but their effect was quite significant. The two could easily sense that he seemed to have temporarily returned to normal. However, combined with his previous state of clearly being out of control, it led them to many associations.
When Raymond mentioned being unable to control himself, was he referring to that previous state? Did this mean that as long as he was pushed into a combat state, he would instantly fall back into that similar out-of-control state, becoming mentally unclear?
If that were the case, if the red tank continued to rage, it would surely force the temporarily normalized Raymond to fall ill again, reverting to his previous state of mental breakdown. As for whether Raymond would be unlucky at that time, they couldn't be sure, but they knew that neither of them would have a good ending. Moreover, the more crucial issue was that there were no insurmountable conflicts between the two sides. Even Carl, who had lost a team of subordinates to Raymond, didn't consider it a serious conflict and didn't reject the possibility of Raymond joining the club. This was also why Carl and Ling Dai had wanted to stop him when the red tank had acted rashly earlier. Thinking of this, the two exchanged glances and instinctively rushed towards the red tank. On the other side, the red tank was certainly not going to give up easily. Although Raymond's strength exceeded his expectations, that level of attack only made him appear a bit disheveled. In reality, he had not sustained any damage. In this case, would he feel afraid? The answer, of course, was no. He was furious, and the scarlet glow on him grew even more intense, exuding a more dangerous aura. However, Carl had already arrived in front of him first. Carl reacted extremely quickly, seeing that the red tank was on the verge of going berserk. He immediately transformed into crystal sculpture form and tightly embraced the red tank from the side, continuously persuading him, "Lord Black Emperor, this is just a misunderstanding. Calm down, calm down. Get out of my way." The red tank completely ignored him, filled with rage. But he also couldn't immediately shake off Carl's obstruction, as he hadn't lost his reason to the point of attacking Carl, who was on his side. In conditions where he couldn't use lethal force, it wasn't easy for him to break free. It was precisely this brief moment of delay by Carl that allowed Ling Dai to arrive as well. Ling Dai, rarely serious, said, "Kane, have you forgotten your promise?" The red tank's eyes turned red, and he was breathing heavily, about to completely go berserk. However, upon hearing Ling Dai's question, he instantly quieted down. Although it seemed his anger hadn't dissipated, he was no longer as explosive as before. After a moment, he said in a deep voice, "Let go, I'm fine now." Carl hesitated for a moment, glancing at Ling Dai, and seeing her nod, he finally released the red tank and reverted to his normal human form. At this moment, the red tank closed his eyes and took several deep breaths. When he opened his eyes again, the scarlet hue had vanished, returning to normal, and the scarlet glow surrounding him dissipated as the red in his eyes faded away. "Let's go, let's get to know this new friend again." The calm red tank, looking as usual, walked towards Raymond, showing no indication that he had been on the verge of going berserk moments ago. Seeing that the red tank seemed to have returned to normal, Raymond was not too surprised, as he understood well why the red tank could become angry so easily. This situation was closely related to the source of the red tank's power. The world believed the red tank to be a mutant, yet he had never been one. All of his abilities stemmed from an evil overlord outside the multiverse, Crimson Ruler Sidorak. This transcendent demonic deity, ruling over the Crimson Universe, possessed power so immense it was nearly unfathomable, making him a joke compared to those renowned demon lords. However, because he was too powerful and not a being of this multiverse, his power could not directly enter this multiverse. The ruler of this multiverse would not allow the old Psy from next door to run rampant in his territory. Therefore, he could only use some minor tricks to seep a part of his power in, like projecting his strength onto some local beings through sacrifices. The red tank had accidentally stumbled upon an altar meant to worship the Crimson Ruler Sidorak during an unforeseen event and successfully accepted a part of his power projection. This portion of power was less than a billionth of his original form, yet it granted the red tank strength comparable to a level 4 mutant, even allowing him to grow stronger as he fought. The only problem was that the reason the old Psy was called a demon was due to the inherently evil nature of his power, which would continually erode the host's psyche. The scarlet glow surrounding the red tank was the manifestation of the old Psy's power. It would continuously make the red tank more easily provoked, with his actions becoming more extreme, until one day he was completely consumed by the power, turning into a soulless puppet controlled by it. When Raymond first met the Red Tank, he had already sensed that the Red Tank was not the type of person who was purely brawn over brains. But when he said a few unflattering words, the Red Tank immediately reacted as if he had seen the murderer of his father, a stark contrast that was truly abnormal. So he speculated that the Red Tank must have been influenced by the power he bore and didn't genuinely harbor murderous intent towards him. In this situation, he wanted to test whether Ling Dai and the others could calm the Red Tank down. If they could, then they could continue negotiations. If not, there would be no choice but to talk with their fists. Fortunately, things unfolded just as he had anticipated. Ling Dai and the others successfully calmed the Red Tank down, and he seemed to have returned to his normal state. Sorry, I was a bit impulsive earlier. The Red Tank lowered his head as soon as he approached. Although he didn't directly apologize, compared to his previous attitude of wanting to kill Raymond's entire family, the difference was like heaven and earth.
It's okay, we can have a good talk now, right?
Raymond shrugged, indicating that he didn't mind. Of course. The previously agitated Red Tank seemed like a completely different person compared to his earlier furious demeanor. Raymond had only spent 3 minutes successfully convincing him that he genuinely wanted to join the Hellfire Club and was not someone sent to mock or provoke him. If it had been the Red Tank from before, he wouldn't have given Raymond a chance to speak at all. As for why Raymond was able to disrupt the intelligence network of the Hellfire Club, only retrieving superficial information and how he had discovered the relationship between Red Tank and Professor X, that was no longer a problem after he showed a bit of his ability. At this moment, in the eyes of the Red Tank and his companions, Raymond was no longer the novice who had accidentally awakened his powers. For mutants, even the strongest level 4 mutants like Magneto and Professor X may not have been able to contend with level 2 or 3 mutants when they first awakened their powers. At that time, they were merely potential level 4 mutants.
Just like Lorna now, Carl could easily handle her.
Of course, this was not to say there were no exceptions. Some level 5 mutants might awaken their powers and become extremely formidable right away, like Jean Grey before she was sealed by Professor X. And then there was Raymond's friend David. If someone really dared to provoke him, it was hard to guarantee he wouldn't instantly become a super madman capable of destroying everything in sight. If it weren't for this concern, the Shadow King wouldn't have had to lie low around David for decades, waiting for the right moment. But these examples were indeed too extreme, and throughout mutant history, there were very few cases like this. Not to mention that Red Tank and the others had not seen such examples with their own eyes. Even if they had, they wouldn't think it was that coincidental that Raymond was the 1 in a million exception. Therefore, at this point, Raymond seemed to them to be a level 4 mutant who had already awakened his powers but had been very good at disguising it, unnoticed by anyone. For someone who had awakened their powers for years, it was impossible that he had no special connections, which explained how he could find out about Red Tank's relationship with Professor X. However, their decisive dismissal of doubts made Raymond a bit uneasy. As the saying goes, strange occurrences often indicate something is amiss. If he were on the Hellfire Club's side, it would likely be hard for him to believe them so easily. Why were Red Tank and the others so ready to trust him? Thinking of this, Raymond pondered and asked, if I'm not mistaken, the Hellfire Club is essentially an underground organization, with many members having other identities on the surface, right? Exactly. Red Tank didn't shy away from this point. Aside from Carl and a few core members who are regularly present at the club, most of the other core members basically have dual or even multiple identities. Take Beatrice, for example. She is the leader of a mutant organization in Europe and collaborates with many underground organizations to run various businesses in the black market. Don't listen to him ramble, that's just a little organization I mess around with for fun, and there aren't many people involved. Ling Dai, upon hearing Red Tank use her as an example, became somewhat displeased and glared at him, saying, "Why don't you use yourself as an example? You're the second in command of the Brotherhood of Mutants." The second in command of the Brotherhood of Mutants. Raymond instantly noted this piece of information. He did know that in certain Marvel universes, Red Tank was recruited by Magneto into the Brotherhood of Mutants and became the second in command. But he had thought that in this world, since Red Tank could become the Black Emperor of the Hellfire Club, he wouldn't join the Brotherhood of Mutants. He hadn't expected both identities to coexist. As for Ling Dai's situation, he wasn't surprised. In the X-Men movie universe, Ling Dai had been stripped of her family background for certain reasons, leaving only her personal abilities, making her seem less notable. However, in this world, she clearly had those two powerful brothers.
The difference between having a background and not having one was not insignificant.
Even if Lingdai didn't flaunt her brothers' names, others wouldn't genuinely treat her as someone without connections. Is it because you think I can find out about Red Tank's relationship with Professor X that I couldn't possibly find out about his ties to the Brotherhood of Mutants, so you're not avoiding the topic? Looking at the two who had lowered their guard and casually revealed each other's backgrounds, Raymond remained unfazed. So far, whether it was what he had said or the information that Red Tank and Lingdai had self-revealed, it was all just superficial information. Lingdai's biggest trump card was her two brothers, while Red Tank's was the source of his power. Aside from these, many others should be aware of the rest. Moreover, these matters clearly had nothing to do with the true secrets of the Hellfire Club. The way these two acted as if they had no defenses was merely sending him a friendly message, which he should not take at face value. Let's not make Dr. Raymond look foolish, let's get down to business.
Upon hearing Lingdai expose his background, Red Tank seemed unconcerned.
Instead, he smiled and looked at Raymond, asking, "Doctor, are you wondering why we're not worried about you having ulterior motives for joining the club, and how we can ensure that all core members with multiple identities don't have selfish agendas?" Seeing Red Tank being so direct this time, Raymond didn't bother to beat around the bush and simply nodded slightly. Noticing that Raymond acknowledged he was curious about this matter, Red Tank, Carl, and Lingdai exchanged glances and all started to laugh.
Red Tank said, "Let Carl answer this question for you."
Raymond, of course, didn't mind and shrugged.
Carl had no objections either and said with a smile, "Because there's really no need to guarantee anything." What do you mean? Raymond didn't quite understand.
The existence of the Hellfire Club itself has no clear purpose.
We aren't like the Brotherhood of Mutants, trying to make mutants the rulers of the world.
Nor are we like the X-Men, insisting that ordinary people accept the existence of mutants. We just want mutants to walk openly in the sunlight and fully integrate into the world of ordinary people.
Carl explained with a smile.
If we had to say what our purpose is, it would be to help each other, to the extent that we don't harm our own interests. If we can help, we'll lend a hand. As for how we ensure that there's no selfish agenda among us, that's in itself a false premise because all of us have our own selfish motives. Thus, if that is the case, once Carl elaborated on this point, if Raymond still couldn't comprehend, it would truly indicate a lack of clarity in his thinking. If the situation of the Hellfire Club was indeed as Carl described, then his concerns could be seen as a false premise.
Everyone has their own selfish motives, so why worry about whether a new member has ulterior motives?
However, this was the only way to explain why the core members of the Hellfire Club, despite having various identities, did not have a significant impact on each other. That's the general situation. If you, Doctor, are interested in joining, we certainly won't refuse you with your abilities, but there are a few things I must clarify in advance to avoid any unpleasantness in the future. Red Tank picked up where Carl left off and briefly explained a few things to Raymond. This was the common practice of getting the ugly truths out of the way first. The content was quite simple. It essentially stated that after joining the club, one must not intentionally harm other core members. Once discovered, the perpetrator would face collective retribution from all members, to the death. Additionally, while there was no mandatory obligation among core members to help each other in times of trouble, some things were reciprocal. If you didn't lend a hand when others were in trouble, then when you found yourself in difficulty, don't expect help from others. Of course, this kind of assistance was usually not without expectation. Generally, the beneficiary had to show some appreciation, which simply meant giving a little compensation for the trouble. Overall, the rules of the Hellfire Club were relatively lenient. Even Red Tank, the Black Emperor and nominal leader of the club, did not have an absolute superior-subordinate relationship with other core members. Other core members had the right not to heed commands issued by him. However, most of the time, no one would disrespect him, as mutual respect was the norm. After hearing all this, Raymond suddenly felt that joining the club might not be such a bad thing. For him, joining the Hellfire Club would undoubtedly be more beneficial than harmful, or rather, this was true for every member who joined the Hellfire Club. As long as he used this identity wisely, it would undoubtedly provide significant assistance. While the risk couldn't be said to be zero, it all depended on personal luck. In any case, it seemed that even the regulations of SHIELD's Agent Academy were more numerous than those of the Hellfire Club, so his decision to join the club was definitely not a problem. Once Raymond confirmed this, Red Tank gladly accepted his membership and handed him a special identity badge symbolizing the title of Black Bishop. There's no need to worry too much about this, it's just to help those who don't know all the core members recognize your identity. I will inform the other core members about your joining one by one, and you can get to know each other at the end of your gathering, Red Tank said with a smile as he handed the badge to Raymond. Raymond took the badge, nodded, and then asked, I heard there are a total of 16 core member slots in the club. Now with my addition, how many slots are still vacant? Before you joined, there were 4 slots vacant. Now, there are only 3 remaining, Red Tank answered with a smile but did not elaborate on which slots were vacant. Seeing this, Raymond did not inquire further. According to Red Tank, there should be a gathering at the club by the end of the year, and he would find out which slots were still open then. Well then, on behalf of the club, I welcome you to join, Dr. Once Raymond had no further questions, Red Tank made it official and welcomed him in his capacity as the Black Emperor. Thank you. Ding ding. Asterisk, you have successfully joined the Hellfire Club and become the new Black Bishop. Development points plus 300 asterisk. You can convert development points into system universal points at a rate of 1 to 5. Asterisk, you have received development points for the first time. The system will activate some new functions. You can explore the specifics by thinking about the newbie guide function in your mind, asterisk. Development points? 1 to 5? Seeing the sudden prompt in his mind, Raymond felt an uncontrollable surge of joy. Despite his efforts to control himself and not laugh out loud, this surprise came so suddenly that he nearly lost control. This change caused his expression to twist momentarily. His reaction fell into the eyes of Red Tank and the others, especially Lingdai and Carl, who had just witnessed him suddenly falling ill not long ago. It undoubtedly felt very familiar to them. Oh no, he's having another episode. The two of them made this judgment in unison and quickly retreated. Lingdai suddenly sprouted a pair of semi-transparent, energy wings and floated backward, while Carl transformed into crystal sculpture form, rolling backward on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the two had retreated dozens of meters, watching closely to see if Raymond would make any extreme moves, deciding whether to continue retreating. This left Red Tank standing alone in front of Raymond, somewhat at a loss. After seeing off Red Tank and the others, Raymond still couldn't suppress the joy in his heart and quickly returned home to ponder what this newly acquired development points were all about. I have to say, Lingdai and Carl's reactions had indeed made him feel a bit awkward. It was clear that both of them believed his mental state had gone awry again. However, he didn't intentionally try to explain anything, as that kind of situation only gets messier with explanations. Even if he directly stated that he was not mentally ill, they wouldn't believe him. Moreover, this was also a form of disguise for his abilities. There was no need to clarify this misunderstanding, let them continue to be mistaken. What he was more concerned about was the sudden influx of development points. If this development points could be exchanged for universal points at a 1-to-1 ratio like exploration points, even receiving 300 points at once would have made him happy, but it wouldn't have made him lose control like before. But the problem was, the exchange ratio was actually 1 to 5. What does 1 to 5 mean? Those 300 development points could directly be exchanged for 1,500 universal points. He had encountered so many storyline characters before, and even with the unexpected surprise from Director Egg, the total exploration points he had gained only amounted to half of what he just received. With this acquisition, even if his luck were worse, he could still gain another alternate persona on the same level as Tao Bai Bai. Moreover, with these 1,500 universal points, he could not only exchange for a silver character card but also have 500 points left over. Combined with the remaining universal points he had, it would be enough for him to splurge. More importantly, he had discovered a brand new way to acquire benefits. Indeed, just as I initially suspected. Since the so-called storyline characters provide rewards, it doesn't make sense that there's no mention of rewards for interacting with them. It seems that the previous level of interaction simply didn't meet the system's criteria, which is why there was no response. Now that I've directly joined the Hellfire Club and become one of the core members, the Black Bishop, the impact is certainly much greater than previous interactions. In his bedroom, Raymond sat cross-legged, quietly recalling his experiences over this period. From the moment he first received exploration points, he had a suspicion that the system's rewards could not simply be limited to encountering a specific storyline character. If that were the case, why set up an operation for exchanging exploration points for universal points? They could just reward universal points directly. The sudden appearance of development points, although unexpected, was also within reason. He had initially wanted to test whether there were other ways to gain system rewards, but during his time in the hospital, David was the only subject he could test, and he didn't want to take risks, so he set it aside for the time being. After leaving the hospital, he had, in a sense, continued to interact with the so-called storyline characters, such as formally joining the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. However, regrettably, those actions clearly did not meet the system's criteria. As time passed, Raymond even began to doubt whether he was overthinking things. Perhaps the system really only had one method of rewarding him, and the setup for exchanging exploration points was merely a coincidence? It wasn't until the concept of development points suddenly appeared that he finally dispelled his doubts. That made sense. With a 1-to-1 exchange ratio for exploration points, there should naturally be other exchange ratios for different values, or else the system's design would be unreasonable. However, just like how the newbie guide didn't mention how to obtain exploration points, although some content had been added to the guide after the emergence of development points, there was still no introduction on how to obtain them. This aspect would require him to explore on his own. In other words, my line of thinking was not wrong. Raymond stroked his chin, pondering. To earn system rewards, in addition to encountering different new storyline characters, I indeed need to have more interaction with them. However, the system's criteria for determining the interactions that yield development points is not simple. It must reach a certain level. So, based on this situation, if I could become a high-ranking official at the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy or even S.H.I.E.L.D. itself, would I also be able to earn development points? Or, if I were to destroy a certain organization under my guidance, would I receive even higher rewards? Raymond's thoughts began to expand, and many potential methods for acquiring rewards emerged in his mind. Of course, whether these ideas were feasible still needed to be tested in practice. But at least he now had another option. However, these were all matters for the future. He currently felt no significant sense of crisis and could slow down and explore at his own pace, without pressuring himself too much. First, let's see how to exchange appropriately. System, display my profile. In the next moment, his profile panel appeared in his mind. Host, Raymond. Strength, 2.4, Agility, 3.2, Constitution, 2.1, Spirit, 1.8. Ability, Clock Fighting Style. Exploration points, 390, Development points, 300. Alternate personas, Cunning Clock, Death Shooter Floyd, Number 1 Killer Tao Bye Bye. Looking at the profile, seeing that his exploration points had become 390 and that he had gained a new category for development points, Raymond decided to convert all of his exploration points and development points into universal points for easier memory. This way, he now had a total of 1,890 universal points. What does it mean to suddenly become wealthy? This is what it means to suddenly become wealthy. For someone who had recently felt pain even from using 10 universal points, suddenly having nearly 2,000 universal points had definitely reached the standard of an overnight fortune. In the future, I'll be the kind of wealthy person who can buy 2 bowls of soy milk, drink one, and spill the other. At this moment, Raymond deeply felt what it meant to reach a peak in life, to have reached the pinnacle. However, sentimentality aside, he couldn't delay the important matters. System, exchange for a silver character card. After pondering for a while, he decided to temporarily exchange for just one silver-level character card, to see the situation before deciding whether to continue exchanging for a few bronze-level character cards to try his luck. Although he still had 890 universal points left, enough to exchange for 8 bronze-level character cards at once, ordinary bronze-level alternate personas didn't have much use for him now. Unless he could exchange for some abilities that didn't overlap with his previous alternate personas, or like the luck he had with Tao Bai Bai's persona, otherwise, it would essentially be a waste. So he decided to wait and see. Asterisk, would you like to immediately activate the silver character card? Asterisk. Yes/no. Yes. Activating silver character card. Asterisk, silver alternate persona, Akaino Sakazuki, activation successful. Asterisk. Asterisk, background, Akaino Sakazuki, from the world of One Piece, currently serving as the Fleet Admiral. Asterisk. Red Dog? Seeing that the alternate persona he received this time was Akainu, Raymond couldn't help but furrow his brow. However, compared to his reaction when he first saw Tao Bai Bai's persona, it was no longer as intense. He didn't particularly like Tao Bai Bai, that was purely a personal feeling. As for Akainu, his feelings were somewhat mixed. When he watched One Piece before, he had identified with the protagonist's perspective, and he never really liked Akainu. At least among the 3 admirals, Akainu was definitely the most disliked. Whether it was the laid-back Akiji or the slick Kizaru, both were much more likable than this cold-hearted guy who showed no mercy. But from the Navy's perspective, it seemed that only Akainu had consistently been diligent among the three admirals, truly a model of hard work, embodying the Navy's ideals. In contrast, Akiji and Kizaru had their flaws. One was a traitor with ambiguous relations with pirates, while the other was always lazy and took every chance to slack off, making them more like counterexamples. As for who was right and who was wrong, that's subjective. In any case, Raymond no longer felt as much hatred for Akainu, shifting from dislike to neutrality. He was quite satisfied to have exchanged for Akainu, as he was incredibly powerful. The introduction was just a simple line, "Current Fleet Admiral." No unnecessary fluff, as that identity alone was enough to explain everything. As Mr. Joe Shuren said, the shorter the text, the more significant the implications contained within. For Akainu, who had already become the Fleet Admiral, there was no need for additional words to describe him. The 4 characters Fleet Admiral were enough to signify his status and power. Only those who are truly exceptional can become Fleet Admirals. Therefore, Raymond was not worried that Akainu's power would not match that of his silver-level alternate persona. Based on his own feelings, Akainu's strength was far superior to that of Tao Bai Bai. Especially in terms of vitality, 10 Tao Bai Bais would not equal 1 Akainu. In a world without Haki, a Logiotype user could essentially be considered a half-immortal cockroach. While they might not be truly invulnerable, they certainly wouldn't be harmed by ordinary physical attacks. Of course, the technological level of this world was far more advanced than that of the One Piece world. It would be unrealistic to rely solely on the properties of a Logiotype to achieve effortless victories. However, at least there was no need to fear typical conventional weapons. Even missile bombardments wouldn't be a problem. Just from this perspective, having Akainu as an alternate persona greatly enhanced Raymond's survivability. What truly worried Raymond was whether Akainu's personality would be as inflexible and unyielding as his prototype. The 3 alternate personas he had exchanged for before, even the strongest one, Tao Bai Bai, did not belong to particularly hard-headed types. With his absolute switching authority, he had been able to maintain control over them. Moreover, while these alternate personas held all the memories and powers of their prototypes, they fundamentally regarded themselves as the same person as Raymond and wouldn't harm each other. However, Akainu's personality was completely different from Tao Bai Bai and the others. He was an extremely stubborn individual. Once he had set his mind on something, no one could alter his thoughts, not even his superiors could shake his will. To him, the opinions of others and notions of right and wrong were meaningless. Raymond was not concerned that Akainu would harm him, but he couldn't guarantee that Akainu would act entirely according to his wishes. From what he knew of Akainu, if they disagreed, even if he threatened Akainu with his switching authority, it was likely to be ineffective. If such a situation truly arose, the practicality of the Akainu persona might not even be comparable to that of Tao Bai Bai. Hopefully, I'm just overthinking. Raymond gently shook his head, temporarily setting this issue aside. These were ultimately just his speculations, which might or might not happen. No one could be certain. Even if he were unfortunate enough for his predictions to come true, as long as he reasonably switched between several alternate personas, he should be able to avoid any awkward situations of disagreement to the greatest extent. This would depend on his personal capability in utilizing them. With 890 universal points left, keeping over 500 as a backup is more than enough. So I'll try to exchange for a few more and test my luck. After glancing at his profile panel, Raymond ultimately couldn't suppress his desire to exchange and decided to exchange 3 bronze-level character cards at once. System: exchange for 3 bronze character cards. Soon, 3 brand new bronze-level character cards appeared in his inventory. Asterisk: would you like to immediately activate the bronze character card? Asterisk. Yes/no. Activate all. Raymond didn't hesitate at all. Activating bronze character card. Asterisk: bronze alternate persona Demon Slayer of the Big Dipper 5 Elements Fist, activation successful. Asterisk. Asterisk: background, Demon Slayer of the Big Dipper 5 Elements Fist, from the world of Journey to the West, Demon Slayer, able to simulate different beast attacks through his fist techniques, known as one of the 3 great Demon Slayers alongside the Empty Prince and the Celestial Leg. Asterisk. Asterisk: bronze alternate persona Underground Culinary Boss Libayala, activation successful. Asterisk. Asterisk: background, Underground Culinary Boss Libayala, from the world of Food Wars, ranked 17th among world chefs, owner of a culinary casino, possesses the ability to absorb others' memories, and wields various culinary techniques that can simultaneously serve both cooking and combat purposes. Asterisk. Asterisk bronze alternate persona Hell Detective John Constantine, activation successful.
Asterisk.
Asterisk background Hell Detective John Constantine, from the DC Universe, one of the most renowned mages in the DC world, a human encyclopedia of magic.
Asterisk.
Raymond felt as if his heart stopped for a moment. When he saw that the first activated persona was the demon slayer of the Big Dipper 5 Elements fist from the world of Kung Fu, he felt no waves in his heart, as this persona's strength was indeed not outstanding. Although he was known as one of the 3 great demon slayers alongside the Empty Prince, his power was clearly weaker, and his attack methods were overly simplistic, lacking uniqueness. Comparing him to Tao Bai Bai's persona, he had no advantages at all, not even when compared to Clock's persona. The only highlight was that he was an experienced demon slayer, so if he encountered supernatural events in the future, he might be able to be of some use, but in most cases, he wouldn't be very helpful, so there was no need to pay too much attention to him. However, the second activated persona, Libayala from the world of Food Wars, was undoubtedly much more useful than the first. First of all, disregarding everything else, his culinary skills were already incredibly practical. Although Libayala was a crime lord in the world of Food Wars, his culinary skills were undeniable, otherwise, he wouldn't be ranked 17th in the chef rankings. After all, this was the world of Food Wars. Even a chef ranked 100th would have skills that could easily surpass the so-called top chefs in this world, let alone Libayala, who was in the top 20. Putting aside his strength, just based on his cooking skills, Raymond felt that this exchange was worth it. At that moment, he had already imagined scenarios in his mind where he would frequently utilize this persona to satisfy his cravings.
Life isn't just about survival, you can't always think about leveling up.
Moreover, Libayala was not just a top chef, he also possessed magical knife techniques and various unique effects. For example, he could sever others' pain receptors in an instant or manipulate someone's hormones to a certain extent through his knife skills, all of which could have life-saving effects. In summary, he could fight and save lives, but his true expertise was cooking. However, having just the Libayala persona was still far from being enough to make Raymond's heart feel as if it had momentarily stopped. After all, even the previously activated Akainu persona didn't have such an effect, and Libayala certainly wouldn't. What truly made his heart stop was the activation of the third alternate persona.
That infamous scoundrel, Constantine. John Constantine.
In the DC universe, while he might not be a household name, anyone with even a modicum of fame has likely heard of this name, and few are willing to engage with him too closely. The reason is simple: whether friends or foes, the ultimate outcomes for anyone involved with him are often less than pleasant. This is a rather understated way of putting it. He is dubbed Je Con, literally scoundrel con, because he is, quite frankly, a scoundrel through and through. Although classified as a hero, his many actions are often worse than those of villains, and the concept of integrity is utterly absent in his character. Indulging in drinking, gambling, and other vices is merely child's play to him, it's just part of his daily routine. If that were all there was to it, he wouldn't have a reputation so notorious. What truly brings him scorn is his complete lack of moral boundaries. He operates under a logic that is entirely his own, one that is filled with contradictions from the perspective of others. For instance, when his friends are in trouble, he almost always rushes to help, even when the situation poses a significant threat to his own life.
However, if necessary, he can readily betray his teammates in the process of resolving that trouble.
Even if he ultimately helps them out, the outcome for that friend may not be better than before. In fact, it could be even worse. In such circumstances, it's natural that no one wants to get too involved with him. Even his friends usually maintain a certain distance, as this guy can't differentiate between enemies and allies when it comes to throwing people under the bus. He truly sweeps everyone clean without a blind spot.
The number of people he has betrayed is countless.
Even major figures from both heaven and hell in the DC universe have fallen victim to his schemes. Just mentioning his name can provoke a seething hatred. Yet, despite being despised and having duped both heaven and hell, this scoundrel manages to evade repercussions, which surely cannot be without reason. As a mage, Constantine's status in the DC universe is comparable to that of Doctor Strange in the Marvel universe. On the surface, he doesn't seem particularly formidable. In a fight, he might struggle against even street thugs, making Doctor Strange appear magnitudes stronger by comparison.
However, he has numerous impressive accomplishments to his name.
Archimedes once said, "Give me a lever long enough, and I can move the earth." If this saying were applied to Constantine, it would mean that as long as he has enough preparation time, he can bring even angels or demons to their knees. In terms of achievements, Constantine certainly does not fall short compared to Doctor Strange. So from this perspective, Constantine can essentially be regarded as one of the most powerful mages in the DC universe, as there are very few who can rival him in terms of accomplishments. This is also why Raymont's heart skipped a beat when he saw that the bronze character card had activated Constantine. If measured by Constantine's most impressive achievements, he would overshadow not just other bronze-level personas, but even Tao Bai Bai and Akainu from the silver-level personas would seem like minor characters in comparison. However, based on his regular capabilities, any random bronze-level persona could easily crush him. In summary, this guy is a massive contradiction. Both his operating style and personal strength are filled with contradictions. But regardless, Constantine is Constantine. No matter whether people like him or dislike him, they cannot deny his abilities. If Raymond were to encounter an opponent at this stage that he could not contend with at all, even switching to either the Tao Bai Bai or Akainu silver-level personas would result in being effortlessly defeated with a single finger, then bringing Constantine into the fray might lead to a vastly different outcome. In a balanced competition, even Captain America and Kakashi wouldn't have the right to carry his shoes. Because of this, Raymond didn't quite understand why the system classified Constantine as a bronze-level persona. If it were up to him, Constantine should at least be rated as a gold-level persona. Could it be that the system determines the tier of such characters with significant fluctuations in power based on their lowest point? After pondering for a moment, Raymond thought that this might be the only explanation. Otherwise, there was no way Constantine should be classified as bronze. If that's the case, does this mean I've hit the jackpot? Looking at the newly added Constantine persona in his profile, Raymond felt a joy that far exceeded his initial surprise. Although this time he didn't activate a silver-level persona with a bronze card like last time, the uniqueness of Constantine meant he couldn't simply be measured by his tier. His greatest strengths have never been magic but rather his cunning and strategies. After observing for some time, Raymond realized that Clock's persona primarily relied on small tricks and lacked a strategic vision. In simple terms, he lacked a big-picture perspective. When asked to help solve minor troubles, he might come up with useful ideas that differ from Raymond's, like suggesting infiltrating the Hellfire Club to resolve its issues. But these small tricks ultimately have significant limitations and are often not the best choices. Constantine's persona, on the other hand, perfectly complements Clock's persona by filling that gap. However, Raymond also had considerable concerns about Constantine's persona. Just like he was unsure whether he could keep Akainu's persona in check, the same applied to Constantine. If trouble arose and he needed to call on Constantine, Raymond would have to confirm in advance whether this would endanger those close to him. A slight misstep could lead to catastrophe. Another troublesome character, Raymond rubbed his temples, thinking helplessly. In a Thai restaurant not far from the Sanku Wing building, Colonel Strucker sat alone in a private room enjoying his meal, seemingly waiting for someone. Before long, a Latin man dressed in a suit and wearing silver-framed glasses entered through the door, unceremoniously taking a seat across from Colonel Strucker and pouring himself a glass of wine. His name was Sitwell, a level 6 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. But more importantly, he was also one of Hydra's operatives embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. "Did you run into a wall with Director Fury?" Sitwell teased while looking at Colonel Strucker, who was struggling with his food. "Are you here to mock me?" Colonel Strucker put down his knife and fork, coldly regarding him. "Don't be so sensitive, Colonel, we're allies after all," Sitwell replied with a continued smile. "Humph." Colonel Strucker snorted lightly, his face still filled with dissatisfaction, yet it didn't stop him from retrieving a folder from behind him and tossing it across the table to Sitwell. "What is this?" Sitwell asked, puzzled, as he took the folder from Colonel Strucker. "This contains a detailed investigation report on the incident. With this information, I believe that with your capabilities and resources, it won't be difficult to uncover which agents were involved in this matter," Colonel Strucker replied calmly, picking up his knife and fork again to continue enjoying his meal. "If you can give me a definitive answer, that would be best. If not, at least provide me with a list of the relevant personnel, and I'll figure out the rest myself." "Finding people isn't difficult, but are you really sure you want to do this?" Sitwell's tone grew slightly heavier as he looked at Colonel Strucker, his expression showing some concern. "If Fury finds out that you dared to lay hands on S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel, given his personality and way of doing things, he won't care about who you have backing you. You need to think this through. What if he finds out? I can always find a scapegoat to cover it up. For such a small matter, does he really dare to completely fall out with the military?" Colonel Strucker scoffed dismissively, speaking indifferently. You really don't understand him. Sidwell shook his head helplessly, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. I think you're the one who's scared out of your wits, Strucker scoffed, a mocking smile on his face. Seeing Strucker's arrogance, Sidwell chose not to say anything more, adhering to the saying that there's no point in arguing with someone who doesn't see eye to eye. He picked up the folder and stood up, saying seriously, once I have the list, I'll send someone to deliver it to you. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. No need to see me out. With that, he left without waiting for Colonel Strucker's response, leaving behind a glass of red wine that had been poured but not yet touched, glimmering invitingly under the light. Watching Sidwell's departing figure, a cold smile flashed in Strucker's eyes. He had no intention of trying to keep him there, instead continuing to eat leisurely as if the earlier conversation had never happened. More than half an hour later, Sidwell appeared in Alexander Pierce's office. That's roughly the situation, he reported after detailing his meeting with Colonel Strucker. Hesitating for a moment, he then asked, so, are we still going to continue cooperating with him? Why wouldn't we? Pierce said, patting his shoulder, a knowing smile appearing on his face. Strucker's arrogance will inevitably lead to a conflict with Fury. When that happens, we just need to give him a little push from the sidelines. Even if we can't overthrow Fury in one fell swoop, we can at least distract him enough that Strucker won't have time to worry about anything else. That's quite beneficial for us, isn't it? But I'm worried he might expose our plans early, Sidwell frowned, his face filled with concern. Don't worry, Strucker alone isn't capable of ruining our grand plans, Pierce reassured him, giving him a pat on the shoulder. Besides, this matter also involves the Tahiti project, which can bring people back to life. If Strucker continues to investigate, he might actually help us out in a big way. Let him take the lead. All right, I understand. By the way, how are the arrangements at the Academy progressing? Pierce suddenly recalled another matter and asked. That's personally arranged by Lord John Garrett, but I haven't had the chance to understand the specifics, Sidwell replied after some thought. John Garrett personally oversaw it? Then it should be fine. An outsider like him can't escape John Garrett's control, Pierce nodded in response, not probing further. Although he was nominally John Garrett's superior, within Hydra, they were both high-ranking officials on equal footing, each responsible for different areas of work. He had no authority to interfere with Garrett's matters and it was inconvenient to inquire too much. Clary, are you sure your brother agreed to let us come to your house? Under the bright moonlight, Lorna looked at Clarice with some unease, her eyes revealing a hint of hesitation and worry. She was indeed filled with fear regarding Clarice's mysterious brother, and this fear was not just hers. From her observations, both John and Sonia shared similar feelings. Even though Lorna had appeared very strong when facing Raymond last time, that was just a facade. Deep down, she was still somewhat afraid. After all, she was just a 15 or 16-year-old girl, and in her brief life, the most terrifying and brutal experience had been the long-term pursuit by the Sentinel Task Force. When she learned that Raymond came from an organization even larger and more terrifying than the Sentinel Task Force, it inevitably instilled a sense of fear in her. Especially after hearing from Sonia about Raymond's cruel act of slaughtering over 30 mercenaries, her fear of him deepened even more. When Clarice invited the three of them to her home for Thanksgiving dinner, they certainly wouldn't refuse, as it was a rare opportunity to experience the warmth of a family. However, just the thought of Raymond made their tension and unease difficult to dissipate. Don't worry, I've already talked to my brother about it, and he agreed. There won't be any problems, Clarice said nonchalantly, confidence sparkling in her eyes. Unlike her friends, Clarice had witnessed Raymond's bloody accomplishments firsthand, but he was her brother, and he only acted to protect her. After the initial shock, she quickly adapted to the situation and reached an agreement with Raymond. He wouldn't reveal her mutation to the Fong couple, and she would pretend not to know about his capabilities. This Thanksgiving dinner was very important for their family since Raymond had finally returned safely. To celebrate this special moment, the Fong couple decided to make the dinner lively, inviting relatives from Roland's side and allowing Raymond and Clarice to invite their friends to join. Clarice's first thought was to invite Lorna, John, and Sonia because she knew that her friends had not felt the warmth of home for a long time. Some had been driven away by their families, while others chose to leave home to avoid bringing trouble to their families. On this special day of Thanksgiving, family reunions were crucial. Clarice hoped to share her warmth with her friends, letting them feel the comfort of home. Of course, she also considered whether Raymond would mind her friends coming over, so she asked for his opinion in advance, and Raymond said it didn't matter. If Raymond had disagreed, she would have never dared to easily bring her friends home. Ding dong!
The doorbell rang, and Roland opened the door.
"Hello, Aunt." Upon seeing Roland, Lorna and the others immediately greeted her politely, their faces showing awkward yet courteous smiles.
"Hello. Come on in," Roland said with a warm smile, then turned to Clarice and said, "Clary, aren't you going to introduce your new friends to me?"
Only then did Clarice realize and hurriedly introduced the three of them. Once Roland recognized who they were, she didn't engage in further small talk but smiled at Clarice and said, "Your brother and his friends have already arrived and are chatting in the backyard. You young people should have more in common to talk about, so I won't disturb you.
I'll go prepare dinner now." "Okay, thank you, Aunt."
Clarice nodded and then led her three friends toward the backyard. When they arrived at the backyard, they indeed saw Raymond chatting with several people. However, since those people were sitting with their backs to them, they couldn't see their faces clearly at that moment, only noticing one particularly tall figure that gave off a strong sense of pressure just sitting there.
"You're here, come over and sit down." Raymond noticed their arrival and smiled, waving to them to come over.
As the three turned to look, their expressions suddenly changed.
Because among those three, there was one old acquaintance they had seen before.
This old acquaintance was none other than the mysterious white-collar man from the Hellfire Club who had been tailing Clarice last time, reportedly a core member of that club. Although they didn't know Carl's name, it didn't diminish their fear of him in the slightest.
Why was this guy here?
Lorna and the others were completely puzzled, and even Clarice, who was half-host, didn't understand why the very person who had caused them trouble the last time was now at her home, apparently as a guest of her brother Raymond, happily chatting with him. Among them, John reacted the most strongly, instinctively looking for something nearby that could serve as a weapon.
Unlike Lorna and Clarice, John had experienced betrayal multiple times and had seen too many mutants sold out by their closest people.
His experiences taught him never to underestimate the malice in people's hearts. Even if Raymond wouldn't betray Clarice, he could still very well see the three of them as bargaining chips in negotiations.
After all, they weren't family, and if Raymond chose to sell them out, it wouldn't be surprising.
John's reaction was, of course, noticed by Raymond and the other two, Red Tank and Carl, who had been invited and hadn't yet left Richmond. Among the three, aside from Carl, Red Tank and Lingdai had never met Clarice and the others, but they had mentioned previous events during their earlier idle chatter, so it wasn't hard for them to guess that these kids were Raymond's sister and her friends.
Think a little. If I really wanted to capture you, would I need to invite you to my house?
Raymond shook his head with a smile. Come sit down, don't just stand there looking foolish. He gestured to an empty patch of grass beside them. Since there were quite a few people, they hadn't bothered to move chairs and simply sat down on the grass in the backyard. At this moment, there was still plenty of space on the grass, even 10 more people wouldn't feel crowded. Upon hearing Raymond's words, John and the others finally snapped back to their senses from their initial shock, realizing that Raymond was right. If he truly intended to cooperate with the Hellfire Club to make a move on them, he wouldn't need to call them to his house, he could just follow Clarice to find them. Understanding this, they hesitated for a moment and found a spot to sit down. "Brother, what's going on?" Clarice couldn't help but ask as soon as she sat down. She didn't understand why Raymond was associating with the very person who had tried to capture her last time and had invited him to their home for Thanksgiving dinner. While she didn't believe Raymond would harm her, she still couldn't fathom the reasoning behind it. Before Raymond could respond, Carl chimed in with a smile. "The last incident was a misunderstanding. I didn't realize, Miss Clarice, that you were Dr. Raymond's sister. If I had known, I certainly wouldn't have recklessly come to disturb you. My apologies." Raymond smiled gently and added, "Carl and I are old friends, this truly was a misunderstanding. I had no idea he would suddenly come to Richmond to find you. And he meant no harm, he just wanted to invite you to join the Hellfire Club. If I hadn't shown up last time, you wouldn't have been in any danger." Hearing this, Clarice nodded, somewhat dazed, and didn't express any doubt, as she firmly believed that Raymond wouldn't hurt her. Moreover, this was precisely the explanation Raymond had agreed upon with Carl beforehand to put Clarice at ease. Logically, it shouldn't have too many issues. Suddenly, just as Raymond was explaining to Clarice that the previous incident was a misunderstanding, Sonia, who had just sat down, suddenly clutched her head and let out a muffled groan. Sonia's unexpected reaction made John jump up, rushing to support her, and he asked with concern, "What's wrong, dear? Little girl, didn't anyone teach you not to pry into others' minds so easily?" Lingdai laughed lightly, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Sonia, who was holding her head. "It's you!" John glared angrily at Lingdai. Lingdai had taken the initiative to accept responsibility, so if John still didn't understand what was happening, it would be strange.
Lorna and Clarice quickly reacted as well, directing hostile looks at Lingdai.
Especially Lorna, who raised her hand, causing several nails to suddenly appear in front of Lingdai, no further than a meter away, looking like they could pose a threat at any moment. However, Lingdai showed no signs of tension or fear at this scene. Instead, she looked at Lorna with great interest. "What a familiar scene, it's just like your father in his youth."
"My father?" Lorna was taken aback by Lingdai's words, instinctively thinking that Lingdai was rambling. After all, her father was not a mutant, so how could she possibly resemble him in youth?
But before she could retort, she suddenly felt a jolt in her heart. Because she suddenly remembered that, like Clarice, she was also adopted. This was also the reason why she and Clarice had gotten along so well and felt like they had known each other forever. Their life trajectories were very similar. Both were adopted and both were mutants. The only difference was that she had awakened her abilities earlier and had chosen to run away to avoid dragging her adoptive parents into trouble, while Clarice had just awakened her powers. But regardless, there was no doubt that she was indeed adopted. The sudden comment from this stranger about her uncanny resemblance to her father made her initially want to rebut it, but as she recalled her own experiences, she hesitated. However, given the uncertainty of the stranger's position, she did not immediately believe her words and stubbornly retorted, "Don't talk nonsense, my father has no powers at all."
"You don't really know your origins, do you?" Lingdai's smile grew even brighter, as if she had discovered a new continent, and she turned to Red Tank, asking, "You haven't heard that he has a daughter, have you?"
"Don't look at me, I don't know anything," Red Tank said, looking into the distance, non-committal.
Seeing Red Tank's reaction, Lingdai's smile became even more radiant. "A love child? TSK, who would have thought? What have you done to Sonia?"
Lingdai's vague remarks about a lot of things enraged John, who was worried about Sonia's condition. Facing the furious John, Lingdai merely cast a nonchalant glance at him and completely ignored him, showing no intention of responding.
This scene only fueled John's anger further. He looked ready to take action.
"John, don't be impulsive, I'm fine, it was my fault." Sonia, feeling better, quickly grabbed John, signaling him not to act rashly. Already back to normal, Sonia quickly explained to John to avoid escalating the situation further.
It was then that John realized the reason behind Sonia's earlier reaction.
It turned out that after sitting down, Sonia had instinctively attempted to use her abilities to sense whether Red Tank and the others harbored any malicious intent towards them. Unexpectedly, she had encountered Lingdai, who also possessed psychic abilities, and Lingdai's powers were clearly much stronger than her own.
Lingdai not only detected Sonia's probing but also gave her a little lesson.
The sudden pain that made Sonia clutch her head was a result of Lingdai's counterattack, which caused her abilities to backfire.
Upon hearing Sonia's explanation, John understood that Sonia was indeed at fault in this situation. Using one's mental abilities on others without permission was inherently an offensive act.
While there weren't explicit laws prohibiting the casual use of mental abilities on others, over time, certain unwritten rules had formed within the mutant community. For example, directly using mental abilities on someone without their consent was essentially akin to declaring war, leaving no room for negotiation. The fact that Lingdai didn't turn hostile due to Sonia's reckless behavior and merely taught her a small lesson was already quite lenient. In this context, John's earlier reaction seemed somewhat ridiculous.
"Sonia's actions were definitely not meant to offend. I apologize on her behalf."
John, realizing he had made a fool of himself, wore an embarrassed expression as he spoke.
"Forget it, it's all in the past."
Lingdai casually waved her hand, casting a fleeting glance at him. "However, if it weren't in Dr. Raymond's home, with the way you spoke to me just now, you would have been dead already." "And you, little girl," Lingdai said, turning her attention to Lorna with a hint of a smile. "If you want to make a move on someone next time, either do it with a decisive strike, or don't pose in a threatening manner like you did now. Because doing so will only put you in a position to be countered, and it won't serve any purpose." As soon as her words fell, several nails that had been floating in front of Lingdai were suddenly enveloped in a semi-transparent purple light. Then, as if the purple light had a life of its own, it swiftly yanked those nails toward Lorna. During this process, Lorna was shocked to discover that her control over the nails was utterly powerless against the purple light's pull. She could only helplessly watch as the nails flew toward her.
She knew exactly what this meant.
If this stranger truly had hostile intentions, she could easily turn the tables on her in an instant, and there was nothing she could do to stop it. "All right, don't scare her anymore," Raymond said, shaking his head with a light laugh. Upon hearing Raymond's words, Lingdai finally dispersed the purple light, allowing the nails to drop harmlessly to the ground. Lorna, however, remained immersed in the panic brought on by that sense of helplessness, unable to regain her composure for a long time. Seeing this scene, John's shock was no less than Lorna's. Although Lingdai had not truly harmed them, he could glean the terrifying nature of her abilities from their brief skirmish. To be able to completely suppress Lorna in a clash of abilities, rendering her defenseless, and possessing even stronger psychic powers than Sonya, what a terrifying strength that was. John had seen a fair number of mutants, but among those he had encountered, none seemed to possess power like Lingdai's. If Lingdai had hostile intentions toward them, she could effortlessly eliminate all of them, not to mention that there was also Carl beside them, someone who left him and Lorna helpless, as well as Red Tank, whose mere presence exerted pressure, and whose abilities remained unknown. While John did not know Red Tank, he assumed that someone who could associate with Carl and Lingdai would not be a mere fool. It was only at this moment that he finally believed these people truly bore no malice against him and his friends.
Since we've greeted each other, can we sit down properly now? Raymond offered a way out.
After witnessing Lingdai's strength, John and the others no longer dared to voice objections. Even Lorna, who had just regained her composure, obediently sat down, no longer daring to act rashly. Seeing that the group had finally calmed down, Raymond shook his head with a smile, not putting too much thought into it. He began to take on the role of host, helping them introduce one another. With Raymond, who could maintain order, as the host, and Carl, the seasoned veteran, smoothing out the atmosphere, it didn't take long for the mood to become amicable. Especially Clarice and Lorna, who quickly became familiar with Lingdai. However, this wasn't because Lingdai was particularly approachable. Even Carl, who knew Lingdai well, understood that she typically looked down on others. Even within the Hellfire Club, very few could make her lower her guard. The reason she acted this way toward Clarice and Lorna was that, in a sense, they belonged to a similar category of people. Lorna's abilities and her familiar air of aloofness made it hard for Lingdai not to associate her with the notorious mutant crime lord. Lingdai was far older than she appeared and had a long-standing acquaintance with Magneto, having clashed with him numerous times. Moreover, there was also Red Tank, who had strong ties with both sides.
If Lorna was indeed Magneto's daughter, even if it weren't for Raymond's sake, Lingdai wouldn't excessively make things difficult for her. As for Clarice, that was even less of a concern. Raymond was now one of their own and a formidable force at that. Who would want to make things difficult for her? For Clarice, having Raymond as a brother was her greatest asset. In summary, both Clarice and Lorna fell into the category of those who had powerful backing. Lingdai saw her own reflection in them and naturally dropped her pretense. However, she was not so amiable toward John and Sonya, the couple, and never once looked them in the eye. Not only her, Carl was similar. While Carl was not as obstinate as she was, at least he did a good job of maintaining the surface courtesy. However, John was no fool. He quickly sensed that something was off, and his expression grew somewhat unnatural. Sonya, keenly aware of her boyfriend's unusual demeanor, grasped his hand and looked at him with concern, silently asking if something was wrong. However, John, feeling extremely uneasy, had no desire to respond to her. John's strange reaction didn't go unnoticed by the others. Aside from Clarice and Lorna, who were still somewhat naive, the rest had picked up on it. Raymond was no exception. But he didn't bother to address it. To put it bluntly, John's thoughts were of no concern to him. Just then, Red Tank suddenly stood up and tilted his head toward Raymond, signaling, "Walk with me?" "Sure." Raymond sensed that Red Tank had something to discuss privately with him and didn't refuse. "Is what you mentioned earlier about your patient true?" Once they moved aside, Red Tank asked. "Of course it's true. What's the point of lying to you about this?" Raymond shrugged his shoulders helplessly. "But I've never heard that he has a child." Red Tank furrowed his brow slightly, showing a look of confusion. "Because even he himself doesn't know he has a son," Raymond said with a slight smirk, subtly nodding his head toward Lorna. "Just like Magneto doesn't know he has a daughter." Red Tank glanced at Lorna, a thoughtful light flashing in his eyes. "Where is that child now? Still in the hospital?" Red Tank continued to ask. "I'm not quite sure about that." "Wait, are you planning to use him to blackmail Professor X?" Raymond's smile gradually faded, and his expression became serious. Red Tank quickly denied, "I will eventually settle things with him, but I wouldn't stoop so low as to use his child to threaten him. What I seek is to personally destroy everything he has built and make him kneel before me, repenting." As he spoke, a faint crimson glint flickered in Red Tank's eyes, vanishing almost instantly, as if it were merely an illusion.
Raymond shook his head lightly, saying, I don't know what kind of grudges you have between you that make it so hard for you to let go, but I personally advise you not to involve David in this matter. Oh? Red Tank sensed that there might be more behind Raymond's words. The potential that lies within David is extremely terrifying. Raymond stated this plainly but didn't elaborate, leaving enough room for Red Tank to ponder. Extremely terrifying? Red Tank was somewhat stunned by Raymond's wording, instinctively feeling that he was exaggerating. However, upon reflection, he realized that Raymond was a level 4 mutant. For someone like him to describe another's potential as terrifying, it must be quite significant. Raymond seemed to read Red Tank's confusion and preemptively cut off his desire to inquire further, saying, Don't ask me about other matters, I don't know much. The only thing I can tell you is that you should avoid provoking him. I understand. Red Tank nodded slightly, but from his expression, Raymond felt that he didn't really take his words to heart. He's lying, a slightly hoarse voice echoed in Raymond's mind. This voice was familiar to him, belonging to one of the 3 bronze-level personas he had just activated, Constantine. With the emergence of development points, the system had also activated some new functions, including the ability to communicate mentally with his alternate personas. This communication wasn't restricted to when he switched personas, he could also choose to share his senses with them. Of course, if he wanted to stop that sharing, he could terminate it at any time. The system hadn't given this function a specific name, but Raymond jokingly referred to it as the carrying a bunch of old men around feature. When the alternate personas discovered this new feature, which was a benefit for them, they immediately began to negotiate excitedly with Raymond, strongly requesting him to enable sensory sharing more often. Even the Akainu persona, whom Raymond found most difficult to deal with, expressed his willingness to comply. As long as Raymond was willing to frequently enable sensory sharing, he could guarantee that, without compromising his bottom line, he would do his best to follow Raymond's orders and wouldn't drop the ball at critical moments. In response to the alternate persona's requests, Raymond didn't go overboard. He reached an agreement that he would enable sensory sharing as long as it didn't involve privacy or things he deemed inappropriate. He didn't think the alternate persona's requests were unreasonable. After all, one couldn't expect a horse to run without feeding it grass, right? Even though he held absolute switching authority, he could not ensure that the personas wouldn't play tricks on him, as he had no other means of punishing them besides that authority. In this case, providing them with some incentives would naturally yield better results. Thus, during the exchange between Raymond and Red Tank, his alternate personas had been watching the entire time. You noticed it too, didn't you? Raymond thought to himself. Such an obvious thing is hard to pretend not to notice, Clock's persona remarked in a teasing tone, if I'm not mistaken, while he wouldn't directly use David as a hostage, he might very well leverage him against his father. Using familial ties to achieve his goals is truly pathetic, Floyd's persona sighed in resignation. What are you two talking about? The Demon Slayer persona said, utterly confused, as he had gleaned no useful information from the earlier scene, simply watching Raymond and Red Tank interact. Humph. Someone who only uses such petty tricks will never amount to anything. Akainu's persona coldly snorted, his tone filled with disdain. As soon as Akainu's persona spoke, Clock and the others fell silent. Although they were all alternate personas, they understood the hierarchy between them. They knew Akainu was a silver-level powerhouse, one tier above them. In different worlds, granting respect to the strong is a common rule. Thus, they did not refute Akainu's words. The only one among the bronze-level personas who wouldn't be constrained by such rules, Constantine, was too lazy to jump in and play the devil's advocate at this moment. In the end, it was Tao Baibai's persona that stepped forward, directly starting a mockery. If you want to achieve great things, you should live boldly. What do you know, you brute? Are you looking for death, you sissy? Akainu's persona said with a serious expression. Who are you calling a sissy? Tao Baibai's persona instantly became furious. Only a true man wouldn't keep a braid. If you're not a sissy, what else could you be? Akainu's persona replied with a cold smile. Since in Raymond's mind, these alternate personas could see each other's original spectral forms, Akainu's persona was aware of what Tao Baibai looked like. Hey, big brother, I can't agree with that, the Demon Slayer persona said in a thick Shandong accent, preparing to voice his opinion, as he also had a braid. Shut up, however, as soon as he spoke, both Akainu and Tao Baibai's personas yelled at him in unison. Raymond felt a headache coming on from their bickering and directly activated the mute function, simultaneously cutting off sensory sharing and communication. With the activation of the mute function, the world returned to silence.
At that moment, Raymond's grandparents and his uncle's family had also arrived. His mother, Roland, called him from the kitchen window, signaling for him to come to the living room, probably to help entertain his grandparents and uncle's family. Raymond had no choice but to apologize to Red Tank and walk toward the living room alone. Just like the situation in Raymond's family, his grandfather, Old Aiden, also had 2 children. One was naturally Raymond's mother, Roland, while the other was Roland's brother, Raymond's uncle, Mitchell Aiden. Old Aiden ran a clothing company. Although it wasn't large in scale, it was enough to place him among the wealthy in Richmond. In other words, Raymond's mother, Roland, was indeed a genuine second-generation rich kid. This was also one of the reasons Old Aiden opposed his daughter marrying Raymond's father. The idea of matching social status is not unique to the Chinese. At that time, Fang Yamo was merely an inconspicuous police officer from an ordinary immigrant family, which, compared to Roland's family, made him seem like he was reaching for something beyond his grasp. It wasn't until Raymond was born that Old Aiden finally accepted Fang Yamo as his son-in-law. Especially when Raymond became a well-known figure in psychology across North America, Fang Yamo was finally able to hold his head high in front of his father-in-law. The reason was simple: while Raymond's wealth might not yet surpass Old Aiden's, one was a renowned psychologist and the other a small-time businessman from a small town, with a clear difference in their social standings. Moreover, as a young scholar like Raymond gained even greater fame, should he ever decide to start a business, many would be willing to invest in him. By that time, his wealth could easily surpass Old Aiden's. Old Aiden understood this, so when drinking with some old friends, he often mentioned Raymond proudly, indicating how proud he was of his grandson. Fang Yamo, too, had gained status through his son, and his position in Old Aiden's eyes had risen accordingly. As for Raymond's uncle Mitchell, he originally graduated from law school like his mother Roland and also worked in the legal field. However, his career didn't develop smoothly, and he was eventually brought into the family business by Old Aiden to be groomed as his successor. As Mitchell gradually adapted to this role, Old Aiden, now over 70, could finally step back, handling only major decisions while spending most of his time enjoying his retirement, fishing, and playing golf with old friends. As soon as Raymond entered the living room, he saw his grandfather Old Aiden and grandmother, along with his uncle Mitchell and his wife, and his 2 cousins. Like Old Aiden and his mother Roland, Uncle Mitchell also had 2 children, both of whom were daughters. The elder daughter, Haley, had just graduated from college and was looking for a job, while the younger daughter, Alexis, was about the same age as Clarice and was still in high school. "Cousin Raymond, long time no see." Upon spotting Raymond, Alexis dashed toward him like a joyful little bird and gave him a big hug. Having fully absorbed the memories of the original body regarding family, Raymond wasn't surprised by Alexis's actions, as she had always viewed him as an idol. The older cousin, Haley, was one of the few underachievers in the family, completely uninterested in studying, while the younger cousin, Alexis, was a top student, chasing after the academic legacy of Raymond from years past. They both viewed Raymond as a target to strive toward. However, Alexis clearly felt a bit jealous that Clarice had Raymond as an older brother and had complained more than once, wishing she could trade her underachieving sister Haley for Raymond. "Indeed, it's been a while, you've grown taller again, little girl." Raymond ruffled her hair and smiled. "Cousin Raymond, are you going to leave again this time?" Alexis asked curiously. "I should be working in Washington, D.C. for a while. If you want to find me, you can always come visit me there," Raymond replied with a smile. "I say, Raymond, you're really asking for trouble. With you saying that, this girl will definitely come to bother you often," Uncle Mitchell said, shaking his head with a smile. "Let her go, Washington isn't far, and it's good for her to learn from Raymond," Old Aiden said with a smile. "It'll save her from becoming another underachiever like some girls." "Grandpa, not this again." Haley rolled her eyes. As the only underachiever in the family, she often faced discrimination and was treated as the negative example. "By the way, where's Clarice?" Alexis suddenly looked around. "She's chatting with a few friends in the backyard, you can go find her," Raymond pointed toward the back. "Then I'll go take a look." As soon as he finished speaking, she dashed toward the backyard like a gust of wind. Seeing Alexis run off, Raymond didn't think much of it. Whether it was Clarice's friends or Lingdai and Carl, they were all seasoned individuals who wouldn't be easily swayed by a little girl like Alexis, so he wasn't worried about any issues arising. "I'll go check too." Haley followed after Alexis to the backyard. "I'll help Roland with some preparations, you gentlemen can chat without worrying about us." His grandmother and Aunt Lisa left the living room after Haley and Alexis had departed. That left only the 4 male family members in the living room. "Care for a drink?" The taciturn Fong Mo inquired of his father-in-law and brother-in-law. Will little Raymond drink? Old Aiden looked at Raymond. If Grandpa wants to drink, I'm more than happy to join, Raymond replied with a smile. Good, then let's have a drink today. Old Aiden exclaimed, slapping his thigh and laughing heartily.
If we're drinking, I have a few friends over there, I'll go see if they want a drink, Raymond said as he walked toward the backyard. When he returned, Red Tank and Carl had followed him. Originally, Raymond intended to include John as well, but John politely declined, and Raymond didn't press him. Soon, with Raymond's introduction, the two sides quickly became familiar with each other.
Here's my business card.
If either of you has any needs related to the clothing industry, feel free to contact me. Uncle Mitchell, halfway through drinking, fell into his professional habits and handed out his business card.
Raymond wanted to stop him, but unexpectedly, Carl skillfully took the card and handed Mitchell one of his own, saying, "Clothing industry?
No problem, I have a few companies under my wing involved in that sector. There will definitely be opportunities for collaboration." Mitchell, upon receiving the card, glanced at the title on it and instinctively muttered, "Chairman of the Weldon Group."
Weldon Group?
He first whispered it softly, but then, as if suddenly realizing something, his voice rose in disbelief as he repeated it. After finishing, he quickly recognized that he had lost his composure and hurriedly apologized. Old Aiden had intended to reprimand him a few times, but, before he could, he suddenly seemed to think of something and turned to Mitchell, asking, "Which Weldon Group?" "The one you're thinking of, old man," Mitchell said, swallowing hard, looking somewhat tense.
Hearing his son's response, Old Aiden momentarily fell into a daze.
When he came back to his senses, he and his son exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes, unable to speak for a long time.
Cough, cough, am I the only one who knows nothing about the Weldon Group? Raymond said with a hint of helplessness after lightly coughing twice.
The usually taciturn old dad Fong Mo also honestly raised his hand, showing a confused expression on his face, clearly indicating that he had no concept of the Weldon Group and didn't know what everyone was talking about. However, Red Tank seemed quite knowledgeable about the Weldon Group. He showed no surprise at the reactions of old Aiden and his son, merely sipping his drink and maintaining a very calm expression. Uncle Mitchell noticed this and took on the role of an informant. The Weldon Group is actually one of the top 10 listed groups in Virginia. Its subsidiaries cover multiple industries, including clothing, catering, and tourism.
For instance, in Richmond, well-known brands like Polk Menswear and Sanders Fried Chicken Chain are all prominent industries under the Weldon Group.
As Mitchell spoke, he still felt a sense of unreality in his heart. If the Carl in front of him was indeed the chairman of the Weldon Group as he claimed, then even with a conservative estimate of his shareholding, his net worth would be at least in the tens of billions of dollars. In contrast, the total value of old Aiden's clothing company was less than 1% of Carl's wealth. Wealthy individuals of this caliber, even if old Aiden and his son occasionally saw some, mostly only crossed paths at dinners and events, making it almost impossible for them to have deeper interactions, let alone for the other party to come to their home as a guest. The gap in their social classes was simply too vast. Just like old Aiden's friends, who were mostly small business owners retired to the second line, there were very few salaried workers who could befriend them. And now, unexpectedly, a big boss from a listed group showed up at their home, and he was even there as a friend of their nephew, being very polite to the whole family. This made Mitchell feel as if everything was an unreal dream. With his insight, it was not hard to see that this Mr. Carl, who was suspected to be a big boss of the Weldon Group, had shown great respect for Raymond and the robust man named Kane throughout the conversation. Although he didn't go out of his way to curry favor, he generally positioned himself at a relatively low stance. This attitude could not simply be explained by humility. Did a billionaire boss of a listed group really need to treat others this way? Although Raymond, this nephew, had a certain reputation in academia and was a well-known psychology expert, it shouldn't be to the extent that a boss of a listed group would treat him like this, right? The more Mitchell thought about it, the more unreasonable it seemed, and his heart was filled with doubts. Old Aiden's reaction was even more acute than his son's. He had long noticed that Carl had adopted a very low profile towards Raymond. At first, he thought Carl was Raymond's subordinate or a sycophant trying to ingratiate himself with Raymond. However, he never expected Carl to be the big boss of the Weldon Group. To be honest, both father and son were beginning to suspect that Carl might be a fraud. From Raymond's reaction, it was obvious he didn't know Carl was the boss of the Weldon Group, and the familiarity between them seemed to be quite low. In this situation, if Carl was indeed the big boss of the Weldon Group, they couldn't think of any reason for him to adopt such a low profile. However, the doubts that old Aiden and Mitchell held were because they were unaware of Carl's other identity, a core member of the Hellfire Club known as the Black Knight. And since Raymond understood Carl's background, he certainly wouldn't think Carl was talking nonsense. However, to say he was not surprised that Carl was also a big boss of a listed group would definitely be a lie. After hearing Uncle Mitchell's introduction, Raymond looked at Carl in surprise and joked, "You're actually this rich? Why didn't you tell me before?" Carl shrugged and casually laughed, "You didn't ask, can you blame me? Besides, compared to Miss Betsy, I wouldn't dare to call myself wealthy. If you want to resent the rich, don't mistake the target." "Betsy is richer than you?" Raymond followed Carl's gaze toward the backyard, revealing an expression of surprise. "There's no comparison at all," Carl shook his head and said firmly. Upon hearing this, Raymond finally understood why the Hellfire Club was jokingly referred to as the aristocratic group of mutants. Just to Carl, who should be considered relatively low among the core members of the Hellfire Club, possessed at least tens of billions of dollars in wealth and controlled a sizable listed group. Moreover, from what Carl indicated, his net worth was insignificant compared to Ling Dai, completely incomparable. If Ling Dai's wealth was merely 2 or 3 times that of his, it could be said to be competitive, but now it seemed that Ling Dai was undoubtedly the kind of invisible super-rich person. Based on this deduction, among the core members of the Hellfire Club, most likely many were wealthy enough to rival nations, possessing immense fortunes. In the gold standard society of Europe and America, apart from emerging industries, wealth often has the most direct connection to politics. The Hellfire Club, wielding such enormous wealth, naturally holds great political influence, which explains why they have been able to stand strong for so many years without falling. Raymond had previously thought that he was already wealthy, at least compared to his previous life. His net worth was only higher. But now looking at it, he realized he was still too poor. While Raymond lamented his continued poverty, old Aiden and Mitchell exchanged glances again, both showing renewed skepticism in their eyes. The claim of Carl being the chairman of the Weldon Group had already left them incredulous, secretly suspecting him of being a fraud. Unexpectedly, from what Carl implied, the female friend Raymond invited this time was actually richer than him, and likely by a significant margin. How much wealth could be greater than tens of billions? This was becoming more and more absurd, leaving them feeling confused and uneasy. If it weren't for Carl being a friend of Raymond's, they might have already questioned him. Under old Aiden's subtle hint, Mitchell patted Raymond's shoulder and said, "Raymond, come upstairs with me for a moment. I have some personnel matters regarding the company that I want to consult your opinion on." Sure, Raymond did not refuse his uncle's invitation. In fact, he had long noticed the change in expressions of both his grandfather and uncle. He believed that Red Tank and Carl had also noticed, but they seemed to not care much. Sure enough, when the two arrived on the second floor, Uncle Mitchell immediately asked in a low voice, "What's the background of these friends of yours? Are you sure they are all okay? From the way they talk, I always feel a bit." Mitchell was almost about to say, "I think they are frauds." Raymond smiled to reassure him, "You're overthinking it. Did you forget what I do? It's not that easy to lie in front of me." Mitchell was slightly taken aback, then quickly realized. Right, how could he forget that Raymond was a psychology expert? Let alone ordinary people, even professional frauds wouldn't find it easy to lie in front of Raymond. But Mitchell was still somewhat uneasy. Raymond continued smiling and said, "Although I wasn't very clear that Carl was the chairman of the Weldon Group before, his other identity is far more important than this one. He has no need to deceive me on such matters, so you can rest assured. And also, for matters like these, whether they are true or false, can't you just ask someone to find out? I believe with your connections, it shouldn't be difficult to get a photo of the chairman of the Weldon Group, right?" "Wait a moment," Mitchell, being quick-tempered, immediately turned and walked into the back room, picking up the phone to start dialing. When Mitchell slowly walked out of the room, he was in a daze. He recognized at a glance the photo of the chairman of the Weldon Group that he had obtained from a friend. It was indeed Carl downstairs. This meant that everything Carl had said was true, and he and his father had been overthinking it. Realizing this, Mitchell felt both embarrassed and vaguely pleased in his heart. A large listed group like the Weldon Group could provide a nice benefit just from a little favor, which would be enough for old Aiden's clothing company to thrive. Now that Carl was indeed the big boss of the Weldon Group and had a close relationship with his nephew, even if they didn't look at the monk's face, they would still give some support to their company. It should be noted that the current global economic situation was not optimistic, and the environment was extremely unfavorable for small companies like theirs. Mitchell had been worrying about the company's development, and unexpectedly, this family dinner at his sister's home turned out to be such good fortune. Raymond, don't forget to say a few good words for us to your friend. The company will also have half of your mother's share in the future. Mitchell immediately began to motivate Raymond, now that he understood the situation.
I got it. Raymond could only verbally agree at first to avoid Mitchell's incessant nagging.
As for Carl, there was no need for him to specially remind him of anything. With someone as cunning as Carl, matters like these, which didn't require much cost to establish goodwill, were something he would naturally take care of. He was sure that once Carl returned, he would immediately arrange for someone to consider how to look after the clothing company founded by old Aiden.
Should I also think about ways to make some money?
A sudden thought popped into Raymond's mind. He was no longer as insecure as he had been when he first arrived here. Especially with the two silver-level subpersonas, Akainu and Kuro, by his side, along with the chaotic Kankuro subpersona, which was an uncertain wildcard. Most of the time, it was already quite good that he didn't actively bully others.
Anyone who dared to provoke him was truly seeking their own doom. With personal safety ensured, it seemed like it was time to pursue some personal ambitions too. What should I do? After leaving Raymond's house, John had a stern expression on his face, as if someone owed him money. They didn't have Clarice send them off. The three of them drove away directly. What's wrong, Brother John? Lona noticed John's unusual demeanor and couldn't help but ask. I'm fine.
John initially denied it, but then quickly added, from now on, you all should stay away from Clarice's brother.
There's something off about him and those people. Off? What's off about it? I think Raymond and Betsy are quite nice. Lona didn't understand what John meant by off.
After her brief interaction with Ling Dai, she had a good impression of this big sister, even though Ling Dai hadn't revealed the meaning behind those previous words. What she didn't know was that Ling Dai was actually older than her adoptive parents, despite looking like she was under 30. And it wasn't just Ling Dai, she also had a pretty good impression of Raymond. Although Raymond had acted arrogantly when he last appeared, he couldn't withstand Clarice, his best friend, constantly praising him in her ear. After hearing so much, her view of Raymond naturally changed. Furthermore, this time, Raymond was much more polite than during their last meeting. Aside from being a little aloof, he didn't seem to have any other flaws.
But for Lona, aloofness wasn't a problem at all.
So she didn't quite understand why John suddenly wanted her and Sonia to stay away from Raymond and them.
Sonia could probably guess her boyfriend's feelings, but now that there were no outsiders present, she straightforwardly said, Dear, from my observation, Clarice's brother and his friends shouldn't be targeting you specifically. They probably act like this normally. You think they're fine?
John interrupted Sonia impatiently, his tone tinged with a hint of aggression.
So are you saying I'm petty, deliberately slandering them behind their backs? You know that's not what I mean, Sonia said softly. What do you mean, then? Do you think I'm incapable, that I can't compare to them?
John suddenly questioned sharply, well, they are either big shots from the Hellfire Club or high-ranking members of S.H.I.E.L.D.
What am I?
Just the leader of a trash organization.
Brother John, how can you talk to Sister Sonia like that? Lona expressed her dissatisfaction. Am I not speaking the truth?
If you all feel more accomplished hanging out with them, then go ahead and find them. There's no need to suffer here with me, I can't take it. John, Sonia looked at him with a gaze as if she were looking at a stranger, filled with disappointment, and tears were already welling in her eyes. Seeing Sonia look at him like that, John suddenly became aware and realized that his previous words were too harsh. He quickly tried to remedy the situation. I'm sorry, that's not what I meant.
Don't say anything.
I need some time alone, Sonia interrupted him, closing her eyes and no longer looking at him. Seeing that Sonia was truly angry, John felt a bit flustered. But out of pride, he didn't want to lower himself in front of Lona and Sonia, so he could only remain silent for now.
Observing John's state, Lona couldn't help but compare him to Raymond.
Not comparing was fine, but upon comparison, she immediately realized how much John paled in comparison to Raymond, both in terms of the aura he exhibited and his ability to handle situations.
Having drawn this conclusion, Lona also began to doubt whether her decision to join the mutant underground organization was the right choice.
On the other side, after leaving Raymond's house, Red Tank and the others went straight to the airport, as they had booked tickets to leave Richmond tonight. Once in the car, Red Tank immediately said to Carl, when you get back, help me investigate someone right away.
Be discreet about it and try to use your own people. Who?
Carl asked. It's that patient mentioned by Dr. Raymond at the Clockwork Psychiatric Hospital.
I think his name is David Haller? Red Tank wasn't sure if he remembered correctly. That's the name, Carl nodded, confirming again, are we investigating him? Exactly. At this moment, Lingdai suddenly became curious. Could it be that what Dr. Raymond said is true, and that David is really your nephew? It should be true, Red Tank slightly nodded. First, a private daughter of Eric pops up, and then a private son of Charles. TSK, you men just can't seem to control your lower body, Lingdai scoffed. Neither Red Tank nor Carl responded to Lingdai's teasing. After all, her statement was indeed not wrong. Who can say that male mutants aren't men? Time flew by like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, Raymond had been at home for over half a month. During this period, Director Fury had called him several times, asking if he needed someone to provide covert protection, all of which he had politely declined, and Fury had not pressed him. Director Fury was well aware that the current Raymond was very different from the past. It was evident that he must have learned from Hill about Raymond's suspected status as a mutant, and with the betting event with the Academy's director Leonid already spreading internally within S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury, as the head of S.H.I.E.L.D., could not have missed such intelligence. Raymond's ability to completely outclass the experienced field agent Leonid in comprehensive combat clearly meant he no longer needed the protection of others. One day, Raymond, who had originally planned to stay at home for a month, suddenly decided to return to Washington, D.C., earlier than expected. The two women at home, one older and one younger, firmly opposed him leaving so soon, but he promised that he would make time to return every week, which finally calmed them down. After returning to Washington alone from Richmond, Raymond did not go directly to the Academy but instead went to the apartment of the original body owner in Washington. It must be said that the original owner's taste was quite good. The location and decoration style of this apartment were very much to Raymond's liking. Therefore, after careful consideration, Raymond decided to sell this apartment. Sell? Vincent, the director of the Communications Institute, who had been called over by Raymond to help, looked at him helplessly. Didn't you just say how wise that choice was? Why are you suddenly selling it? There's no conflict between the two, Raymond answered without turning around, continuing to sort through his valuable belongings in the room, preparing to take everything away in one go. Don't joke around, brother. I'm serious. Why are you selling this apartment? Vincent asked, slightly annoyed. Raymond stopped his actions, turned around, and said, all right, since you're so curious, I'll tell you the truth. I plan to open a comprehensive detective agency, but I'm a bit short on funds, so I thought I might as well sell this apartment. A detective agency? Don't you plan to continue working at the Academy? Vincent asked, puzzled. Raymond had only just made a bet with Leonid to join the Combat Academy and had achieved an overwhelming victory. Why was he changing his mind so quickly? I consulted Agent Leonid before. The Academy only has 3 comprehensive combat classes a week. I'd be idle the rest of the time, so I might as well find a part-time job. Raymond smiled slightly. That's true, but do you think S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Academy will agree to this? I've already reported it to Director Fury, and he agreed. As for the Academy, did you forget about my bet with Agent Leonid? With Raymond's reminder, Vincent recalled that Leonid had boasted he wouldn't lose to Raymond and had promised that if Raymond won, everything would be smoothed over for him. Although there might be some procedural flaws in having an Academy instructor take on a part-time job, it wasn't entirely absurd, given that many guest professors at the Academy were already part-time teachers themselves. The original Raymond was one of them. However, there had been no precedent for an Academy instructor taking on a part-time job. But since S.H.I.E.L.D. had already agreed, it would surely work as long as no one within the Academy opposed it. Vincent, as the director of the Communications Institute, had the basic judgment to see that Raymond could succeed in this endeavor. Understanding this, Vincent shook his head helplessly and asked with a wry smile, "What kind of sweet talk did you give Director Fury? Why do I feel like he's bending over backward for you now? Stop pretending, brother. I don't believe that a dignified communications director like you, who deals with intelligence every day, wouldn't find out where I was before." Raymond glanced at him and said lightly. Hearing this, Vincent felt somewhat embarrassed. He had indeed investigated Raymond's whereabouts through his own channels, even though his intentions were good. However, he wasn't comfortable admitting it. When he saw Raymond at the control tower, he couldn't ask too many questions and had to pretend not to know about Raymond's previous movements. Now, being called out by Raymond in person made things awkward. "I was concerned about you. I was afraid something might happen," Vincent laughed awkwardly and explained.
I understand, or else I wouldn't have come to you for help. Raymond waved his hand dismissively and said, there are some things I can't say too much about, and you should know the rules. The more I say, the worse it will be for you. I completely understand, Vincent nodded knowingly. What I can tell you is that Director Fury might indeed feel indebted about this matter, so generally, as long as the request isn't excessive, he will agree, Raymond said after pondering for a moment. I see. Let's stop there. Vincent made a pause gesture. With his years of experience dealing with intelligence and some prior investigations, once Raymond had said this much, he could roughly infer some details. Moreover, as a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., he knew that some matters should not be overly curious about. The fact that Raymond's previous movements had been ordered to be kept secret by Director Fury was enough to prove that this matter was not simple. He didn't want to bring trouble upon himself, so he quickly changed the topic, saying, but even if you want to open an agency, if you're short on money, you could consider getting a loan. With your situation, I don't think any bank would refuse you as a top-quality client, right? There's no need for that, Raymond shook his head and said, once the agency is up and running, I'll either live at the academy or directly at the agency. There won't be time to come back. He was very familiar with the process of opening a detective agency. In his previous life, he usually lived directly in the office to avoid the hassle of commuting between home and work, especially now that there was the academy involved. If he returned to the apartment, he would be juggling 3 places, and he didn't have that kind of spare time. The main reason Raymond had asked Vincent to come was that he hoped he could help manage this matter because, in terms of connections, there were probably few people in the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. system more powerful than Vincent, the director of the Communications Institute. After learning of Raymond's intentions, Vincent indeed did not disappoint him and readily agreed, mysteriously smiling, for matters like this, you came to the right person. I'll introduce you to someone who can help you handle everything smoothly. One person? Raymond was a bit surprised. After all, he needed to manage not only the sale of the apartment but also find a suitable office location and obtain the business license for the detective agency, among other miscellaneous tasks. If these matters weren't so cumbersome, he wouldn't have sought out Vincent, he could have just found a real estate agent to resolve it. Unexpectedly, Vincent's solution was to introduce someone to him. Yes, one person. Vincent nodded and said, I'll set up a time for you to meet and chat with him. If you encounter similar small troubles in the future, you can directly ask him for help. Alright, that would be great. Since we're on the same side, don't be so formal, Vincent laughed heartily. In the evening, Raymond arrived at Washington's Chinatown following the address provided by Vincent. Compared to the Chinatowns in New York, such as Flushing and Manhattan, Washington's Chinatown was evidently much quieter. However, it was also cleaner and tidier, lacking the usual chaos found in most Chinatowns. The address Vincent had given him was for a well-known Chinese restaurant in Washington *** Donglu Seafood Restaurant ***. In the memories of the original body owner, there were fragments about this restaurant, as it had always been quite famous in the Chinese community in Washington. Although its prices were slightly higher compared to some smaller Chinese restaurants, it was nothing to worry about for someone like the original body owner, who was not short on money. The original body owner had visited this place multiple times with Chinese friends, including Vincent. From Vincent's words, it seemed that the capable person he was about to introduce, who could help him with all his small troubles, was also Chinese, so meeting here made perfect sense. When Raymond arrived at the restaurant's hall and was about to dial a number on his phone, he spotted a middle-aged Chinese man, slightly overweight and wearing sunglasses, walking briskly toward him. The man was wiping the sweat off his forehead with a tissue and greeted him with a big smile, asking, "Are you Dr. Raymond?" "I am," Raymond nodded slightly, already guessing the man's identity. As expected, the middle-aged man, who had clearly recognized him, sighed in relief and said, "I'm Ring Yen, but you can call me January Dr. Raymond, you can address me however you like. Mr. Vincent asked me to wait for you here." "Jan. Rod?" Raymond looked at him with a slightly strange expression. The pairing of this English name with the man's surname did sound quite odd. Ring Yen seemed to have guessed why Raymond was showing such a reaction and explained with a wry smile, "When I first came to North America, I could barely speak English, so I had a friend help me come up with a name. I thought of the saying a year's plan starts in spring and chose the English name for January, which gets abbreviated to Jan." "Didn't anyone ever tell you that name sounds strange?" Raymond couldn't help but ask. "At first, I really didn't notice. Perhaps my friends, even if they noticed, didn't want to embarrass me. By the time I realized it was off, everyone already knew my English name, and after a while, I just got too lazy to change it, Raymont shrugged helplessly. But it's also quite unique, Raymond said with a smile. Raymont shook his head and gave a bitter smile, deciding to change the subject.
The private room is ready, shall we go in?
Sounds good to me, Raymond replied casually.
All right. Raymont waved his hand, and a waitress quickly came over to lead them.
Before long, they arrived at a private room on the second floor called Autumn Melody. As soon as they sat down, Raymont signaled to the waitress that they could start serving the dishes. I noticed the waitress was particularly polite to you.
Do you come here often? Raymond asked with a smile after sitting down.
Raymont hesitated for a moment, then said, well, this restaurant is actually nominally one of my properties.
Nominally? Raymond picked up on Raymont's wording.
If Raymont was just the owner of this restaurant, there would be nothing remarkable about it. With the original body owner's wealth, opening a restaurant of similar scale wouldn't be difficult at all. However, since Vincent had specifically introduced Raymont to him and had mysteriously mentioned that he could help with any small troubles, it certainly wasn't without reason.
Thus, Raymond could basically conclude that Raymont must have other identities.
Mr. Vincent has done me a favor, and since you're Mr. Vincent's friend, I won't hide anything from you.
Have you heard of the Chinese Consolidated Benevolent Association? Raymont asked hesitantly. The North American Hongmun? Raymond instinctively responded.
That's not incorrect, Raymont shrugged. Compared to the Chinese Consolidated Benevolent Association, the term North American Hongmun was indeed more widely recognized. Raymond knew this name not through the original body owner but because, in his previous life, there was also this gang, which frequently appeared in various films and television shows. As the largest gang from China, the Hongmun had a special status in the Chinese world in North America, especially after China prohibited the existence of gangs. The North American Hongmun had taken over the core position of the Hongmun in China, becoming its main headquarters. The Chinese Consolidated Benevolent Association was the official name for the North American Hongmun. Whether it was the previous Raymond or the original body owner, both would be familiar with this name.
You're with the Chinese Consolidated Benevolent Association? Raymond showed a hint of surprise.
Indeed, I'm the leader of the Washington branch of the Chinese Consolidated Benevolent Association, known in the community as Jade-Faced Flying Dragon. Just as he said this, Raymond, who was sipping tea, couldn't help but spit it out. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and turned his head to the side before the tea could splatter onto the table. Cough, cough, cough. I'm sorry, I accidentally choked, Raymond said, feeling a bit embarrassed.
I understand. Raymont also appeared somewhat awkward.
Clearly, his nickname had made others uncomfortable before. Raymond was certainly not the first, nor would he be the last. Yet, he couldn't help but explain, that nickname was given to me before I gained weight. Actually, I looked quite handsome when I was thinner, really, I'm not lying. Realizing he was going off topic, Raymont quickly redirected the conversation, saying, let's not dwell on that, let's talk business. I heard from Mr. Vincent that you're facing some small troubles that you need help with. I'm curious what kind of troubles they are.
Upon hearing this, Raymond became serious and said, it's like this. With Raymond's detailed explanation, Raymont quickly understood the trouble he was facing.
After listening, he nodded and summarized, so, you plan to sell a downtown apartment and then start a detective agency, needing to find a suitable office location and also obtain a business license, right?
Exactly, Raymond confirmed with a nod. No problem, leave it to me.
Once Raymont understood the situation, he patted his chest and assured Raymond, aside from the business license, which might be a bit more complicated and take a few days, I can definitely help you sort out the other matters within 3 days. As Raymond and Raymont continued their conversation, the two waitresses began to serve dishes one after another.
They ate while chatting, and after Raymont explained, Raymond finally understood why Raymont said that this restaurant was only nominally his property.
It turned out that this restaurant actually belonged to the Washington branch of the Chinese Consolidated Benevolent Association. As the branch leader, Raymont indeed had control over the restaurant, but strictly speaking, it didn't fully belong to him. If he were to step down from his position, the control of the restaurant would naturally be passed on to the next branch leader.
By the way, isn't it a bit of overkill to have a branch leader like you help me with these trivial matters? Raymond said half-jokingly. Please don't make fun of me. You know how Chinese people are doing in North America, right?
Raymont sighed helplessly. Don't laugh when I say this, but even though the Chinese Consolidated Benevolent Association is the largest Chinese gang in North America, if we ranked all the gangs, we wouldn't even make it into the top 10.
No way, it's that bad? Raymond found it hard to believe.
Although he had only been to North America a few times in his previous life, as a private detective, he had a much deeper understanding of the underground world than the average person. From what he knew, the strongest gang in North America on Earth was the North American Mafia, consisting of 5 families. Originally, the North American Mafia was similar in nature to the North American Hangman. Both were branches of the larger Italian Mafia. However, as North America gradually rose to become the world's leading superpower, the North American Mafia also grew stronger, no longer content to be subservient to the Italian Mafia. They split off and evolved into the North American Mafia led by 5 families. The North American Hangman hadn't been so fortunate. Although it had a large number of members, most were Chinese. In a predominantly white North American country, they were ultimately in a disadvantaged position and could not compete with the 5 families of the North American Mafia. Even so, the North American Hangman was at least on the same level as the North American Mafia. Even if they couldn't defeat them, they would definitely be among the top 3 elite gangs. But with Ren Yan's statement, that they couldn't even make it into the top 10 shocked Raymond.
Why would I lie to you about this?
Just count them up and you'll find plenty of gangs that are much stronger than us. Ren Yan began to count on his fingers. For example, the Jin Bing gang, the top dog, goes without saying.
Wait, the Jin Bing gang?
Raymond suddenly interrupted Ren Yan.
Ah, how could he have forgotten about this? Upon hearing the name Jin Bing, Raymond realized his previous thoughts were mistaken.
This was the Marvel Universe. Even though many things were similar to his previous life, like the existence of the North American Hangman, there were also many differences.
How could he overlook Jin Bing when discussing the underworld in the Marvel world?
Jin Bing, who rose from New York's underground kitchen, had influence throughout North America and even extended to the global underground world. Despite having no superpowers, he was able to take down a group of superheroes without breaking a sweat. The number of superheroes he had beaten ranged from Daredevil to Spider-Man, and from the Punisher to Iron Man. Who knows how a mob boss with no powers managed to deal with these superheroes who often had overpowered abilities. Moreover, he not only bullied superheroes but also had countless run-ins with villains. Raymond had fallen into a blind spot and hadn't thought of Jin Bing right away. Otherwise, he would have realized that the top dog in the North American underworld couldn't possibly be the North American Mafia.
Do you have a grudge against the Jin Bing gang? Ren Yan noticed the change in Raymond's expression when he mentioned Jin Bing and couldn't help but speculate.
No, I just heard the name mentioned before. I didn't expect them to be that powerful. Raymond waved his hand and said. That's good, that's good. Ren Yan sighed in relief upon hearing Raymond's answer.
He is indeed powerful.
Ever since the Jin Bing gang wiped out 3 of the 5 families in the North American Mafia, they have solidified their position as the top gang in North America. Boss Jin Bing is recognized as the emperor of the underworld, far surpassing the former 5 families of the North American Mafia. If it weren't for the Jin Bing gang not being keen on expanding their territory, most of the gangs still existing in North America would probably be swallowed up by them, leaving hardly any survivors, Ren Yan lamented. As Ren Yan spoke about the landscape of the North American underground world, Raymond occasionally nodded but didn't share his thoughts, as a group of people in his mind were also discussing the situation.
This world actually has a character capable of sweeping through the North American underground world?
The Deadpool sub-persona was astonished upon hearing Ren Yan's description of Jin Bing. After some observation, he had also noticed that this world was very similar to the one he originally came from. For instance, New York in this world resembled Gotham City, appearing like a combination of Gotham and Metropolis. However, in his world, no one had ever truly swept through the underground world. He himself had been somewhat involved in the issue, having dealings with many gang leaders in Gotham City. So he understood how difficult it was to sweep through the North American underground world. This person named Jin Bing sounded quite formidable.
Don't be so surprised, it's just the underground world of one country.
I've swept through the underground world globally, the Leibniz sub-persona said with a strange laugh. Known as the big boss of the underground culinary world, he had indeed swept through the underground world in the human realm, so saying this wasn't an exaggeration.
However, this world seems to be much stronger than the human realm. Being able to sweep through an entire country's underground world is indeed impressive. I really want to taste his memories.
Slurp.
The Leibniz sub-persona said at the end, unintentionally making a slurping sound.
After a pause, he continued, by the way, have you ever thought about starting a gang yourself?
With me around, I can ensure you surpass the Jean Bing and become the new emperor of the underworld. Just based on you? The Deadpool sub-persona sneered disdainfully. He didn't believe that this monster-looking guy could rival someone as formidable as Jean Bing. Raymond's thoughts coincided with those of the Deadpool sub-persona this time. While the Leibniz sub-persona did have some tricks up his sleeve, the underground world and the culinary realm didn't have any notable figures. Sweeping through it wasn't a big deal. Compared to Jean Bing, the Leibniz sub-persona would definitely fall short. Moreover, Raymond had no intention of getting involved in the underground world. If he hadn't met Raymont, a member of the North American Hungman, he might not have even thought of Jean Bing at all. As Raymont discussed the gossip about the North American underground world, the other sub-personas, aside from Deadpool's and Leibniz's, showed little interest in the topic. Even Kuro, who usually enjoyed flaunting his wit, remained silent. However, Raymond listened with great interest. While he had no desire to delve into the underground world, like most people, he was quite intrigued by such stories. Other than the Jean Bing gang, we have to steer clear of gangs like the Russian Brotherhood, Hell's Angels, Bloodhands, and Shohi Hui. As Ren Yen spoke, a bitter expression grew on his round face, as if written in large letters were the words "baby's heart is bitter." Even the North American Mafia, which was wiped out by the Jean Bing gang, is still a force to be reckoned with. It's like, even if it's a starving camel, it's bigger than a horse, definitely not something we can afford to mess with. Isn't there a significant Chinese population in North America? Why can't you guys stand up to them? Raymond asked, puzzled. What good is having numbers? This isn't the age where you can dominate just because you have more people, Raymond replied. For a gang to thrive now, it either needs money and connections or has to be ruthless. Just like the Jean Bing gang, they have both, which is why they're thriving, stepping on the bones of the North American Mafia as they climb to the top. Whereas gangs like Shohi Hui and Bloodhands engage in ruthless activities, even more sinister than the Jean Bing gang, which allows them to establish their footing. Our Chinese Consolidated Benevolent Association is a counterexample. We have neither, just scraping by with hard-earned money. If it weren't for the inherited businesses supporting us, we would have disbanded long ago, Raymond sighed deeply. Although Raymond didn't have telepathic abilities, he could tell that Raymond was speaking the truth and wasn't trying to elicit sympathy. Moreover, Raymond didn't know much about his identity, he only knew he was Vincent's friend and a psychology PhD, nothing more. Thus, there was no need for him to play the pity card. This highlighted how difficult the situation was for overseas Chinese in this world, possibly even worse than that of overseas Chinese on Earth in his previous life. After hearing all this, it would be a lie to say that Raymond felt no emotional stirrings. After all, he was part Chinese. Even if he didn't have any Chinese blood in this life, he couldn't change his deep-seated identification with his Chinese heritage, especially when the original body owner was also half Chinese. Though he had no intention of starting a gang, if there were ever opportunities to support the Chinese Consolidated Benevolent Association, he wouldn't mind lending a hand. However, he decided to keep that thought to himself for now and would mention it when the time was right. By the way, how did you meet Vincent? Raymond asked, sensing the atmosphere becoming a bit heavy and deciding to change the subject. Oh, that's an interesting story. One time when Mr. Vincent came to the restaurant, he happened to hear that I was having some trouble and asked if I needed help. At the time, I didn't think much of it because the issue involved the Department of Homeland Security. I didn't expect Mr. Vincent to make a call and resolve my trouble. That's when I realized he actually worked in the government. I really underestimated him, Raymond said with a hint of embarrassment. Since then, the gang has encountered several issues involving the government that were hard to resolve, and Mr. Vincent has always helped me out. I haven't had much to repay him with, so I can only run errands for him as a way to show my gratitude. That Vincent guy does have extensive connections. You definitely chose the right person to ask for help, Raymond chuckled. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't under the North American government, it worked closely with it as a semi-official organization. As long as it didn't involve core interests, government agencies would often allow S.H.I.E.L.D. to operate freely. Vincent, as the director of the Communications Institute at the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, had many students spread throughout various departments and systems of S.H.I.E.L.D. Some graduates might even be siphoned off to some secret government agencies. Thus, even within the CIA and the Department of Homeland Security, there were plenty of his former students, some of whom might already hold important positions. These individuals certainly adhered to their professional ethics and wouldn't betray their organizations just because Vincent was once their mentor, but lending a small hand was generally acceptable.
Especially since most of them would have opportunities to interact with Vincent, such as selecting quality new members for S.H.I.E.L.D. from the Academy, which required the consent of several directors. If they didn't give this small favor, how could they hope to recruit future members? That would be nothing short of wishful thinking. Raymond knew about Vincent's connections, which was why he thought of asking him for help right away. Regardless, I can't repay Mr. Vincent's kindness, so if you ever need my help in the future, Dr. Raymond, please don't hesitate to ask. Don't be polite, it'll give me more opportunities to return the favor, Raymond said cheerfully. Don't worry, I won't be polite, Raymond smiled. Now, let's eat, don't let the food get cold. Raymond's efficiency exceeded Raymond's expectations. Early the next morning, as soon as Raymond got up, he received a text from Raymond asking him to call back after reading the message. After returning the call, he learned that Raymond had already found a suitable office location that met his requirements and suggested that he come by when he had time to check it out. Raymond had nothing pressing, so after finishing breakfast, he drove over directly. When he arrived, Raymond was already waiting there for him. Boss Run, your speed is impressive. I only asked for help yesterday, and you've already found a suitable place today? Raymond said. Doctor, you're giving me too much credit, I didn't expect it to be this quick myself, Raymond laughed. After you left yesterday, I happened to have a dinner meeting. While drinking, I casually mentioned it and asked those friends of mine to keep an eye out for any office floors that matched your conditions. Guess what? One of my friends immediately said he had 3 floors of office space that had just become available for rent, and after I checked, it seemed to fit your requirements quite well. I actually planned to tell you last night, but after finishing the drinks, it was already 2 or 3 in the morning, and I thought it was too late to disturb you. So, I contacted you first thing this morning. Raymond pointed to the office building beneath them. Is this building your friend's? Raymond quickly shook his head. No, don't joke around, a place like this isn't something just anyone can afford. That guy runs a brokerage firm and happens to be very familiar with the owner of this building. All the leasing work for the properties under that owner's name is contracted to him. By this time, they had already reached the 6th floor. Currently, the 6th, 7th, and 8th floors are all vacant. Dr. Raymond, are you planning to rent all 3 floors or just one? Raymond asked with a smile after showing Raymond around. 1 floor? Absolutely not. I only need 1 room, and I think the one at the far end looks quite nice. If the price is reasonable, I'll take that one, Raymond replied. Just 1 room? Raymond was slightly taken aback. Previously, Raymond had only mentioned opening a detective agency and asked him to help find a suitable office space, without specifying the size needed. However, in Raymond's view, someone who could leverage Vincent's connections to ask for help couldn't possibly just be renting a single shop, otherwise, it would seem too trivial. Moreover, even a small startup typically started with at least 1 floor of rental space. What good was just 1 room? Only a couple running a small business would operate on such a scale. He wasn't aware of Raymond's identity or his accomplishments in the field of psychology, but simply based on the fact that Vincent had specifically instructed him to treat Raymond with care indicated that he was no ordinary person. For someone of that caliber to open a company and only need 1 room was quite. Is it not possible to rent just 1? Raymond noticed Raymond's surprise. It is, of course, Raymond snapped back to reality and quickly smiled. I'll inform him to reserve that far room for you, and the price will definitely be below market rate, so rest assured. Great, let's go with that. If it's convenient, could you please ask when I can move in? If you're eager to start, you can move in any time. The leasing contract can be simple, and it can be settled in no time. By the way, don't you need to do any renovations? Raymond asked. No need for all that trouble. I'll just find someone to help me make a sign later, Raymond shook his head. Alright, I'll communicate with him. This afternoon, I'll have him send someone over to sign the contract with you and hand over the keys, Raymond readily agreed. Thanks for your help. I'll be waiting for your good news at home. No problem. After sending Raymond into the elevator, Raymond took out his phone and dialed a number. After a few rings, it connected, and a middle-aged man's voice, also speaking Mandarin, came through. Did you finish the viewing so quickly? How did it feel? Are you satisfied? I'm satisfied, but he only wants to rent 1 room, the farthest one on the 6th floor, Raymond replied. Ren Fatty, are you joking with me? The man on the other end sounded a bit displeased. Didn't I tell you that you need to rent at least 1 whole floor? Otherwise, I'll have to rent out the remaining vacant rooms one by one, which will cost a lot of time and labor.
Have you calculated that?
I'm fully aware of that, but this matter is non-negotiable, Raymont said seriously.
Is it really necessary to go this far just to rent a room?
I can help you find another place, the voice on the phone grumbled.
Old Wang, I'm not joking, this is happening, no matter what.
If you still consider me a friend, you need to make this happen beautifully, Raymont insisted.
Is it really that serious?
The voice on the other end seemed to sense something unusual.
Indeed. Fine, I'll make an exception for you this time.
Really? Thank you, Raymont finally smiled. Raymond, of course, was unaware of this exchange between Raymont and his real estate friend. However, he could sense Raymont's dedication because that afternoon, someone contacted him to sign the lease agreement and even proactively helped him find a person to customize the sign.
Later, under Raymond's full accompaniment, Raymond moved some of his belongings from the apartment to the office building that night, temporarily settling in.
Indeed, the lease agreement for the office building clearly stated that living there was not allowed, but whether in China or North America, such regulations were not typically enforced strictly.
As long as one did not go overboard, the property management would usually turn a blind eye and not be overly particular.
The next day, the customized bilingual sign Raymond had ordered arrived. Money Talks Detective Agency could be roughly understood in Chinese as, but Raymond gave it a more culturally resonant name ********.
Good to see you again, old friend. Looking at the newly hung bilingual sign on the wall, Raymond's expression grew complex.
This name was the same as the private detective agency he had opened after retiring in his previous life.
Seeing this name instantly brought back many memories for him.
His decision to open a detective agency was indeed sparked by learning about the wealth of Carl and others, but more importantly, he didn't want to forget his past. As the memories of the original body owner gradually became fully integrated into him, he began to immerse himself in this world completely, no longer feeling the insecurity he had when he first arrived, nor did he feel the sense of alienation as if everyone else were NPCs. But because of this, he needed something to remind himself not to forget his past. This, bridging two worlds, clearly served that purpose.
Don't worry, your name will soon spread across the globe, becoming more renowned than the old you, accompanying me on this journey. Gazing at the name of the agency, Raymond murmured, but before that, it's time to go back and take a look. Shadow King, are you ready to greet death?
Remembering how he had nearly had his memories tampered with by that old dog Shadow King, the anger in Raymond's heart had not dissipated.
Over the past month and a half, he had invested nearly all his remaining universal points into immersion, mastering the basics of Chi from the memory copy of the sub-persona Tao Bai Bai, and learned 4 techniques from the Navy 6 forms through the sub-persona Akainu. His overall capabilities had increased several-fold. Now, even when switching to the Tao Bai Bai or Akainu sub-personas, he could sustain high-intensity combat for as long as he did when he first switched to the Kuro sub-persona. Because of this, he finally had the confidence to confront that old dog Shadow King head-on. After glancing out the window and confirming that night had completely fallen, Raymond made his way downstairs to the office building. After a short while, he retrieved a prepared stone pillar from a nearby alley not far from the office building. Finding the right position, his expression suddenly changed as he threw the stone pillar into the air. Almost simultaneously, he leaped up and landed on the stone pillar. His figure became a blur, disappearing into the sky along with the stone pillar. Since the Centipede organization invaded the hospital, nearly a month has passed. The atmosphere inside the Clockwork Mental Hospital remains heavy and oppressive. Especially for the doctors and nurses who witnessed the tragic deaths of several individuals that night, it has been difficult for them to escape from that horrifying scene. Many have chosen to leave the hospital or take sick leave to recuperate at home. The hospital administration is quite helpless about this and can only express understanding, temporarily bringing in some staff from other hospitals to avoid chaos. Furthermore, the administration has remained tight-lipped about the events of that night, as if there were unspeakable taboos. However, observant individuals have noticed that one patient suddenly disappeared after that night, and this patient held a special status in the hospital, with almost all nurses and doctors showing him great respect. Undoubtedly, that patient is Raymond. The official explanation is that Raymond's family, upon learning about the incident at the hospital, felt it was unsafe and arranged for his transfer to another hospital for treatment. However, this reason seems flimsy to Dr. Beth. As Raymond's attending physician, he could not be discharged or transferred without her signature, that would not comply with normal procedures. Moreover, when she inquired with the hospital leadership about which hospital Raymond was transferred to, the answers she received were vague and evasive. Even a hospital leader who had a good relationship with her hinted that she should not continue to pursue Raymond's whereabouts.
All of this seemed extremely suspicious, making it hard for Dr. Beth not to overthink. She felt there must be an unspeakable secret behind this matter, otherwise, why would so many people have died inexplicably, and why would the hospital leadership be so secretive about Raymond's whereabouts?
Is there some connection between these two events? Or perhaps there is a hidden secret behind all this?
Dr. Beth has a vivid imagination. She even speculated that the hospital leadership might be colluding with some evil force to kidnap Raymond.
Otherwise, why would they be unwilling to disclose his whereabouts?
With this suspicion in mind, Dr. Beth did not give up on finding Raymond. This was not only because Raymond was a senior she admired in the field of psychology but also because he was her patient. She could not accept that her patient had just disappeared inexplicably, as that contradicted her values. Of course, while she had not given up, she was also not the reckless type and did not continue her pursuit in a loud manner. At least on the surface, she appeared not to care about the matter anymore.
Many things, even if not personally experienced, have been seen in movies.
If there really is some dark hand behind this, her continued open investigation could not only fail to resolve the issue but might also entangle her in it.
She understood this logic.
Thus, she stopped asking the hospital leadership about the matter and chose another approach.
Under the cover of night,
Dr. Beth was chatting with David in the hospital yard. Officially, she was conducting psychological counseling for him.
David, think carefully. Did Dr. Raymond say anything special in the days before he disappeared?
Dr. Beth asked softly.
Anything special?
I don't think he said much, but he seemed quite certain that he would be leaving here soon.
David pondered. Really nothing? Think harder. Dr. Beth insisted, somewhat unwilling to accept his answer. Perhaps due to her concern, her reaction made David sense something was off, and he asked, Dr. Beth, is something wrong with Raymond?
No, don't think too much, Raymond is fine. Dr. Beth realized she might have been too hasty and quickly adjusted her emotions. However, David did not follow her lead. He just looked at her calmly. You know, I have always been excluded by my peers since childhood. Although it has to do with my poor social skills, more importantly, I can always tell who is lying to me, so they don't want to play with me.
Seeing David say this, Dr. Beth understood his meaning.
She could only respond helplessly. Dr. Raymond might have indeed encountered some issues, but I'm not sure of the specifics, which is why I'm investigating this matter secretly.
You are his best friend in the hospital. I just want to see if I can find some useful clues from you. Is it you? David suddenly became agitated and shouted.
This roar startled Dr. Beth, and she thought David had suddenly gone mad, stepping back several paces in surprise, looking at him with uncertainty. It was then that Dr. Beth noticed that David's eyes were filled with anger, and there seemed to be a flicker of eerie blue light in his gaze. Dr. Beth thought she was seeing things, rubbed her eyes, and looked again. But she found she was not mistaken. David's eyes were indeed emanating a strange light. Seeing this bizarre scene, she instinctively wanted to scream. But just then, she suddenly realized that everyone in the yard, whether patients, caregivers, or the several burly security guards patrolling, had all simultaneously frozen in place as if a pause button had been pressed.
Everyone remained in a fixed position, motionless.
This nearly supernatural situation made her palms sweat cold, and like the others who were frozen, she stood still, not daring to move or make a sound.
However, at that moment, all the frozen individuals simultaneously moved. They turned to face David, regardless of which direction they had been facing before, their eyes shining with the same earthy yellow glow, and they spoke in unison, "This is not my problem."
"Do you think I would believe that?" David shouted crazily. "Listen to me, this really has nothing to do with me. I did indeed do something to him before, but I only slightly modified his memory, nothing else." Everyone with the earthy yellow glow in their eyes replied in unison.
"I don't believe it. Who else could it be?"
David's emotions remained extremely unstable. Seeing this bizarre scene that seemed only possible in horror movies, Dr. Beth felt her legs weaken, wanting to turn and run but found she had no strength left. "This isn't real, this isn't real," she kept silently repeating in her heart, hoping everything before her was just a nightmare, wishing to wake up soon. But unfortunately, her wish was destined to remain unfulfilled. Since the last time the Shadow King arrogantly took control of David's body and attacked Raymond, David's sub-personalities could no longer hold back and were determined to teach the Shadow King a lesson. They didn't have much affection for David, the main personality. After all, no sub-personality desires anything less than to be the sole ruler of the body, wanting to replace David. They even looked down on each other. However, their bottom line was very clear: Even if they couldn't become the sole master of this body, they could not stand by and watch the Shadow King take David's place. David, as the main personality, did indeed have many flaws and was quite weak, which they despised. However, it was still better to have a weak main personality than a strong one. If the Shadow King replaced David, wouldn't the other sub-personalities be entirely at his mercy? Therefore, they absolutely would not sit idly by while the Shadow King ran rampant. They had previously refrained from turning against him simply because they felt it wasn't yet time for a complete break. After all, the Shadow King was not someone to be trifled with, and they could also suffer losses in dealing with him. Unless absolutely necessary, they didn't want to risk everything for David, the main personality. However, the Shadow King had crossed the line last time, not only forcibly occupying David's body but also affecting a small part of David's memory, which exceeded their tolerance threshold. Thus, led by the adventurous Wayne and several other stronger sub-personalities, a group of sub-personalities banded together to counterattack the Shadow King. In the process, they restored the affected memories of David. It was only then that David understood what had happened and learned about the Shadow King's existence for the first time. Of course, he was unaware of the Shadow King's origins, as even his sub-personalities did not know, believing the Shadow King to be a personality stronger than the others. After learning all this, David felt extreme disgust towards the Shadow King. However, the cunning Shadow King, realizing the situation was not in his favor, immediately softened his stance and once again employed his skills of persuasion, flattering David to the utmost, almost bowing down and calling him father. David was somewhat soft-hearted and, seeing the Shadow King's lowly demeanor, calmed down. In the end, he reached an agreement with the Shadow King that he could no longer arbitrarily affect his memories and could not forcibly occupy his body without his consent, otherwise, it would lead to a complete fallout. Although David currently seemed powerless, he was still the main personality, and if he was willing to cooperate with the other sub-personalities to besiege the Shadow King would have no chance of winning. Therefore, the Shadow King had no choice but to temporarily agree to this condition. Unexpectedly, when David learned that Raymond might have encountered some misfortune, he suddenly exploded. In David's eyes, this must surely be the Shadow King's doing. Little did he know, the Shadow King was also extremely frustrated at that moment, because this matter had nothing to do with him. Others might not know, but he was fully aware. The sudden disappearance of someone named Raymond had nothing to do with him. He could not be blamed for everything just because he had once taken action against that guy named Raymond, could he? The last time he was forced to back down by David and those sub-personalities had already left him feeling very unhappy, but at least he had been in the wrong then, so he could accept it. This time, however, it clearly had nothing to do with him. Was he supposed to take the blame again? No way. So, he immediately revealed himself and quickly denied any involvement. But David obviously was not satisfied with this answer, angrily stating, "I don't care how you explain it, if I can't see Raymond safely in front of me, this isn't over." David's completely unreasonable attitude finally pushed the Shadow King over the edge. He could accept a tactical retreat, temporarily lowering his head in order to ultimately seize David's body. He could accept such sacrifices. After all, he had long transcended worldly notions, and dignity was not important to him. Yet, it was clear that David would not let him off simply because he bowed his head. He truly wanted the Shadow King to produce Raymond, or else it would not end well. But where could he find Raymond to present to David? Who knows where that Raymond had gone? David's unreasonable pressure made the Shadow King explode entirely. "You little brat, don't push me!" All the Shadow Kings in the yard, their eyes gleaming with earthy yellow light, said in unison. "You better not push me. I said, if I don't see Raymond, this isn't over." David shouted angrily. "You!" The Shadow Kings glared at David with murderous intent. Just as the atmosphere reached a boiling point, as if it were about to erupt, a sudden voice broke the standoff. "Oh, what a lively scene! Am I interrupting?" With a flash of red mist, a man in a fiery red suit, dragging a tail behind him and looking like a devil straight out of a book, suddenly appeared beside Dr. Beth. "God!" Dr. Beth could no longer hold back and screamed. "God? Everyone calls me the devil, you're the first to call me God. If you don't mind, would you like to have a meal together later?" the devil-like man said with a grin. I refuse," Dr. Beth said, suppressing her inner fear. "Don't be afraid, I'm a gentleman. Even if it hurts me to be rejected, I won't do anything to you. After all, a beautiful lady deserves to be cherished. Red Devil, it's you." Just as this devil-like man was teasing Dr. Beth without a care in the world, all the Shadow Kings in the yard suddenly interrupted him in unison. "You actually know me?" The devil-like man turned to look at the Shadow Kings, a surprised expression on his face. The Red Devil was indeed his name. To be precise, it was one of his most commonly used aliases. He could no longer remember his real name, as he had lived for too long. So long that he couldn't keep unimportant things in mind. Names, after all, were among those unimportant matters, and compared to that forgotten real name, he preferred to be called the Red Devil instead. The fact that the Shadow Kings could call out his alias proved that they should know him. Yet, he truly could not recall who they were. "You damned bastard, still so arrogant," the Shadow Kings in the yard gritted their teeth and said in unison. "You are Farouk?" The Red Devil recalled something as if suddenly remembering, with an even more surprised expression on his face. "You're still alive? I seem to have heard that you were not taken by Charles." "Shut up!" As soon as the Shadow Kings heard the Red Devil mention this, they immediately shouted in unison, their faces turning extremely ugly as they questioned, "Why are you here?" "I came to find a little boy named David Haller." "Do you know him?" the Red Devil asked. Upon hearing the Red Devil's words, the Shadow Kings felt a sense of foreboding. Before they could think of a countermeasure, David spoke up. "I am David Haller. Who are you?" "Oh, what a coincidence." The Red Devil seemed surprised to encounter the main character right away. After a moment of pause, he smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself. I am the Red Devil, representing the Hellfire Club to invite you to join us." "No way." Before David could respond, the Shadow Kings suddenly turned their furious gazes toward the Red Devil. "He is mine. No one can take him from me, absolutely not." If the Shadow King's unauthorized occupation of David's body had already crossed the line for David's subpersonalities, then the Red Devil's invitation to David undoubtedly touched the Shadow King's bottom line. For the Shadow King, who had completely transformed into a spiritual entity, he could forsake his dignity. Even begging on his knees would be acceptable as long as he could ultimately seize David's body. However, if David joined the Hellfire Club, his plans would likely not go as smoothly because there were many people in the Hellfire Club who recognized him. Moreover, some of those individuals had relationships with him that could only be described as adversarial. Once those people discovered his intentions, they certainly wouldn't hesitate to trip him up. How could he continue his plans then? Therefore, he absolutely could not allow David to join the Hellfire Club. In contrast, the Red Devil, facing a group of Shadow Kings glaring at him with eyes gleaming with earthy yellow light, would have terrified an ordinary person into submission. Even Dr. Beth, merely a bystander, shuddered at the scene. However, the Red Devil showed no signs of fear. Instead, he wore a thoughtful expression, saying, "So that's why you're here. Red Devil, I don't care what your Hellfire Club wants to do, but you need to leave here immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being relentless," the Shadow Kings threatened in unison. Hearing the Shadow King's audacity to threaten him, the Red Devil's face suddenly turned cold. "Farouk, do you know what you're saying? Being relentless with the club, do you think you are worthy? The Hellfire Club is indeed formidable, but if Charles couldn't kill me, do you really think you can? As long as I am alive, I promise you will never have a peaceful day again." The Shadow King's words caused the Red Devil to furrow his brow. Before coming, he had no idea the Shadow King was here. Had he known, he would have certainly prepared in advance or brought more people. As a fellow level 4 mutant, he naturally did not fear the Shadow King, and he possessed some psychic abilities. If it came to a fight, he was not afraid. But as the Shadow King had said, he couldn't be certain he could take him down. Let alone him, even the club's top combatant, the Red Tank, who was present, wouldn't dare guarantee he could kill the Shadow King. Given the Shadow King's current life form, even the Professor X of that time failed to eliminate him completely. Who would dare claim they were better at dealing with such a spiritual form of life than Professor X? If he couldn't kill the Shadow King, then he had to take the threat seriously. After all, the Hellfire Club was a large organization. Even if he and the Red Tank weren't afraid of the Shadow King, could all the other members say the same? Not to mention the outer members. Even among the core members, many were not as powerful as the Shadow King. If the Shadow King truly decided to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the Hellfire Club, even if the club could find a way to eliminate him later, they would still be severely weakened in the meantime. Was it really worth it just for one David? The Red Devil knew David's identity. Before sending him, the Red Tank had talked to him about his thoughts. He didn't have a cordial relationship with Professor X, so he was pleased to see this. But merely for the sake of the Red Tank's personal vendetta, dragging the entire Hellfire Club into trouble was clearly inappropriate. The Red Devil was an extremely calm person. If he weren't, he wouldn't have survived for thousands of years. Precisely because he was calm enough, even though he was furious inside at the Shadow King's audacity to threaten him, he did not immediately take action and even began to calculate whether to withdraw his forces. Leave, Red Devil. The Shadow King seemed to sense the Red Devil's wavering and quickly added fuel to the fire. As long as you are willing to leave, I'll owe you a favor.
If you don't leave, we can only be relentless. Relentless, huh? Does it mean I have to kill you to be at peace?
A voice, half smiling, suddenly interrupted the Shadow King's threats. This time, even the Red Devil felt somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected anyone else to arrive.
Dr. Raymond?
Upon seeing the newcomer, Dr. Beth exclaimed both in surprise and joy, for the person was indeed Raymond, whom she had been desperately searching for these past days. She was thrilled to see Raymond safe before her, yet she was astonished at why he appeared at such a critical moment, considering there were 3 monsters present. Indeed, in Dr. Beth's eyes, there was not just one monster. She had already discerned that the ones with the earthy yellow light in their eyes were actually the same person. This was the first monster. The Red Devil, who had just invited her to dinner, was the second monster. And David, who could converse calmly with these 2 monsters, was undoubtedly the third monster. Once she confirmed that everything before her was not a dream, Dr. Beth had already mentally prepared herself for death. She understood that if these monsters truly wanted to kill her, there was no escape. Therefore, she did not choose to run. However, she never expected Raymond to appear at this moment, which made her anxious, to the point that she didn't even notice what Raymond had just said.
Dr. Raymond, you need to escape.
She shouted at Raymond, who was not far from the door.
Raymond! You're okay? That's great.
David, upon seeing Raymond's appearance, was clearly also very surprised, and his previously unstable emotions calmed down a bit. Even the Shadow King sighed with relief at Raymond's arrival. At least this way, the threat from David's side had been alleviated. As for what Raymond had just said, he instinctively overlooked it because, in his view, Raymond had only recently been an ordinary person whose memories he could modify at will. However, he did not notice that the Red Devil expressed a hint of a smile upon hearing how Dr. Beth and David addressed Raymond.
The newcomer was indeed Raymond.
In reality, Raymond had not just arrived. The distance between Washington and New York was such that, with the extraordinary flying ability of the subpersonality Tao Bai Bai, Raymond had reached New York in less than 5 minutes, over 5 times faster than when he had been picked up by Hill and May in a fighter jet. It was truly a miraculous skill essential for home travel and carrying out missions.
However, this unscientific flying technique was not particularly precise in terms of landing. Even though Raymond could roughly discern the direction beforehand, the landing spot was still a bit far from the Clockwork Mental Hospital.
Yet, this distance was insignificant for Raymond. Even without switching to any subpersonalities, he could quickly reach the hospital using his own physical strength.
When he arrived at the hospital, David and the Shadow King had not even begun their confrontation.
The reason Raymond did not reveal himself immediately but chose to appear at this critical moment was not to show off or to play the role of the main character making a grand entrance.
It was purely because he had not yet made the corresponding preparations.
In fact, on the way to the hospital, Raymond had already been discussing things in his mind with various subpersonalities, and the discussion went as follows.
That's basically his situation. Do you have any suggestions?
I'm really powerless in this regard. I'll take my leave, the Deadshot subpersonality said, exiting the discussion first. The Deadshot subpersonality had extremely powerful modern combat capabilities, and if equipped with sufficiently powerful weapons, he was confident he could try facing someone like the Red Tank, who was much more formidable than an average level 4 mutant. But when it came to the Shadow King, a spiritual life form, he felt utterly helpless. It was obvious that ordinary physical attacks posed no threat to the Shadow King. I can't do anything either, I'll leave first, the Claw subpersonality also expressed his helplessness. Agreed, the Libira subpersonality followed suit and exited the discussion as well. The 3 of them had their respective strengths, but they clearly had no solutions when facing the Shadow King. Isn't a spiritual life form somewhat similar to a ghost? The Exorcist subpersonality asked. I'm not particularly certain, but there should indeed be some similarities, Raymond pondered for a moment before responding. If it's a vengeful spirit or a malevolent ghost, I could easily handle it by myself, but if it's a ghost king, it might be a bit challenging for me, the Exorcist subpersonality remarked. What you are describing pertains to the rules of the Journey to the West, the Demon Slayer world, right? The situation might not apply to other worlds, and besides, the Shadow King's lifeform may not necessarily fall under the category of ghosts, Raymond inquired. A vengeful spirit acts purely on instinct, lacking intelligence, with only strong obsessions. Generally, if a regular person is possessed by a vengeful spirit, they will die quickly, but ordinary exorcists can still handle it. A malevolent ghost, however, has acquired intelligence and does not fear standard exorcism methods, capable of attacking multiple people at once, quite difficult to deal with. As for the Ghost King, they are almost on par with major demons and possess the ability to create countless avatars, making it hard to kill them completely. Even I, as a top exorcist, don't have absolute confidence in subduing them. The exorcist subpersonality began to educate Raymond on this subject. Of course, everything he mentioned was based on the rules of the Journey to the West, the Demon Slayer world, and might not be applicable in other realms.
Moreover, the Shadow King's lifeform might not necessarily fit the concept of a ghost.
However, even by his standards, the Shadow King certainly was not merely a vengeful spirit or a malevolent ghost. At the very least, he was at the Ghost King level. This also indicated that the exorcist subpersonality indeed felt somewhat powerless against the Shadow King. Even though he had more experience in this area than the Claw subpersonality and others, he could not compensate for the significant disparity in essential power. This situation was not unexpected for Raymond. He had not anticipated that these bronze-level subpersonalities could pose any substantial threat to the Shadow King.
After all, the Shadow King was a level 4 mutant, and one with extremely resilient life force. How could he be easily dealt with?
Raymond's original plan was to use the Tao Bai Bai subpersonality or the Red Dog subpersonality to flush out the Shadow King, allowing David to recognize the Shadow King's existence. Then, Raymond would see if there was a way to eliminate him completely with David's help.
Unlike the Claw subpersonality and the others, both Tao Bai Bai and Red Dog subpersonalities had their own methods for dealing with such peculiar life forms.
Be it Tao Bai Bai's Chi or Red Dog's armament haki, both could transcend material and energy boundaries to inflict damage on the enemy. This was unlike the Claw subpersonality, who, although also hailing from the One Piece world, had never even had the chance to step into the Grand Line, let alone encounter armament haki. Thus, when Raymond described the situation of the Shadow King and the bronze-level subpersonalities expressed their inability to help, both the Red Dog and Tao Bai Bai subpersonalities stated they could give it a try. However, neither made any guarantees that they could defeat the Shadow King. After all, Raymond had previously mentioned that with the Shadow King's lifeform characteristics, even a trace of lingering spiritual energy would guarantee his resurrection. Although both were highly confident in their abilities, they were not arrogant enough to make absolute claims, mindful of the potential embarrassment if they failed. This situation was consistent with what Raymond had anticipated and did not surprise him. However, just as Raymond was hesitating whether to use the Tao Bai Bai subpersonality or the Red Dog subpersonality, the Zhakang subpersonality, who had been silent and nearly overlooked, suddenly spoke up. "Why don't I give it a try? I have a bit of experience dealing with this kind of guy. As long as I have a little preparation time, taking him down won't be difficult."
Kid, boasting is not a good habit.
Tao Bai Bai, upon hearing this, immediately became displeased.
What was going on? Even he, Tao Bai Bai, had no confidence in this matter, yet a bronze-level subpersonality dared to speak so boldly?
If it had been the Red Dog subpersonality making such claims, even if he were unhappy, he wouldn't have directly retorted, because if the Red Dog subpersonality actually succeeded, it would be him who ended up embarrassed.
But the Zhakang subpersonality was merely a bronze-level subpersonality.
Earlier, when Raymond switched between different subpersonalities to test the duration of the transitions, he had witnessed the capabilities of those bronze-level subpersonalities and was well aware of the gap between them and himself.
He did not believe the Zhakang subpersonality could truly handle the trouble that even the two silver-level subpersonalities were unsure about. The Red Dog subpersonality's perspective was similar to Tao Bai Bai's.
Due to his character, he was too disdainful to dwell on such matters, so he remained silent.
But Tao Bai Bai's temper was not as forgiving. He directly began to confront the Zhakang subpersonality.
"Brother John, if you ask me, it's better not to speak recklessly in this situation. It's perfectly normal for us to be unable to handle something that even Admiral Red Dog is unsure about. No need to show off." The Claw subpersonality suddenly jumped in at this moment, speaking with a schadenfreude tone. Clearly, the Claw subpersonality had always harbored a lack of fondness for the Zhakang subpersonality. Especially when Raymond inadvertently mentioned that the Zhakang subpersonality might be the most cunning among them, it left the Claw subpersonality feeling frustrated for quite some time. After all, he had always believed himself to be the smartest. Even if he was not as powerful as the later appearing subpersonalities, he maintained a sense of superiority in terms of intelligence. However, Raymont's declaration that Jacquin was the number one in cunning made it impossible for him to accept. Therefore, after that, to prove Raymont wrong, the Claw subpersonality often rushed to showcase his abilities. When the Jacquin subpersonality faced setbacks, he certainly wouldn't mind kicking him while he was down. "Do you recognize me?" The Red Dog subpersonality noticed that the Claw subpersonality referred to him as Admiral, immediately guessing that they might come from the same world. However, he did not recognize the Claw subpersonality. After all, the Claw primarily operated in the East Blue, where most individuals with bounties below 100 million were minor characters, hardly worth the attention of someone like the Red Dog subpersonality, except for exceptional figures like Nico Robin. Moreover, someone like the Claw subpersonality, who had never even set foot in the Grand Line, would surely not catch the Red Dog subpersonality's eye. The Claw subpersonality then realized that his earlier remarks might have been inappropriate. He was well aware of the Red Dog's exploits and dared not admit to being a pirate in front of him. So, he quickly shut his mouth and stopped speaking. Seeing this, the Red Dog subpersonality could sense something was off but did not press further. As for the Jacquin subpersonality, having been mocked by the Tao Bai Bai subpersonality and then further insulted by the Claw subpersonality, he showed no signs of anger. Instead, he smiled and said, "Whether I can do it or not, let me give it a try. Even if I fail, aren't there two big shots who can help me out?" "Sure," Raymond replied without hesitation. The other subpersonalities were unaware of the Jacquin subpersonality's capabilities, but Raymond knew very well. Although the Jacquin subpersonality appeared nonchalant and was classified as a bronze-level subpersonality, he was not someone who liked to boast. If he were to rank the enemies he could defeat, the Shadow King would not even make it into the top 10. Therefore, Raymond had reason to believe that the Jacquin subpersonality was capable of handling the Shadow King. Seeing Raymond agree so readily, the Jacquin subpersonality suddenly hit the brakes. "Well, hold on a second. I can step in, but I have a condition." "You say?" "For the next month, I need an hour of free activity time each week." "How about that?" "Free activity? What's the purpose?" Raymond countered. "Of course, it's to smoke and drink. What else would I do? Being cooped up is driving me crazy," the Jacquin subpersonality complained. "All right, I agree. If you can deal with him, I'll give you 2 hours of free activity time each week for the next month." Raymond suddenly laughed. "Really?" The Jacquin subpersonality was somewhat puzzled about why Raymond would agree so easily, adding, "I suggest you think it over, Master Personality. Although you're the boss, I can't do anything to you, but if you lie to me, don't expect me to help you again in the future." "So, are you sure you don't need to reconsider?" "No need, it's settled," Raymond chuckled. "And don't overthink it. Even if I wanted to deceive you, I wouldn't do it in front of them, otherwise, who would be willing to work for me?" Rest assured. What Raymond said was naturally understandable to the Jacquin subpersonality. His sudden reminder was merely to give Raymond an out so that he wouldn't regret it later and harbor dissatisfaction towards him. Seeing that Raymond had no objections, the Jacquin subpersonality was filled with joy. Then it's settled. Thus, the Jacquin subpersonality took on the task. The other subpersonalities watched with a sense of amusement, eager to see what the Jacquin subpersonality would do to take on a task that even the two silver-level ones were unsure about. Especially Tao Bai Bai and the Claw subpersonality, who were waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Notably, after taking control of the body, the Jacquin subpersonality did not rush into the hospital but instead wandered mysteriously around the premises. He occasionally fiddled with some gravel and at other times broke off a branch from a tree to scratch the ground. If anyone noticed his actions, they might suspect he had just escaped from the hospital, as his behavior resembled that of the patients inside. "Is this guy crazy?" Tao Bai Bai questioned in his mind. "Maybe he was a lunatic to begin with," the Claw subpersonality said dismissively. "I don't think so. I believe this John brother has some skills." The Exorcist subpersonality offered a different opinion. "I have a rival named Kidney Deficiency Young Master, and before exorcising demons, he also liked to fiddle with all sorts of random things. This John brother seems a bit similar to him." "Just watch and see, no need for wild guesses," Raymond said with a light laugh. While the Jacquin subpersonality stayed busy, inside the hospital, David and the Shadow King began their standoff. The Jacquin subpersonality sensed the unusual atmosphere in the hospital, so he quickened his pace. Before long, he completed his preparations and headed toward the hospital. It was only at this moment that Raymond finally saw the situation inside the hospital. The standoff between David and the Shadow King was something he had not anticipated. After all, before he left, David was still unaware of the Shadow King's existence. For some reason, it had suddenly escalated into a standoff where both sides were evenly matched.
Could this be related to that adventurer Wayne's subpersonality from that day? Raymond speculated.
However, what caught his attention most was the sudden appearance of the Red Devil. Uncertain whether the apocalypse was still alive, the Red Devil could be considered one of the longest-lived mutants on Earth, having lived for at least 1,000 years. Wolverine was already considered one of the older mutants, but compared to him, he was practically a child. Raymond had previously been curious about what mutants were in the Hellfire Club of this world, but since he was supposed to meet them at the end of the year, he hadn't asked much. He hadn't expected to meet one here ahead of time. That Kane guy really hasn't given up.
Raymond shook his head internally.
Seeing the Red Devil, who claimed to represent the Hellfire Club, Raymond knew he had been sent by the Red Tank. Moreover, several sub-personalities had already roughly guessed the Red Tank's intentions, but they hadn't expected the visitor to be the Red Devil. When the Jakang sub-personality entered the hospital, the Red Devil was already contemplating retreat due to the Shadow King's threats. The Jakang sub-personality's task was to eliminate the Shadow King, and he certainly wouldn't remain idle, so he made his appearance.
Hey! I'm not late, am I?
Raymond lazily stepped out from the shadows. Upon inferring Raymond's identity from how Dr. Beth and David addressed him, the Red Devil swiftly moved, accompanied by red mist, to appear in front of Raymond. This was one of his abilities, entering an unknown, red mist-filled subspace to achieve a teleportation-like effect. Given his level of ability development, he could essentially achieve instantaneous movement globally without any gaps. When Raymond recognized that the Red Devil was one of his own, he did not reject him but instead shook his hand and began to examine him with great interest. A demon? A devil? The smile on the Red Devil's face froze slightly. He hadn't expected this new Black Bishop to be so straightforward, immediately probing into his racial identity upon meeting.
Oh, sorry, let's discuss this later. First, let's handle the main business.
Raymond seemed to realize that this was not the right moment for such a conversation and walked directly past the Red Devil, turning his attention to the Shadow Kings in the yard, their eyes glimmering with earthy yellow light. So, Mr. Farouk, it's time for you to take a trip.
You're not him. The expressions of the Shadow Kings shifted dramatically.
At the first glance of Raymond, they, like Dr. Beth and David, had assumed that the Raymond before them was the same psychologist they had previously manipulated. However, when Raymond spoke, they began to sense something was off. The Raymond was speaking in an extremely standard British English with a hint of a Welsh accent, which was quite bizarre. For non-native English speakers, the difference in accents might not be very noticeable, but for native speakers, the variations in English accents were worlds apart. It was akin to the previous Raymond speaking in Tianjin dialect and suddenly switching to fluent Chongqing dialect, complete with the accent of a small town. How could that not raise suspicions? The Red Devil had never seen Raymond before and had not heard him speak, so he did not notice anything unusual. However, the other three were quite familiar with Raymond. After he spoke a few sentences, they all picked up on the discrepancy. Yet, David and Dr. Beth merely felt that something was off, without doubting that the Raymond before them was indeed the one they knew. The Shadow King, however, was certain that this person was not the Raymond he had previously encountered. In his psychic perception, this Raymond had a completely different spiritual fluctuation from the Raymond he knew. He trusted his psychic senses more than appearances. Among mutants, there were certainly those capable of changing their appearances, like the infamous Mystique, who could completely transform into another person and even mimic their voice flawlessly. However, Mystique's shapeshifting abilities were ineffective against psychics like the Shadow King and Professor X. Because even if Mystique could alter her appearance, she could not change her spiritual wave. Thus, for the Shadow King, this Raymond, who not only had a different accent but also possessed a completely unfamiliar spiritual wave, could not possibly be the one he had met before. The Shadow King's statement caused David to display a look of uncertainty, leading him to start questioning Raymond. Only Dr. Beth remained somewhat bewildered. She was unaware that there were individuals capable of transforming into others' appearances in this world. Thus, despite noticing the oddity in Raymond's accent, she did not suspect his identity. However, she noticed that things seemed different from what she had previously thought, as Raymond showed no signs of surprise upon seeing the Red Devil or the Shadow Kings. This indicated that Raymond was already accustomed to this. In other words, the former idol she had in her mind could very well be one of the monsters. Realizing this, Dr. Beth did not feel more anxious. Instead, a sense of expectation surged within her. She firmly believed that even if the Raymond she knew was also one of the monsters, he would never harm her. Perhaps this Dr. Raymond was like those Avengers, a superhero with special abilities? Dr. Beth began to concoct a story in her mind about Raymond, and the powerful imagination momentarily pushed her fears aside. Naturally, Raymond was unaware of Dr. Beth's psychological changes. Even if he did know, he wouldn't pay it much mind, as his sole concern at that moment was the Shadow Kings before him. This was crucial for whether he could live freely for the next month, and he could not afford to treat it lightly. Faced with the Shadow King's doubts about his identity, Raymond did not answer directly but instead said something unrelated. By the way, there's something I need to tell you first. Almost forgot. The Shadow Kings all furrowed their brows, filled with curiosity about what Raymond was up to. Raymond cleared his throat and then spoke in a tone of extreme disdain. You piece of shit old bastard, how dare you mess with my grandfather's memories? You? The Shadow Kings displayed expressions of shock and anger upon hearing this. They were astonished because what Raymond had just said effectively acknowledged that he was indeed the psychologist who had had his memories tampered with not long ago. Their anger stemmed from the audacity of Raymond to speak to them in such a manner. Even his longtime adversaries had never insulted him like this. He couldn't remember the last time anyone had dared to speak to him that way. I don't care whether you are him or not, nor do I want to know, because today you have only one fate, and that is to remain here forever. The Shadow Kings glared fiercely at Raymond, their earthy yellow gleam in their eyes growing stronger. I will never let you harm him, David said resolutely upon seeing this. The Shadow Kings had dark expressions. We originally planned to use this only at a critical moment, but it seems we have no choice but to use it early. Explode! 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 With the low shout from the Shadow Kings, David suddenly let out a muffled grunt, and then his entire body fell straight back, losing consciousness. Raymond glanced at the unconscious David and lazily asked, Did you plant something like a psychic bomb in his consciousness? You know quite a bit. The Shadow Kings coldly stared at Raymond. I had planned to wait until I was fully prepared to act, but if it weren't forget it, no need to discuss that, it's meaningless. Are you done talking? Raymond shook his head and replied, I wanted to hear more stories, but since you don't want to talk anymore, then let's send you on your way ahead of schedule. Hagulus Amphida, Basamoya. Rise. Suddenly, Raymond raised both hands high, as if embracing an invisible giant ball. In an instant, a massive, glowing magic circle appeared beneath everyone's feet, enveloping them all. The people present, except for the unconscious David, instinctively realized that Raymond must be chanting some kind of spell. This scene, even if they had never witnessed it firsthand, they had certainly seen similar plots in movies. As the gigantic magic circle emerged, the Shadow Kings in the yard simultaneously clutched their heads and let out high-pitched shrieks. Is this magic? The Red Devil, who had intended to merely watch the spectacle from a distance, was profoundly shocked by the astonishing scene before him. He knew nothing of Raymond's abilities. When the Red Tank had mentioned Raymond to him, he had not spoken of his powers, so he harbored some curiosity to investigate. Of course, if Raymond were to lose in the confrontation against the Shadow King or suffer harm, he would not stand idly by. Yet, he truly did not expect such a stunning display. The existence of magic was not universally known, even in the extraordinary world. Especially for the emerging mutant population, most mutants might not even be aware that magic existed in this world, let alone have witnessed it firsthand. The Red Devil, however, was different. In his long life, he had seen far too many incredible things. He had traveled to nearly every corner of the world and had encountered most of the extraordinary groups, including the mysterious sorcerers hidden in Camartage. Thus, when he saw the mysterious magic circle beneath his feet, he immediately thought of Camartage. Could it be that he is not a mutant, but a sorcerer? Gazing at Raymond's back, the Red Devil's thoughts raced. He wondered whether the Red Tank was aware of this situation and whether he had known but simply did not mention it. However, even if the Raymond before him was indeed not a mutant, he would not be overly surprised. As a veteran of the Hellfire Club, he had joined even before the Red Tank, the Black Emperor, and he was one of the few who knew that the Red Tank was not a mutant. If even the nominal leader of the Hellfire Club was not a mutant, then bringing in another non-mutant core member was no big deal. What he truly cared about was whether Raymond's joining the Hellfire Club was connected to Camartage. Cain is really playing with fire. The Red Devil frowned slightly. Yet, despite the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, his attention remained fixed on the confrontation between Raymond and the Shadow Kings. As the massive magic circle appeared, the expressions of the Shadow Kings turned agonizing, as if countless needles were piercing them simultaneously. Basamoya, Agudo, Simosidalu. Raymond maintained his posture with arms crossed, rapidly chanting the incomprehensible incantation, his speed increasing with urgency. Roar! Suddenly, the Shadow Kings in the yard simultaneously threw their heads back and let out a deafening roar. A swirling, indistinct black mist erupted from their mouths, coalescing in mid-air to form a massive shadow over 10 meters in diameter. Once this indistinct black mist escaped their mouths, the Shadow Kings collapsed to the ground, just like David had moments before. Meanwhile, the enormous shadow in the sky continued to writhe. A grotesque face emerged from the black mist, looking down at Raymond with disdain. From the twisted visage, it was clear that it was still enduring some form of agony, but it appeared significantly better than before. "Oh my dear, this is no ordinary ghost king. Good thing I didn't overestimate myself," the Exorcist subpersonality exclaimed, seeing the massive shadow above through Raymond's eyes. "Is this a low-tier version of Dormammu?" The sight of the Shadow King's transformation struck a familiar chord with Raymond. Dormammu typically presented a form similar to this, existing between the realms of the real and the unreal, but it looked far more spectacular than the current Shadow King. Of course, the power levels were worlds apart. This kid really has some skill in dealing with troublesome foes. The Red Dog subpersonality, witnessing Zhekong's subpersonality compelling the Shadow King to abandon all his avatars, expressed rare praise but still asked, however, "This method of his doesn't seem to pose enough of a threat to that gathered giant. Do you need me to step in?" His last question was, of course, directed at Raymond. "No need, let's observe a bit longer." Raymond declined the Red Dog's suggestion. He trusted that the Zhekong subpersonality had more up his sleeve, otherwise, he would have met his demise long ago. Sure enough, just as Raymond refused the Red Dog's suggestion, the battle took a new turn. "You! Seeking death!" The Shadow King, in his massive shadow form, saw Raymond continuing to chant spells casually while the magic circle below continued its assault, and he became furious. In an instant, he charged toward Raymond with overwhelming force, intending to shift the battlefield onto him. As a spiritual life form, his forte was not direct combat but rather mental warfare. As long as he could possess Raymond, he was confident he would achieve ultimate victory, for there were not so many Professor XS in this world capable of defeating him in his area of expertise. Oh no! The Red Devil, watching from a distance, instinctively prepared to intervene and rescue Raymond. He shifted his body, intending to slip into the red mist space and pull Raymond away, thwarting the Shadow King's plot. But at that moment, he suddenly realized he could not open the red mist space. Damn it, what's going on? This revelation made the Red Devil's expression turn extremely grim. The red mist space was his greatest life-saving trump card. He had escaped with it countless times, even against stronger foes, and at the very least, he could always slip away. This was the first time he had been cut off from the red mist space. Shadow King? No, wait, it's this magic circle. The Red Devil quickly realized that all of this was likely related to the enormous magic circle beneath him. This massive magic circle might not have been specifically targeting him, but being within it would undoubtedly affect him. There was no doubt that it was designed to prevent the Shadow King from escaping suddenly, but it also temporarily impacted his teleportation abilities. "Well, I can't be blamed for not saving you then." The Red Devil abandoned the idea of rescue. Without his teleportation ability, he wouldn't have time to save Raymond. As the massive shadow form of the Shadow King drew closer, even the sinister expression on his enlarged face was clearly visible. Raymond showed no intention of dodging. When the distance narrowed to within 3 meters, Raymond suddenly stomped his foot. The enormous magic circle on the ground instantly lifted into the air, resembling a giant net that securely wrapped around the massive shadow's face and began to shrink rapidly, eventually transforming into a palm-sized glowing orb. However, this orb appeared extremely unstable, constantly trembling as if it could explode at any moment. Seeing this, Raymond leaped and grabbed the orb. He then dashed toward Dr. Beth, who was still stunned by the astonishing scene, and before she could react, he shoved the orb into her mouth. Gulp! Dr. Beth instinctively swallowed. What the heck is going on? Everyone was stunned, unable to comprehend the situation. How did a perfectly good standoff suddenly turn into the Shadow King being shoved into Dr. Beth's mouth? Not just Dr. Beth and the Red Devil watching from a distance, but even Raymond, who had been closely monitoring the Zhekong subpersonality's actions, was left in shock. He had envisioned many different outcomes for the Jakong subpersonality's intervention. Perhaps the Jakong subpersonality would unleash a cosmic explosion and defeat the Shadow King, or he might activate his luck attribute and barely manage to overcome the Shadow King, or he might struggle against the Shadow King and ultimately have to switch to Tao Bai Bai or the Red Dog subpersonality for an intense battle. But he never expected it would conclude in such an absurd manner. What had Dr. Beth done to deserve this? One moment she was just minding her own business, and the next, she had turned into a melon herself. "What are you doing?" Raymond asked, utterly speechless. "Just a moment, let me finish before I explain," the Jakong subpersonality responded in his mind and continued with his task. "Don't move, okay?" He first gestured for Dr. Beth to remain quiet, then bit his own finger, using the blood to start drawing on her forehead. More precisely, he was inscribing incomprehensible runes. These runes bore no resemblance to any known script and clearly belonged to an entirely different system, and the Jakong subpersonality didn't seem to be scribbling randomly. Half a minute later, Dr. Beth's forehead was completely covered in blood runes. After making the final stroke at the tip of her nose, the Jakong subpersonality stopped his movements and pressed his palm against her forehead. "Basamoya, Igudo," he began reciting the incantation again, his speed increasing from slow to fast. At the same time, Dr. Beth's eyes were instantly enveloped in a yellow glow, much like those who had been controlled by the Shadow King earlier. Her mouth also emitted the Shadow King's voice, filled with anger and desperation. "What have you done to me?" However, the Jakong subpersonality ignored the Shadow King, continuing to recite the spell rapidly. Seeing this, the Shadow King first began to plead for mercy, promising to avoid Raymond in the future, then declared his willingness to serve Raymond as long as he could be spared. When he realized those tactics were ineffective, he began to curse wildly, threatening to kill Raymond's entire family if he managed to survive. But throughout it all, the Jakong subpersonality didn't spare the Shadow King a single glance. After a minute, with a terrible wail from the Shadow King, the yellow glow in Dr. Beth's eyes gradually faded, restoring her usual sparkle. Additionally, the blood runes that had covered her forehead seemed to seep into her skin, slowly fading and disappearing. Almost simultaneously, a notification sound echoed in Raymond's mind. "Ding dong! You have successfully killed the A-level villain Amor Farouk, slightly altering the world's trajectory. Development value plus 300. You can convert the development value into universal system points at a ratio of 1 to 5. Special reminder, any degree of change to the world's trajectory will trigger unpredictable butterfly effects, bringing unknown risks. Please respond cautiously." Just as I thought. Seeing he had gained 300 development points, Raymond felt a slight thrill. When he first received the system rewards, he had speculated that interacting with plot characters might yield rewards as well. It wasn't until he joined the Hellfire Club and became the core member Black Bishop that the system first granted him development points, confirming his suspicion. However, it seemed that the criteria for this interaction would not be too low, at least it would require joining an organization and becoming a core member to earn rewards. Now, having killed the Shadow King and received development points as a reward, it proved that eliminating plot characters was also sufficient to meet the system's criteria for interaction. Coupled with the 50 exploration points he received when he encountered the Red Devil earlier, he had amassed a total of 1550 universal points from this trip. This haul was indeed impressive. Not only did he avenge the near-memory alteration but also gained a significant stash of universal points. The only issue was that the system's special reminder was unprecedented. Any degree of change to the world's trajectory will bring unknown risks. Looking at the system's prompt, Raymond fell into deep thought. From his past experiences, he knew that every system prompt had its significance. Just like when the system advised him to carefully explore the beginner's guide content, which he had overlooked and missed out on useful information. Since then, he had paid close attention to every system prompt. The focus of this prompt clearly lay in the phrases "slightly altering the world's trajectory" and "any degree of change to the world's trajectory will bring unknown risks." If Raymond understood correctly, the system's reward this time was not simply because he had killed a level 4 mutant, but rather because he had slain the A-level villain, the Shadow King. At first glance, this seemed contradictory, but in reality, it was not. He had previously discovered that the system's rating of plot characters, while seemingly related to their strength, was not solely based on that. Whether it was the SS rating of Director Egg or other characters he encountered later, this point was evident. Raymond had analyzed what criteria the ratings were based on before. It now appeared that these ratings were likely connected to the trajectory of the world that the system had suddenly mentioned. In other words,
The system's rating system is likely based on how much influence that character may have on the future trajectory of the world. The greater the potential impact on the future trajectory, the higher the rating?
As he recalled the individuals he had previously encountered, this hypothesis seemed to make the most sense.
However, this was still just a guess.
Nevertheless, based on the information he currently possessed, this guess was undoubtedly the closest to the truth. If the individual he had just killed had not been the Shadow King but rather a level 4 mutant who had never demonstrated their abilities, he might not have received any reward at all. Killing an A-level villain nets 300 development points. What if it were Director Egg instead? A bold thought suddenly emerged in Raymont's mind. Of course, he quickly suppressed this audacious idea. Director Egg had treated him quite well, he was not deranged enough to harm a friend for the sake of rewards. More importantly, the system's statement that any degree of change to the world's trajectory will bring unknown risks compelled him to take caution. From a logical standpoint, the system's prompt clearly did not imply that simply because he had killed the Shadow King, he would inevitably face direct retaliation akin to that from the Shadow King's associates. If that were the case, the system wouldn't have referred to it as an unknown risk. In Raymont's understanding, the system's warning likely conveyed that as an outsider, if he were to impact the trajectory of this world through certain actions, there might be a force that seeks to correct or adjust that influence in the background. Furthermore, the greater the impact, the stronger the force of adjustment he would have to contend with. Raymont arrived at this understanding not without reason. After all, this world truly existed with deities, not only the celestial fathers of Earth mythology but also the 4 divine beings who governed the fundamental rules of this world, along with a certain Uncle Devourer from the previous cosmic era, known as one of the 5 great creators. Of course, Raymont did not believe that the risks mentioned by the system were directly emanating from the 5 great creators. If that were the case, even the Jacan subpersonality might not have been effective. However, he could not rule out the possibility that these underlying rules would trigger chain reactions due to the alteration of the world's trajectory. The unknown risks spoken of by the system could very well stem from these chain reactions. If one were to liken this world to a person, then Raymont's arrival would be akin to introducing a bacterium into that person's body, and the corrective force would be comparable to white blood cells. The greater the influence of Raymont as the bacterium, the more white blood cells would converge to attack him. Similarly, the death of the Shadow King would result in a significant change to the world's trajectory, and the force of correction would grow in proportion to that change. The Shadow King is rated A-level, the chain reactions from his death should fall within my capacity to handle. But if it were Director Egg who had died? Raymont felt a sudden tightening in his chest. Before long, the Jacan subpersonality, who had completely dealt with the Shadow King, returned to the sea of consciousness, and Raymont regained control of his body. Doctor, what did you just do to me? Dr. Beth, just regaining consciousness, looked at Raymont with trepidation. What did I do? I'm just as curious about what I did to you. Hearing Dr. Beth's question, Raymont momentarily didn't know how to respond. Taking advantage of the moment while Dr. Beth was still dazed, he quickly communicated with the Jacan subpersonality in his mind. What was that all about? I asked you to deal with the Shadow King, and that's how you handled it? That was the fastest way. If I didn't use this girl's body as a sealing vessel, that guy would have escaped from the magic circle seal very quickly, the Jacan subpersonality replied matter-of-factly. Was there no other way? Did it have to be so dramatic? Raymont was somewhat skeptical. If it were any other subpersonality saying this, he might have believed it, but given the Jacan subpersonality's notorious reputation, Raymont deeply doubted whether this guy had fallen back into his old habits of causing trouble. If we had more time, there would definitely be safer methods. But given the circumstances, we could either use her as a sealing vessel or use our own bodies. But the problem is that the sealing process isn't 100% safe. Do you think I should risk our bodies? The Jacan subpersonality replied lazily. Should we take that risk? Of course not. If the situation was indeed as the Jacan subpersonality described, even if it were Raymont himself, he would likely have made the same choice. His relationship with Dr. Beth wasn't close enough for him to be altruistic. Moreover, if it weren't for his appearance, Dr. Beth would have likely faced misfortune today. Even having her take a little risk to serve as a sealing vessel could be seen as her making an effort for her own survival. However, Raymont maintained a natural distrust of the Jacan subpersonality's words since this guy had no credibility, and lying came as easily to him as breathing. But considering that he had no way to judge the truth of the Jacan subpersonality's claims, there was little point in dwelling on the issue. He could only remind himself to be cautious of the surroundings and other people whenever he decided to use the Jakong subpersonality again, to avoid inadvertently being led astray.
With this in mind, Raymond asked, "Will your exorcism have any lasting effects on her?"
Yes, the Jakong subpersonality answered without hesitation. Raymond was left speechless by this response, as he had merely asked casually.
He hadn't expected it to actually have an effect. What was this? Was it intent on ruining someone's life?
Don't worry, this effect isn't necessarily a bad thing, the Jakong subpersonality, sensing Raymond's frustration, quickly added. When I erased the Shadow King's consciousness through the sealing ritual, his vast spiritual energy should have dissipated after his death, but due to the seal, it remains within this girl's body.
So what?
So, if this girl is lucky, she might awaken her psychic abilities due to the presence of that spiritual energy, and once awakened, she could assimilate that energy instantly.
You mean she will become Shadow King 2.0? Theoretically, that's a possibility, but it's quite challenging.
Even if she does awaken her psychic abilities and assimilates that energy, reaching the level of that previous guy would be difficult, unless she's willing to give up her own body and transform into a spiritual life form. Of course, if you don't want to see that happen, I can perform a ritual to lift the seal and extract that spiritual energy from her.
No need.
After some thought, Raymond decided to let nature take its course.
Since Dr. Beth had risked serving as a sealing vessel without knowing, the potential outcomes were naturally her opportunity.
Raymond had no grievances with her and saw no reason to deprive her of that chance. Once Raymond understood the situation, he didn't hide anything and recounted the Jakong subpersonality's words to Dr. Beth. At the same time, he briefly introduced her to the situation regarding mutants, allowing her to make her own choice. If she chose to decline, Raymond would not mind helping her again by releasing the seal on her forehead and freeing the spiritual energy within her. However, after witnessing that myth-like scene earlier, how could Dr. Beth be willing to give up this potential opportunity for evolution? Although many radicals viewed mutants as abominations, that was merely their extreme perspective, stemming from their inner fears and jealousy. At least after hearing Raymond's explanation, Dr. Beth not only did not resist this opportunity but was rather excited about it. Wow, what is going on here? Everyone was in shock, completely confused.
How did a perfectly good standoff suddenly turn into the Shadow King being shoved into Dr. Beth's mouth?
Not just Dr. Beth and the Red Devil, but even Raymond, who had been closely monitoring the Jakong subpersonality's actions, was stunned. He had anticipated many different outcomes after the Jakong subpersonality intervened. Perhaps the Jakong subpersonality would unleash a burst of power and send the Shadow King reeling, or he might activate his luck attribute and narrowly defeat the Shadow King, or even struggle against the Shadow King and ultimately have to switch to Tao Bai Bai or the Red Dog subpersonality for an intense battle. But he never expected it would conclude in such an absurd manner. What had Dr. Beth done to deserve this? One moment she was just enjoying the scene, and the next, she had become a melon herself.
What are you doing?
Raymond asked, utterly speechless. Just a moment, let me finish before I explain, the Jakong subpersonality responded in his mind and continued with his task.
Don't move, okay?
He first gestured for Dr. Beth to remain quiet, then bit his own finger, using the blood to start drawing on her forehead. More precisely, he was inscribing incomprehensible runes.
These runes bore no resemblance to any known script and clearly belonged to an entirely different system, and the Jakong subpersonality didn't seem to be scribbling randomly.
Half a minute later, Dr. Beth's forehead was completely covered in blood runes. After making the final stroke at the tip of her nose, the Jakong subpersonality stopped his movements and pressed his palm against her forehead. Basamoya, Igudo, he began reciting the incantation again, his speed increasing from slow to fast. At the same time, Dr. Beth's eyes were instantly enveloped in a yellow glow, much like those who had been controlled by the Shadow King earlier.
Her mouth also emitted the Shadow King's voice, filled with anger and desperation. What have you done to me?
However, the Jakong subpersonality ignored the Shadow King, continuing to recite the spell rapidly. Seeing this, the Shadow King first began to plead for mercy, promising to avoid Raymond in the future, then declared his willingness to serve Raymond as long as he could be spared. When he realized those tactics were ineffective, he began to curse wildly, threatening to kill Raymond's entire family if he managed to survive. But throughout it all, the Jakong subpersonality didn't spare the Shadow King a single glance. After a minute, with a terrible wail from the Shadow King, the yellow glow in Dr. Beth's eyes gradually faded, restoring her usual sparkle. Additionally, the blood runes that had covered her forehead seemed to seep into her skin, slowly fading and disappearing. Almost simultaneously,
a notification sound echoed in Raymond's mind. Ding dong. You have successfully killed the A-level villain Amor Farouk, slightly altering the world's trajectory. Development value plus 300.
You can convert the development value into universal system points at a ratio of 1 to 5. Special reminder, any degree of change to the world's trajectory will trigger unpredictable butterfly effects, bringing unknown risks.
Please respond cautiously. Just as I thought.
Seeing he had gained 300 development points, Raymond felt a slight thrill. When he first received the system rewards, he had speculated that interacting with plot characters might yield rewards as well. It wasn't until he joined the Hellfire Club and became the core member Black Bishop that the system first granted him development points, confirming his suspicion. However, it seemed that the criteria for this interaction would not be too low, at least it would require joining an organization and becoming a core member to earn rewards. Now, having killed the Shadow King and received development points as a reward, it proved that eliminating plot characters was also sufficient to meet the system's criteria for interaction. Coupled with the 50 exploration points he received when he encountered the Red Devil earlier, he had amassed a total of 1550 universal points from this trip. This haul was indeed impressive. Not only did he avenge the near-memory alteration but also gained a significant stash of universal points. The only issue was that the system's special reminder was unprecedented.
Any degree of change to the world's trajectory will bring unknown risks?
Looking at the system's prompt, Raymond fell into deep thought. From his past experiences, he knew that every system prompt had its significance. Just like when the system advised him to carefully explore the beginner's guide content, which he had overlooked and missed out on useful information. Since then, he had paid close attention to every system prompt. The focus of this prompt clearly lay in the phrases slightly altering the world's trajectory and any degree of change to the world's trajectory will bring unknown risks. If Raymond understood correctly, the system's reward this time was not simply because he had killed a level 4 mutant, but rather because he had slain the A-level villain, the Shadow King.
At first glance, this seemed contradictory, but in reality, it was not.
He had previously discovered that the system's rating of plot characters, while seemingly related to their strength, was not solely based on that. Whether it was the SS rating of Director Egg or other characters he encountered later, this point was evident. Raymond had analyzed what criteria the ratings were based on before. It now appeared that these ratings were likely connected to the trajectory of the world that the system had suddenly mentioned. In other words, the system's rating system is likely based on how much influence that character may have on the future trajectory of the world. The greater the potential impact on the future trajectory, the higher the rating? As he recalled the individuals he had previously encountered, this hypothesis seemed to make the most sense. However, this was still just a guess. Nevertheless, based on the information he currently possessed, this guess was undoubtedly the closest to the truth. If the individual he had just killed had not been the Shadow King but rather a level 4 mutant who had never demonstrated their abilities, he might not have received any reward at all. Killing an A-level villain nets 300 development points. What if it were Director Egg instead? A bold thought suddenly emerged in Raymond's mind. Of course, he quickly suppressed this audacious idea. Director Egg had treated him quite well, he was not deranged enough to harm a friend for the sake of rewards. More importantly, the system's statement that any degree of change to the world's trajectory will bring unknown risks compelled him to take caution.
What's your plan now? Are you going to stay here? Raymond turned his gaze toward David.
I have no idea. A hint of confusion was evident in David's expression. Since being thrust to the forefront by his sub-personalities to confront the Shadow King, the power he could mobilize was already on par with the Shadow King. Otherwise, the Shadow King wouldn't have needed to bow down to him earlier. For him, the thought of leaving the hospital was merely fleeting. However, in the end, he chose to stay. This decision stemmed from multiple reasons, such as not wanting to worry his family and not wanting to bear the stigma of being a runaway mental patient. But most importantly, he simply couldn't think of where to go. Having been affected by the Shadow King since childhood, he hadn't dared to leave his home, and being sent to the Clockwork Mental Hospital while still a minor had left him nearly detached from society. Although he had seen the changes in the outside world through the hospital's television, seeing and experiencing were two different things. Deep down, he was filled with fear of the outside world, even though he possessed formidable power. Now that the Shadow King had been eliminated by Raymond, his greatest threat had also vanished, yet he still had no thoughts of leaving the hospital. Perhaps it was the only place that provided him with a sense of security. "I've just opened a detective agency over in Washington.
If you're willing, you could come help me out, think about it?
Raymond suddenly suggested.
Help out? Can I really do that? David questioned, unsure if he had misheard. What's stopping you? You're not lacking anything compared to others. But I don't understand anything. Wouldn't I just cause you trouble?
David hesitated. However, his expression revealed that he was already somewhat intrigued by Raymond's offer. Everyone isn't born knowing everything. If you don't know something, you can learn, Raymond said with a smile. And besides, I'll be here to support you. David was already somewhat interested, and with Raymond putting it that way, he naturally wouldn't refuse any longer, promptly agreeing. He was afraid to leave the hospital, worried about not knowing where to go afterward. But now that Raymond was willing to extend a helping hand, he certainly didn't want to pass up the opportunity to integrate into the outside world. He had a strong trust in Raymond, one of his few friends. Dr. Beth, I'll need your help to process David's discharge, Raymond said as he looked at Dr. Beth after David agreed. You're well aware of his situation. If he continues to stay in the hospital, and something goes wrong, there's no one here who can handle it, which wouldn't be fair to the other patients. This time, Dr. Beth did not make things difficult for Raymond like she had before. She nodded readily and said, leave this matter to me.
Thank you. No need to be polite. By the way, do you need more hands over there, doctor? Ding dong.
The elevator stopped on the 6th floor, and a woman dressed in professional office attire stepped out. Upon seeing the eerily empty scene on this floor, she paused for a moment, then pulled out her phone to dial a number. Vincent, are you sure the address you gave me is correct?
The innermost part?
Following the instructions from the other end of the line, she walked a little further to the right in front, and indeed, at the end of the corridor, she saw a room with its light on. As she approached, she noticed a simple label on the door.
Money Talks, Detective Agency.
Lowering her voice, she expressed her doubts to the person on the other end of the line. Are you telling me that even your shield can't find this person, and a detective agency like this can?
All right, I'll ask around.
As she hung up the phone, she unconsciously shook her head, clearly disappointed. Hello, welcome. As soon as she walked into the agency, a graceful blonde woman noticed her arrival and greeted her with a bright smile. The blonde woman had a name tag hanging on her chest that read Psychological Consultant Beth.
Hello, the woman responded politely. I'm Beth, nice to meet you.
The blonde woman, Beth, smiled and extended her hand. The newcomer shook her hand briefly, introducing herself, Pepper. As a psychologist, Beth could naturally sense that this Miss Pepper seemed to have a defensive demeanor, but she didn't pay it much mind and led the way, saying, Miss Pepper, this way please, Detective Raymond is inside.
Pepper nodded and followed Beth into the inner office. Upon entering the office, Pepper noticed two young men, seemingly younger than herself, intensely playing a video game. Ahem.
Beth cleared her throat loudly. The two inside finally noticed the guest's arrival, and one of the mixed-race boys put down his game controller, walking over awkwardly and saying, Sorry, I didn't realize someone was here. Beth pointed to the mixed-race boy and introduced him. This is Detective Raymond, the owner of this detective agency.
Then she turned to Raymond and said, This is Miss Pepper.
Beth didn't notice that when Raymond stood up and saw Miss Pepper, he momentarily froze before quickly regaining his composure.
Hello, Detective Raymond.
I'm Pepper, sent by Mr. Vincent. Pepper succinctly stated her identity and reason for coming.
Vincent?
That guy really is something, introducing business to me so quickly.
Come, Miss Pepper, let's sit down and talk. David, why aren't you helping to get some drinks?
As Raymond welcomed the standing David with a smile, he knew he had just received a big business opportunity. Not to mention, the arrival of Miss Pepper alone had already earned him 50 exploration points. Indeed, this Miss Pepper, just like the Shadow King he had recently defeated, had also been rated A-level by the system.
Pepper Potts. Raymond was certainly no stranger to that name.
She was the official girlfriend of Tony Stark. Although they had yet to marry, this Miss Pepper could essentially be regarded as the mistress of Stark Industries, being one of the few capable of managing the Playboy Tony.
Raymond had not anticipated that the very first client after opening his agency would be her.
But in any case, having a wealthy client like her, who could bring him both profit and immense resources, was something Raymond was undoubtedly thrilled about, especially since his intention in opening the detective agency was to earn some extra pocket money.
Detective Raymond knows me? Pepper suddenly asked after sitting down.
Raymond was momentarily taken aback, realizing that his earlier reaction had been a bit too enthusiastic, making Pepper feel something was off.
However, it was not a big deal. He smiled and admitted, "I've certainly heard of you, the renowned mistress of Stark Industries." "How could I not know?" "Stark Industries?"
When this name reached David's ears, he showed no special reaction. Having spent his entire time in the Clockwork Mental Hospital, he was largely unaware of the outside world and rarely watched the news. This was the first time he had heard that name.
However, Beth's reaction was completely different from David's.
As a former New Yorker, every time she passed through Manhattan, she would certainly see that iconic building, which was the headquarters of Stark Industries. Additionally, with a superhero who had saved New York and was known for his flamboyant personality as the boss, Stark Industries was virtually a household name across North America. Given this context, it would have been surprising if she had never heard of it. The fact that this Miss Pepper was the partner of Iron Man left Beth in awe. Although she already knew that both Raymond and David possessed powers beyond ordinary comprehension, similar to that of Iron Man, the latter was a well-known superhero and a billionaire, a prominent figure frequently appearing in the news, which set them apart completely.
Why would the mistress of Stark Industries come to us?
Beth was filled with curiosity. With Iron Man's strength, wealth, and connections, most problems that would stump ordinary people would hardly faze him. Typically, those who sought help from a detective agency were people in urgent need. Beth couldn't fathom what could possibly compel the mistress of Stark Industries to personally seek assistance. "Detective Raymond is quite the joker. I'm not the mistress of anything." Pepper shook her head with a light laugh. But she didn't seem surprised that Raymond recognized her. It made sense. She often appeared in media alongside Tony or in news coverage, so it wouldn't be unusual for someone with a bit of current affairs knowledge to recognize her.
"Perhaps not now, but in the future, I'm sure you will be."
"I believe in Mr. Stark's vision." Raymond smiled faintly and asked, "May I ask what brings you here, Miss Pepper?"
"I'm looking for someone."
"Who?" "Our security chief, Happy Hogan."
"Is that the same Hogan who used to be Mr. Stark's bodyguard?" Raymond expressed surprise. "Exactly."
Pepper nodded, a look of concern appearing on her face for the first time. "I didn't expect Detective Raymond to know so much about Stark Industries. It seems I've come to the right place."
Since Raymond could recognize her identity, she didn't find it odd.
After all, she frequently appeared in the media with Tony Stark, and while not everyone would recognize her, many would at least be familiar with her.
However, Happy was different.
As Tony's former bodyguard and driver, as well as the current head of security at Stark Industries, those roles did not receive much exposure. The media generally didn't focus on the bodyguards of prominent figures. It was both uninteresting and somewhat unethical, likely to draw criticism. Thus, aside from those within Stark Industries, very few people would know who Happy was. Pepper was genuinely surprised that the detective so far away in Washington would know who Happy was. Just this bit of professionalism made her feel that her trip was worthwhile.
"Can you tell me more about the specific situation?" Raymond continued to inquire.
"Of course."
Pepper nodded and began to recount the events.
She had come to Washington to negotiate a business collaboration on behalf of Stark Industries with the North American government. Happy had coincidentally been free during these days and had come along with a few bodyguards to escort her. However, unexpectedly, the day after their arrival, Happy mysteriously disappeared. His phone was unreachable, and the tracking chip on him had also malfunctioned. It was as if he had vanished from the face of the earth. Upon discovering this, Pepper immediately reported it to the police and notified Tony, who was still in New York. Tony was furious upon learning of this, believing that someone had abducted Happy with the intent to target him, and rushed to Washington, mobilizing all his resources to investigate. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. got involved in the search efforts. However, after 48 hours, there were still no leads.
Neither Tony nor S.H.I.E.L.D. had found any useful clues.
Given this situation, Pepper felt deeply guilty, even though Tony reassured her that it wasn't her fault. After all, Happy had come to Washington to escort her, and now that something had happened, how could she not feel responsible? But feeling guilty didn't help her in any way. Anxious to understand the progress, she got in touch with the Dean of Communications at the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, whom she had met due to business dealings, Vincent, hoping to inquire about the investigation's status. The answer was, of course, the same: no progress. However, before parting, Vincent had told her to come here and inquire, hoping she might find unexpected results. Pepper could tell that Vincent didn't have much confidence either, but holding on to the attitude of trying anything as a last resort, she rushed over. After all, she had nothing else to do here and couldn't help in any way. Even the slightest chance of finding Happy was worth pursuing. A kidnapping case. Raymond stroked his chin, deep in thought.
Current speculation suggests it's a kidnapping, but no one has contacted us yet, asking for ransom or anything. It doesn't seem like a straightforward kidnapping case. Pepper's expression appeared somewhat gloomy. It's not a major problem, Raymond nodded. What's not a major problem? Pepper was somewhat taken aback.
Of course, finding him isn't a major problem, Raymond said matter-of-factly. I'll take this job, but the price.
Money is not an issue.
Pepper said dismissively, but then with a hint of skepticism in her voice, she asked, not that I don't trust you, Detective Raymond, but you haven't even looked into the circumstances before Happy disappeared, nor have you investigated the clues on the ground.
How can you be so confident you can find him? Expertise lies in specialization.
I have my reasons for saying it won't be a problem, and if I explained them to you, you wouldn't understand.
There's no need to waste words. Raymond waved his hand.
Hearing this, Pepper felt that Raymond was a bit unreliable, almost like a con artist. However, considering that the person who introduced her was Vincent, with his position, he would not have brought a con artist to her, so she temporarily set aside her doubts and asked, so should I pay a deposit now or how does this work?
No need, let's talk after I find him.
If I can't find him, I won't take a single penny. Raymond shook his head. With this statement, Pepper's earlier doubts were immediately dispelled. If Raymond were a con artist, he wouldn't say something like that.
Could it be that he really has confidence? A glimmer of hope ignited within Pepper. Raymond was indeed not the type to deceive others.
The reason he confidently stated that there wasn't a major problem without conducting any investigation was based on his own reasoning. In fact, after listening to Pepper's description of the situation, he already had a rough outline in mind regarding who had kidnapped Happy. While he couldn't be 100% certain, he was at least over 70% confident that the individual in question was Aldrich Killian. Killian was the developer of the Extremis virus and the head of the North American tech giant AIM. In terms of wealth, he was comparable to Tony Stark, making him a billionaire as well. However, what was less known was that he used to be an ordinary researcher who had worked with Pepper for a period of time and was a devoted fan of Tony. Unfortunately, Tony's arrogant nature ultimately drove this loyal fan down a dark path. As the saying goes, love can turn to hate. His transformation from fan to enemy filled him with resentment toward Tony. After lying low for over a decade, he finally became the head of AIM, amassing wealth on par with Tony's and successfully developing the Extremis virus, a powerful weapon. Leaving morality aside, the emergence of the Extremis virus was no less impactful than the armored suits Tony was currently developing. The super soldiers from the Centipede organization were merely inferior products developed from samples of the Extremis virus. They were far from comparable to true super soldiers who had been implanted with the virus. Raymond calculated the timing. It seemed to align with when Dr. Killian was preparing to confront Tony and retaliate against him. If nothing unexpected happened, then Happy had most likely been captured by Killian. Of course, this still needed to be confirmed through further investigation. Thus, Raymond didn't speak too definitively, just expressing that it shouldn't be a major issue. After seeing Pepper off, Raymond immediately opened his computer to conduct some background research on AIM. However, after searching for a while, he only found some superficial information that was of no real use. Just when he was considering using S.H.I.E.L.D.'s internal network to access intelligence about AIM, he suddenly remembered something and promptly dismissed that idea.
How could I have forgotten about this?
Raymond rubbed his forehead. On the surface, AIM appeared to be a relatively large tech company that had only been established recently, but its origins were far from simple. It originally served as the Technology Development Department for Hydra. Although they had split due to ideological differences with Hydra's leaders, it was unclear whether any underground connections still existed. If Happy had indeed been captured by Killian and AIM was secretly colluding with Hydra, it would indeed be strange for S.H.I.E.L.D. to find Happy. If Raymond were to utilize S.H.I.E.L.D.'s internal network to investigate AIM's situation, it could easily alert Hydra. While he personally was not afraid of Hydra, doing so would undoubtedly place Happy in a more dangerous situation, which was not worth the risk. Therefore, he needed to think of other methods to ensure a more secure approach. If only I had a sub-personality skilled in computers. At that moment, Raymond regretted not having drawn a sub-personality with expertise in technology. The only one slightly related to the field was the Deadshot sub-personality, but it was clear that Deadshot was not talented in that area. Even if he were to draw a sub-personality now, it wouldn't guarantee he would get the one he desired.
Wait. Why do I need to be the one to do it? I could just hire someone proficient in computers. Raymond suddenly realized he was overthinking it. In this life, his starting point was much higher than in his previous one. He didn't need to do everything himself. Just like how he had brought David and Beth on board as employees, he could certainly hire others as well. With that thought, a suitable candidate already surfaced in his mind. "It's you!" Embracing the spirit of sharpening the axe before chopping wood, he decided to bring someone in first before continuing his investigation. In an empty alley, an old van was parked. Outside, a light rain was falling, but the mixed-race girl inside the van was completely oblivious to it, as she was immersed in the intense music playing through her headphones, as if she were in another world. Suddenly, the back door of the van was violently flung open, and outside light flooded in. The girl, who had been listening to music and playing a game, was startled by the sudden change, causing her headphones to fall off her head. "Who?" she shouted in fear. At that moment, a short-haired man in a suit quickly jumped into the van. Instinctively, the girl pulled out a steel pipe beside her to defend herself, but the man swiftly grabbed the pipe from her hands and threw it outside. "Don't be nervous, I'm not here to rob you," the short-haired man said with a smile. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Coulson, from S.H.I.E.L.D. I believe Miss Sky should be familiar with that name?" Indeed, the short-haired man was Agent Phil Coulson, an 8th-level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. The mixed-race girl in the van was Sky, who would eventually become the superheroine Quake. However, at this time, she was still unaware of her true origins, merely being a core member of the Rising Tide organization and a highly skilled hacker. Coulson had come to find her because she had previously hacked into SHIELD's database and stolen big data regarding the Tahiti project. "What S.H.I.E.L.D.? I don't know what you're talking about," Sky replied, her expression slightly panicked. "This is private property, please leave immediately, or I'll call the police." "Call the police?" "Sure, do you need me to help you dial the number?" Coulson pulled out his phone, pressed 911, and handed it to Sky. Of course, Sky didn't want to take it and dared not call the police. Instead, she warned him, "If you don't leave, I'll scream that you're harassing me. Miss Sky, I advise you not to make trouble for yourself. Since you can hack into S.H.I.E.L.D., you surely know enough about us to understand that once I've found you, escaping is not an option," Coulson said, putting away his phone casually. "Moreover, whether you admit it or not isn't the main point. I believe that if we take your computer back for a thorough check, we'll discover many unexpected things, don't you think?" he added, pointing at her laptop in front of her. Upon hearing this, Sky's expression changed slightly, and she looked troubled. She asked, "Will I go to jail?" "Whether you go to jail is not something I can decide. I'm just here to take you back. How you'll be dealt with needs to be determined by our director," Coulson replied. "But don't worry, as long as you cooperate well, someone with your talents will certainly have a chance to atone for your mistakes." "Okay, I'll go with you," Sky said softly, looking down. What Coulson didn't see was that Sky, with her head lowered, had a barely noticeable smile flicker across her lips. Just then, a voice came from the direction of the alley entrance. "Looks like I arrived just in time?" This sudden voice startled both Coulson and Sky, prompting them to turn their attention to the alley entrance. They saw two men, one of whom, resembling Sky, was speaking. "Who are you people?" Compared to the bewildered Sky, Coulson's reaction was clearly much more intense. He instantly drew his gun from behind and aimed it at the two people opposite him, ready to counterattack at any moment. He didn't recognize these two, but their sudden appearance here at this moment surely indicated they were not ordinary passers-by. Moreover, he was well aware that there was an invisible hand manipulating everything behind the Tide organization. The Tide organization's intrusion into S.H.I.E.L.D's database was likely orchestrated by that unseen hand. Since that hand could locate Sky here, it was possible they would send someone to silence her as well. In Coulson's eyes, these two at the alley's entrance were likely sent to eliminate witnesses, so he had to remain vigilant. However, just as Coulson drew his gun, the golden-haired youth who had been silent among the two at the alley lightly beckoned him with his finger. With a swoosh, the gun in Coulson's hand, as if enchanted, flew out and hovered in mid-air, turning its muzzle to aim at him instead. Superhuman! Coulson's pupils dilated sharply, both shocked that the other side had directly sent a superhuman and, realizing the situation, he raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Seeing this, Sky finally understood the situation and realized these two were probably not S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. She quickly distanced herself, saying, "I'm not with him. If you want to capture someone, take him instead." "Miss Sky, don't misunderstand, we've come specifically to find you," the mixed-race man, Raymont, said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Sky immediately deflated, casting a pleading look at Coulson for help. Coulson helplessly raised his hands again, as if to say, "Do you see me like this? How can I help you? Should we take him out?" David suddenly asked. "Who are you?" Raymond glanced back at him. "I'm Wayne, the boss. Adventurer Wayne."
David flashed a victory V sign at Raymond, but his other hand remained raised, still controlling Coulson's gun.
"Stop joking around, give him back his gun, he's one of us." "One of us still points a gun?" David expressed his disbelief. "With your IQ, it's hard to explain this clearly to you, so hurry up." "Okay." With a wave of his hand, Coulson's gun flew back into his grasp, and his expression changed slightly as he awkwardly said, "Sorry, I thought you were the enemy." Seeing David back to normal, Raymond gently shook his head, indicating it was fine.
Coulson, who had regained his gun, sensed that the situation seemed different from what he had previously thought. If these two were indeed sent to eliminate witnesses, they wouldn't have returned his gun.
"Who exactly are you?" Coulson asked again. "Don't get hostile, we're one of you." Before Raymond could answer, a woman's voice preemptively chimed in.
At the same time, Agent May quickly ran over from the other side of the alley. "Good afternoon," May Raymond greeted with a smile.
"Doctor, what are you doing here?"
Agent May asked, her face full of surprise.
Coulson couldn't help but ask, "May, who is this?" "Dr. Raymond."
May replied briefly.
"The Raymond from the Combat Academy?"
Coulson was even more astonished. The story about Raymond easily defeating the Combat Academy's director, White Bear Leonid, had spread like wildfire not only in the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy but also within S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. It was hard for Coulson not to know that name. "This is Agent Coulson," May suddenly added to Raymond, while also giving him a you-know-what-I-mean look. Raymond understood her intention, that May was informing him that Coulson had some of his memories sealed and thus didn't remember him. In fact, the original body was very familiar with Coulson. As the project leader of the Tahiti project, Coulson couldn't possibly not know this expert in psychological treatment. But to spare Coulson from the pain of resurrection, all memories regarding the Tahiti project had been sealed, including Raymond, a participant in the project. Raymond didn't mind this, returning May a "I understand" look, then smiled at both of them. "I have a matter to discuss with Miss Sky, and if it's convenient, I'd like to take her with me first."
"That might not be possible."
Before May could respond, Coulson directly refused. "She's involved in a major case, and until it's clarified, she can't leave here."
"Can't we make an exception?" Raymond looked at May. "Doctor, this matter is indeed serious. Do you really need to take her away?" May's tone was less firm than Coulson's. "May?"
Coulson noticed that May seemed to be softening her stance and quickly tried to stop her. "I need her help with something. Rest assured, she won't escape with me. And, if you have questions for her, I might have a higher success rate in getting answers, don't you think?" "Since the doctor has spoken, then let's hand her over to you, Doctor. The specific situation can be discussed with the director later," May said after pondering for a moment. "Sure, I'll wait for his call," Raymond said with a smile. "I'll take her with me now. Feel free to contact me if anything comes up." As he spoke, Raymond gave David a look. David understood, stepping forward to pull Sky off the car and bring her to Raymond's side. Having witnessed David use his abilities to take Coulson's gun, Sky dared not resist, obediently cooperating. After bidding farewell to May, Raymond left with David and Sky. Coulson and the others would take care of Sky's belongings, so Raymond didn't need to worry. During Raymond's departure, Coulson tried several times to intervene but was forcefully stopped by May's gaze. After Raymond and the others left, Coulson finally voiced his displeasure. "Why did you keep stopping me? Even if he's one of us, you can't just obstruct my mission like that. This is the director's order. If you have any objections, you can go directly to him to protest. It has nothing to do with me." May shrugged her shoulders and said.
"The director's order? Is that true?" Coulson was somewhat skeptical. "Let's go, grab the things and report the situation to the director together. The following matters will be communicated between the director and the doctor. We don't need to worry about it." May walked over to the van and began searching for important items to take. Upon hearing this, Coulson temporarily set aside his discontent and began helping May organize Sky's belongings, the most important of which was, of course, the laptop and all the hardware related to the previous incident. In the director's office at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. "So you're saying that he was accompanied by a superpowered person?" Director Fury revealed a hint of surprise in his eyes after hearing Coulson's report regarding the mission, then asked with a hint of doubt, "Are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" Coulson replied with a peculiar expression. "He just waved his hand lightly, and the gun in my hand flew over to him." How could I possibly be mistaken? I understand. I will have a thorough talk with him about this matter.
If there's any new information, I'll notify you in a timely manner. Director Fury nodded slightly.
Understood, Director.
Seeing that the director had grasped the situation, Coulson no longer asked further and turned to leave the office. Once Coulson had departed, Director Fury fell into deep thought, murmuring to himself, "It seems it's time for a more in-depth conversation with him. Just treat this place like your own home, feel free to find a spot to sit down," Raymond said to Sky while placing the takeout on the table piece by piece. David and Beth were busy as well, one moving a stool and the other preparing utensils.
"What exactly are you people?" Sky asked them again.
This was the third time she had posed the question, and the first two times went unanswered, but this time, Raymond finally acknowledged her inquiry, saying, "Isn't it clearly written at the door? Such big letters, I don't believe you didn't see them when you walked in."
"Detective agency, you're detectives?" Sky looked at Raymond skeptically.
She had indeed seen the sign at the entrance but hadn't taken it seriously, thinking it might just be some kind of cover.
In her view, how could a detective agency possibly take someone away from S.H.I.E.L.D.?
She was well aware of the extent of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s power. Even the CIA and the Department of Homeland Security had to give S.H.I.E.L.D. some face. They usually cooperated with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s operations. When had she ever seen S.H.I.E.L.D. cooperate with others?
The earlier agent, Coulson, had clearly already obtained evidence of her intrusion into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s database and wouldn't easily let her go.
But now, this individual in front of her managed to take her away, which left her in disbelief.
"Miss Sky, come over and eat with us."
Beth added another set of utensils for Sky.
Okay.
Sky hesitated but eventually agreed. Compared to being around Raymond and the superpowered David, she clearly felt more at ease being with Beth. Moreover, Beth had long experience dealing with patients, naturally knowing how to put people at ease.
"Thai food?"
Beth opened the takeout and looked at Raymond.
"Yes, it's from a new Thai restaurant on the corner. It looks pretty good, so I brought some back," Raymond replied.
"Switching up flavors is nice too," Beth smiled. The four of them sat around the table and began to eat. Raymond and the others ate naturally, while Sky appeared quite reserved, seemingly lost in thought.
Noticing her state, Raymond put down his utensils and smiled, saying, "Miss Sky, are you worried that we might pose a threat to you?"
Sky remained silent and didn't answer, but her silence spoke volumes.
"Then I'll be straightforward.
I brought you here to invite you to join our detective agency. We happen to need a skilled hacker,"
Raymond stated directly. "Miss Sky is a hacker?"
Beth exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. "She's not just a hacker, she's among the best," Raymond nodded, continuing, "the Tide organization she's part of is one of the most prominent hacker groups in recent years, with almost no place they can't get into.
Even the CIA and the Department of Homeland Security, they can come and go as they please. Wow, that's amazing."
Beth's eyes sparkled as she looked at Sky, like a fan seeing their idol.
Sky felt very uncomfortable with this reaction. As a top hacker, she usually lived as just an ordinary tech geek, seldom interacting with others.
Suddenly being looked at like a celebrity made her quite ill at ease. "If I were that great, I wouldn't have been caught," Sky muttered quietly to cover up her discomfort.
"If you hadn't exposed your position, could Coulson have found you?" Raymond looked at her intently.
Raymond's words made Sky's heart skip a beat. Even when she had been found by Coulson earlier, she hadn't truly panicked because, as Raymond said, she had actively exposed her position, which allowed Coulson to locate her. Otherwise, with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s technology, it would have been impossible for them to track her down. But Raymond's words revealed another important piece of information: he was fully aware of her situation. He hadn't found her just because she exposed herself, he truly had the means to lock onto her, even if she hadn't given away her position. Her hacking skills were her biggest asset, and even when facing an organization like S.H.I.E.L.D., she had never feared it. But Raymond's words had unknowingly shaken her confidence. Deep down, she was reluctant to believe this was true, so she feigned calmness and retorted, "I don't know what you're talking about.
Why would I expose my position? Am I crazy?"
"Because you want to infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D., Raymond replied with a light smile.
He really knew.
Sky's heart raced, but she still stubbornly said, "If that's how you think, there's nothing I can do." Beth suddenly interjected, "Miss Sky, sitting in front of you is a psychologist, and the other is one of the top 10 psychological experts in all of North America.
I think it's better for you to be honest."
Clearly, even Beth could tell Sky was lying, although she didn't know the full truth of the matter. And as she said, lying in front of two psychological scholars was definitely not easy, at least Sky couldn't manage it. Upon hearing Beth's words, Sky's face turned somewhat pale, but she still kept her head down, gritting her teeth and saying nothing more. "Trust me, Miss Sky, I know far more about you than you can imagine," Raymond continued. "As long as you work for me, I can help you find the answers to the questions you seek, which is much safer than you trying to infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D. on your own."
"You know what I'm looking for?"
Sky suddenly lifted her head, her eyes filled with disbelief as she looked at Raymond.
"You're searching for your origins, right? You know my origins?" Sky became excited. "Tell me."
"I'll do whatever you ask if you're willing to tell me."
"Don't rush.
"Let's eat first, and then we can discuss other matters," Raymond said, picking up his utensils again and starting to eat slowly. But at that moment, Sky had no appetite, looking somewhat out of sorts, lost in her thoughts.
After finally waiting for Raymond to finish his meal, Sky couldn't hold back any longer and asked again, "Can you tell me now?"
Raymond wiped his mouth and said, "I mentioned before that I can help you clarify the things you want to know, but the premise is that you have to work well for me."
Sky countered, "How do I know you're not lying to me?" Raymond replied nonchalantly, "Believe it or not, I have no obligation to prove that what I say is true. If you really don't want to stay here, I can take you back to S.H.I.E.L.D.
Ultimately, whether you stay or go back to S.H.I.E.L.D. is your decision."
Sky appeared conflicted.
She understood that Raymond knew she wouldn't give up the chance to find out the truth, but she genuinely didn't want to miss this opportunity. To be honest, she had little confidence in uncovering the truth from S.H.I.E.L.D., she was merely taking a risk. In contrast, agreeing to help Raymond seemed much more secure since he obviously had some knowledge, otherwise, he wouldn't have directly pointed out her intentions.
"I choose to stay."
After some struggle, Sky said, as if deflating. Raymond nodded and said, "That's your choice, and I hope you can keep your end of the bargain."
"As a prepaid salary, I can tell you one thing." Sky immediately focused her attention.
Raymond continued, "The person you're investigating is not your parents, your biological parents are still alive."
"Really?"
Sky exclaimed, gripping Raymond's arm.
Raymond maintained a blank expression and said, "As I said, believe it or not."
"All right, let's get to work. If I find you slacking off, don't expect to hear a single word from me." Sky nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at grain, "I'll do my best." Raymond pondered for a moment and said, "Well, your first task is to help me investigate the AIM group, specifically information about their big boss, Aldrich Killian." Sky patted her flat chest confidently, saying, "Consider it done." Just as Raymond was about to speak, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID and said to Sky, "The computer is in my office, have Beth take you there. I have something to attend to, and I hope to see the information I need when I return." Sky gave an OK gesture, indicating her reassurance. A little over 10 minutes later, Raymond arrived at a cafe not far from the company building. He saw Director Fury had just arrived, sitting at a booth in the corner and waving at him with a smile. Raymond casually ordered a cup of coffee and sat across from Director Fury, jokingly asking, "You're quite free today, Director.
You actually have time to come meet me for coffee?"
Director Fury shook his head with a smile, saying, "Why I'm here, Doctor, you should already know. Coulson has briefed me on today's events, and I must say, you always manage to surprise me."
Raymond speculated, "You want to ask me about my companion?"
Director Fury placed his hands on the table and gently tapped the surface, saying, "David Haller, your hospital mate, a mutant?" Raymond sighed, "It seems nothing can escape your attention, Director."
With S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence system and Director Fury's private channels, it was indeed not difficult to quickly clarify David's identity.
As for the mutant identity, it likely stemmed from Director Fury's deductions regarding the previous incident at the Clockwork Asylum. Raymond didn't think such things could be kept a secret from anyone, so he admitted it openly. Director Fury asked curiously, "When I heard that you opened a detective agency, I thought you were just playing around, but now it seems you're serious about it?" Raymond didn't deny it and said, "Sort of. You might not believe it, but being a detective has always been my dream." Director Fury's eyes filled with longing as he said, "Why wouldn't I believe it? My dream is to open a pet store filled with adorable kittens, and they'll all gather around me every day." Seeing Director Fury getting more and more into it, Raymond had to clear his throat to interrupt his dreamy talk. Director Fury snapped back to reality, cleared his throat, and continued, "I'm here today to remind you, Doctor, that the world of mutants is complex and dangerous. If you really plan to continue interacting with them, you must be cautious." Raymond nodded, saying, "I understand that,
thank you for the reminder. Director Fury said solemnly, no, you don't understand. Just recently, the leader of an organization specializing in hunting mutants came to see me, probably to investigate the cause of death of those involved in the Clockwork Asylum incident. If you fall into their hands, even I might find it difficult to rescue you. They have backing from the North American military and operate without restraint, giving no face to anyone. Raymond raised an eyebrow, saying, you mean the Sentinel Services? Director Fury nodded, confirming Raymond's speculation, saying, it seems you already have some understanding of the mutant situation. Raymond replied, during my last home leave, I happened to encounter a few mutants, so I learned a bit about these matters. Director Fury reiterated, since you're already aware, I won't say more. Just be careful. Raymond knew Director Fury meant well and shifted the topic, asking, I heard there was trouble at Stark Industries? Director Fury didn't deny it, saying, you heard? Quite a few people know about this, there's no need to hide it. Raymond smiled, the first customer of my detective agency is Miss Pepper. Director Fury was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head and laughed, it seems Tony and the others are truly in a hurry. Raymond rolled his eyes, saying, hey, don't look down on us. Maybe I can find out before you guys do. Director Fury looked at Raymond with a foolish expression, saying, with the few people in your agency? Don't think that superhumans are all powerful, some things aren't that simple. Raymond replied, well, we'll just have to wait and see. Raymond took the cup of coffee from the waiter, took a gentle sip, and then asked, by the way, how is the arrangement for the Tahiti project going? Any new developments? Director Fury nodded slightly, but at the same time, his expression darkened as he said, the situation is worse than I expected. Seeing Director Fury's reaction, Raymond understood that he had likely sensed some clues. Even though he hadn't yet fully grasped the number of Hydra infiltrators within S.H.I.E.L.D., he must have at least a partial list, otherwise, he wouldn't have reacted so strongly. However, based on what Raymond knew, the real situation was far worse than Director Fury imagined. Raymond initially didn't want to get involved to avoid dragging his own family into it. But considering that Director Fury had specifically come to remind him to be cautious of Sentinel Services' actions, he felt he should reciprocate. With this in mind, he suddenly said, during my last leave, I obtained some intel from a mutant organization. I can't guarantee its accuracy, so you'll need to judge for yourself. However, I think it's necessary to tell you. Oh? Director Fury's spirits instantly lifted. There are two individuals who may be problematic, one is John Garrett, and the other is your old friend, Secretary Pierce. Pierce? How could he possibly? Director Fury's remaining eyelid twitched violently, revealing his inner turmoil. However, he only got halfway through his sentence before abruptly stopping. It seemed he was rapidly recalling something in his mind, and with each memory, his expression grew increasingly grim. You don't seem surprised by my mention of Agent Garrett? Raymond noticed that Director Fury only expressed doubt about Pierce, while he didn't react much to what he said about John Garrett. The issue with Garrett is too obvious. Ever since you last reminded me to use the Tahiti project as bait, I specifically set up two coincidences, and both pointed back to Garrett's people. Director Fury spoke with a heavy tone, the reason I haven't moved against him yet is that I'm worried there are other hidden nails in the organization. I didn't expect you to be right. It's good that you know. Raymond nodded slightly. Thank you for the reminder. If Pierce really has a problem, then things are likely more serious than I imagined. After I return, I'll review everything carefully, I should be able to gain more insights. Director Fury tightened his fists. If you need my help, just let me know. Since you're one of us, I can give you a discount of 20%, Raymond said with a smile. Director Fury shot a fierce glare at Raymond with his one eye, are you really negotiating money with me? Even brothers need to settle accounts clearly, not to mention I have a whole staff to support. Being a boss isn't easy, Raymond sighed helplessly, fine, I'll give you a 30% discount, that's the lowest I can go. Don't want to deal with you, I'm leaving. Director Fury rolled his eyes and stood up to leave. Seeing Director Fury leave so abruptly, Raymond quickly finished the remaining coffee and prepared to get up as well. Unexpectedly, the waiter approached him, indicating that his table hadn't been settled yet. Shit! That director is really taking advantage of me? By the time Raymond realized it, Director Fury had already vanished without a trace. Although he was unhappy, Raymond could only helplessly pay for the coffee as well. When Raymond returned to the office, Sky had been waiting there for a long time. Boss, everything you asked for is here, all the available information about AIM Group and Dr. Killian, Sky said,
turning off the lights and projecting the prepared data onto the office projector, displaying it before Raymond, Beth, and David.
"Thank you for your hard work," Raymond nodded. As Sky showcased the information, Raymond's expression didn't change much, but Beth and David's faces turned unusually grim.
Even Sky, who had previously seen this data, reacted similarly to the two of them. The material Sky found about the AIM group included many undisclosed details, some of which were filled with bloodshed and cruelty. From this information, it was clear that many of AIM group's research and inventions were closely linked to human experimentation. The large number of people who go missing worldwide each year had intricate ties to AIM group, as evidenced by the flow of funds.
AIM Group maintained long-term cooperative relationships with many human trafficking organizations.
As for the ultimate fate of those who were trafficked to AIM Group, it was easy to guess.
"Boss, do you want me to make this information public?" Sky asked indignantly after presenting her findings.
If she had discovered this information before being captured by Raymond, she would have already released it in the name of the Tide organization.
But now she needed to get Raymond's permission first. Make it public, and then what? Raymond looked at her. "Then let the public condemn them and let the justice system try them," Sky said matter-of-factly.
Before Raymond could respond, Beth shook her head and said, "Miss Sky, while you are a top-notch hacker, you really don't understand this society. A massive conglomerate like AIM Group is backed by incredibly powerful capital forces, and these powers have 100 ways to quickly downplay this issue. Find scapegoats, create fake news, eliminate those who raise questions, and even change identities to reappear. You could say there's no method they can employ, only those you wouldn't think of."
Sky, upon hearing this, retorted, "So we just have to stand by helplessly against these monstrous beasts?"
Beth hesitated to speak but ultimately chose silence. From an ordinary person's perspective, facing a conglomerate behemoth like AIM Group indeed felt hopeless. The truth is always held by a few, and this saying has many interpretations. If she were 10 years younger, she might share Sky's righteous indignation, but now she understood what it meant to feel helpless.
"Of course there are ways," Raymond said calmly.
The three of them looked at Raymond in unison.
"Did you think I had you investigate their background just to have a look?"
Raymond walked to the window and gazed at the street outside, slowly saying, "After this incident, AIM Group will cease to exist in this world."
"No matter what kind of background they have, can they withstand the iron fist of justice?" "Boss, you mean, we can take action?"
David suddenly became excited upon hearing Raymond's words.
"Wayne?"
Raymond looked at David in confusion.
"Not Wayne, just me." David's eyes sparkled with excitement. "When did you become so violent?" Raymond gave him a strange look.
"Probably since I saw you decisively defeat the Shadow King. That feeling really gets the blood pumping," David said with an excited expression. "Don't worry, there will definitely be opportunities for you to show your skills later, but before that, we need to make some preparations," Raymond said thoughtfully.
"Preparations?" David looked puzzled, not understanding what Raymond meant by preparations.
A tech giant like AIM Group, if we were to easily take out their leadership, it would be like directly slapping the face of the North American government, essentially declaring war on North America. If we want to continue operating on this planet, we absolutely cannot act recklessly, Raymond explained, crossing his arms in front of him, speaking unhurriedly. "So, before taking action, we need to find a scapegoat."
"Ah?"
David looked utterly confused. "A scapegoat means a cooperation partner," Raymond patiently explained.
Oh. David finally understood. "Forget it, you might not grasp all this. I'll step out for a bit. Sky, come with me."
Determined, Raymond called for Sky and headed toward the door, turning back to instruct, "Beth, discuss with David how to draft an advertising plan and have a proposal for me before I return." "Understood," Beth and David replied in unison.
In an unknown cave.
A somewhat overweight Happy was beaten black and blue, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and 2 teeth missing, looking utterly miserable. He gazed at the masked man sitting a short distance away and suddenly smiled. "I recognize you."
"Oh?" The masked man looked at him expressionlessly.
"You're the one who met Pepper a few days ago," Happy grimaced, allowing blood to continue flowing from his mouth.
"Who is Pepper?" The masked man's voice sounded mechanical due to the voice modulator. "Don't play dumb with me.
This is my special ability. While it isn't exactly a superpower, I can recognize people, even if you're wearing a mask and have altered your voice," Happy asserted confidently.
"Didn't you know that once a hostage sees the true face of their captor, it's very easy for them to end up dead?"
the masked man said as he removed his mask and tossed it aside, revealing his true identity.
Sure enough, it's you. Upon seeing the masked man's real face, Happy confirmed he hadn't made a mistake. Should I say you're clever or foolish? The masked man, Killian, shook his head helplessly. If I hadn't recognized you, would you let me go? Happy asked. Of course not. Then that's that.
I just wanted to disgust you a little, don't get too full of yourself, jerk. Happy laughed awkwardly, spitting out a mouthful of blood and looking disdainful.
Smack!
The burly man next to him punched him in the stomach, causing him to convulse in pain.
Do you think I'm afraid to kill you?
Killian stared at him quietly, without a trace of anger on his face. You can certainly kill me, but Tony will definitely find you and take revenge for me.
Happy grimaced and said, I'm just a bodyguard, while you're the big boss of a corporation. If we trade lives, I'd say I'm coming out ahead.
Hearing Happy mention Tony Stark, a flicker of anger crossed Killian's face, quickly replaced by a cold smile.
You really believe that Playboy will avenge you?
Fine, I'll let you see for yourself how he kneels before me and begs for mercy. And I'll make sure you watch him die in front of you, seeing everything fall into my hands.
Anyone can boast. I could say I'm your long-lost father, would you believe me? Happy said with a grin.
Give him a good massage, but don't kill him, Killian snorted, standing up and walking out. The two remaining thugs exchanged sinister smiles as they approached Happy.
Before long, the cave was filled with screams.
After finishing up with Happy, the two thugs walked aside and started drinking water. It must be said, loosening bones was indeed a tiring job. However, they didn't notice a cell phone slowly emerging from the light above the cave ceiling. Click! Suddenly, the empty cave echoed with the sound of a camera shutter.
What was that sound?
The two jumped in surprise, looking around. As the cave was circular, they couldn't immediately determine the direction of the sound, thinking it might be coming from one of the two entrances. Just then, a voice came from above. Sorry, I forgot to switch to silent mode. Upon hearing this voice, the two finally realized it was coming from directly above and quickly looked up. A figure descended from the sky. This figure wore a bright red robe resembling a chef's uniform, topped with a matching tall chef's hat, and held two large cleavers. Oh, finally it's my turn to make an entrance. Here comes your dear Uncle Ray Barriala.
Are you two cuties ready to play with me? Hee hee.
The two stared at the newcomer's outfit and tone, completely bewildered, wondering what was happening.
Was he crazy?
They exchanged glances, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. Even Happy, just loosened and still bound to a wooden post, looked surprised at the arrival. Yes, the visitor was Raymond. More precisely, it was Raymond controlled by the alter ego, Ray Barriala. After Sky used technical means to confirm Killian's location, Raymond came directly to the cave. Using the abilities of the alter ego, he covered the distance in less than half a minute.
Upon finding Killian, he indeed saw Happy.
But Raymond didn't immediately reveal himself to rescue Happy because, from the current situation, it seemed Killian had no intention of killing Happy. He was adamant about making Happy watch Tony's death. In this case, Raymond wasn't in a rush to show himself. His purpose for confronting Killian was mainly to confirm whether Happy was truly in Killian's hands. Only after confirming this could he better negotiate collaboration matters with Tony. So he decided to take a photo to later convince Tony that he wasn't just talking nonsense.
Unexpectedly, he forgot to silence his phone.
Considering he didn't want to alert the snake and let Killian discover he had been exposed, Raymond let Ray Barriala take the lead. Among all his alter egos, it seemed only Ray Barriala could pull off such a stunt. Thus, the red-clad version of Raymond appeared before them.
Can you move a little faster and stop talking? Raymond said helplessly in his mind.
Ray Barriala's actions were indeed a bit strange, even he felt somewhat embarrassed watching himself.
Hee hee, I'll get right to it. Raymond grinned maniacally and charged at the two. The two weren't pushovers either. After the initial shock, they quickly drew their guns, ready to shoot. Is this guy really reliable? He seems so flamboyant, I don't trust him. Why don't I take over?
The alter ego, Ray Barriala, voiced his doubts without holding back.
I didn't come here to kill anyone, what would I need you for?
Stop messing around, Raymond immediately rejected the suggestion. Just look at those two creepy guys, can he really handle this?
Ray Barriala questioned again.
Raymond genuinely wanted to ask Ray Barriala if he had any self-awareness. When it came to being creepy, they were equally matched. But saying that would hurt feelings, so he simply said, besides, they're just two small fry.
Don't underestimate them, Ray Bareala isn't that weak.
Just wait for the show to unfold. While Raymond was communicating with Ray Bareala, the latter had already started to cackle and charged at the two men. This guy had a wicked sense of humor, clearly capable of ending the fight quickly, yet he preferred to put on a show.
Break the tendons!
Raymond darted through the cave, laughing maniacally. As he uttered tendons break, the two men's hands, which held the guns, suddenly went limp, and their weapons fell to the ground with a clatter.
My hand, I can't feel my hand. Damn it, what's happening? What did you do to me?
The two men, realizing their hands had lost strength in an instant, looked at Raymond in terror. They hadn't seen what happened. It felt as if an inexplicable wind had blown through, and suddenly they couldn't muster any strength, even to hold their guns.
Recognizing that this strangely dressed man in the red robe might not be an ordinary person, their first reaction was to flee.
Unable to handle their guns and now rendered powerless, they had no chance run. The two of them dashed toward the cave entrance.
Break the ankles! But just as they lifted their feet, Raymond's maniacal laughter echoed again.
This time, both men fell to the ground, landing on their backs. Although they fell in different spots, the sensation was the same. They couldn't even feel their feet, let alone stand up. Unable to fight back and unable to escape, the two men were truly in despair. However, Raymond seemed to have had his fun. He twirled the watermelon knives in his hands, and the two men promptly passed out.
Done.
After taking care of the two men, Raymond walked straight toward Happy, who was tied to a post.
Sir, I'm not with them. If you can get me out, I can. Happy Hogan? Happy froze, suddenly being called by name. I was indeed sent to rescue you, but it's not time to take you away yet. You wouldn't want to see that arrogant guy escape before we get to him, would you? Are you saying you plan to secretly notify Tony and then take them all down at once? Happy asked cautiously. Smart.
Raymond gave a thumbs up, then took out his phone and leaned in close to Happy, making a V sign and grinning. Let's count to 3 and shout monkey together.
1, 2, 3, monkey.
Looking at the selfie on the phone, Raymond nodded in satisfaction.
What about those two? Happy glanced at the unconscious men on the ground.
Don't worry, watch this. Raymond put away his phone and somehow produced 2 elongated soft tubes, attaching them to the back of his head and inserting them.
Inserting them? What the hell?
Happy's eyes widened in shock, his face frozen in disbelief.
How could you even stick tubes into your own head? Isn't he afraid of poking his brain?
What he didn't know was that he wasn't the only one shocked at that moment.
What the hell? Raymond was shocked. Koro was shocked. Deadpool was shocked. Ray Bareala was shocked. What the hell X7, shock X7?
Because they all had shared sensory permissions with Raymond, at that moment, they could distinctly feel 2 tubes being shoved into their brains.
WTF? What does it feel like to have 2 tubes simultaneously shoved into your head? Until now, neither Raymond nor any of his alter egos had any clue.
Even the Akainu alter ego, who had eaten a natural-type devil fruit, had never had anyone poke his brain while in a non-elemental state. Even the reckless Deadpool alter ego had never attempted such a ridiculous stunt. But Ray Bareala had done it, and he did it while they were sharing sensations. The sensation was indescribable. God knows how he could insert 2 tubes into his brain and be fine. What baffled Raymond the most was when his head had turned into that of the real Ray Bareala, gaining those 2 additional interfaces? Could it be that during the switch of alter egos, not only my body and strength become 100% like the alter ego, but even the structure and composition of my body changed to that of the alter ego? Raymond considered the most likely explanation. If it weren't for this reason, he couldn't explain why 2 interfaces had suddenly appeared on the back of his head, allowing the tubes to be inserted. The reason he hadn't noticed this issue before might be that Koro, Deadpool, and later Ray Bareala and the Deadpool alter ego all had normal body structures. Even when switching to an alter ego, since there were no changes in appearance or looks, it was difficult to notice even minor differences in body structure. But Ray Bareala was different. This guy had modified his body, and those 2 interfaces on the back of his head were his doing. If he hadn't suddenly done this, Raymond might not have discovered that his head had 2 new interfaces after switching. But at this moment, he didn't want to stop Ray Bareala. Even though the sensation of having tubes shoved into his brain was bizarre, it was too late to stop now. Ray Bareala grabbed the other ends of the tubes and walked over to the 2 men. Unlike the end attached to him, the other ends of the tubes had 2 suction cup-like structures. Ray Bareala merely pressed the suction cup ends onto the temples of the 2 men. Immediately, a strange smile appeared on their faces, as if they were enjoying some special service, looking exceedingly pleased. Raymond in his mind saw this scene and couldn't help but close his eyes, even though he didn't have real eyes at the moment. A few seconds later, Ray Bareala put away the tubes and also pulled out the ends that had been inserted into his brain. Mission accomplished. He clapped his hands triumphantly, his face filled with a sense of achievement. But he didn't notice that Happy, not far away, was looking at him with extreme terror. The level of fear was far more intense than when he had seen Killian earlier. Why did you sever their tendons? What are we going to do now? Raymond urgently asked in his mind as Ray Bareala had those two men neatly seated in chairs. It seems you don't fully understand my skills as a top-notch chef, huh? Ray Bareala cackled in his mind. True masterful knife skills can handle ingredients without damaging them. Their tendons aren't really severed, they've just been temporarily paralyzed. They'll recover soon enough. Ray Bareala explained as he walked back to the entrance of the cave, looking at Happy with an eerie smile. Take care, little brother, I'll be back soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Raymond vanished like a flash, disappearing from Happy's sight, ascending back above. Watching the swift exit of Raymond, Happy felt a moment of unreality, questioning whether he had been hit so hard he was hallucinating. But when he saw the two men slumped over in chairs, still unconscious, he realized that everything was real, someone had indeed come. About half a minute later, the two men awakened simultaneously. Strange, why did we suddenly fall asleep? You fell asleep too? Must be that we haven't been resting well at night lately. We need to catch up on sleep after this is over. The two men bantered with one another, laughing and joking as if nothing had happened earlier. Seeing their reaction, a chill ran through Happy's heart. He recalled the scene he had witnessed, the bizarre man in the red robe descending from above, knocking out the two men, then pulling out two tubes and inserting one end into his own head while connecting the other to their temples. He hadn't understood what the red-robed figure was doing at the time, but now seeing the two men appear to have collective amnesia, he instantly realized the red-robed figure was messing with their memories. You can alter memories with two tubes? That's absurd. If someone had told him that a single tube could change someone's memory, he would have thought that person was crazy. But after witnessing it himself, he had no choice but to believe it was all real. Thank goodness he's one of us, Happy silently breathed a sigh of relief. After confirming that Happy had indeed been captured by Killian, Raymond didn't return to the agency immediately. Instead, he called Pepper. After informing her that he had found Happy's whereabouts, he also provided her with an address for her and her husband to come over. Less than 10 minutes after Raymond finished the call, an Iron Man suit descended from the sky and landed in front of him. When the helmet automatically opened to reveal a handsome face, Raymond knew the main character had arrived. You're the detective Raymond that Pepper mentioned? Tony Stark looked at Raymond with a questioning gaze. Mr. Stark, you arrived quite quickly. Where's Miss Pepper? Raymond glanced around but didn't see Pepper anywhere. She's taking too long, I didn't wait for her, Tony replied casually, then asked, you said you found Happy's whereabouts? Indeed. Raymond didn't deny it. Where is he? Tony asked, a hint of urgency in his voice. As the head of Stark Industries, he held multiple identities, a super-rich businessman, a playboy, a superhero, and an Avenger. Typically, he maintained a calm demeanor, even in front of the North American president. But Happy was one of the few who could make him lose his composure. He was like family. For days, Tony had been frantically searching, hardly sleeping, terrified that something might have happened to Happy. Now that he suddenly heard someone say they had found Happy, how could he not be anxious? Before I tell you where he is, there are some things we need to clarify. Raymond didn't answer Tony's question directly. However, Tony impatiently interrupted him, as long as what you say is true, money isn't an issue. Once I rescue Happy, I won't shortchange you a single dime. I'm not in the mood to discuss that right now. Please tell me where Happy is, immediately. Clearly, Tony thought Raymond was trying to negotiate money with him, even possibly trying to extort him. He figured Pepper had mentioned that he hadn't compensated Raymond yet. But to him, money didn't matter, as long as the request wasn't too outrageous, he was willing to pay anything to save Happy. Of course, this was provided that Raymond wasn't trying to extort him, like demanding half of Stark Industries. He definitely wouldn't agree to something like that. That would be akin to extortion, creating enmity without any benefit to him. However, he believed that no one of sound mind would act that way. Raymond could certainly guess Tony's thoughts, so he didn't get angry. Instead, he just shook his head with a smile and said, "What I want to discuss isn't about money." Upon hearing this, Tony clearly misunderstood even more. His expression darkened as he said in a low voice, "Detective Raymond, or should I call you Dr. Raymond? Please, let's keep this reasonable. I believe that with your social status and your relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D., you wouldn't be foolish enough to try to scam me.
But some things are crossing the line.
Indeed, I can spend whatever it takes to save Happy, but I don't want anyone using this to threaten or extort me.
Do you understand?"
Raymond wasn't surprised that Tony quickly identified his background, including his status as a psychological expert and his unique connection to S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. Before Pepper had called him, she must have briefed him about finding Raymond in the detective agency. With JARVIS's intelligence, it was easy for Tony to uncover Raymond's true identity. Even if S.H.I.E.L.D.'s database wasn't heavily guarded against JARVIS, he could be certain that any records about Raymond across the network and various departments wouldn't escape JARVIS's scrutiny. Aside from matters like the Tahiti project, which weren't officially documented, Raymond's details would have been fully grasped by Tony. This was likely all settled during Tony's journey over. He just didn't want to bring it up right away to avoid causing any unpleasantness. But to Raymond, talking about money right off the bat made Tony feel like he was being played, which made him want to flip the table.
No one could threaten him into doing anything. Not Director Fury, and certainly not Raymond. Tony's thoughts were easily decipherable by Raymond.
He could empathize with Tony's emotions.
However, understanding didn't mean that Raymond had to indulge Tony's foul temper.
A person as egotistical as Tony Stark, who looked down on those who were obsequious to him, wouldn't respect someone just for being overly polite.
Raymond knew very well that mere courtesy wouldn't earn him equal respect from Tony. So, he responded directly and unapologetically, "Can you not calm down and let me finish? Must you be so self-righteous? If you continue to talk to me like that, I don't think we have anything left to discuss. Goodbye." With that, Raymond turned and walked away without even glancing at Tony. "Stop!" Tony barked.
But Raymond ignored him and continued striding forward, igniting Tony's fury. At this moment, he had already convinced himself that Raymond was deliberately trying to extort him and felt that Raymond had calculated that he wouldn't give up on finding out about Happy's whereabouts, thus acting so recklessly. Whoosh! Tony activated the repulsors in his boots, propelling himself forward like a bolt of lightning, and blocked Raymond's path once more. "I told you to stop, didn't you hear me?" Tony glared at Raymond, blocking his way. "Are you trying to force me to comply?" Raymond replied with a cold laugh. "I've decided not to take this job anymore. Is that a problem? If you're capable, go investigate it yourselves. Don't waste my time, I owe you nothing. Move aside." Yet Tony wouldn't let him go so easily. He firmly believed that Raymond knew Happy's whereabouts, a conclusion he reached after reviewing all the information about Raymond. As Raymond had previously said, given his status, he wouldn't be foolish enough to attempt to scam Tony. This was why Tony had immediately inquired about Happy's location without questioning how Raymond had found him or doubting the authenticity of his claims. Now, seeing that he was so close to finding out where Happy was, how could he just let Raymond walk away? The answer was obviously no. "You can't leave." Tony's tone turned firm. "Can't leave? Huh, just like Iron Man, are you trying to force me to submit?" Raymond coldly retorted. "I have ample reason to suspect you're colluding with the person who kidnapped Happy to extort me, or you're the mastermind behind it all," Tony stated seriously. "Until I get to the bottom of this, you're not going anywhere." "Oh, starting to throw accusations at me now?" Raymond scoffed. "Fine, if you think I'm a kidnapper, go ahead and call the police. Until then, I have no obligation to cooperate with you to clarify any so-called truth. Goodbye." Before he could finish, Raymond suddenly changed direction and turned to leave again. This time, Tony could no longer hold back his anger. He raised a hand to grab Raymond's shoulder. With a smirk, Raymond instantly switched to the alter ego, Ray Barriala. In an instant, his gaze sharpened. Raymond smirked slyly, then deftly caught Tony's hand that was reaching for his shoulder, and with a gentle twist, flung Tony away. Boom! Caught off guard, Tony, along with his suit, slammed hard against the mountain wall beside the road with a loud crash. Fortunately, his helmet automatically adjusted just in time to protect him from injury. "You really have issues." In the next moment, Tony flew out of the dust cloud, speaking in a serious tone from within the suit. "Your attitude is truly infuriating. Uncle Ray Barriala has long found you displeasing, and today I can finally teach you a lesson." Watching Tony hover in midair, Raymond wore a contemptuous smile. At that moment, he propelled himself off the ground and shot toward Tony like an arrow.
In an instant, he was directly above Tony. Tony was startled by this sudden attack.
At that height, he was at least 20 meters above the ground, and even with his repulsors, it would take time to ascend. But Raymond seemed to have teleported, appearing above him in an instant, even surpassing his visual limits, only detected through JARVIS's monitoring.
However, his reaction was still a bit too slow.
Although JARVIS could track Raymond's movements, relaying the information to Tony and allowing him to react had already taken precious time.
Get down!
Raymond stomped down hard, sending Tony crashing to the ground once more, creating a huge crater. Using the force of the impact, he lightly landed nearby, his toes barely touching the ground to absorb the fall. Watching the dust settle, Raymond stood with his hands behind his back, appearing relaxed and unconcerned. At that moment, a blue laser beam suddenly shot out from the dust, heading straight for Raymond. But Raymond seemed to have anticipated this, raising a hand and pointing a finger at that direction. Drill beam. Swish! A golden light beam shot from his fingertip, directly colliding with the incoming blue laser.
Boom! Another violent explosion erupted.
Tony was thrown back again, but this time his repulsors activated just in time, lifting him into the air and preventing him from crashing into the mountain wall again.
This time, Tony finally realized that he was not dealing with someone he could easily manipulate.
Watching the unscathed Raymond below, he felt a sense of impending danger, not daring to relax his guard. He had already experienced the might of Raymond and knew that if Raymond wanted to attack, this distance was nothing, he could deliver a fatal blow instantly. Most importantly, he had noticed that Raymond hadn't used his full strength when they had fought earlier. That inhuman power, terrifying speed, and that mysterious light wave attack, all these factors combined meant that even his god teammate from Norse mythology might not be a match for the man before him. He began to regret his impulsive actions, realizing that he had instigated this battle himself. Suddenly, the expression under his armor shifted slightly as he glanced toward the left side of the road. A vehicle was approaching from that direction, and through the suit's sensor functions, he quickly identified that it was Pepper, who had just arrived a moment later.
Oh no!
He silently cursed.